Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV today. This is your open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And talking about the latest development, Gachagua had the mic again today, and this time round is the police. Another turn after asking the police to support Kenya Kwanza and then be given help to go and get degrees. And Malala, who is their counterpart, saying that police are failures who don't need education. All they need to know is how to handle the gun. And now Gachagua is on again, saying now the police uniform should go back to the women guild. What a world we're in, and what kind of politics we are playing today, that everybody has something to say about what they were part of the decisions that even brought them into existence. This is Kenya Kwanza for you. What do you think and feel about what Kenya Kwanza entails in terms of the future of this country? Can we trust them? And of course, Azimio la Umoja, Kalonzo was in LOITOKTok as Mother KARUA moves Nyeri and Muranga. And William Ruto was in NYANDARUA listening to the NYANDARUANs and giving them plenty of promises, of course, enveloped into whining and complaining and blaming the former prime minister for the failures that the government has faced. I don't know why that is the case, but I believe you know better. You will educate me. Another phenomenon coming at play right now is the survival for a quest for survival. The fight between ANC and Ford Kenya and UDA. Those are the constitute parties that form Kenya Kwanza, otherwise known as Kenya Kwisha, and they are fighting UDA. Both of them, ANC and Ford Kenya, have combined forces, and they are fighting UDA in Western for survival. Will they make it? Will they succeed? We will all wait and see. Well, this is your show. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be right here in this very space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. I salute all of you that are joining us fast and furious. And if you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite your friend to join, invite your family to join. Alert everybody that we are now on again, and we are giving you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our politics. Karibu kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo. Tatu Juma, hello to you. Thank you so much. Slim Boy, tuned in, Malindi, Matangani. Okay, thank you. Kuna Hesbon Kaunda, karibu kwa show. Kanairo huyo. Aya, huyu nani? Joseph Nyarangi. He said the genesis of bad blood between Ruto and Matiang'i was new police uniform, where Ruto wanted one of his company to be contracted the tender, but Matiang'i vehemently opposed and proposed NYS to be given the tender. Now the picture is very clear. The corrupt goons in UDA want to come for revenge mission to steal. If I may ask Gachagua, why should the taxpayers, oh God, in such a straining economy, be subjected into another new police uniform? Should police uniform be given such priority in such straining economy? Joseph Nyarangi hapo ana point kubwa. Naomba tu ventilate kwa hiyo pia tunapoanza mjadala wetu. Mahala pote ulipo, karibu. Inaitwa Mtembei TV. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya, na tuko hapa. We are one station that is connected to the rest of the world. So anywhere you can connect to the internet, you will be able to get Mtembei TV. So invite everybody in the diaspora and otherwise into the show today by sharing that link with everybody in your life. Patel Saboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bakiz Mohamed, asante sana, good evening to you. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Enoch Motiriot, asante sana, tuko pamoja. Akengo Omwangu, we appreciate you. Esther Anindo, asante sana. Hilary Ketienya, wow. Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Sera Serange, wow. Jackson Ogutu, Nani Morina Deka, Adega, thank you so much. Rob Igesa, George Jona, alafu Orange, ni Orange Kelly Orage Kelly Orage, majina yiko kweli. Haya, kuna Joy pale, kuna Robert, kuna Eunice, kuna Cosmas, kuna Slim Boy, alafu Adrian Omondi. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are around the world. We continue to urge you to invite guys to join. This is one show that allows you to air what you feel and also secures everything you receive, because we believe we need the truth in order to determine the future of this country. So we fight every propaganda that arises so that we allow Kenyans to understand what is going on, so that come 9th August, they will make an informed decision based on fact, not hearsay and propaganda. Asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi, karibu kila mmoja, na hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha wawili watatu. Share that in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook group and every other group that you belong to. Okay, I will share the link once again so that those that would want to join can join in good time. Ukingoja ngoja basi space yote itaisha, alafu utaanza kusema tumekufungia nje. Sisi hatufungii mtu yeyote. Ni wewe ukichelewa kuingia basi ndio hivyo. Haya, Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Salama sana Penat.
Karibu karibu.
Asante, mambo ni moto moto, mambo ni hayo. Wenye kulia wacha walie, wenye kuamuka wacha tuendelee. Naona mjadala ya leo Penat, it is interesting. Topic ya leo, Kibak. Hii mtu na polisi aliwakosea nini? Is it because he was a deal? Ama lazima kuna kasoro. Hata sitaki kuendelea na hiyo mambo ya uniform, walitaka anyway, hiyo tuachie hapo. Wacha niingie Murang'a-Nyeri na Kalonzo LOITOKTOK Ford Kenya fight in Western. Nafikiri hiyo inatusaidia kwa sababu hii watu ya Kenya kwisha. Naona wamekuwa na mkutano Nyairuru, wanajaribu kuongea. Penat, miti imeteleza. So wanataka kufanya everything. Na nashukuru kwa sababu our excellency Raila Amolo Odinga wanamuita msee wa kitendawili. So nataka kuona siku ya handing over kama atamuita msee wa kitendawili ama atasema my brother Raila Amolo Odinga. Otherwise, wakati walikuwa na mkutano ya wamama na utuwekee, unaona wamama karibu wameng'ang'ania pesa mpaka karibu wananyongwa na magari. You know, hiyo peanuts unaenda kupeleka wamama statue alafu unawacha wanapigania pesa kidogo, hiyo ni aibu sana. Ya kwanza ni mkutano ya mama Murang'a, akashika mkutano ya maana, akapatia watu waulize maswali. I'm telling you the meeting was nice. Maswali yote wananchi waliuliza, alijibu na waliritika. Akafanya the same, akaenda Nyeri. Akaongea na wananchi, akawaambia pia waulize maswali. Hivyo ndio tunataka viongozi yetu wafanye. Na sahi naona tribute anasema Martha Karua na Raila, they have no record in Kenya. anasema Martha Karua hakuna kitu amefanya kwa hii nchi. She just come from the bush. How can somebody say Karua na Raila hawana track record? Former Minister of Justice, the people who make Kibaki government work. Anyway, wacha ambie wale vijana wenye amewasoea kupata 200 alafu wanampigia makofi wakienda, wanajua mahali ya kupiga kura. Sasa Muranga was well organized, Nyeri was well organized. Na those are the people wanapiga kura. Hii group ingine ya kukimbia, they don't have votes. Ile mkutano uliona ni ya kina mama, ya vijana wale wamekomaa, wase, watu wenye unajua ako na kura ataenda kupiga kura. Na Martha Karua nilifurahia, anasema watu walikimbia 4 years wakifikiria wamewin Central. Now they cannot sleep. They are saying at least every week lazima waende mountain. Wacha waende mpaka even the last day. But baba anaitwa baba Kalonzo huko LOITOKTOK, hiyo ni mzuri, amefanya kazi mzuri. Fort Kenya, Western na ANC. Sasa hii watu wanapigania nini? Walinunuliwa. Mwingine akanunuliwa, mwingine sosa. Mwenye shamba amekuja kupanda mahindi shamba yake. Unamwambia hapana, uniwachie. Anakuachia aje na alikulipa kitambo. They pay them. So Ruto ako na right kuweka MCA hata kwa village ya Mudavadi na village hii mtu ya Bungoma hata China inapotea, Watangula. So how will you complain? Na wewe ndio uliusa nchi yako, wewe ndio uliusa watu yako. So now councillors kwa sababu wako kula, huyu Palala alipatiwa pesa akanyamaza. Maybe they are shouting because they want more money. But otherwise kusema ati wapigane, wacha wapigane ndio Azimio wapate nafasi. Unajua saa ile Mungu amepanga. Halafu siku kwa nimesikia ule mama alikuwa na akiomba akisema Kenya kuisha. So wakati nilisikia mama nakumba hata mama anatoka Nyeri. So that was good. Kama ni Muluya angesema amenunua. Lakini huyo ni mama wa nyumba, ametoka huko nyumbani. Ile kitu wanasemanga kila siku ilikuja. So na alikaa sana. But anyway, wanasema hawa ndi wa Kristo. Sasa Mungu amewaonyesha nyinyi hiyo Biblia mnaweka juu na mnadanganyana. Pena tuacha niwachie watu wengine waese kuendelea nikisikia, kwa sababu at least niko na furaha, najua tuko na 60 something days. Lakini msisahau kutuambia maneno ya Chebukati. We are really serious. We want to know what is going on. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Waselina kwa utangulizi huu. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na tunasonga mbele. Nasema miti zimeteleza, ni kweli. And Jesus said that a house divided against itself, it cannot stand. So Kenya Kwanza in Western, as it has always been analyzed to me, I don't think they will have a chance when they begin to fight among themselves. And of course, the desperation of Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi is such that is do or die. If they don't get any seat in Western, they cannot get it any other place. And that means they will have no representation in parliament or otherwise. Na hiyo itakuwa kali sana. Haya, Brighton Juma, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Thank you so much, Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I'm very much glad for having given me this opportunity. Actually, to say one word or two. First, I would just like to lament on what Madam Sally has just concluded with, that the other guys are pretending to be too holy. And actually, I just wanted to remind my sister Sally. I don't know whether how to call her, my sister or my, because she is too older than me. I mean, that Jesus
Tunamuita
Christ.
Mama Selina. Tunamuita Mama Selina.
Oh, Mama Selena, thank you so much, Bernard. I wanted to tell her that Jesus Christ actually came for the sinners. He didn't came for the, the right people, right? And then again, if we go back to actually what is currently ongoing, like we can see the deputy president.
Bwana Juma. Hold
Yes,
on.
yes.
Nataka
Okay.
tusipoteze your point, okay?
Yes, yes.
How many sinners did Jesus make president?
Come on, let me start from there, Bernard. You see, in 2013, we had two individuals who were taken to the International Court of Crimes. They were candidates in 2013. That is President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, the deputy. During that time, these people were suspects because they had not been found guilty. They were just suspects. And through thick and thin, we went to elections. Kenyans supported them. We voted them in 2013 and 2017, right? In the eyes of men, these people were bad and they were sinners in the eyes of men. But because God was on their side, they actually walked out of the ICC and they're now free gentlemen. So if I want to relate this with what you've just asked me, Bernard, if I'm not wrong, these people were sinners and God made Uhuru Kenyatta to be the president. What is so difficult that can make God not make William Ruto the president?
If I was to give you just listen, I'll give you time.
Yes.
If I was to certify you for homiletic class, you would have got a 0.
Why would you give? I think you will not be fair to me.
Just listen.
Okay.
Now I'll give you a more serious one.
Yes.
Dr. Kayo is a senior preacher in this country and internationally, a Bible teacher.
Yes.
So
yes.
he says about marriage. He
Yes.
says many people say what God has put together, let no man put asunder. So he asks the question: how do you prove that it is actually God that put them together? Before we protest about putting asunder, can we prove that it's actually God that put them together?
You see, so, the moment you say that,
Goja, the question reverts back to you. The question reverts back to you with the history of the elections of this country, okay? And the latest revelations of the confessions of those that counted the votes. How do you prove that it was God that made these two to be president? Number one. Number two, Goja. Number two,
yes.
How better have we fared on under that leadership compared to previous governments? From there, ujitete. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, the first question you just asked that, how would I know that it is God that actually made them to be the president, right? Yes. So this is my answer. This is my answer.
Prove to
this is my answer. Okay. What I mean is this, Bernard. When these two gentlemen were campaigning, every now and again, wherever they used to go, these people loved God. Wherever they would actually, even if you look at the campaign song that they are using everywhere across the country, these people had put God first. If you see our competitors in 2013 and 2017, you would see them dancing Alikiba, oh, Mapenzi Yanaran Dunia, and so forth. So these people are people who are God-fearing. They actually feared God. Even at the last time, when these people were having the last rally, before they were elected, they had... Yes.
Brighton, goja kwanza. You know, you're talking to a pastor. Okay?
Okay, okay.
Not a pastor for yesterday. I've been
Thank you.
pastoring for 30 years.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
when you
Thank
have
you so
to
much.
begin to prove that somebody's God fearing and that, you need to come with more evidence, not prayers collected by. In this country, we hire people to pray for us. What are you talking about?
Definitely. Oh, thank you so much, Bernard. You know, first of all, it is very bad, according to the Bible, it is very bad to be judgmental. Do not judge others. So I think if we judge these people that they are not God-fearing, in the eyes of men, including me, they might be bad people according to us. But in the eyes of God himself, you see, they might be, in God's views or God's perspective, it's quite different from that of our own. So actually,
Bernard,
Brighton,
wacha
yes,
nimuulize. So when these people wanaita baba kitendawili, wanasema huyu mtu ya sijui ya nini, sasa
yes,
na hawa unasema ni watu wa Mungu, na hawa ndio
yes,
wanatusi watu. So how could that go? Kwa sababu Raila anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, lakini kumuita msee ya kitendawili, msee hana akili. Sasa utuambie hapo, Mungu anaingia hapo hawa namna gani?
thank you so much, Mama Selena. I just want to go directly to answer that, to answer your question in this way, Bernard, if you allow me. That you see, in the field of politics, this is actually a field that is quite different from the field of, you see, it's not like a church or, you know, a Christian union where people actually, you see, no, just give me time. Let me finish this, please.
I think we are deviating.
Yes.
And it's unnecessary. I wanted to ask you whether you are a Christian, okay? And
I'm a Christian.
One for that matter. If you are, then you know that not everybody is given leadership in the Bible.
Yes, yes, sure.
And before you are given leadership in the Bible, there are some tests you must pass.
Yes.
For example, in Acts chapter 6, okay?
Yes,
there was a problem with distribution of food to the widows. They did not say anybody go and help distribute food. They gave the criteria of the people. They must be men full of wisdom, full of Holy Ghost, men of integrity. Those are the ones charged with that responsibility. How do you want to hand over a 13 trillion economy to people with questionable character, and you say it is God that sent them? So are we preaching this and drinking the other? So let's be sober on this, with the understanding, with an understanding that if we relinquish the responsibility of judging the people we are putting in office, we are the ones to blame when things go wrong. You understand that?
I understand you well, Bernard.
The Bible does not tell us to judge. It says judge not, and they say you should judge yourself so that nobody judges you. So judging is our responsibility. And when it comes to public leadership, it is the duty of the people putting the people in office to take responsibility for the people they put in office. So if you say that the Bible says judge not, let everybody be a leader, just tell me, how has been the Jubilee performance? How has it helped the country compared to Kibaki performance and the Grand Coalition? Who scores the best in terms of helping Kenya move forward? For example, the new constitution coming into effect, that was Kenya moving forward. So I don't want us to debate on trivial things. Kama ni story ya Ukristo, William Ruto Mkristo #1 has misquoted all the Bible. I mean, of late, he stopped reading the Bible a long time ago. He doesn't know the difference between Romans and Isaiah. Of all books to confuse, Old Testament and New Testament, how do you confuse that? So, tuache maneno ya Ukristo, let's debate Kashagwa na uniform ya kina mama. Karua na DP Nyandarua Kalonzo. Tuachana maneno ya Kristo sahi. Na nimetoka kesha nikiongea namna hiyo, kwa hivyo
asante ndugu Bernard, umenigonga kichwa mahali lakini ni sawa tu. Sasa actually if I'm going to talk about actually Rigathi Gachagua making remarks on the police uniforms and police service reforms and the rest, I think you see, the Jubilee government is right now preparing to go home with less than 70 days on board. A new dawn is yet to come, where Azimio coalition is preparing, Azimio One Kenya coalition is preparing to come in, or Kenya Kwanza coalition. One of them might actually succeed in this race. So regarding Gachagua, as part of the Kenya Kwanza coalition, you see, we have the actually the things that we need. We think is not good in the current regime, that if we succeed in this race, we need to do reforms, or we need to check on. I don't think there is anything wrong if Rigathi Gachagua says that if Kenya Kwanza, if William Ruto actually succeeds in this race, their government will look into the will check on the salaries and the reforms that were done by the outgoing government. Number two, I think if we are talking about Martha Karua, Raila Gachagua factor in Mount Kenya, we should not pretend to be visitors in Jerusalem. I heard Madam Selena saying that ni kama miti imeteleza. It is not yet the way maybe she thought, because we have seen things are going, the way things are moving, or the direction that things have taken. Rigathi Gachagua is far much away from Martha Karua. You see, Martha Karua reigned previously in 2013, I think, and she managed to get only
Mr. Bernard, Buana, sorry to interject.
Just a minute.
Sorry to interject.
Kindly.
It's interjection.
Order,
Okay.
thank you. Now,
Brighton.
Hold on.
We don't want something you think.
Gizito, subiri, kuna nini? Gizito, what is it? You are interjecting.
I was just saying, when we are in this panel, we only have 58 days to election. Let us stop using people who think. You've been thinking for almost 10 years, 5 years, ever since you have 2 balls and you have been thinking all along your age up to the way you are. And you are still thinking, then the next year, you will come here and say, government's idea. My brother, wake up, shine your eyes. Stop thinking, talk of what you know. You are saying Mama Selena. Mama Selena is when an old person sit, whatever an old person sit and see, you cannot see when you are standing up. So when you are standing in the panel, in the podium like this, where everybody's listening to you, we better give you the platform to talk. You are telling us you think. Talk what you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Brighton, Ngoja, Brighton. There is, the reason you are missing the point is because you are not listening. So, Brighton, I want you to conclude in 1 minute, okay? And then you are claiming that Martha Karua ran and got 43,000 votes.
Yes, exactly.
How many did he get? Okay, he's a first-time MP. All right.
Yes,
he has only run in his constituency. So how are you comparing an MP to a presidential candidate that ran a presidential campaign throughout the country?
Oh, actually, the fact that Martha Karua ran for president and got 43,000 votes, and Rigathi Gachagua as well ran for is just a mere MP, as you're saying. I think Rigathi Gachagua got more than 43%, 43,000 votes that Martha Karua got when he ran for president.
These
And
are the people
actually,
there.
Brighton,
These young
yes.
men
Mama
are
Selina.
those people who get 500
No.
shillings and destroy their life. You need to sober up because you
Mama
have young
Selina,
people
ngoja.
like you.
It's
Yes,
okay,
Bernard,
Mama
what are
Selina.
we listening with this guy?
It's
Hii ni
okay,
watu
don't worry,
wanakuta
Mama.
wamenunuliwa wanaripika. What
Let
are
me
you telling
handle
us?
him. Allow me to handle him, Mama Selina. So, Brighton, are you aware that
Yes,
Mama
Bernard.
Karua has been Gishuki member of parliament for 20 years?
Actually, I am.
You are
I
aware?
am very much aware, yes.
And then you compare him to somebody who has been an MP for one term.
Actually, experience is the best. She has more experience than she's more experienced than Rigathi Gachagua as well.
Thank you for proceeding. We appreciate it. Let us leave it there. We move to the next person. Thank you very much.
No, my friend, you're not fair to me.
What to later, Eunice?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Eunice, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Eunice, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Click hapo kwanza ndio ukiongea tunasikia. Unmute kwanza, hatuwezi kusikia kama uja unmute. The crossed thing beside your name on the screen. Click on it once. Just relax, click on it once, it opens, then you see, like on my name, it doesn't have that cross thing. Sorry. Hey, Brimot Ann, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Karibu.
Habari zenu?
Tuko salama. Karibu.
Okay, mi nataka tu kuambia Brinton na asicheze na Martha Karua because he is a great woman, na kama angesikiza speech yake leo Murang'a, it has changed so many people mind today. Wacha hata hizo siku zingine, leo Murang'a kulikuwa fire. Kwa hivyo because yeye ako na speech yenye inalenga shida zenye wananchi wako nazo, anaongea every point yenye kila mtu ana understand. Compare na Gachagua, me am a Presbyterian, akicompare uniform ya police na mwanamke wa Women's Guild uniform. That is lack of respect ya mwanamke mwenye amejitolea kufanya kazi ya Mungu, na hiyo ni kitu imetuudhi sana leo sisi, kwanza wamama wa PCA. Hiyo imetuudhi kabisa leo. And what I told you Bernard, sisi tumetengeneza tumeunda kikundi inaitwa Mama Movement. Brinton asikie hapo vizuri sana. Mama Movement inasema namna gani? Kwenda grassroots kwa wanawake, we support mwanamke mwenzetu, tukiongea shida zenye zinatuhusu sisi wa mama, na vile tumeshatumiwa kwa muda mrefu kuwa stepping stone ya wanaume wafike kwenye wanataka kwa cheo za juu. Kwa hivyo Britain ajue tumechange. Ni vile tu sisi hatuoni tukipauka kwa hizo mikutano, but on the grassroots level kuna kazi inafanyika. Come 9 August ndivyo watajua wamama walikuwa wanafanya kitu on the grassroots level. Kwa hivyo ajue ukweli wa mambo. Hatuwezi tukalinganisha Martha Karua na Gachagua. Gachagua kazi yake imejieleza vizuri sana. He was one time my deal in Kiambu. Kwa hivyo Britain huwezi ukajua Gachagua vizuri kuliko mimi mwana Kiambu. When he was a deal, usiona kama niko katoto, nilimkuta na najua kazi yake ni kazi mbaya sana. Uliza watu wa Moro, who is Gachagua when he was IDO. Kwa hivyo kuja kumcompare na Martha Karua mwenye ametetea rights za watu for a long time akiwa ndani ya serikali na nje ya serikali, it is meaning you don't know her vizuri. Wewe ni kumsikia tu unamsikia. The other thing I can tell wananchi wetu wa Kenya, kuna wakati Mungu anafikanga pahali anasema huyu mtu wangu mmekuwa mkimchukia for nothing, na mimi nitawaonyesha vile mimi Mungu kufanya kazi. Martha Karua alikuja akatuomba kula kuwa president, tukamkataa. Raila akakuja akatuomba kula, tukamkataa. Can people they are not seeing the way God is doing his work? Amewaleta wote wawili sasa ili wakuje Mungu awalete to erect. Sahi we are Martha Karua, Raila, they are not struggling. Ingia kwa roho zetu, sisi tunajisemea sasa tutawachagua. Mungu ameleta hiyo, ametuweka hiyo upendo so that aonyeshane hiyo siku mmekuwa mmewakataa, ile kazi nilikuwa nataka wawafanyie ni this time na watashinda. The other thing I could say, niambia watu wa Kenya, Kenya yetu, and here Bernard, I'm not fighting pastors or bishops, but Kenya yetu imefika, the church is not doing their work. Kila wakati tukiamuka asubuhi kwa mitandao, prophecy, zingine sijui zimetoka wapi. Let me tell you, if God send you a prophecy through Bishop Fufurani, he must give you a sign. Wewe unaletewa, you will have a sign, you will have a feeling. There is something coming, so that you are connected wewe and the mwenye ataleta that prophecy. Hizi prophecies za kusema sijui tumekuwa tukizisikia Raila atafikisha 2022, si amefikisha already? Is that not hazikuwa prophecies za uongo? What the church is doing for now, I'm a Christian, I'm a Presbyterian, but I'm asking what the church is doing. Kama kunaweza kuwa bishop aseme saa hii anasimama kwa congregation anasema ati Raila is too late kuja kwa Mungu. Which book, kitabu gani ilikuwa imeandikwa hivyo? Of which I know, hata mimi nahubiri. Ninajua tu kuja kwa Mungu. Hata ile second tu ameingia kwa roho yako, there is no too late. Kwa hivyo, mambo hii ya kusema ati kuamini Mungu, kuna wimbo inaimbangwa kwa Kikuyu, sio tu mikono kuinua juu. Mungu anataka ile mikono misafi yenye inamfanyia kazi. Hii mambo ya kwa tuambiwa ati so and so anaamini Mungu, so and so anaamini Mungu. God is the one only person who knows your heart vile unamwamini. Kwa hivyo walikuja wakasema Martha Karua hajaamini. Leo tumemwona Muranga akiongoza kegosho. What are people they are telling us? It is between me and my God. Don't tell me ati kila siku ukiniona kwa barabara unasema mimi sijaamini Mungu. Hiyo mambo wakome, hiyo ni siasa zenye zilipitwa na wakati. Let us focus, tusikize speech ya mtu. Ni nini anaambia wa Kenya? Leo wamejibu vizuri sana kwa watu wa Muranga. Mambo ya health community workers wenye wamejitolea. Aliulizwa mazari na akajibu. Akaulizwa mambo ya madawa hospitalini, akajibu. This Gachagua hana mambo mengine anaweza tuambia. In Nyeri, kuna wakati I think last year, November niliraswa hospitali Nyeri. I have seen Nyeri vile wamekuwa they are suffering. Na huku nje mnaambia hospitali iko na madawa, iko na kila kitu, na hakuna ukweli wanaambia watu. Aweza kaingia huko kwa hospitali awaambie, leo nimeona huko hakuna madawa, nimeona line ni kubwa sana huku, tutaongeza madaktari hapa. Ile kitu tu anaona ya maana ni kuja kusema mambo ya uniform. By the way, wacha nimwambie na asikize vizuri kama anasikiza ama watu wake. That uniform is very beautiful kwa ofisa wetu. Wacha ile ya kitambo ilikuwa inafanana kama msitu. Hivyo Bernard, waache tuchangie beti zetu vizuri bila kuletoa wasting of time and bundles. So we are focusing Kenya ya kesho after 9th August. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, and we appreciate it. That is a good response, and we are glad that The mama movement is catching up, and it's important. Tusikubali tu kwa sababu tumeambiwa, alafu politics ya kutuambia fulani ni mbaya na fulani ni mzuri. Sisi tunatafuta uongozi wa Kenya. Hatutafuti bishop, hatutafuti reverend, hatutafuti head of denomination, tunatafuta president wa Kenya. Na Kenya, as much as the majority of Kenyans are Christians, we are not in a Christian state. We are not a Christian state. We are a civilian state. Ambapo wewe ukiwa president, hata mimi nikifanyika president, huo president wangu lazima nitetee Waislamu, nitetee dini msambwa ya kwetu, nitetee wale watu hata wanaabudu shetani, kwa sababu hiyo ndio jukumu langu. So wewe huwezi kusema eti fulani ni Mkristo ni mzuri, anaweza kuwa rais mzuri, na mwingine sio Mkristo hawezi kuwa rais mzuri. Leadership, national leadership is more than Christian conviction and Christian salvation. So you must differentiate the two. Hao watu wanatumia dini ni kwa sababu wamekosa cha kuambia Wakenya, ndio wameanza to drag religion into their politics, and they want to think that kwa sababu unakimbiza sadaka kanisani hiyo inakufanya Mkristo. Anania na Safira walipeleka sadaka kanisani na wakakufa kwa kupeleka sadaka. So sio story ya kupeleka sadaka peke yake. Tusibebwe wajinga kama Wakenya. Let's analyze these people keenly and be able to weigh them correctly. Na kitu kibaya sana ni kutumia kanisa ama kutumia Mungu kuhadaa watu. God doesn't take that lightly. You rather just be a thief na ijulikane wewe ni mwizi na unaibia watu, kuliko kutumia Mungu kudanganya watu ili uwaibie. That in my school of thought, it doesn't add up. And so we should watch those kind of people. Kama mtu anaweza kutumia Mungu, atashindwaje kutumia watu? Atashindwaje kutumia kila kitu? So if he cannot fear God enough to an extent that he fears he will not use him for his personal gain, he's so at ease using God to do evil, that is a dangerous person. Kwa sababu akikosea utampeleka wapi? Kwa sababu amemzidi Mungu tayari. So you can't report him to God. He's a man of himself. Beware Kenyans. Eric, karibu tafadhali, na tuchunge sasa muda, dakika mbili tatu tumalize mkururo. Eric, you unmute. The mic is on the screen. You unmute on the screen. Kando ya jina yako. Yes. Yeah. Good. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Wamejifalia ngozi ya kondoo, kule ndani ni umbwa mwitu, kule ndani ni umbwa mwitu. Kwanza na washukuru kwa nafasi. Nilikuwa napita hapa nikaona maneno yanazungumzwa hapa yakanikuza, nikaona hebu niingie hapa nisikise nami nichangie mawili matatu, na kwa bahati mzuri mmenipea nafasi. Nashukuru kwa yale nitakayoongea. Haja Mungu anisaidie niongee maneno ambayo yanasaidia nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu venye tuko hivi tunajiriria sisi na nchi yetu ikipotea tumepotea na sisi. Ikiwa mtu unafungua mdomo wako chenye unaongea, juu unaongea kuhusu wewe na maisha yako na maisha ya watoto wako na maisha ya wajukuu wako na maisha ya wazazi wako, ndugu zako na madada zako ambao Kenya imebeba. Ikiwa tutamake one big mistake kwa uchaguzi, tutalilia na kusaga meno miaka 5, na sisi hapa ndo tunaumia. Na Mungu mwenyewe ndiye anachagua kiongozi. Nakumbuka nikisoma historia ya wana wa Israeli, jinsi Mungu aliwatoa pale Misri, alipowaleta hapa sasa, jinsi alipoanza kuchagua viongozi. Kuna wale watu walikuwa wanajiwekea kiongozi kiubabe, Mungu anawaua, lakini Mungu anahakikisha ule mwenye anataka awe kiongozi amefanya nini? Amekuwa kiongozi. Nisiende nje ya topic kwa sababu muda ni mchache nimepewa. Nimemkosoa sana hapo. Sijui alikuwa anaitwa Brighton, sijui nani, na ninashangaa. Yaani anaongea, yaani sijui sasa anajua chenye anaongea ama anafikiria ndiye anaongea. So kwa kitu ya kwanza, wapenzi watazamaji na ambaye mko hapa, tusi make mistake. Uwezi kuambia number one Iron Lady na Gachagua. Mimi si Mkikuyu, lakini nikifuata historia ya Gachagua akiwa dio, yale maneno alifanya enzi za Moi, ambaye anajua na ule mwenye alishuhudia atakwambia Gachagua ni nani. Sasa mtu ukipewa mic tu ongea ama salamia wananchi, unaongea matope, na ukikanyagia kile kitu ukalie sasa chenye power, utafanya nini? Kama kuongea tu ni matope. Sika mic ndio hii, pea watu agenda, anaongea matope, si mara moja, si mara mbili, si mara tatu. Angalia hiyo speech ya huyo mama, fenye anatoa speech yake, fenye anajua kuomba kura kwa mwananchi kwa upole, si kwa ukali, si kwa kupiga kifua, si kwa kutoa pesa kuonga watu 500. Yeye anakuja tu. Angalia fenye amebadilisha Mount Kenya. Kutoka nyuma Raila alikuwa anapata kura 300,000 peke yake Mount Kenya yote. Hebu sasa hii angalia mikutano inafanywa ya Raila katika Mount Kenya, uhesabu hiyo hao watu wanakuja kuhudhuria bila kulipwa. Wacha hao wenye wanalipwa wanakuja wengi na juu wamekuja kulipwa. Wapendwa, nchi yetu ya Kenya iko hali hatari, na sisi sasa ndio Mungu atakayetumika tuokoe nchi yetu kwa kufanya uchaguzi ambao unafaa. Mimi simchukii Ruto, simchukii Gachagua, lakini angalia jinsi wanavyoendesha kile kikundi yao na uongozi wao. Angalia jinsi wanapojaribu kuonga watu ndio wajae kwa mkutano. Angalia na Martha Karua venye anafanya campaign. Angalia matamshi. Unajua ukitaka kujua mtu hata kama umjui, hujawahi muona, angalia venye anaongea, venye atambuka. Tuokoe nchi yetu. Angalia ile mkutano alifanyika juzi. Bishop mzima anajaribu kuconfuse Mungu kuomba mpaka Roho Mtakatifu anakataa. Badala aseme Kenya kwanza, anasema Kenya kuisha. You cannot confuse the Holy Spirit. You cannot force God to do something. You cannot. The thunder can strike you immediately. Even if you are a bishop, you are a archbishop, does not matter. Angalia jinsi mambo yanaenda. Tuokoe nchi yetu ya Kenya. Sijui kama muda wangu umeisha, mmepaki. Speaker.
Malizia.
Asante. Alafu tuangalie sasa jinsi hizi kampeni zinaendeshwa. Angalia ndio huyu mwingine amejitokeza, anaitwa Wakoyo sijui nani, anasema tuharalize bangi. Yaani angalia jinsi dunia, jinsi shetani anatuma watu kutoka mistuni wakuje kupotosha nchi kama Kenya ambaye inamwabudu Mungu. Ukiharalisha bangi Kenya tumepaki kweli. Tuko na watoto, tuko na vijana, machokora, tuko Mungu wangu. Wacha Mungu atusaidie. Angalia jinsi mtu anauza sera zake. Angalia mtu jinsi anavyotumia matusi. Sasa unashinda matusi ndio inatoa kura ya mwananchi kwa mfuko. Mimi nimekuja mtu mzima, nimetoka kwangu, askofu mzima ama pastor mzima ama mtu, nimekuja kusikiza ujumbe wako nione kama nitakupigia kura. Unaanza kuniletea matusi ya mtu mwingine. Bata unipe agenda yako chenye umebeba, chenye unakuja kufanyia Mkenya. Nifanye nini? Nili nione kama hii kura na kupea itaniokoa. Ni matusi. Juzi Raila amesema ya kwamba katika ile manifesto nimekuoti hapa, amesema mambo na mitumba, amesema watafungua maindustry hapa, watu waanze kujitengenezea manguo hapa. Wameogeuka, wamesema anataka kufunga mitumba. Sasa yani unataka kuona kama Wakenya ni wajinga, unapatiza narrative. Patara wewe utupee yako useme okay, kama Raila atafunga mitumba, mimi sasa nitafungua maindustry. Yani tujiangalie vizuri hata mfenye. Yani okay, Wakenya, unajua Wakenya, Mungu alisaidia Wakenya na hekima. Mungu alitusaidia na hekima. Nikimalizia hili mara ya mwisho, Nikimalisha hii mara ya mwisho, kwa kusema kweli, kila mtu akuna huduma tofauti. Kuna Pastor Bernard, mwingine hapa ni bishop, mwingine ni mwinjilisti, mwingine ni mshirika, lakini Mungu amepea kila mtu hekima yake, na Mungu kumbuka, anazungumza kwa watu wake kwa vision na dream. Wakati Nathan alizungumziwa kwamba maneno ya ufalme wa Israeli, anapopeleka ujumbe pale, Nathan alitumwa akafikisha ujumbe. Kuna wenye walipinga, lakini chenye Mungu alikuwa anataka kifanyike kilifanyika, na chenye Mungu ameamua kifanyike Kenya kitafanyika, kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya tunamwogopa Mungu. Hiyo ndio kitu ya maana. Hata kama ni mwenye dhambi Mkenya anajua anaogopa Mungu. Si wote tumekamilika mbele za Bwana, lakini tunaogopa Mungu. Wapendwa, wewe ambaye Mungu amekufungua macho, umeona 1 2 3, jaribu kueleza ule mwenye hajafunguka aone, ili wote tufunguke. Tuombe huyu Brighton. Nimemaliza, barikiwa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Eric, we appreciate it, na we thank God for the appeal and commitment. Kile tunaomba tu kama vile umeomba, kila Mkenya macho yake ifunguke, aelewe jukumu tulilo nalo. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ni jukumu la kuamua maisha tutakayoishi miaka 5. Usijaribu kutumia ile clause inasema you will recall your member of parliament. Au utaweza kumrecall ukishamuingiza ndani. Kwa hivyo saa hii weka kwa msasa, chagua kulingana na vile uko convicted. This is where the future is. Nafikiria tutafanya show hapa ya unabii. I will even bring my bishops. Tuchambue story ya unabii, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao wanataka kutumia unabii kuterrorize wa Kenya kwamba Mungu amesema. Mungu amesema, Mungu amesema, Mungu amechagua. Wakati Mungu alichagua Daudi kuwa mfalme wa Israel, hakuna mtu alimshabikia, hakuna nabii alikuja kumshabikia, lakini nabii alipofika kwa compound, watu wote wakakuja wakasimama, akasema hayuko kati ya hawa. Wakasimama, nenda mlete. Hakuna mtu alisema lazima awe huyu, kwa sababu nabii alisema. Ni Mungu alienda kumchukua huko nyuma ya wilderness, akamleta na akampaka mafuta. Hii story ya kusaidia Mungu kupitia kura kwa sababu nabii amesema, wewe uone ina dosari tayari. Kwa sababu kama ni Mungu, Mungu ataweka huyo mtu mioyoni mwa Wakenya. Wakenya watamshabikia, watafightia for him because it is God. But if you have to fight for yourself because you are prophesied over, that prophecy is fake from the word go. Now Aluma anasema tutoe sadaka kwa sababu injili imepanda hapa, na tutaanza kutoa sadaka sasa hivi. Kwa hivyo tukiendelea na show, unaendelea kutoa sadaka. Sawa sawa? Na ukikwazwa na story ya sadaka, shauri yako. Kwa sababu si hatujajiita kwa mapasta 1 2, and this is a free channel, public channel. Unakuja hapa unaongea, Wakenya wanakusikiliza. So your sadaka is part of your contribution. My colleague here, Makadi, amesema I should get hardship allowance. So tuma sadaka ukiguswa. Sawa sawa? Kama hujaguswa achana nayo. Thank you. Kizito, chukua jukumu, endelea tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody in the panel. If I may start from where you've just left, that sadaka should be there, because I've come to realize for the last 2-3 days, even you knew I even contacted you in your private chats, because when you are not there, things are going haywire, which means whatever you're doing here is very much important. The only problem is that all our sadaka we give should be private. When I feel like giving you a private, let it be private, because sadaka hata ukienda kuweka kwa ile basket inakuwa private. But when we promise you till you know that, okay, we are going to give and we don't give. As a human being, even you, your heart, you are also a human being, despite the fact you are a pastor. Just allow me to say the truth. The only problem I have, me, I'm somebody, I have my family of almost 10 women, 10 children. So all of them, I always tell them that it's better tell the truth. When I go to this woman, I'm having this woman, I have this woman. So I need to be truthful. I don't want to go like this, like this. Thank you for your understanding. Now, secondly, I wanted to say, I just want to take only 3 minutes. I wanted to say, right now, before when we started this channel, Bernard, you know, we started this channel a long time ago, and we have been here every day. Despite we don't come online, we are even in the comment section, but we always try to be true to ourselves. The only problem we want to say, everybody who is joining, whether you are new or you are old person here, you have to understand and know how the channel is going on. Not to come with your propaganda and to say anything of propaganda. For example, I like this guy who just talked, he's called Eric or what. Whether you are Mnabi, I'm not a pastor. Me, I drink alcohol. I go to church. I'm a Catholic. I go to church, but I drink alcohol in my free time. But what I know, anybody who is chosen with God, even if you are walking on the street, people will value you. People will see the difference. You will not have to go to the podium to talk that you policeman, let us change the clothes. When you don't, when you talk like that, people will not feel it. Like you, Bernard, when you talk here, just one word from the scripture, people take it in their heart because it's God given. It's something you are born with. That's why we take all the preachers. They are not the same. We have the preachers that me, I just want money. I'm going to start my church. I have money. I can start my church. I go preach. Sorry, I never intended to go out of the topic, but it's paining me. What I wanted to ask here in this panel, we started this program long time ago, and I would like to ask each and everybody, the only thing now is remaining for us before I enter into the topic. Let us use our own mentality, our own powers to lure, to mobilize people, to advocate from the party. I'm saying the party because I don't want to mention the exact party I am in. Me, I'm Azimio. When you are in Uda, when you are in Jakoya, just go to them. But now we have only 58 days. Let us go door to door, use the powers you have, use the resources you have. If I have 5 people, and I know even 5 people, and they can do me that work, I will pay them to go and do them, because me, as Asimio, because I'm Asimio Damu, I need not Baba to tell me that help me do it. I will do it, because what we need is numbers and votes, and real votes. Not to give everybody money to go and shout in the market. That one will not help us. To give the person who have got real voter card, and you know where he's going to vote in. Because if I meet you in Nairobi, I give you money, you say, I'm Asimio, I'm going to vote, but you are voting in Kakamega, and the day of voting, you don't even have fare to go to Kakamega. What will I do? Or you are in Nairobi, and the day of voting is when you are going for your holiday in Kakamega. Let us be the agents of what we are fighting here. Instead of coming to the live panel, we shout, we say, oh, the numbers are good, the numbers, and you yourself, you are not even advocating, you are not even doing anything. Let us, each and everybody, like people who are watching now, we are over 400. If 400 people, you get even 5 people. I don't have money because I work too hard to get my money. But these 500 people, if one person approach me to give even one person approach me to give him just a little help, I will give that resource to go and help him to mobilize somebody. And that thing I'm going to give. The only thing, because I work too hard, Bernard, we have our WhatsApp group. Let it be in that WhatsApp group so that we see it is open. That is the only where I stay. We like transparency more than anything. Even if I give you 10 shillings, I would like to know what you did with these 10 shillings. If you are my worker, I will give you that 10 shillings. I know this 10 shillings you are paying your host, you are doing this. I know, so that I know I'm underpaying you or I'm overpaying you. Not that you go, you don't know, because we deal in transparency. Sorry for entering, that is too much private. But what I wanted to say, my brothers and sisters, Martha Karua is doing a wonderful work. Gachagua is just spoiling Kenya. Let us stop being a Kenyan, whereby we go for the bad, then the next day we come and say government's idea. Why? Like this guy who was here, is the person praising Gachagua, maybe he doesn't, he can be a Kikuyu, sorry to use the name, but he doesn't even know Gachagua. He was born in 1999. It's ni rika ya mtoto wangu, firstborn. He never knew how Gachagua worked before. But because Gachagua has sophisticated his mind with nonsense, is coming here in the panel because you have one small bundles to come and confiscate our mind with my brothers. Sorry, I never wanted to be annoyed in the panel. I always like to be in the comment section. I don't want you
Please
continue. I'm just there.
Kizito, there is one clarification you must make. DPP is saying, how can you have 10 wives with 10 children? So clarify, please.
I have, because in the Bible, Bernard, you are a man of God. A wife is not only the person you are sleeping with. It's only that people translate it in another way. That if you say my wife, even when I was young, my auntie used to call me my husband. She never meant that I'm a husband real. I can be having only one wife. I have my one wife and 2 children, but I have wives that I'm helping. There are so many people I'm helping. That is what I meant.
Wewe Kizito, inaonekana uko na mafumbo mengi sana. Lakini
because I'm old. The older I am,
what we are saying is this. What we are saying is in your opening remarks, you talk about your honesty and the way you deal with your family. And with your own words, you said you have 10 wives, and then you said you have 10 children. So people are asking you clarify, is it 10 children or 10 wives? That's all. Not mambo ingine, tafadhali tusonge mbele.
It's what I'm clarifying. I have one wife.
Just say the facts.
I have one wife, 2 children, but I have so many wives. They call me husband, but I don't sleep with them. Sorry to use the big word. Kizungu kubwa. I don't. But I'm taking care of them.
Okay, thank you.
Like right now, if I meet Selena, Mama Selena, she asks, you are like my husband. I say, oh, no problem. Thanks for giving him that priority. Okay. What is the problem? Hey, if you have a problem, I come in. I don't mean that is my wife. I don't mean that is my wife, real wife. It's only me. We as Luo men,
Yes.
where the way we take wives is different like other tribes. Thank you.
Naona umepiga debe sana, lakini tunashukuru sana Kizito. Thank you so much for your honesty and transparency, and you're helping us keep the focus. I want to address something on the comment section. Tumlete Julia kwanza, kina ndugu mtangoja kwanza. It's a women's world, and we must give them the...
if you bring Julia, we run away from this panel.
Ukitaka kurudi kwa comments, enda kwa comments. Comment section kuna nani huyu David Olo, wewe ni mshirika wetu wa miaka mingi. Tafadhali keep off that conversation about banki and God. Those are two areas that you don't mix. One and two, just let's focus on the politics. This is a political show. When we come for the spiritual show, we'll do that. We are only talking about spirituality on this show because our politicians have dragged spirituality into their politics. But what I want is let's avoid using statements that can lead to blasphemy or put you into wrong books or lead people in a wrong way. Okay? So statements like ukivuta bangi utaelewa Biblia deeply. Yo tafadhali Banolo, I don't want to block you. Tafadhali, let's just keep within the lane. Let's play our roles right and do what is good for Kenya. The reason we stay awake on this channel is because we want a better Kenya, not because we want somebody to score, another one not to score. We want a better Kenya, and it's our duty to see to it that that happens, and that can only happen through the leadership we have. There is a special show I ran on this platform. The conversation we had with Bishop Adoyo. Bishop Adoyo is the founder of CITAM. Those of you that are CITAM members. He's an old man, he's a retired bishop. And in fact, next week we'll be going for another show now. That one will be discussing politics. And he was telling us how CITAM came about. And he said that their target was to target leaders so that leaders can influence their downline. And so he said if they impact their leaders will be able to see to it that the downline is affected rightly. Now, I believe in that. If we elect bad leaders, the society will go bad. If we elect good and right leaders, the society will go right. We can't change the society from the bottom. We can only change it from the head. Train haigeukange na nyuma, train inageukanga na mbele. Tusidanganyane na hii historia ya tuanzie hapa chini sijui tufanye nini na nini. Let us all agree. If the head is rotten, the whole body is rotten. You can't tell me that the tail will correct the head. It is not naturally viable. It's not supernaturally viable. It's not scriptural. So let's not drag ourselves into things that don't even work in their own house. Because okay. Sitaki kukasirika pia. Okay. Lakini kwa William Ruto ningependa aniambie kwa nyumba yake mtoto wa mwisho ndiye anaamua alafu yeye na Rachel wanafuata, ama hao bado ndio wanaamua alafu watoto wanafuata. Kabla tukubali bottom up, okay? That's the last born son or last born child of the Rutos, okay? Determine where the family goes, or it is Deputy President Ruto and the wife that lead that family. If we can agree that bottom up is working in his house, then let it work in Kenya. But if it doesn't work in his house, tusisumbuane kwa masuala ambayo ni rahisi kama haya. Go to vote and make sure you're voting right. And when you vote right, make sure you're voting for a person you can stick your neck for. You can stand and say, I am happy I voted for this person because I believe in the person. Kumbuka, kabla ya sera ni tabia. Tabia ya mtu, sera za mtu haziwezi kubadilisha tabia, lakini tabia inaweza kubadilisha sera. Kwa hivyo, kama unavotia tabia mbaya, kumbuka tu, sera haziwezi kumbadilisha, tabia ndio itaamua vile ofisi itakuwa. Sio sera, ni tabia ya huyo mtu. You put a wrong person in office, wrong will begin to happen in that office. Naomba tumlete Julia na wale wanatoa sadaka, endeleeni kutoa sadaka. Thank you.
Asante Bernard. How are you, Bernard?
I'm good. I've had a busy weekend.
Okay, naona. Selina, Kizito, King David, DJ, Peter, Makua, and Miss Anna wasalimia wote. I just want to talk a few things, or just one thing, Bernard, just to talk about what you have talked about church. Na nimesikia Anna aliongea sana, akasema yeye ni Presbyterian. And it is really painful to look at what is happening to church in Kenya, Bernard. And I really, naona wewe uko na kazi ngumu. Hata you may not have washirika sana, Bernard, in the near future. Kwa sababu wale wanajiita wa Kristo Kenya, wameharibu kanisa. So hata wenye wanatamani kuingia kwa kanisa, I think wakiangalia wenye wanajiita wa Kristo, wataona hakuna haja. Na it is so bad. Kama mliona hiyo picha huyo mama mwenye alikuwa anaongea jana, mliona hiyo alikuwa anajaribu ku excite members. Na alikuwa anasema sijui anakataa nini ishindwe, na people were cheering. And then unfortunately Bernard, she's a senior woman in the church. They were calling her evangelist somebody. I think she's a very senior woman. Alisema alipigiwa simu saa 7 ya usiku aende akaombee Ruto, alisema hivyo. And she was making declarations there. And unfortunately, you know, I think Bernard, you understand the word of God that says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. That is why she said Kenya kuisha. Because she doesn't believe in what she was saying. She was called, alikuwa kibarua. Alienda hapo kwa sababu ya mshahara. Lakini in her heart, she didn't believe in what she was saying. Na kama mungeangalia body language ya deputy president na bibi yake, hata Waiguru, walijua tu, this one is just a joke we are doing here. Ni kama drama. It's like a drama they are doing. And unfortunately, Kenyans can see. Even Kenyans who are not in the house of God. Wanaona wako na macho. They don't need to be preached. They see us. You can't tell people about God if you don't act God-like. You can't tell people about Christ if you don't act Christ. It's a waste of time. It is only your actions that can speak to people about God. It is not your mouth. It is not how much you shout. Mimi nataka kuambia kanisa la Kenya, I think you are really mistaken. Na after, I'm sorry, let me talk about America. After coming to America, I realized that kuna Wakenya wengi, sana, Bernard, forgive me because you are Pentecostal. I'm also Pentecostal. Kuna Wakenya wengi, especially when you are Pentecostal churches, they will be so surprised wakifika binguni to see the people wataona binguni. They may have seen Muslims in heaven, because God doesn't judge people the way we judge people. You need to understand this. Because now I see those people who are following DP Ruto really think they are very close to heaven than others. Wanafikiria they are just about to shake the hands of Jesus. They have spent their time judging people and posing to be holy of holies and blaspheming the name of God and bringing those who have defiled themselves in the altar of God. That is very wrong. Wanawaleta makanisani, wanawaleta on the altar, they defile the altar of God, na wanasema Bwana asifiwe. That is why KKA politicians, every meeting they go, ni Bwana asifiwe. I really wonder ni Bwana gani wanasifu. Now I'm beginning to think, Bernard, there's a different God wanasifu. Because look at their actions, look at their behavior. Now, because of this, if you really are Christian like me, I have no problem. Those who are not Christians is okay. This one is a free TV, is a free Kenya. There's freedom for worship, and we're not going to be judging you because of your religion. Your relationship is God. If God is between you and Him, but those who profess the faith of Christianity and really think they understand the word of God, nitaka kuambia, angalia people na mitendo yao, look at their actions, and then you can tell whether they are close to God. Now, I'll search for the word, Bernard, allow me to read. Nikapata 2 words. One is Galatians 6:7. Now, be not be deceived, For God is not mocked. For whatever a man soweth is what he shall reap. Ukitenda dhambi, you reap from those sins. If you kill people, if you steal from the government, if you steal from innocent Kenyans, you're going to reap for what you sow. And the Bible also says in the book of Proverbs, Proverbs 6:16 to 19, nataka nikisoma hili neno, nataka muangalie hao viongozi. And you can tell me whom I'm describing. So that next time wakikuja mbele yako kuambia Bwana asifue, don't listen to that, don't pay attention. Look at their actions. Look at the things they have done in this country. Mimi, I think Kenyans, you are not blind. You are not crazy. You are not stupid. Hata Ruto mwenye anasema wajinga walishanga Kenya. Muangalie kwa mitendo yao. The Bible says those who are calling themselves Christians, those who think others don't know God, na wanafikiri ndio wanajua Mungu kuliko wale wengine. I want to tell you this. I was very embarrassed when I saw that meeting yesterday, and even when that woman said Kenya kwisha, it is because God could not allow her to go on blaspheming his name. And the Bible says in the book of Proverbs 6:16, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush to evil, a false witness who pours out lies, a person who stirs out conflict in the community. Muniambia ni nani nimedescribe hapa? You can tell me. You can list several of them in Kenya Kwanza. In fact, I want to agree with Sifuna. Alisema Kenya Kwanza ni kama charge sheet. Yani ukitaka charge sheet ya mashtaka utapata watu hapo. And yet nyinyi watu mnakuja hapa kutuambia maneno ya Mungu. Please don't do it. Talk about your policies. Talk about how much money you are going to steal from us through bottom ups. Tudanganyeni tu maneno ya bottoms up, tudanganyeni tu maneno ingine, tudanganyeni tu maneno ya kubadilisha uniform ya polisi, tudanganyeni tu maneno ya kununulia mama sijui ni diapers ama ni pads, whatever you want to buy for them, tudanganyeni tu. But please don't blaspheme the name of God, because we can see the things you are doing, and the things you are doing are not Christ-like. So we refuse to be fooled. And Kenyans, let me tell you, the fact that when Mkatholiki na mimi ni Pentecostal does not mean where you are very far from God and are very close to God. That's a lie. The fact that we are a Presbyterian, na mimi, I'm born again, heavenly bound. I walk around born again, heavenly bound, devil chasing, spirit filled, fire breathing. Na nimewekwa ndani ya maji mingi. Na wewe hujawekwa ndani ya maji mingi does not mean I'm very close to God and we are very far from God. Don't be lied to Kenyans. And those who are going around lying to people that they are very close to God, don't. God will punish you because he can see the things you are doing. Nyinyi wachungaji, munalala Karen, mukiendea pesa, God can see it and God is cleaning his altar. Because sisi wenye tunaogopa Mungu, we are praying day and night for this country, and we are praying that God may raise a God-fearing nation of people who worship him in truth and in spirit. Si watu wanaamka wanalala Karen kuendea pesa. So Kenyans, do not be deceived. Na wenye wanafikiri wanatudanganya na Bwana asifue, we also trust the same God, whether tuko Katholiki, whether tuko Seventh Day, whether tuko wherever we are, we trust the same God and he hears us tukimwabudu. So Kenyans, do not be intimidated by these things. Bwana asifue. Mungu anawaona. Na wenye wanaombea nchi yetu kama mimi, let us pray day and night. At least God will remember. Mungu aliambia Elijah. Elijah was very sad and was saying nataka kufa because he's the only prophet in Israel. Mungu akamwambia, I have thousands and thousands of you in Israel. So I want to tell you Kenyans, we are thousands and thousands of us praying day and night for this dear country of us. Na Mungu anasikia maombi yetu. And God is raising a generation in Kenya that will worship him in truth and in spirit. And God is also, because sababu ya mambo yetu, God is raising men and women who will transform the economy of Kenya, who will change this country. Kwa hivyo, don't be intimidated. That was my message, Bernard. Msiwasikize, tunaombea nchi yetu. Tuko gangari. Wachana wao waende kuhadaa watu, wakifikiri wanahadaa Mungu, but they cannot lie to God. Asante, Bernard. Bernard, do commute.
Good. Thank you, Julia. That is a strong one and very clear. I believe everybody understands that well. And just to throw in one or two things before we move forward is the church has changed very much of late in terms of playing politics at the expense of upholding right standards. The church of the past and the church for today are very different, especially with the bishops for hire and the pastors for hire that can be bought by politicians to go and justify the wrong moves that politicians have made. After you allow yourself to be bought by a politician, you are gone as far as pastorship is concerned or being man of God. You can't serve two masters. You can only serve one master at a time. So the moment you make the politician your master, you have changed masters. God is no longer your master. And so you will do the beatings of your politician at the expense of what God has called you to do. So let's not mix the two things. Let's understand everything and follow what is right. And one thing I'm sure of, Kenya know what is right. Those who go to church, those who don't go to church, those who go to the mosque, those who pray, those who don't pray, they know what is right and what is right for this country. I don't think kuna Mkenya ambaye atachanganyikiwa na haya masuala. Hiyo story ya kusema ati huyu mwizi ni mzuri akiiba anatuleteanga. Hiyo ni propaganda ambayo inaongozwa na watu wenye akili mdogo, okay? Na tuwezi ruhusu akili mdogo itawale akili kubwa, kwa sababu akili mdogo ikitawala akili kubwa ndio inasafa, kwa sababu the space will be limited. Hawatazunguka vile akili itazunguka haraka vile inapaswa kuzunguka. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu turuhusu ukweli utawale. Na huo ukweli ni kwamba mtu anaweza kutumia Mungu, kutumia Biblia, kutumia watu wa Mungu kuendeleza maovu. So Bwana asifiwe is not enough to tell us that you're godly. Where is your tolerance? Where is your humility? Where is your ability to forgive? How many people have you let go that have hurt you? Where are the marks of Christ in your life? Sio tu Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe ni ya nini? Kama haina backup ile ya tabia yako. It appears to me Raila is more a Christian than all these Bwana asifiwe people. He has worked with everybody that has hurt him, and those people hurt him deeply. He has been able to shake hands with them and be able to work with them and forgive the past. Lakini wewe huwezi kusamehe mtu kwa sababu alikwambia miaka 10. You are angry that somebody is campaigning. Okay, sitaki kuingia kwa siasa, wacha tuendeleze debate. Tutaenda commercial kidogo, tunarudi. Naomba hivi, there are two videos I want to play first, then we bring in King David tukiendelea mbele. Cha muhimu, hakikisha unakaribisha mtu. Tuko karibu kugonga hiyo 1000. Please, let's keep inviting. Keep sharing that link. Let's cross over that 1000 views as we move forward. Don't relent. It is time for us to face the truth. Kenya must move forward and we are responsible for the same. So don't relent. Let's keep inviting. Let's keep sharing that link as time goes. Okay, two voices I want us to listen to before we move further. Voice number 1.
Lazima kuvumilia. Moyo ametukanwa mara ngapi? Kama ningekuwa na roho kama ya panya, siningalikuja tuba nyinyi.
Nguruwe hujikanga na mafuta yake. Nilisema juu ya kutafuta kura, tafuteni kura kwa amani. Kama mtu anakataza wewe kura, hapana kasirika. Hiyo ni haki yake.
Okay.
Wona maithori tutigaciona ringi andu a Ngai Negothie tũrathiĩ nginya tũkinye ũrĩa Ngai endaga. Maya no marurume mairathimo mbura ĩrĩ hakuhĩ o mũthenya ikereta rĩa rũhĩa thĩna ndũtũraga ndũrĩ mĩri nĩgũthiĩ tũrathiĩ nginya tũkinye ũrĩa Ngai endaga. Maya no marurume mairathimo mbura ĩrĩ hakuhĩ. Maya no marurume mairathimo mbura ĩrĩ hakuhĩ. Nĩ wega mũno reke tũikare thĩ.
Thank you. Let's have King Dave. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, all. Thank you, Julia Meondoka. She has presented a great topic and the point.
So the comment section, just go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going through the history, our Kenya history. I believe some of us, we know the story of 88, 89, 90, when we used to have a lot of industries, factories run all over the country, the Kenya, I mean. We didn't import anything from outside the country. But of late, when Kibaki alipatiana kiti, things changed. For that first time, tulipata makatels wengi kwa government. I believe the power will share 50-50, will share government 50-50, the Jubilee government. And Mr. Ruto alikuwa na run government as a head of government. Na aka introduce cartels. If we follow it up, utapata Mumias ilikufa kwa ajili ya cartels. Mahindi, agriculture ilikufa kwa ajili ya cartels. Walianza kuorder vitu from outside, wajibenefit wenyewe. And I wonder, when I was listening to Gachagua today regarding the police, hata mimi nilishikwa na uchungu sana. Najua that way vile iko. This guy, Mr. Matiagi aliwa present juzi akasema, ongea kwa polisi juu ya tenda. So the time of tenda imefika na hawana mwanya ya kupenyeza vile wanaweza pata hiyo tenda. So they are trying their level best to introduce good things to the police. Haiwezi kuwa sold out. Haijiuzi kabisa. Haiwezi jiuza. It's too late. Another thing which is too late, it's about this guy. Ana kuja na ways zingine za 100 billions ata provide kwa government yake akichukua kwa mama mboga, kwa mtu wa bodaboda. Pesa gani ata provide 100 billions? And I'm surprised Honorable Raila anakuja na the truth. This is the truth. Ana present the truth, anatuambia, I'll do this. In order for a company, for the country to have jobs, tuko na a lot of jobless, we will provide this industry. Watu wengi wataandikwa. Na contribution itakuwa nyingi sana katika counties. Some of us tunafadhaika kwa ajili ya jambo kama hiyo. But we normally ask, huyu mtu anapokuja ku campaign, anataka kuwa rais, atatufanyia nini? At the end of it now, Honorable Uri anaenda zake, wanaanza kumdhihaki. Hakuna kitu amefanya, but amefanya mengi. But wakati alikuwa anaingia, walikuwa wanauliza atatufanyia nini? And I remember Uru aku promise anything, if I'm not wrong, or if I'm okay. But Ruto alipromise a lot of things. In 6 months time, nitafanya hivi. In 100 days, nitafanya hivi. The laptop nitafanya hivi. The Wi-Fi, internet, the steam nitafanya hivi. But hebu angalia makatels wote walifixiwa kwa hizo ministries. Kenya, we are suffering now in this second term because of these guys first term. And I'm surprised they're coming now with a lot of promise. Na watu waoni kabisa wa jamaa wanatudanganya. And I love about God vile anaibisha watu. Because to be honest, they are not Christian. There's two things in a life of believers. There's a religious people and Christian people. These people are religions. When you see the story of Christ Jesus, watu walikuwa wanampiga vita sana, walikuwa watu wa religious. The religious people ndio walikuwa wanampiga Kristo vita. So unaona kama Raila, he doesn't say anything, but watu wanasema tu mganga, mzee wa kitandawili, mzee amechoka. We are going there too. Pia sisi tutakuwa wazee. Wanasahau kitu kama hiyo. But wanafanya hivyo kwa ajili ya nini? They need their own selfishness leaders or rulers. They want to rule on their selfishness. And they are very dangerous. Even Mother KARUA anawaandika hadharani, anasema mkuwa angalifu sana. Nchi yetu iko katika hatari. Na anasema hao wote ni wetu. Lakini kama ni sisi, hata kama una mtoto, I'm a single parent of 3 teenagers. I have 1 daughter and 2 boys. But I have 1 boy ambaye hata siwezi mpatia shilingi 10,000 akaenda na mahali. I'm telling you the truth. Siwezi mpata 20,000. I know him. I know him very well. So it's the way Mother KARUA anafanya. Mother KARUA anasema hao wote ni wetu. But lakini hata kama ni sisi, tukiangalia, uko na mtoto mmoja, unajua mtoto hayuko sawa, utampatia pesa aende kununua kitu? So it's like this UDA thing. They're the same people. How can we trust them with 48 to 50 millions of Kenya, of our lives and the generation and the future of our generation's children? It's very, very dangerous too, because they are cartels, they are selfishness. Those people, they are dictators. And we are in the most dangerous position now to elect either good or bad, or night or light. That is the thing ambayo iko mbele yetu. Na tuna hofu sana na watoto wetu, vijana wetu, teenagers wetu. Because they are fighting. Even in my house, I know, I have boy anasema mimi I'll vote for Ruto. And he's very aggressive. I'm trying nimkalishe chini mwambie even your way, anasema no, I'll vote there. Why? Ukichunguza sana, kuna kasoro ya fraudster hiyo, kasoro hiyo ya wizi hiyo. Hiyo spirit iko ndani. So you have to fight so hardly to make sure that tumekomboa Kenya. No matter what. Because penye tunaelekea hapa mbele, paka watu wanatumia kanisa. And I love about this election. Election imekuja clear, as the scripture says that manabii wa uongo mtawajua wenyewe kwa matunda yao wenyewe. So we know which church is good, which people who worship God in truth and the spirit, and what kind of people wanaenda tu pale to use God's name to get money. So now we know a lot of religious people who are using only God's name to get money. And for those who are going there to predict the lies, the Holy Spirit and reveal themselves. This is the way. You're not saying the truth. You have to say the truth. And that's the scripture. So we love God the way anakuwa revealed. Amekuwa revealed in 6 times kwa hiyo side ya UDA. It's not a Kenya Kwanza actually. Kenya Kwanza imekufa because in the register imeandikwa UDA. Haijaandikwa Kenya Kwanza. Na naofia maisha ya Mdavadi, naofia maisha kina Kabogo hawa. Because the moment tutashinda ile urais, tutaichukua hivi, Azimio inaingia, hao watu utawasikia tena. Because they are not in UDA, they are in Kenya Kwisha. Na Kenya Kwisha haijakuwa registered huko. UDA ndio imekuwa registered. So tunahofia maisha yao saizi. So the only thing now I love about this election, in fact, God ndio anapigania Honorable Raila Odinga, anampigania. You can imagine everything inakuwa tu open. Tunajua ukweli. Before, we didn't have these issues that unapata sijui pastors wamegawanyika separate. Kuna wale wanaunga hii, kuna wale wanaunga hii. nothing. But now it shows clear which kanisa ambayo ufai kwenda kuabudu Mungu na kanisa ambayo unafaa kwenda kuabudu Mungu. Kuna wale wana preach peace. The church, the truth church, they preach peace. Please let us have peace. Let us come together. But the other one, they say, no, we have to vote for this one. So we need to be very, very careful now because our country is in our great, great danger. And we need to present it mightily to the greatest side so that our future generation or our future children can have a great life too. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Sorry. I'm working on my light. Let DJ come in quickly, please. DJ, unmute and come in.
Unanisikia?
Uko sawa, endelea vipi?
Poa sana. Mimi unajua ni wa ile chama ya Give Rigathi the microphone. So mimi I don't complain. So every day ni Give Rigathi the microphone. Sababu Manifesto was launched on wakakuwa na story and then I always say, and if I'm a mainland church kid, yeah? Na tunajua hizo vitambaa, hizo tai wazee uvaa. Mi ama Catholic, najua kuna CWA, ACK, najua kuna nini ya wamama pia ACK, hizo vitambaa still, na hizo uniform, na pia kuna ya PCA. They are very, very important. Hizo chama si ati ni vitu mtu anaingianga. There is even a process before ungwe sijui kitambaa, unaenda mafundisho for you to be absorbed to be a member. Si ati by default kwa sababu wewe ni mwanamke kanisani, and sorry kutumia jina mwanamke, I'm not using it to demean anyone. So sitaki mtu anikuja ani attack from the comment section. There is a process for you to be a member of those associations, and they play a very, very pivotal role in our country in a lot of things, not really at the church issues pekee, from humanitarian stuff. I know hiyo women's guild ya PCA ina own hadi a resort in Mombasa inaitwa Milele Beach, the only Christian resort in Mombasa. So wale watu church goers wote wanataka kwenda Mombasa, they have a spot they can go to. So that was very demeaning. And I say, when people talk heavily, and I'm happy on being a kid from a mainland church, all this zikiwa zina happen kwa sababu kuna wale watu jipiga kifua that hao ndio holier than thou and stuff, and that is how God causes confusion. So kuna groups mbili hapa, wale wenye wamekuwa kikastigetiwa, definitely, and another one that always talk that wao ndio wako kule wanatumia every day, they are around pastors and everything, but God is using the same people, the same people, they are always around to confuse them. So confusion has been there, na hiyo confusion imeletwa ku counter the narrative that they were pushing, because walikuwa wameanza hiyo the narrative ya mitumba. So that confusion was actually to counter that narrative, kwa sababu ilikuwa Monday Tuesday akina Moses Kuria huko, hell breaks loose in Nyayo National Stadium. Pastor anasema vitu zake boldly. Kwanza unajua alikuwa anaomba kama anaribasaika remote sana, unajua mtu anaongea nikaa kwa na freno, anaomba akiwa na freno with a lot of authority, and then that happens. It's not a slip of the tongue. Again today, Rigathi, but me I'm okay. Rigathi apewe microphone every time. Actually, when he's not given a microphone, I'm not happy. So mimi wacha apewe microphone every time, kila mali anenda, in every rally, microphone, because he's doing a lot of work for baba na mama, because as in ana paint picture yenye people are able to choose. A lot of people when you are undecided, me I live huko Kiambu, so wale watu wenye they are not going to, wale ile group ya 30 years and below, because mimi niko bracket ya 31 and below, wako atuta vote, but when those utterances come, some people feel insulted. Kama leo sasa my friends ile group yote ya watu vijana wa PCA and everything and stuff like tumetukana. I feel insulted. So unaona inakuwa inabebo hiyo ni kama ni kitu yetu, and by if they feel insulted they actually going to vote. So wacheni Rigathi apewe microphone, and me sitakuwa nasema chochote amesema ni mbaya. I know it is an insult for, if you're a mainland church goer, you know how important hizo associations za wamama ziko. So wacha Rigathi apewe microphone. Now we support it every day. Microphone ni yake. Another thing is like I said, nilikuwa hapa jana Ben, you know that tulikuwa na Wekesa hapa conversation is there.
Yes.
Yeah, unanisikia? Okay, kuna
Yes.
yeah, there is a conversation right now. Unajua, before the running mates, in as much as being a minority huko Kiambu, but this is where I've been born and bred. So mimi, mtu hawezi niambia mimi si wa Kiambu. For me it doesn't, kuna vitu wezo kaniambia, because I believe sasa huku ndio ushago kwetu, because this is where, huku nimezaliwa, huku nimelelewa, huku na wazazi wangu wamejenga hadi huku. So watoto wangu wanajua Kiambu kama ushago. Si mimi ndio nitasema maybe ushago kwetu ni western, but my kids will know Kiambu as their rural town. The conversation is there, like we're able to have a conversation here. In a table of 10 you can have a conversation here, Azimio na UDA. It was not there before baba achague mama. That hostility iliisha. Right now people boldly, watu wanavaa kofia za nini, like merchandise is all over. Unapata hata kwa watu kwa mavibanda and everything, merchandise is all over the place. The conversation is there, aprons inavaliwa, and me, I'm happy when we are now having a conversation, unlike ile unlike Kenya nini, unlike how it was, because when we are having a conversation, is easier for us to now discuss issues, no? And sometimes it's not even very easier when you have someone like Rigathi doing what she's doing, because you don't even, when you're going to have a discussion already you gonna clips, and we place these clips when they were debunking, when wakati waleta the conversation ya mitumba, we got ile clip ya Ruto, so we play. Unaona how Joho was playing it, you play. So before ukiplay, mtu alikuwa anataka kuongea na nyamaza because hana content. And you see right now Raila has not been speaking tangu manifesto, hawana content, unashika like hawana kitu, because they ride on what he says most of the time. But the good thing is, yeah, wamecastigate huyo mzee sana, too much. But the end of it all is that the same God that they claim to proclaim and everything is actually confusing them, and me, I'm happy for that, because sababu huwezi cheza na Mungu, and I tell God can never be mocked, and that is one thing people don't understand. Now you might quote scriptures vizuri, tunajua hata shetani was the topmost angel kwa hierarchy ya Christ, so hata kama ni Bible and everything anaweza kudeceive na everything, and you're the same people hawa sasa wanatembelea, they actually wolf in a sheep cloth. Me, that's how I categorize them. So let's keep having the conversation. Sisi tunaran campaign inaitwa each one reach one. That is what we are running. That each one reach one, tulikuwa 100. Now we're not forcing anyone, we're just having a conversation, because mimi nilitoka actively from the track road shows, so I'm doing campaigns zangu hizo za one-on-one na my boys, mostly people who are of my age sets, because hao ndio wamebrainwashiwa from 35 kurudi chini, 99% hao ndio wamelost. Not really hawajapotea, ni ile tu wamebrainwashiwa and then thinking that kuna mtu change maisha yao. What we need is what we need right now is systems. Me, I'm that person. I work in the tourism industry also. Mtu kama Mdavadi akisimama aseme atukulangi mabarabara, you look at him as a mad person. Why? If I take you back, tulikuwa tunaenda Masai Mara with a whole day for us to go to Masai Mara, a whole day. But wakati lami ilitengenezwa hadi Sekenani gate, it's 5 hours from Nairobi to Masai Mara. Unaona? Number one, tumekatiwa wear and tear ya gari. Ile service tulikuwa tunafanya, we are not doing frequently as how we were doing them before the tarmac was done. Sasa tunatengenezea another bypass Ngong Suswa, same kufungua the same barabara. Wakati Maimahio naoga imeshikana, so we go via the other barabara, tunatokea Suswa head to Masai Mara. So kuna watu tunakula barabara. Unaona, but people don't understand that hiyo barabara, the moment kuna hiyo barabara ndio chakula itatoka mashambani ifike kwa soko, unaelewa, like it revolves around a lot of things. But how the young how us the young people have been brainwashed. I'm one of those people who look at people critically, and I hate politicians because I don't even address them as waheshimiwa. I can't wake up at 3 a.m. go employ you then nikute mheshimiwa, na wakati nilikuwa naandika kwa kuna sign na tick, I ticked your name, so I address them with their names, even my MP here with their official names. Hiyo privileges waitwe wakiwa ndani ya parliament, but when they come here always put them to task. So let's have the conversation, have a conversation. Let's have the conversation, because we can only change people through conversations. But hatuta change juu ya magari. I'll tell you for that. That's why some of us tumeacha kuwa kwa track atikuwa ku DJ. Tukuna DJ tunacheza ngoma. You're not having a conversation. But now if you have a conversation with people, it's easier for me. Mimi naishifika, and I can tell you from ile time nilikuwa hapa first time, wakati kwa nenda Kirinyaga and everything, conversation is there, and we are changing mindset. Me, I'm all about changing the mindset, because even if I tell you to vote and you have not changed your mindset, still you repeat the same mistakes in 2027. Ama uta make mistake alafu kujange uniambia DJ ulinipoteza. No, I don't want to kupoteza mtu, nataka mtu a change mindset yake, so that when vitu zinachemka unakonga yenyewe. Kuna mtu ashainiambia hivi, I decided not to take this other direction. Bernard, I'm done speaking. Kama kuna swali nitajibu.
Okay, thank you, DJ. It's giving different approaches to get similar results. There are those that will be reached by the road shows. There are those who will be reached by one-on-one conversation. There are those who will be reached by county hall meetings. But the more we reach, the better. And I love your approach, because when you change somebody's mind, it's better than when they just following a wind of a particular pattern. When somebody begins to critically look, and that is what I pursue, particularly on this show, poking questions so that people can begin to think critically. Where will Kenya be 50 years from now, given in the hands of this leadership? Our children and our children's children secure with this line of thinking. Okay, somebody who thinks that changing police uniform is changing police uniform color, not even the uniform, the color of the Kenya police uniform is going to help what? In my opinion, Gachagua is tendering for the supply of new Kenyan police uniform. There's nothing more to that. And now that he may not be given the tenders from the county government, after supplying wheelbarrows to Bungoma County at 120 Kenya shillings per wheelbarrow, he now wants to supply Kenya police uniform at what rate? I think we need to critically think, and I agree with you, DJ, that we have a generation here that is afraid of thinking. I have run into that, and I'm fighting that even in the church. People who are afraid to think, and they feel pain when you ask them to think. Now, that's a very critical situation in this country and in the world now, because the world is run by thinkers, people who think ahead. But now if we are afraid and feel pain when we are asked to think, we are causing problems. And that's why everybody's falling for anything. Ati mtu atakuwa atatuletea pesa zitatusaidia kwenda mbele. You need to think your way out of your mess. The prodigal son thought his way out of his mess. He said, how many servants are in my father's house? He counted. He said, how many of them are eating and sleeping well? He assessed.
Bernard, and another thing, yeah, like as for us young lads, the future of this country, like I'm 31 right now, right? I have a 2-year-old 5-month son right now. I look at 20 years from now. For me, what I want for this country is not just like a job. Me, I want systems for us to be able to do our stuff conducively, right? We are very innovative, ideas are there, right? I work, basically, like I said, I work in the tourism industry, right? If the systems are conducive that will allow many tourists to come here, I'll get to that level of being an employer, right? Right now, indirectly, as a company, we are employing 150 drivers, right? No, indirectly, like kwa sababu ya wale wageni wanakuja. Let's take a scenario that na hiyo ni seasonal. The migration is coming right now, tunaingia July, the wildebeest migration will have a lot of drivers, right? So if the systems are easier, that hotels are able to operate and take lower down the cost because of the taxation, unaelewa, ni easier for wageni wengi waje kwa sababu bei zenye tuna price si mingi, ni rahisi kwa watu waweze kusafiri, we create more jobs. Hizo job employment, sisi bado we are part of the job creation. Sisi, unajua sisi ndio serikali, and that is why I say, na ndio Kenya baba anasema tuko na liberation ya kutoa ujinga, una understand, and that is it. Na haina watu wazee, I'm sorry to say this, iko na watu wako na 40 juu kuna bado kuropika hapo 40 years, lakini wengi wako 35 kurudi chini. Hiyo ujinga, if the moment I understand that I will not wake up, sitalala hapa ningoje serikali niandike, because I don't see hiyo group ya tinalia au serikali saidia. Mimi nalilia serikali iwe systems zikuwe better. Barabara ziko, we can access the parks right now, but make systems, taxations, vitu hizi ziwe easy ya kwangu niweze kuemploy mwenzangu. I'm done.
So thank you. It is right. It's right. I support that. And when systems are put in place, it doesn't matter who becomes the president, who becomes the leader, because the systems will control the leader. But what happens in Kenya is that we do away with the system so that an individual will be deciding how the country will be, and that's where we mess. And that's the same thing that Kenya Kwanza are proposing. Okay, that William Ruto is on record. I think I had that video yesterday. He says there is, women fund is bad, a youth fund is bad. That's why you want to bring the bottom up fund that will be going directly to the marketplace, and anybody who wants money will be given. Now, if somebody's anti-systems that are within the constitution, are within the framework of the law, what does he want to introduce? Lawlessness in the distribution of money, so that when money gets lost, nobody will be held accountable. Now, that, in my opinion, is the wrong person to be given leadership, because he wants to destroy the law that is governing the country by introducing laws that are opening avenues for stealing. Because utatakaje wewe kupeleka pesa kwa chairman wa soko? Huyu chairman wa soko anahusikaje na serikali? Ako accountable kwa police. I mean, kuna mambo ambayo tukikubali tu kuanza kufikiria, utaanza kuona huyu mtu anatafuta njia ya kuzoa hela, sio kutafuta njia ya kusaidia Kenya. Yule mtu anasaidia Kenya ni yule anataka kuleta policies that will help enhance every sector of life, from education to health to business. Every sector of life needs to be under regulated, understandable, predictable policies. Sio eti tungoje mpaka nani rais asikie vizuri, akikuwa kwa mood atakuja tuachie kitu. Akasipokuwa kwa mood tuendelee kujihurumia mpaka siku ile atakuja. We can't let our future be in the hands of such kind of thinking. Robi, umebeba mkono sana. Iko nini? Swali, jibu ama nini?
Mimi niko na suggestion.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you for this chance, and I want to say I'm just sensing a very big win for Azimio, because obviously the Udaku party or the Udaku coalition is just in total panic, you know. If you see the way they're just handling themselves, naona hao watu wako tuna like wamepanic from the inside, but nje wanajidanganya. But let me tell you from where I stand, like niko hapa Nairobi, then I was just passing by the same day he was launching, like he was in Kamkunji grounds some day back. I found out that Ruto and he hires people like kuna basi limepita kama basi kama 15 basi za uchukuzi tu. Sasa zimebeba watu wamevaa yellow, watu wa maboda wamevaa yellow tayari, yani wameshalipwa, like wanaenda kujaza hiyo field, hiyo uwanja ya Kamkunji. And you understand that unajua Kamkunji ni side ya ni ngome ya Azimio, so ni ngome ya ODM. And now that this guy is fearing that like hawatakuja sasa because anajua Nairobi hakuna watu wataweza kuja kwa mkutano yake, so and he just carried people from hata kutoka Kiambu, kutoka Machakos, like from anywhere part of Kenya watakuja tu wajaze hiyo field. Then kitu ingine mambo na nini, like just the way they are saying, kama huyo pastor anajua kabisa yeye ni mtu wa Azimio. Sasa yeye amezoea kusema Kenya kuisha, so anajifanya lakini kabisa ndani yake ni Kenya, like ni mtu wa Azimio. So ile tu inajitokeza yenyewe, so we are saying they are sensing defeat and wako tuna panic in the first place. Haya, kitu ingine hiyo tu
Nairobi. Ngoja kwanza. You are making a suggestion. Unajua kuna line tunafuata. Na tulikuwa karibu kukufikia, lakini wewe umeruka, unataka to play Ruto on us.
Okay, I was
just allow him to finish. Allow him to finish.
Wacha niseme.
You're getting out of order. Nilikuwa nafikiria tulisameheana. Let's do this. Ngoja Robi, please. Okay? We must guide the conversation so that the viewers can understand what we are saying. Tusikue tu hapa kwa sababu kuongea for the sake of kuongea. Subiri kwanza, I'll give you time. Let me give the directive first. When I finish, then you continue from where you left. What a panic. Sawa. So there is an order that we follow. One of it is first come, first served. Then we'll have opportunity for asking questions. So we don't want kuruka, because ukiruka unaanza kuchanganya the numbers vile watu wameingia. So like Wangira kuna like Mokoa alikuja kabla ya Wangira. Angalia kule Wangira yuko ako huko juu, ndio anaanza kunisomea mapema ndio nizione kwamba Mokoa alimtangulia. So let's do this. So Robi utamaliza in 1 minute, okay?
Yes,
so that we give Mokoa and then tumalize first round to open sasa ile open debate ile kuanza kuulizana maswali. Thank you.
Okay. Wacha nimalize na topic. Nimeona topic mnasema mambo ya like ANC of Mudavadi in Western against UDA. And me from where I stand, huyo jamaa like Mudavadi hana kitu like Western. So the guy is just protecting the small thing he has, where he could maybe asiaibike ikue kwamba mbunge wake ni wa UDA. Sasa like at sense tu like ataki kuna ile tu awelewani na Ruto, lakini kuna venye hata yeye mwenyewe anaogopa kumwambia, like hata hataki kumwambia, lakini within himself anajua haifai hivyo. Then kuna kitu kingine hii msasa Wetangula sasa yeye baada kukubali ile senator alipewa, ile speaker alipewa, baada nenda kusimama, which means those guys are not sure of winning. And hata mizani polls zimetoka, they are suggesting that Raila is always is ahead with 61% in Western, and they are at I don't know that something. So I don't think they can make even to 40. Because in Abaki only some 3 months, or I mean 60 days, less than 60 days. So I don't think they can afford that 70. And then the whole thing is just like I always pata hizo. So then mtu kama Cleophas Malala, I don't think kama inaweza make Kakamega, sababu people in Kakamega now have sensed that experience ya kazi ndio inafanya mtu anaweza pewa kazi Kakamega, because mtu kama Oparanya amefanya kazi Kakamega, and so hawataki mtu kama kuja kucheza mchezo. Unajua mtu amelay foundation, so hawezi taka tena kupea mtu kama Cleophas mwenye anakuja kuongea maneno. So I don't think kama UDAKU ama the Kenya Kwanza can do anything in Western. Hata kama they can get some few members of parliament, but I don't think they can raise even a 40 or 35%. So ningesema tu that's we're gonna panic and they're sensing defeat. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I want us to quickly go to Douglas. Let everybody make their submission. Let's not interrupt in the middle of a sentence so that our viewers don't get half information. Half information is worse. Half truth is worse than no truth, in my opinion. Thank you. Mokoa, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Bernard, and the rest. I'm happy to be here today. Today we had a visitor in the name of the Deputy President. He was here today. But surprisingly, I didn't see the kind of excitement that has always been there before.
Where is here? Where is here?
He was in NYANDARUA and Nyahururu, like Kipia. He was in Nyahururu town where I am currently. And I was with a group of young men, about 10. We were seated somewhere. We were, after church, we were trying to speak to each other about politics. And somebody said, Ruto is in town. Then somebody said, mi siwezi enda huko, siwezi enda huko. So you couldn't, that excitement was not there. So we sat there up to about 6. So is when we came to town and said he was here. Na tukatoka. So that excitement that has always been there, it's dying down because people are realizing that these are the people who are peddling lies and fake promises. And I wonder, when somebody stands and says that Ruto knows God and we can't elect somebody who does not know God, how do you sit in a tent, listen to a woman insult somebody that hajatairiwa? You know, that is insane. That is madness. And the same woman and DP Ruto will be in church tomorrow saying, praise God, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. That is, you know, I lack a word to call it, but that is insane. You see, we can't at one point carry the Bible and say, praise God. On the other hand, we are calling people all sorts of names. Is that the kind of religion we are preaching? Is that the kind of Christianity we want to preach? And I want to concur with so many of the people who have spoken earlier about this religion and the Christianity issue. It's utter hypocrisy and sheer nonsense for people to start telling us that we will vote because people believe in God. The first king of Israel didn't even know God, Saul. Look at what he did. And in fact, when he was drunk with the power, he even became mad until David came in to come and play the harp for him to be comforted when he could become mad. So I think some of our leaders in the so-called Kenya Kwanza, in brackets Kenya Kwisha, are becoming mad, and they need somebody to play the harp for them to be able to be comforted and come out of their madness and realize that we are not in a religion contest. We are not in a Christian contest. We are in an election. And that is what the Bible tells us in Romans, that all leadership is ordained by God. But God does not give us a leader. We are the people who will line up on the 9th of August to cast that vote. So when you are going to vote as a Christian, you are not going to vote because somebody comes from your church. You're not going to vote because somebody carries a Bible like you do every Sunday or every Saturday to come to church. You're going to vote for somebody who will affect your life after the 9th of August. The person you're going to put in power is a person that is going to affect your life, the life of your children, and the life of your children's children. That is why we need to make a wise decision, being led by the same spirit that we call the Holy Spirit leading us. So let me move to the next point about Ford Kenya, ANC, and UDA in Western. It's becoming a big thing. It's becoming a big problem, and I'm happy. And I want them to continue fighting for the Azimio guys to penya through and pass through and get those seats. Let them continue fighting at night. You want to fight at night. In the day you are together, you are saying the Kenya Kwanza government. Which Kenya Kwanza government, when in your own constituency, your own ward, your principal cannot withdraw his candidate to support you? That is a person who does not mean good for you. And these are the same person who has given you conditions that you must deliver 70% of the votes for you to enjoy 30% of the government, when he cannot even withdraw his own MCA, UDA MCA from your own ward. That is hypocrisy. And we must learn to identify our true friends. We must learn to identify the people who matter for us. And Kenyans at this point in time, we need to wake up. I want to say something briefly on what Rigathi is saying. You see, when you are mad, even if you recover from the madness, it does not just go away. The traces of madness will still remain. And this person has been showing the contempt that he has for women. When you say that your uniform ni ya wanawake wanini, you see, that statement only, it demeans women. Now wamekuwa wakisema eti the other day when Ruto was launching the charter, he was saying this election is about women. There will be a woman in the ballot in the name of Mama Mboga. In the name of Mama Mboga, when you take another woman, a 40-year-plus woman in NYANDARUA stands on the podium, a woman who has children and again grandchildren, you are seated there writing notes when the woman is saying that tulikatazwa tusilale na mtu hajatahiri. That is nonsense. You see, sometimes we need to call out these things. We need to call out these people and tell them the truth. And Bernard, I've always told people that I meet that if this country is going to go down the drain this coming August, we will blame church leaders. In quotes, they are good church leaders like Bernard and the rest, but we are going to hold accountable the church leaders in quotes. Those people who are living in Karen, taking handouts, and praising and singing nonsenses about Judea and about Kenya Kwanza, and they are claiming they are being their church leaders. Which kind of a church leader will you be when you've clearly taken a stand? You are telling people that I want DP president to be the president so that I can go to State House and pray for him. I cannot go to State House and pray for Uhuru. I only want to see Ruto in State House for me to go and pray for him. Those are the people, even if they curse me, those are the people I'll tell them there is no curse without a cause. And those people should be called out. We should learn to say the truth. So I want to tell some people here, without fear or favor of contradiction, the elections have already been only looking for is made our minds. We cannot choose between people who speak in the night, they say A, in the evening they want to say Y. You cannot. We must be clear in our minds. And lastly, as I finish, in 2007, my pastor told me, you know, in 2007 I was supporting ODM Damu, and I was like, it has to win. And my pastor called me with some young men and told us, young boys, I want to tell you something. Raila will not become the president this time round. His time is coming, not now, but in the future. Then we told the pastor, no, pastor, you are wrong. Wewe hapana, pastor, tutaacha kuja kanisani. He told us, that is what I'm telling you, and you will come back and tell me. When the elections were over and Kibaki was sworn in as the president, we went back to the pastor and told him, oh, pastor, now tell us, what do you have for us in the future? He told us, this man you are seeing, his time is coming, and he will be a leader in this country to fulfill God's purpose. And I'm convinced, without fear or favor or anything, that his time is now. And those people who are shouting, I want them to come and tell us. The other time, okay, I'm taking more time, but the other time the opinion polls were out. It was 42 against 38. And somebody was saying, those are opinion polls cooked. And I asked, are you diehard? If those polls were the other way around, could have you believed them? And they said, Ruto has always been leading. The same statement, Gachagua goes to the public and says, Raila has been winning in the opinion polls, but he has never been declared the president. So what prevents Ruto from leading the opinion polls and never be declared the president this time around? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much. The flip-flopping of Kenya Kwanza will keep on because they are crumbling for anything. They are like, we have held it on this platform. They lost the campaign by trying to use an old script to fight a new war. You don't succeed that way. So right now, Awana Chochote, they will jump on the women. From women, they will jump to Mutumba. From Mutumba, they will jump to Kitendawili. From Kitendawili, they will now jump to but on Mudavadi. Mudavadi would rather lose to Azimio than lose to UDA. So it so because he knows that if UDA gets a seat, Ruto is made bigger in the coalition. But but if Azimio gets it, Ruto remains small like him, so they will be partners in the cold. So he doesn't want to be the small one in the cold. He's a smart guy. Now that he cannot win against Azimio, he also doesn't want to lose to UDA. At least awacha Azimio itawale, alafu wataonana nyuma ya tent kusaidiana kisiasa baadaye. All the same, naomba sasa tumesikiliza nani Yufin, alafu ndio turudi kwa Ngira. Yufin, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Hi everyone.
We are great, thank you.
Hope you are great. Okay. And now I just discovered a very interesting thing here. Wajakoya is saying he supports the rearing of snakes, and Mr. Wansamwei Ruto is a chicken rearer. So if he takes his chicks and eggs to the market, the snakes will swallow them all. So soon he'll be out of money. And then now let me go to the serious one. I like the way Martha campaigned today in, I think it was in Nyeri, not Muranga. For me, I watched both of them, but I was fascinated by the one in Nyeri. She said that our fear of yetu ni madeni za Kenya. Yes, Kenya iko na madeni, but kuna pesa pia Kenya, ila hizo pesa zinaenda na wafisadi. So what they'll do ni wataziba hizo mianya ndo wapate pesa, hawataenda kukopa. So we have money in Kenya. There is money that can help. We don't need to borrow. We can start with what we have, because she said even in 2002 they started without borrowing and the economy was down and they made it. So this time around we'll make it. Alafu she said a very interesting thing again, that kwa wenye wanauliza Raila ni nani, Raila ni yule yule mwenye alisema Kibaki tosha, mkamshangilia na mlikuwa mnamfurahia wakati huo, lakini sasa mnauliza ni nani. Mbona sasa mnajifanya eti hamjui? Juu ni yule yule hajabadilika. So I love that debate. And I just have a plea with my fellow Kenyans. Wakenya wenzangu, tunajua blue is the color, politics is the game, and Azimio is the team. So we come together because winning is our aim. So if you want to win, whoever wants to win, join our team because Azimio is ahead. and there's this one, huh? There's this song that someone sang, but mine is different. Wakenya wenzangu, kumekucha. Mjiunge na Azimio, mjiepushe na udaku, tujenge taifa. And so I like when these people are riding on Mitumba thing. Let them keep on riding on Mitumba thing. We have changed the strategy. We are no longer in the Mutumba business. We are moving on. So they will always trail behind us, and that is a fact. They'll trail behind us until the end, because they're still riding on the Mutumba thing. They're still pretending, wearing the Mutumba things which they are wearing for the first time, while for us, we've moved on. The strategy has changed. The DP has changed, the incoming DP, our deputy. When I talk of DP, I only know one, Mama. I don't talk about the other one. So the DP has changed the strategy completely. She's talking about other things. The debate now is quite different from what they were thinking. So let them keep on riding on that. By the time they wake up, We're already miles ahead. By the time they start trailing behind us, we know where we are going. We are the team. We are a winning team. When you are in the winning team, you know what to do the right time and where to do it. So let them keep on riding on that Mitumba thing. Let's just move on. And then Rigathi should be given the mic quite often. Every time Rigathi speaks, Udaku loses and Azimio gains. So let him keep on helping us. We like those who help us, because even in the Bible, it says, God, your enemies will come to you in one direction, but God will scatter them in 7 directions. So let them be scattered all the way. We are enjoying it. Let Rigathi get the mic all the time. We gain. That's our pride because we are gaining. And this one, Anc-Fordk Kenya Uda in Western. This one, I just pity them actually. It's so sad to leave a winning team and just go to a losing team. You are losing, but you are holding on to it. And then you want to pretend like you don't care, while deep inside you are hurting. That's why they're complaining at night. During the day they pretend. And the worst scenario is they complain at night and then it goes to the public. So we know that even though you pretend during the day, but you're hurting. Deep inside you're hurting. And if Ruto comes in Nyandarua, he'll always go to the mountain, of course. Baba Wakambo will always try to. But what I know is that you can't be Baba Wakambo while the real father is still alive. How do you want to do that? Tell me, how will you go to someone's home? The children know their father, by the way. Their father is still alive. They know their father is there, and then you go there, unakuwa Baba Wakambo. How? How do you expect them to believe you for that long? The same narrative for 4 years. They've gotten used to it. People want new ideas. That's what Martha is bringing on the ground. So when the Martha is there, we sit back, relax, consolidate our strongholds. We are good to go. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, asante sana. You've been, that's a good one. I loved the blue color. And I think now I understand Gachagwa's problem. Gachagwa's problem is that if the police are in blue and Azimio is blue, and they campaigning for Azimio. So you would want to change it to yellow. That is on the lighter note. Naomba tuende kwa Wangira. Lakini kabla Wangira tucheze video kwanza tafadhali. God. I'm spoiled for choices. Your videos, yes. Let me try and get which one is this.
We are working to liberate. Lakini ni vizuri nyinyi bado mmevaa uniform ya polisi. Wacha ile ya watchman wanavaa. Where is this hospital? Nairobi wanavaa ya watchman. Ya blue. Ni kazi nayo ni shida hii. Ni kweli Nairobi polisi Nairobi wanavaa uniform ya watchman. Na women's guild.
One moment.
Of the Republic of Kenya and the party leader of UDA and the leader of the Azimio Group Alliance. Sorry.
Wangira, karibu.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
How is everybody? Hello.
They are looking great.
You know, the last clip you have just played reminds me of the talk I hear in these estates where you hear that, you know, although a woman is married to man A, but the spirit seems to be in man B. And when they're in bed at night, you know, the woman ends up screaming the name of man B. That now man A wonders, why are you now screaming the name of man B when you are now married to me as man A? That is the scenario that we are seeing in UDA, where the body is that the body is in Kenya Kwanza, but spirit is in Azimio. Okay, let me just go to my contribution.
Wangira, just one moment. Hesbon is requesting we replay the video. So 1 minute, you are coming back.
Of the Republic of Kenya and the party leader of UDA and the leader of the Azimio Group Alliance. Sorry.
Wangira, can take it now.
So you see, you know, Waiguru's body is in Kenya Kwanza, but her soul is in Azimio. That's all that I can say. Now to my contribution, let me start by the issue around Rigathi Gachagua, Aibu wa Rais. You know, as far as this blue police uniform is concerned, Bernard, this is my perspective that Gachagua seems to have a point, but the issue is on how he always expresses himself. That's where the issue is. Because to some of us who have known, oh, there's an echo there. To some of us who have known police uniform over many years, you know, this blue police uniform is the most uninspiring one. The most uninspiring one. Ask even any policeman on the street, they'll tell you that it's the worst of the uniform they have ever worn. So the issue is with Gachagua is how he always expresses himself. But on this blue police uniform, he seems to have a point. And again, to pick up on what Miguna, you know, said when he reacted to Gachagua, you know, people are wondering whether the issue of the police uniform is the real issue affecting the 50 million Kenyans. Because, you know, that's a very miscellaneous thing, you know. We don't need to even embark on the issue of police uniform. It's very miscellaneous. You know, there are serious issues that are affecting the people of Kenya that Gachagua should be talking about. He should not be dwelling on the issue of the police uniform. You know, if he's uncomfortable with that color the way I am, and if he's lucky to become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, then he can administratively see that it's done away and they come up with a better uniform. But as we stand today, the police uniform is not the real serious issue that is facing the people of Kenya. We have seen Kalonzo Musyoka now. He has started campaigning for Raila Odinga. We saw him in Kajiado today. And I understand that tomorrow him and Raila Odinga will be starting 3 days tour in Ukambani to now seriously campaign for the Azimio. To William Ruto, you know, I watched him briefly when he was in those areas, Nyandarua. And you know, when I was doing economics long time ago, you know, now I'm an old man, there's something we were taught about diminishing returns. And you know, I've told you that more than once here that Ruto's campaigns have attained what we call diminishing returns. You know, he has nothing new to offer to the people of Kenya in terms of messaging, and that's why he's finding himself in the quagmire that he is in today. You know, when he was in Nyandarua, now they have come up with new propaganda where they are purporting that, you know, I heard Ndini Nyoro saying that when they were in parliament, you know, the budget was passed that kazi kwa vijana, you know, people should be paid 1,000 shillings per per day, and you know the young men are being paid 450, and the 550 shillings that remains goes towards Raila Odinga's campaign. Just look at the type of propaganda that they are now propagating, you know, even to the most person, the most mujinga, to use William Ruto's own word, you know, to even the most mujinga person in the Republic of Kenya cannot buy into such lies that Raila Odinga, you know, is taking the 550 shillings that is supposed to go to kazi ya vijana, and the young people are paid 450 shillings. You see, because you know they have now come short of messages that they should give to the people of Kenya, and that's why they are now reverting to such like propaganda. Bernard, on the issue of Ford Kenya, ANC, and UDA, you know, the disquiet by Ford Kenya and ANC in regard to what UDA is doing in Western Kenya, you know, is understandable. And even as much as is understandable, and is understandable for these reasons, Bernard, one thing, ANC and Ford Kenya have been given a target. That target is a target of 70%. They need to deliver 70% of all seats in Western Kenya to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And do you know the reason why they have been given that target? The reason why they have been given that target is because Western Kenya is perceived to be their stronghold. So if Western Kenya is perceived to be their stronghold, then how come that William Ruto, through his party UDA, are you know affronting candidates in Western Kenya, Bernard? For example, in my own constituency of Budalangi, there is a UDA candidate in the name of Alfred Juma, who is running against Raphael Wanjala. So I was just asking myself, you know, if Musalia Mudavadi was a good negotiator, why didn't he convince Alfred Juma to run on ANC as Wanjala runs on ODM? The same scenario is even in Funyula, where my friend Wandera is running on UDA against Mudenyo, who is running on ODM. So you see, eh? So you see, and if you go to Bungoma, it's even worse. You find guys like Wakina Dismas Barasa, who are now running on UDA. I think they must be like 4 or 5 candidates who are running on UDA in Bungoma. So you know that one helps to weaken it. That one helps to weaken ANC and Ford Kenya, and that's why you are seeing this concern from Ford Kenya and ANC. Because I'm very sure that if you go to Wasingishu County, eh, eh, today, you discover that there are no ANC or Ford Kenya candidates there. Perhaps the only candidate that you'll find in Wasingishu are only the UDA ones, against perhaps Jubilee and ODM. But ANC and Ford Kenya candidates in Wasingishu, I'm very, very sure you'll not find them there. And it could be the same scenario in Kericho, in Bomet, it could be the same scenario. And that's because those counties are perceived to be UDA strongholds. So if Western Kenya is perceived to be ANC and Ford Kenya stronghold, then why is UDA doing this madharau to Ford Kenya and ANC? And you know, they are in the right senses to be concerned. And although they are in the right senses to be concerned, unajua, just like the other clip you played of Mzee Moi, pale Mzee Moi alisema kwamba nguruwe hujikaanga na mafuta yake. They agreed kukaangwa na mafuta yao, basi wache wakaangwe tu. Bernard, as we move towards the 9th of August 2022, you know, as they kaangwa, to some of us, that's our joy, Bernard. Finally, today I watch Martha Karua, you know, and just like I told you the other time, Martha Karua is coming out as the real deputy presidential material that the people of Kenya want. One thing, she has accepted that she's subordinate to Raila Odinga, and she keeps referring to Raila Odinga as my boss today. And you know, when she was in in Nyandarua today, he talked of the economy of this country. He talked of the need of at least every county having a factory, at least one factory for every county, one factory for every county. Then he also talked about the war against corruption, because he said that, oh yes, we have borrowed, but you know, the issue is not our problem is not the borrowing that we have done. The problem that this country is facing is in corruption, because people are stealing everything. And the other thing that I liked about her, because she's taking leadership, here she's taking leadership here. She says that they are going to agree amongst the 26 the political parties within Azimio One Kenya, so that at least they can now just front the one most strong candidate to confront the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I know that already people have given their papers to IBC. Yes, that's true. But you know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that these parties can sit down and agree that now let us say that you have dropped down and you're supporting candidate B. So he said that they are going to talk amongst themselves so that in each elective area they can end up having one strong candidate on the Azimio platform. Bernard. I think for now, just before I wind up, you know, when I came here, I listened to Julia and she was speaking so nicely. And you know, some of us have been in church for many years, you know. And you know, where things have reached in this country at times, when I look at where they have reached, you know, what matters to me as Wangira is my personal relationship with God. You know, I think that's all that matters. Because the way you see this Sarakasi, the drama that we see in this country, you know, if you are of the weak heart, you can say that to hell with church, and to hell with God. But because we are strong believers today, what we say that matters is our personal relationship with God. And that's all that I have to say. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. We appreciate it. Although I will get back to you on the issue of agreeing with the point that Gachagua has about uniform. I don't want to debate that right now, but we will revisit. I give you a promise for that. Naomba tumsikilize nani anakuja, anaitwa nani, Yusuf anakuja next, but let's listen to this video, quick one, then Yusuf takes over. Okay.
On the screen so that people can see. Yeah, they have met Ruto. They have eaten money. One of them said it is better to be given tithe from.
Yes, from stolen money. You know, he said, I'd rather take money. I'd rather have someone who steals money, shares it with the church, than someone who doesn't give it to us at all.
The bishops dying, the ones who have died, on the screen so that people can see. Yeah, they have met Ruto. They have eaten money. One of them said it is better to be given tithe from.
Yes, from stolen money. You know, he said, I'd rather take money. I'd rather have someone who steals money, shares it with the church, than someone who doesn't give it to us at all. It's actually on record.
Bwana Yusuf, karibu, vipi?
Poa sana babu.
Haya, mawili matatu tukisonga.
Jambo everyone. Yes, Bwana Bernard, asante sana kwa kunikaribisha. I think this is my first time, but niliingia juzi naye nikatoka tena. Nimesikia venye watu wameongea, nimekuwa nikiwasikiza, and I think I will change my mind and support Azimio, but still way, and I think very soon I will change my mind, but for now ile kitu ambapo inanishangaza kwamba sijui Kenya ni hii chama hii, sijui ni maungano yetu ama ni chama, ya UDA na Kenya Kwanza. I don't know ni Kenya Kwanza ni bado ninashangaa ni Kenya Kwanza ni coalition ama Kenya Kwanza ni party ama Kenya Kwanza is just a name of something, because kila tunachokwenda kwenye rally tunaona ni UDA, nguo za UDA. Hatujaiona nguo za ANC. Labda tukiona nguo za ANC ni Mudavadi amevaa, tukiona nguo za Ford Kenya ni anaitwanga nani, Wetangula. Nao nimechanganyikiwa. Sasa sijui nifuate UDA ama nifuate Kenya Kwanza ama nifuate ANC. But what I'm thinking is that UDA na Ruto, they are trying, Ruto is trying to kill ANC and Ford Kenya totally, because nikiangalia kuna venye Mudavadi atarudi tena kwenye siasa kwa njia nzuri, cause chama chake hakitakuwa na mtu. Cause tukiangalia Nairobi nani hata hawezi pata anaitwa nani, Sakaja. Nikiwacha hizo maneno ya UDA na Kenya Kwanza, let me come to the Wajakoya. Wajakoya ako na mawazo ambayo inaweza saidia watu wengi, kama tunaweza zingatia hizi maneno zake na tuangalie jinsi zinavyoletwa. Tukisema kufuga nyoka, sio ile nyoka ya kufugwa ile ya uchawi. Watu wengi wamefuga nyoka ya biashara. Tukiangalia sumu ya nyoka inatumika kwa njia nyingi. Tukisema mambo ya bangi, yenyewe bangi ikihalalishwa na elimu kila mali, italeta wazimu kwa watu wala sijui. Unajua vitu zikiwa mingi sasa hakuna mwenye atakuwa anavuta akijificha. Na kama vile tuseme umepanda mahindi, hujapanda mahindi kwa kukula tu, but umepanda mahindi ili kusaidie kulea watoto wako, kulipa karo, kufanya nazo biashara. So bangi ikipandwa si ati itakuwa tu ni ya kuvuta. So hapo Wajakoya ako na point. Ana point, ni vile tu watu wamemchukua vibaya.
Sewe.
Yes.
Mimi nataka unisaidie.
Nikusaidie vipi?
Natoka sehemu gani kwanza? Ni Budalangi ama ni Yala? Mimi nataka uniambie sehemu kama na
Mimi ni Mkenya lakini natoka sehemu za Nyakach kule karibu na.
Thank you. I suspected something like that. And my question is in that direction. Okay? Wakati Rivanzoya umejaa. Okay?
By now you know
Ngoja. Okay? Rivanzoya imejaa na inakuja na floods. Watu wangapi huwa wanasimama kwa barabara yake?
Rudia swali yako jamani.
Asking. Hold on, Robbie, hold on. Mute your mic, Robbie, kwanza. Ngoja kwanza. Nauliza, maji ni mazuri?
Maji ni mazuri lakini.
Lakini wakati inakuja na flood, Rivanzoya imejaa, wewe uko Nyakach. Sawa sawa? Na River Yala imejaa. Inabeba ng'ombe, inabeba nyumba, inabeba nini. So hiyo uzuri wa maji inakuwa inasaidia vipi?
Sasa unajua hiyo naweza sema ni maneno ya Mungu, kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe, unajua wakati watu walikuwa wanajenga kule ambapo flood inafanyika, si ati ni hao watu wenyewe ndio walijipeleka kule. Ushajua?
Hapana,
So
Yusuf,
maji
you are
mvua
missing my point.
inaponyesha kule juu na maji
You are
inakuja.
missing my point. You are missing my point. You're not listening. Wakati bangi is under control, okay? It's being controlled and is spoiling lives. Destinies of young people are being destroyed. They are taking it in secret, okay? But they are losing their heads. They are dropping from school. I have somebody. I have told you people that I'm a pastor. I got born again in high school. The person who made me get born again was called Mukora. He was tall and very seriously saved, and I was small in the class, so akani challenge. Mimi nikaona mtu mrefu namna hii na mkubwa anamheshimu Mungu. Mimi na udogo yangu hivi na insist kwa udini yangu for what? So he convinced me, you know, by just looking at his lifestyle, I got saved. But when we got in Form 2, kukatokea kipindi kwa radio ilikuwa inaitwa Reggae Time, okay? Those of you that are old school, po Reggae Time. So akasema yeye anaenda kusikiliza reggae ziko na message. akasikiliza message. Baadaye akaanza kuhepa kidogo, anahepa church nini. Some years back I met him on the street, okay? After we cleared school many years, okay? He's walking on bare feet. He has not combed his trouser mguu moja imeka nusu, ingine ni full. He's not in his senses. And all of that started by what? Reggae Time, po. Then akachukua 1 for the road, 3 for the way, the other 1 for the house. And off now. He's a destroyed destiny. Now I want you to remember, he's the one that influenced me to follow God. Okay? Sasa wewe ukiniambia bangi ikuwe ndio maua tuko nayo Nairobi. Bangi ndio ikuwe fence ya kila nyumba. Yaani ikuwe available everywhere. How will that not be different? How will that be different from Rivayala kama imejaa na ina sweep nyumba na ng'ombe na wamama na watoto, everything? Are you not setting this country on fire?
Let me answer your question, Bernard.
Answer.
People are getting mad through bangi because they are taking it secretly. You know? Wakati wa curfew.
Well, bwana say wait, don't say that.
No, I'm answering your question.
You are bright enough to know the difference. Wachana na hiyo kabisa. Tuache. Ukikunywa sumu in private na ukikunywa in public, sumu yes kukua ukikunywa in public.
Bernard, bai imefunguliwa, si ndio? Watu wanakunywa pombe. Pombe ni nzuri ama pombe ni mbaya?
Go and look for a better point to come and convince me. If it is an issue of private and public, sawa tuachie hapo. Tuachie hapo tuende huko tena tafadhali. Robi ulikuwa unasemaje?
Bena.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nasema
yeah.
Mr. Wajakoya ako very right, but he is expressing his point in a way that people hawaelewi. Yani like analeta hiyo point zake, lakini how is is explaining it in a very scanty way yenye if you don't like anaongea kama Ruto. Unajua Ruto anasema tu like atapewa mama 50 billion. Sasa how aelezi ile itakuja aje? Sasa anasema tu like watapanda huko. So asemi how is it important, how is it itakuwa controlled aje, itakuwa but in case all these things are considered, you need it is very right by the way. Yani like hata hiyo mjadala ya marijuana. Yes.
Wajakoyo mimi nilimsikia mwenyewe akisema hakuna haja ya kupanda maua kando ya Thika Road. Hakuna haja ya kupanda maua nje ya City Hall. Hakuna haja ya kupanda miti ingine anywhere. tupande bangi kila mahali. Is that a person who wants to control it? He doesn't want to control it. He wants it to replace every green thing in the country. Now, if it is readily available to everybody, who our children in standard 1 will begin to practice it. By class 8, they cannot sit for exam. Please, Robbie, when a young man, go and research Wajakoyo and help him.
Bena nakuelewa, ndio maana nasema iko very right, like it can be a viable idea, lakini venye anaifikiria sio haifai, like it's not appropriate venye anafikiria, but kama angereason vizuri, naona kama angereason vizuri, it could be very viable, it could be very reviving, like ingerevamp economy, lakini sasa venye amekuja nayo hajakuja nayo in a very good way. But
Robbie, let's agree, okay? Let's agree.
Okay, yes.
Wajakoyo kama hana plani ya kucontrol bangi, hawezi kuwa prefect wa mazao ya bangi, kwa sababu bangi ina madhara mengi kwa society kuliko hii economic revamping you're talking about. Maisha sio pesa peke yake. Kuweka pesa mfukoni na kupeleka watoto like 8 somebody has posted something here, I don't know how true that is, but he say we have spent on how much on rehabilitation, okay? Kwa wale ambao wale watu wameathiriwa tu na bangi, we have spent over 80 million, is it 80 million or 80 billion on rehabilitation. So how much will you be earning and rehabilitating at the same time? It should not be. If it is for bangi, I'm not saying that is useless. According to the scientists and the medics people, it is useful, okay?
Yeah.
And it can make money as a commercial crop, but it must always be under control. So how to control it? You cannot be planting it everywhere and control it. In fact, tuseme kwa mfano, Wajakoyo amepanda on the side of on Thika Road kila mahali, miti yote ile nyasi yote ile Kidero alipanda, tumeng'oa, tumeweka bangi, okay? Si kila mtu atakuwa ready to access it.
Yeah.
Nikijisikia tunaenda kuchuna na chukua, sio? So how much will we be making when everybody has it? Who will we be selling it?
Export.
Which export? Am I going to be going outside my compound and tuning and then exporting it to where? So the man doesn't have economic sense. It doesn't have civil sense. It doesn't have. Please, let's not even waste time on it. Anna, I'll give you half a minute.
Okay, Bernard, ni vizuri sana umenipatia nafasi. Niambie Robi na Yusuf. Tuanze kukuja kukampenia Wajakoyo hapa. Because yeye ni citizen wa 3 countries, I think. UK and the USA. Na kama huko imekubaliwa, I think he could buy a land there na start a business of bank there na hizo nyoka. Because nilisema tena, alikuja tu kuleta kitu yenye imeshaua watoto wetu. Watoto wameua wazazi kwa sababu ya hiyo bangi. Anatuletea kitu yenye imekuwa ikituudhi ama imekuwa imetupatia challenges. Wewe unasupport hiyo bangi ni mzuri in Kenya. Tumefika hiyo kiwango ya kukua ati inaweza kuzwa hapa nchini Kenya na iwe controlled. Hatujafika sisi. Because in Kenya tunajulikana about kufunja law. Hata saa hii corruption inasemekananga, wewe mwenye kupatiana na mwenye kupokea, nyinyi mumeingia kwa criminal cases, si ndio? Bado tuna fight corruption tukijua tu mwenye kulea corruption ni mimi na wewe, kwa sisi ndiye tumewapatia that chance. Sasa wewe unakuja kutuambia ati itakuwa controlled. How? In a Kenyan country yenye inafunja sheria every second. Mwenye ukiangalia, for example, nitumie drivers wa Kenya. If you go to outside other countries, kuna nchi kama China. China nimetembea so many towns zao. Huwezi ukapata a traffic police because there is a camera inaonyeshana ukifunja sheria kuna pahali penye watakupatia, lakini sio huko kwa mabarabara. Kuna hizi ukuta zenye zimewekwa kwa hii express highway hii kubwa. In China ukiguza hiyo tu wall na gari yako tu kuguza hapo ni kama umeua mtu. Lakini hii yetu gojea, hiyo Nairobi Express Highway, igojee tu within 1 year itakuwa imekuwa rushwa, imebomolewa. Hata saa hii yenye inajengwa hii ABC Road, ingia hapo tu uone imeua watu wangapi hiyo yote up to Kamandura. Because our drivers they don't care. Wanataka tu kila wakati kufuja sheria. Then bangi mtoto akiitumia tu msokoto moja. In my experience, sababu nimementa youth for 10 good years. Hiyo ni kitu inakaa kwa mafikiria yake, kwa brain yake for more than 7 years. Na ndio sasa unakuja kutuambia watumie tu itakuwa controlled, itakontroliwa. No way. The other thing, wakati tunakuja kumchangia hapa, wale hawakwa wanamjua Kenya nasema, it is like we are campaigning for him. Let us focus with our ile inatusaidia. Hiyo yenye haijaletwa itusaidie, atakuja sijui ni 2027, akuje kama anataka aanzie sasa. Tukimaliza hii uchaguzi aanzie hapo kuelezea wa Kenya pointi zake zilikuwa, agenda zake zilikuwa nini. Ni vipi ataweza kama saa hii unaniambia nimchague ama nimsikize. Kweli ameweza kukomaa, kujipanga, kucontrol hiyo bangi. Hizo nyoka analeta. Some of us, wacha nijitumie mimi mwenyewe. Si ninaendaga China and I have been seeing watu vile Kenyan people tukienda huko mpaka unaogopa kukula, usikule hizo nyoka. Alafu unakuja hapa kuimplement ati tukuze nyoka ama tuwe na farming ya nyoka. Okay, ni mzuri. Unasema ni ya export. How many times Kenya imeingia counterfeiting goods? That means nyoka inaingia hiyo wewe unataka ya kufanya export na other nyoka zingine. So let us be serious. When we are debating, tuanze kupoteza watoto wetu wale wanachaguana mara ya kwanza, na tuache kupoteza wamama. Kwanza sisi tumeanza hata campaign. Sijui kama hata saa hii akikuja on the grassroots kama kuna wamama wanaweza kumsikia. Because we are victim of that bangi anakuja kutuambia. Kwa hivyo hata akishinda akipiga makelele on the grassroots level, kuna wamama hata hawezi akasimama kwa kikundi wamsikize. Kwa hivyo Robi na Yusuf, please let us focus na mambo yenye imetuleta hapa very serious. Azimio na Yuda, because hiyo Yuda kwanza tunataka kuisikia vizuri sana. Hivyo mnasema mambo ya bottom up. Sijui bottom up nikalia mzee ili nikuwe juu ama ni nini, I don't know. Because you are misleading. Hao watu wa bottom up wanatumislead. Nataka kuambia wamama, sababu namalizia Bernard, 1 minute namalizia. Wamama wote wa Kenya, jana sijui ni jana kulikuwa na hiyo conference ya wamama, na nimesema tena, huyo mama mwenye alikuwa evangelist akasema Kenya kwisha. Vile walimistreat huyo mama ilituonyesha they are not unite. Cause huyo mama nafikiri hata pahali yako ako na high blood pressure. Kutukanwa, kusukumwa, toka, wewe sijui nini. Na nilisema tena, unaweza kosea hata ndani roho yako haukuwa na madhumuni ya kukosea. The other thing, wale wamama wameingia kwa hiyo conference ama kwa hiyo team ya wanajiita chapter ya wamama. They have been in government for more than 30 years. Wametusaidia na nini? If they didn't have a mama movement, if they didn't bring a chapter like that one ya wamama, watuambie nyinyi on the grass, kama wacha nitumie bibi ya Ruto, nitamtumia tu, I respect her, but yeye wakati mama wa first lady ana campaignia vile mama atapata mtoto vizuri without pain, na clinic iende, mobile clinic iende mpaka kwenye huko unasema kwenu kwenye gari haziingii, yeye alikuwa in front line kutengeneza table banking ya kujinufaisha yeye mwenyewe na familia. Upende ama usipende, nimesema ukweli. because yeye alitengeneza table banking yenye anaambia wamama toeni pesa, mayai mnakuja kwangu mnachukua kama vifaranga na nini na nini. Naye mama wetu first lady kazi yake yeye alisema kama serikali nipatieni pesa niweke mobile clinics zenye zinafikia wamama kwenye gari haziingii. Compare those two ladies. Uniambia ni nani alisaidia Kenya? Kwa hivyo mambo ingine hapa tukikuja tumekuja with a serious note. Hii sio ile wakati wa kampeni za na huko mbele. Hapa tunataka wamama waelewe vizuri, tutafuata yule mama amesimama na wamama. Nilisikia tena mmeanza kusema singles. Kama saa hii tuseme tuchaguane singles, Bernard. Singles ndio tuko wengi. My husband alikufa 204. Kwa hivyo singles tuko wengi. Kura zetu tuseme tu back up Mother Karua, mtashangaa wale wamama wako na wazee. Kwa hivyo let us be serious. Mambo ya wajakao sikatai, lakini mambo ya kuchangia ati bangi ni mzuri, wacha iondoke kwa hii debate. We focus with what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama, and that's good. And let's heed to that guidance. In terms of Wajakoyo and his presidential bid, I will honestly confess, I've not given it a thought. I've not given it a thought, and I have not even, I don't know what he stands for. I don't know what he wants in Kenya, but I don't see how somebody can run on a presidential bid because of snakes and banking. That I don't see how that can be something to run the presidential campaign over. Kenya is bigger than economy. Kenya is first of all Kenyans, okay? And then these Kenyans need to be safeguarded, security. These Kenyans need to be fed, okay? Food security. These Kenyans need to be educated, education sector, to stay healthy. How do you begin by introducing this crop and that crop? Have you told us what is wrong with the current crops? We have commercial crops. We have coffee. We have not explored coffee. We have tea. We have not explored tea. We have pyrethrum. We have not explored it. We have not maximized its potential and its capacity. Why should we go and bring something illegal as if we don't have options and open our society to things like that can cause us rob us a generation? Kuna point moja nani amesema hapa kabla nilete Bantu, very very important. It reminded me when we were growing up, our grandparents and our fathers would go to the drinking place, okay, and they would drink, but you will not be allowed to join in the drinking or be given the alcohol until you have attained a level of maturity. Alcohol was not open to everybody. Traditionally, it was still controlled. So huwezi kunaambia ati bars zimefunguliwa kwa hivyo banki ifunguliwe. That to me, you're not thinking properly. Traditionally, I remember my grandma, my grandpa, my father, they would go to the drinking. Lakini kama umetumwa na madhe kupeleka message, okay? You deliver the message and go. You cannot be given to taste that alcohol because you are too young for it. It only belongs to the adult, to the elderly. Sasa hii mnataka kufungulia kila mtu? Mnataka kuwa na inji ama mnataka kuwa na wazimu? Yusuf, what is it? Nataka kumleta Batu Warrior.
Bernard, let me withdraw that case. Hiyo ya bag, I think hamukipata vizuri, but I'm sorry for that. I'm not even campaigning for Wajakoya, but okay. Let me talk about the Azimio, and then I conclude my case, because Azimio, by the way, wamenivuta kidogo kulingana na venye Martha Karua ana campaign. Campaign zake zimenivuta kwa sababu anaomba kura. Si ati anataka kura, si ati anataka mtu ampigie, anaomba, yani nimekuja kwa unyenyekevu ili mkinisikiza na munielewe kwa roho yako unipigie kura, ama utapigia yule ambaye roho yako ama dini yako nini yake imekuvuta. I think Martha kidogo anafanya kazi. Wacha niseme ya mwisho kuhusu hiyo maneno ya bangi ambayo nime withdraw. There is a time my first son alikuwa akivuta bangi akijificha, nikamuongelesha nikampea punishment kidogo, lakini nikaona bado anajificha akivuta. The day that I give the son, go ahead, endelea na usijifiche, ni maisha yako, ukitaka kupotea upotee. That day, the following day, aliacha mpaka saa hii kuzinilewe, but that was not the issue. Nimefurahishwa na kampeni ya Azimio na nimehuzunishwa na kwa sababu I was a Kenya Kwanza brigade, but kulingana na mambo ya Kenya Kwanza inaenda ni kama sasa najaribu kuondoka, kwa sababu sio ANC, sio Ford Kenya, sio ni UDA. Lakini kidogo hapo imenikanganya mpaka sasa bado nimechanganyikiwa, but I think I will make my decision. Thank you very much, and thank you guys.
Okay, thank you, Yusuf. In church huwa tunasema personal experience cannot be a doctrine. Okay, there is a doctrine and there is personal conviction and personal experience. Your experience could have worked, but that is a probability that can be 1 in a million. Okay, for that strategy to work, we cannot replicate it because it's not scientific. That's what I want you to put in consideration. So it's a good testimony, but it cannot be replicated because there is one unamwambia kwa mfano, I will still quote the Bible in Revelation, the last chapter. Asema yule mlevi alewe kabisa, yule msherati awe msherati kabisa, yule mwizi aendelee na wizi. Ushasoma basi kama hiyo? So somebody asked me, kwa nini Mungu aliforbid hizi vitu huko mbele, lakini huko mwisho anaruhusu watu waendelee? So jibu langu nikasema, kama umesoma kutoka Genesis ukafika Revelation na bado unataka kufanya, basi Mungu ana tiba yako, anakuacha uendelee, kwa sababu by that time, if everything you have covered has not helped you, nothing can help you. So it is important that we keep it clean. But let's not push so much on the matter. It is a conversation that we will have eventually, but it's not. We are not ready for that. We are struggling to feed our children. We are struggling to educate them. We are struggling to keep them healthy. We cannot add a problem to our many problems. No, not when we are still thinking in our right senses. So naomba tusikue na haraka sana na hilo swala. It will be looked at eventually, but as at now tushughulikie maswala yanayotuhusu sasa hivi na jinsi ya kuyatatua. Nani huyu anaitwa Kikwetu Ventures asema yes, let's move on with the discussion. Please, I want us to move on with the discussion. Tutazungumzia maswala, hata mkitaka kuwa na show tumlete Wajakoyo, tutamleta, lakini kwa wakati wake. Sioni sahi kama ni is an issue, although it's a good constituency because it's going to reduce the UDA votes. Although we don't want UDA votes to be reduced. Unajua tunapaswa kuhurumia watu wa UDA kwa sababu hii kitu itakuwa mbaya sana. Itakuwa mbaya sana. Tukireduce hizo votes itakuwa too small. At least wajaribu wapate kama 20 hivi, kwa sababu tukikata zingine kama 5% hivi watapata 15%. Kwa hivyo tuwahurumie. Because in my opinion, what UDA is projecting is not what is on the ground anywhere in this country. Wanataka tu kutupatia hapa impression that wako close to Baba. There is no close race between Baba and Ruto, except in Ruto's imagination and UDF wherever followers. That is where it exists. As far as this race is concerned, UDA can get 15% to 20%, Baba will get 80%. I'm not a prophet, I'm not a son of a prophet, but this is simple politics. You can see it. Wewe huwezi kuwa unakimbia na mtu amekimbia mara 5, alafu unafikiria wewe unakuja mara ya kwanza utakuwa close na yeye. You can't. And now hey, Bantu, hebu tuongeleshe dakika 2 tukisonga mbele.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nashukuru sana kwa kazi unaofanya na bidii hapo kutuongoza na kutupa maarifa na kutuonesha njia ya sawa kulingamana na ujuzi ulionao. Asante sana. Nashukuru sana Seli Cheb, Robi, Yusuf Sewe, Felix Ocheng, Eliza, Mrs. Ann. Kama kawaida nimefurahi sana na mazungumzo yako na wengineo hapo. Mimi yangu si mengi sana, zaidi nataka kuongea na vijana hawa. Siku nyingi sana nafikiri miezi mingi ya nyuma nilikuwa naongea sana vijana. Vijana, nataka niwaambie vijana, nyinyi mnataka kufungua Pandora box na mjui hiyo kitu ni kitu gani. Mimi najua, natoka mbali sana. Mimi niko na nyumba Uholanzi na niko na nyumba Uingereza, na watoto wangu nusu wako huko, hafu wako huko, hafu wako Uingereza. Sasa niwaambie mjue, Uholanzi ni wakati wa hippie 60s ndio waliachilia hiyo kitu, na siwezi kuongea sana kwa kirefu. Mimi narudia sababu namuelezea Robi na Yusuf. Wachaneni na hiyo mambo. Nchi yetu haiko kwenye position kudiscuss mambo kama hayo. Hamujui kwa nini nchi nyingine zinaruhusu. Hamjafanya utafiti kwa sababu hamjazunguka, hamjaenda kuona. Economically tuna shida nyingi sana. Unajua watu Uholanzi, mimi huenda naweza kwenda 7 hours nikafika huko, kesho yake nikarudi. Sasa niwaambie, mtu ambaye hafanyi kazi anapatiwa benefit. Hana kazi, hajapata kazi, anapatiwa benefit. Unataka kujua ni pesa ngapi anapewa kwa mwezi? Anapewa 180,000 Kenya money. 180,000. I'm giving you roughly, let's say 150,000 Kenya money a month. Alipe kodi ya nyumba, chakula yake, na ndio ataweza kununua hiyo vitu mnaosema ununue. Na alafu nchi yenyewe zimeendelea hizi nchi. Is so different. Haijafikia kabisa. Kuna shida nyingi. Ana ameongea kulingamana pesa zinavyopotea nchi yetu. Kuna makosa mengi sana yanaendelea hapo kwetu. Pesa zinapotea. Kuna shida nyingi zinataka kurekebishwa kabla ya kuanza kuzungumzia hiyo vitu. Usilinganishe California, usilinganishe Amsterdam, msilinganishe Amsterdam na Nairobi. These are 2 different places. We are in the third world country. These countries, they are so organized. Unaona? Watu ukianza kutabangi, sijui wengine pesa watatoa wapi, watu hatafanya kazi. Nchi itakwenda chini, itapotea, itakwenda kwenye ibisi. Wacha kuangalia Wajamaika wanauana huko Kingston, ile mbaya sana. Watu wanakufa huko. Wacha kuona kwa muziki. You can listen to the music, lakini sio kufuatia vile mambo wanafanya. Na ukiona hao watu wanavyoishi, wanaishi mbaya sana. Sitaki kuongea sana kuhusu hiyo. Naweza ongea vitu nyingi sana. Mimi naishi sehemu ambayo hiyo vitu inauzwa, unakaa, ukikaa hivi unaona una flat screen kama 6 hivi na unakaa unapewa kwa kipimo. Wachanini hiyo story kabisa. Hatujafikia hapo, maybe 50, 40 years, 30 years. Not now. Let's focus. Mama Ana amesema let's focus na nchi yetu tuitoe katika shida, umaskini na ugonjwa na ujinga. Baba anaongea vitu muhimu sana, ujinga, ugonjwa na umaskini. Hivyo ndio vitu, let's focus on those 3 things. Wachaneni habari ya bangi. Don't open the Pandora box. Mtakapoanza mambo hiyo mtaleta na LGB, mtaleta waume wawane, wanawake wawane. You'll open the Pandora box na mtaipeleka nchi ni generation baya sana. Kwa hivyo watoto wenu pia watapata shida na wajukuu wenu. Kwa hivyo wachana na hizo story, don't bring it here. Kitu kingine mimi nataka kusema, katika dini yetu ya Kiislamu inasema ayatul munafik thalatha. Kiswahili natoa meaning yake. Alama ya mtu munafik huwa ni 3. Alama, ukitaka kujua mtu munafik, alama zake ni 3. Sasa sikiza nikuambie ya kwanza. Ya kwanza, anapozungumza anaongea uongo. Ya pili, akiaminiwa haaminiki. Ya 3, akiahidi hatimizi. Sasa hizo 3 ndio ujue huyo mtu ni mnafiki. Umefahamu? Kwa hivyo mimi kuna mengi naweza ongea, lakini I just make it in short, sababu Bena sauti anatuambia tusiongee, tuchukue muda mrefu, kuna wengi watakuongea. Wachaneni na hiyo issue ya hiyo staff. Mimi naishi karibu na hizo coffee shop, zinaitwa coffee shop. Wachaneni na hao watu, ni matajiri, they are organized people, they are disciplined, na wameanza from generation to generation to generation. Sio nchi yetu. Asante sana Bwana Bena.
Thank you, Bantu Warrior. We appreciate your givings. Let us keep our sense of responsibility ahead, even as we do the conversation. It is very easy to lose focus when we pay attention to side shows at the expense of the main thing. We say that the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. So as we debate, let's ensure that we are debating on the main thing, not on the examples. Mwalimu yule anakujanga kwa class, alafu anaanza kufundisha somo, akipeana mfano anasahau somo, anaenda kuongea mfano. Anaongea mfano, kengele inalia, anaenda. By the end of the term atakuwa hajamaliza syllabus. Maswali hatatoka kwa mfano, maswali yatatoka kwa somo ambalo anapaswa kulifundisha. So ni muhimu we keep within the debate boundaries and put the interest of Kenya as a priority. And one thing I keep encouraging us here on this platform, don't look at Kenya 2022. Look at Kenya 10 years later, okay? Tukipeana uongozi kwa mtu kama huyu, okay? Deputy President amezoea kusema ako na track record. Tuangalie track record yake, okay? Track record yake ni scandal after scandal after scandal that you cannot wash it from him. History cannot deny that from him. Yeye anasema ana mipango. Amekuwa miaka 10 kwa serikali. Mipango ipi aliyotekeleza ambayo imesaidia Kenya ikasonga mbele ikafika wapi? Why are we worse off at after 10 years of him being deputy president, and he tells us we'll be better off when he's given 5 years as president? It doesn't add up. Kama ulikuwa deputy wa shule fulani na wanafunzi wote wakaanguka mtihani, unataka tukupromote ukue principal ndio wanafunzi wapite mtihani? Yaani wewe unataka board of governors tukusanyike tuseme wewe ulikuwa deputy, watoto wote wakaanguka mtihani. Sasa tunataka kufanya principal ndio ujaribu kuona kama watapita. Do we make those kind of decisions? I don't think so. So Kenyans, let's think critically and look at these things properly, please. Naomba tumsikilize Felix. Kuna video fulani naandaa hapa, zikiwa ready tutacheza. Na leo tunatoa sadaka. Wale ambao hawajatoa sadaka, nataka kuona sadaka yenu. Jana nilienda kesha, ndio mko niona kwa hisho. Nilikuwa na, in fact there are those who joined us on the kesha, who are streaming the kesha live. na ilikuwa very taxing eh? Sawa sawa. So Felix, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard, wacha nisalimu kila mtu, habari zenu. Kwanza wacha nichukue hii opportunity to appreciate our seniors, Brimot Ann and I think ametoka the senior who has just left for the good advices they have given about the Wajakoya issue. That one is, I'm not going to dwell on it because it has been tackled unanimously. Let me just go direct to the point, to the motion of today, beginning with the Ford Kenya ANC fighting UDA in Western. My point is, DP Ruto has been mentioning the words Atupangwingwi in several occasions, but if Atupangwingwi was a person, this is now where it is being shown. First of all, I saw it just from the beginning of the formation of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Different illustrations showed that DP Ruto is really playing with these fellas. First illustration, when Sakaja, instead of vying using an ANC, he decided to join UDA and was given a direct ticket to vie for a Nairobi gubernatorial seat. Sakaja all along amekuwa akitembea na before amekuwa akitembea na Musalia Mudavadi. Kwangu, I thought the guy could, if he was to vie on a party, he could go on a ANC. But I was surprised to see him joining a UDA to vie for a Nairobi gubernatorial position. Two, fielding UDA candidates in Western. Let me tell you, I'm really sympathizing with Ford Kenya and NC. I don't know how many MPs are they going to get in this general election, because they are really facing very tough candidates from ODM and their fellas from the UDA side. I'm really sympathizing with them, because before, when we were in NASA, at least ODM was showing some kind of brotherhood, and they could field some candidates just in specific places where they are strong. But in this case, you find almost all the positions, majority of the positions in Western region, the UDA party has filled a candidate in each and every position, majorly the constituency positions and the wards. Third, I saw Ruto. If you look at the branding in each and every political rally, you see mostly UDA branding ndio inaonekana. So you ask yourself, where are these our brothers? The partners, why are they chipping in the alliance? It means these people have been played, and Ruto has taken advantage over them. May realize the guys hawajui make the what to bargain properly. So Ruto has just decided to ride over them. About Rigathi Gachagwa's sentiments today, I think this guy he has just decided to mess up that group. I could describe the statements as arrogance, lack of respect to the women church leaders. That is to be specific, PCA women church leaders. Then lastly, I could describe the statements as uncontrolled talks without analyzing the cost of whatever it was meaning. I'm going to illustrate this. He said that the police officers will get another the previous the type of costumes they were using before. Kushona, kutafuta kutengeneza nguo mpya how much will it cost? From because already the government walishaweka that nini kando. In fact, they had made the new ones. Going back to the older uniforms, it means there are additional costs that the government will incur. Two, conflict of interest. Hapo ndio utajua sasa nani anataka kuchukua the contract ya kushona the kind of the costumes just among themselves. In fact, if you look at them, most of them they portray themselves as businessmen and women. So there will be a lot of conflict of interest in that procedure. Then again, it will take another time to do all those processes. I'll just go quickly because I don't want to take much time, and I want others to contribute as well. About KARUA, touring Nyeri and Muranga. I've been following the proceedings keenly from the beginning earlier today, up to the last engagement she made. And this has made me to conclude different things. One, that KARUA is very accommodative. By saying accommodative means KARUA is a kind of a lady, a kind of a leader who accommodates both the opponent and the proponents. If you get from the choice of the speech KARUA gives, anasema hawezi lazimisha mtu kutoa kura kwa mfuko yake, na anasema hata ukimpigia kelele atakwambia tulia, atakuongelesha, akikuconvince. If you agree with her, you'll give her your vote. If you don't, you'll vote wherever you want to. That is accommodative nature of KARUA. Two is very convincing from the choice of words. The lady just talks with a lot of humility. Anaongea kwa upole, na if you get the way she tries to express herself is very intelligent actually. Akipata mtu mwenye can just listen to her and get the words she tries to explain, automatically will get 2 or 3 people will get convinced with her. 3 is determination. KARUA has just come with a lot of determination. KARUA is somebody who will not give up, and we have just seen the kind of political rallies from the beginning. Alitangazwa kuwa the running mate. KARUA the following day just decided to come out and started to eat the road running. Actually, she made just a good number of political rallies touring the entire Mount Kenya region. 2, even yesterday, I think after finishing, yesterday she was in Ukambani region, where she had different political rallies in different points and stops. Later on the day, I was following, she had a meeting with Kiraitu Murungi, political team. It was late evening hours. I was somehow feeling for her because she had the whole hectic day, having the serious political rally, and the meeting took on very late hours. So that is now determination nature of KARUA. Lastly, about DP Ruto touring NYANDARUA. Okay, it's just the same thing. Ruto is going to Mount Kenya after every 2 days. Like tomorrow, I know he will be in Kakamega. You'll find that the other day, a day after tomorrow, 2 days after tomorrow, he'll go back to Mount Kenya. The reason being, Ruto has sensed the effect of Martha Karua. In fact, that the lady has made DP Ruto's wing to panic a lot because of the political realignments which is taking place right now. Then there's only one thing that I've been
Felix, conclude.
Yes.
Don't finish everything for everybody.
Okay. I'm just finishing up. There's only one thing that makes these people feel that they are so much popular. Like today, I saw them sharing a photoshopped video. If you may feel that these people have got the larger crowd, but if you try to be keen, you cannot even point ahead of one person in that video, in any kind of photo they are posting. I think I'll end mine there. I'll give others to contribute as well. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Felix kwa mchango wako. That is good. Good coverage. And I believe Wakenya wanajifunza. Tafadhali watu wa comments to debate vizuri. Let's also add value to the debate by remaining focused. Let's not get scattered into issues. We are not against anyone in terms of their opinion, except their opinion begins to deviate us from what is right for this country and what is traditionally acceptable. And if there will be a need for change, there must be a roadmap to that change, not just playing around with people emotionally and trying to sway them and capitalize on their poverty or on their lack of something. There's a difference between somebody assisting you to get out of your poverty and another one who capitalizes on your poverty because his poverty is what he uses to earn. Okay, we have had such cases with the NGOs that they will cultivate the poverty because as long as they give more statistics of how poverty is bad, it keeps earning them money by getting supporters to send the money to them. Now, those are people who are wrongly placed in terms of assisting poor people. Every assistance to poor people needs to be a way of getting them out of that situation and put them on a place where they can be self-reliant. A country can only be a country that is respected around the world when it is self-reliant. Self-reliant. We have all our children going to school comfortably. We have our hospitals working effectively. No Kenyan is going to bed without food. Now, all those things need to be done and concluded, not for them to be in the every manifesto of every year. We are conducting now our which elections. We'll be closing 60 years of independence, and we are still talking about what we talked about during independence. That means we have slept for a long time. So we need to wake up and fix what is wrong so that we move forward. Let's hand over this country to our children when it's better than when we found it. Tusichukue matatizo tulionayo tuwarithi watoto wetu, waturithi nayo, waende tena kusumbukana nayo, waende kwa street because of them. Let's take responsibility, solve everything so that we hand over our children, hand this country to our children when it is better off, number one, and our children can now improve on what we did. Not that deni tumewapatia, magonjwa tumewapatia, hospitali kujenga tumewapatia, shule kujenga tumewapatia. They will be starting by doing what we were supposed to do before they do what they are required to do. That should be the main concern when you go to that booth to make your vote. Thank you. Huyu number 777 what? Hembara. Hiyo ni kubwa. Sema lakini.
Hi Bernard, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. How are you?
I'm doing very fine, thank you, sir. How about you?
Great.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my views. I have been following this platform for Mutembei for quite some time. And one thing I can say is that you're really doing great work. I've seen a lot of debunking taking place on this platform, whereby a lot of propaganda from the UDA side has been debunked right here by very able gentlemen. The point I wanted to put across, if you may permit, I know it's a very emotive issue, is the issue for the cannabis for Wajakoya. Personally, I am a follower of the Roots Party of Kenya. I was an Azimio follower previously, but when Wajakoya came with this industrial hemp business, I decided to jump into that train. Myself, before I start, I also have a book about industrial hemp that I have written. And we need to debunk this notion that industrial hemp is the same as marijuana. The one which is normally abused, the one everybody is getting emotional about, that it has destroyed our children's lives and everything, is marijuana. But Wajakoya has been very categorical, and he has said that he's talking about industrial hemp, which is the species of cannabis that has less than 0.3% THC. If you look at all these countries, there's an elder of mine here who has mentioned the developed countries in the world. If I give you the statistics, Canada, for instance, has more than 130,000 acres under industrial hemp. The United States of America has more than 180,000 acres.
Bernard, let this young boy come later and say those things. Let him tell us what is in the topic today. We don't want to hear that. We have children. Please
ma'am.
tell us what is in the topic today. We are mothers here. We don't want to see our children being destroyed, okay? This is not a topic.
Thank you, Mama.
No.
Mama Selina,
say what is
you have made a point.
Bernard, we have children and they are listening, and they will tell us, if you, Mama, can be there when people are talking about marijuana, why don't I take it? No, let them have their day of young people or the people they want to speak those nonsense when we are here as parents. Please, today
Bernard,
we need to go by this topic. I'm sorry. We
I
respect my elder.
Well guided, Mama Selina. Hold on. Ngoja kwanza 777. Subiri kwanza. Okay? Just like Mama Selina said, and you've been on this platform or you've been following our discussions. There is usually one thing that makes us differ mainly with UDA guys. One of it is the attempt to deviate the debate so that they turn the debate into, they turn the platform into their campaign tool. We have a debate today. We are debating Gachagwa's sentiments about the police uniform and KARUA's meeting in MURANGA-NYERI, KALONZO in LOITOKTOK, Anc-Fordk Kenya fighting UDA in Western Kenya, okay? William Ruto camping in NYANDARUA. Those are the things we are analyzing and how they affect the next move. How are they helping the campaigns, either destroying their campaign or helping their campaign? Who is scoring more and who spells better for Kenya? So if you belong to Wajakoya party and you want us to hold a show for you, I'll be glad even to host you one-on-one. You tell us all that, but it will be exclusively Wajakoya and team on Mutembei TV discussing what their party manifesto offers. So don't use our debate for today to sneak in the policies of your manifesto until we ask for them. Tumeelewana tafadhali?
Much obliged, sir. Much obliged.
Thank you. Okay. Eliza, karibu tafadhali.
Habari zenu nyinyi nyote?
Tuko salama, karibu.
Kwanza Ben, umenipita ukaenda kwa huyo, nimeishi hapa sana mpaka karibu simu inaisha moto.
Pole.
Mama Selina, mambo? Watu wote wa families, habari zenu?
Poa.
Nimefurahi siku ya leo kuingia hapa, wanakuanga kwa comment most of the time, but today nimeweza kuingia kufurahishwa. First of all, nashukuru Mama Selina. Mimi tangu nianze kufuatilia Mutembei nimeona Mama Selina, he's the first lady every time, and akikosa huwa nachoka kuangalia Mutembei. Mama Selina, Alex and others wenye nawajua. So for me, what I'm saying, I thank God for today. Kwa kuingia kwa line, I thank. So for me, I'm not in Kenya, but I'm following this Mutembei. Sometimes I make nafurahi because nasikia watu wanaongea. For me, nataka kuongea story ya watu wa UDA. Okay, mi natoka kwa UDA kwenyewe, mi natoka Tarbo, and I know Tarbo much better than Ruto, much better than everyone. So story ya Ruto, mambo ni mengi ya Ruto huko. Ruto kila wakati huwa anasema atafanya, tumepanga, tunafanya, but ukitembea huko kwetu kwenyewe, kwanza alikuwa mbunge wangu huko Tarbo, mi natoka kule. There is nothing wamefanya. We are still poor. Hata ndio mtoto aende shule, first of all, Mama Selina, unajua kale vile wanaishi, wanauza shamba ndio mtoto aende shuleni. Saizi shamba, watu wanauza shamba ndio mtoto aende kwa shule. So at this time mtu akikuja mbele anasema anataka kuwa president, na wakati alikuwa hata mbunge mpaka amekuwa deputy, hakuna kitu amesaidia kule. Ni ile tu ile ujinga yenye wakale tumeweka kwa kichwa, tunafata mtu wetu, but they don't see we are losing or we are gaining. That is the thing I want to tell them. Let them wake up from sleep. They want to be like Sudanese. Sudanese have been in Sudan. They just follow only dinga until the country is not yet the country up to now. So sisi inafaa tuamke, tuangalie ni wapi, because ukienda kama huko kwetu Eldoret ama Tarbo, there is many tribes that are staying there, but hakuna mtu saizi tusema anaweza sema anapigia Azimio kura, ananyamasia kwa roho yake, because akisema atapigwa. Kwa nini usupport Ruto? But the time ya kura ndio ataenda yeye mwenyewe anajua anapiga wapi. That is the truth, and I'm speaking the truth what is there. Huko Eldoret saizi kuna watu wako ndani ya Azimio lakini they will not talk. Now I'm going to issue of Kajakwa, wacha tu apatue microphone aendelee kuongea, because maneno ya Kajakwa anaongea kuna siku inanifurahisha. Hakuna siku ndasema Kajakwa ametoa point hata moja. Siku ya leo nimekuwa nikifuatilia mkutano wao Nyandarua, nikasema wacha nisikie vile anaongea. Leo ni kama alikuwa ameandikiwa maneno ya kuongea kwa karatasi, lakini ni kama alisahau hiyo karatasi, akajikuta ameanza kuongea maneno ya polisi, kwa sababu wameona anaongea mbaya. Sasa walikuwa wamempatia notes, ukisoma, lakini akasahau, akaendelea kuongea vibaya about police. Anaongea hivyo, the other time akikuwa Nairobi akasema anataka polisi waende wasome degree, which means hao polisi wanaona wajasoma, watu wamesomesha watoto wao wamekosa kazi, inabidi hiyo ya polisi ndio inapatikana ndio wanaingia. Si ati wajasoma, polisi wamesoma vizuri sana. Yeye wakati alikuwa DO, that time alikuwa DO, hata kitambo hakuna mtu alikuwa ana recognize DO sana, alikuwa tu hivyo. Sio kama saa hizi utasema ninaenda kwa county commissioner, before DO hakuwa anajulikana. So ile issue yenye mimi ninasema na watu wa UDA wamekuwa na issue mingi sana ya kupanua midomo, kuongea mambo mbaya. Huwezi kusimama usikize mambo yenye anaongea ikufurahishe, ama point moja usikie wanasema nini. Yao wakisimama kila kitu lazima waongee maneno mseo kitandawili, alichukua pesa wakapea mzee wa kitendawili. Leo ameongea pesa ya vijana imechukuliwa, sijui ilikuwa inapeana nusu, imepeana mzee wa kitendawili. Hiyo ndio mambo yao wanaongea kwa platform. Mitumba ikaleta shida, mdomo ya mitumba sasa ndio inaendelea. Hata kesho ndio itaendelea Buhungu Stadium. Malala amesema wanataka kuongelea issue ya mitumba. Instead Malala akae chini waongelee issue yao ANC na UDA, au wanataka kufocus maneno ya wapi? Ya Azimio. So hiyo politics ya Kenya this time, Azimio imewafinya na kuwafinya, wamekosa vitu ya kuongea. So ndazidi kuendelea kuangalia, ingawa masaa ya kulala imefika, but I'm going to listening. Bernard, I thank
you, Eliza. We appreciate it. Mama Selina, unasema?
Nataka kuambia Elisa pongezi, na ningependa wamama wengi watoke, kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mnapepa dunia. And you women, we have great points, kwa sababu sisi ni jamii, sisi ni wamama, watoto wanatuona, mabwana zetu wanatuona, wasasi wetu wanatuona. So women of Kenya na hata wamama ulimwengu mzima, asante Maki. Hiyo information si watu wengi wangetaka kusema, but you have talked the truth. Watu wengi katika Rift Valley watapiga kura, watashangaa vile wanasema imeibiwa, wataropoka, because wewe ukitoka Tarubo tumelia tukasema huyu mtu hataki kuona viongozi wa zamani, hataki kuongea na wamama, hataki wase. Kasi yake ni kusema anajua, lakini usuri for 4 years 5 years amekimbia race bila jamii. Wacha apate ila atapata, kwa sababu hata raia watampigia kura, lakini uwezi simama bila nyumba, iwezi simamishwa. Kuna hiyo miti moja iko katikati ya nyumba, na kuna hizo miti ingine yote inashikilia nyumba. Yeye ako hiyo miti moja na alikataa kupata ile miti ya kushikilia nyumba, so hakuna vile nyumba yake itasimama. Ameenda akadanganya kina Mudavadi, ndio hii sahi wanalia. They don't know what to do. Alisema Kenya kwanza kwa mkono, children. Kwa kitabu, kwa IPC ni UDA. Ameenda Central akadanganya hati ya Central, akamwambia kujeni pati hiyo ndogo ndogo. Mwisho amekuwa UDA. Huyu mtu anajua hawezi kuwa rais. Chenye anapigania ni kukuwa na more members of parliament, kukuwa na councillors, ndiye apate ile pesa ya political party. Na hao wengine wote watamalizwa. Kama mtu kama Mudavadi nafasi yake imeisha, angekaa karibu na baba, lata baba angeretire, angeand over vile wase wa zamani wa Western walikuwa nasema kiti itatoka kwa Jaramogi ikuje Western. But we thank God Western kuna watu wengi strong, kuna vijana wengi wa mama ya Western wamesaa. So otherwise Penat, hile kitu moja inanishanga. Okay, naona Elisa yes.
Nilikuwa nataka niongee maneno, ni mingi maneno ya kuongea ya hii mambo ya siasa ya Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, hata huko nyumbani watu wanalalamika. Aswa huko kwa Mishra, hapo Keses wanaambia yeye awachane na story za kwenda kuwa control, because hao wanataka kuelect mtu mwenye wanataka, na hao wana force wataki wa elect independent, and Keses wameamua wana elect Mishra because Mishra ako independent na amewafanyia kazi. So huko utatanishi iko kule. Hata pale kwa governor utatanishi bado kule iko pale, bado inaonekana governor anaweza kutoka independent, inaonekana Buseki ndiye anaweza kuwa governor kulingana na ground vile kuko. So this time hii maneno ya kupiga kifua unajiona, you know, at this time mimi natoka Tarbo 1992, mimi nilikuwa shuleni Nilikuwa nasoma shule inaitwa Tapsagoi. Hiyo shule iko karibu na hiyo shamba ya Muteshi yenye mnaimbanga Muteshi. Hiyo shamba nilikuwa nasoma shule inaitwa Tapsagoi. So I know hiyo shamba ya Muteshi vizuri sana. Hata mtoto mdogo alikuwa nasoma huko, ukimuuliza hii shamba ni ya nani atakwambia ni ya Muteshi. So watu wengi wamenunua shamba, ukaswa Waluya wamenunua shamba hapo Tarbo. Most cause walichomwa, lakini saizi wamerudi. But wako huko, lakini roho yao haiko kwa UDA, roho yao iko kwa Azimio. Wanataka kuona mtu mwingine ndiye anashika uongozi. Hata huko Wakale wamechoka na kuna wale Wakale wazee kabisa ambao kura yao wataenda kupiga kwa Azimio. Hakuna UDA itapigiwa because huwa wanaongea na wanasema ya kwamba huyo kijana ametuchezea. Mambo ya mahindi kulia sana, saa hizi watu wanalia huko nyumbani. Wanalia ni yeye ndiye ameleta hiyo shida. Hakuna haja ya kusema ati sijui shida imetokea wapi. Shida ilianza kitambo, sio saa hii. Maneno ya mahindi, maneno ya mbolea ilianza kitambo. So the moment huyu jamaa akishika kiti, wacha watu walikuwa, Mama Lucy Kibaki kama hajafariki alisema mtalia na macho moja. Tutalia na macho moja. Because this guy is selfish and I know him. Hata akichaguliwa kwa ubunge alikuwa anachaguliwa kwa nyumba ya shemeji yangu, namjua vizuri sana. Hata na surround ndio wenye wanamsurround, I know them. Hao wako kuuza Kenya. Kenya akishashika Kenya imeenda, na tutaona. Sasa hizi tunahangaika huku nje, tunatafutia watoto wetu because we don't have something we can get at home. Tunahangaika huku, mali tuko huku tunahangaika na kazi, tunaumia by the way, but tunashukuru Mungu tunapata at least watoto wanaenda shuleni. So maisha ya UDA ni mbaya. Maisha ya UDA, mtu mwenye saizi anaongea maneno ya UDA au watatupoteza kabisa. Kuna mali tutaenda. Waje to change environment and we see. Waje tuone Raila Amolo muda hii yote amekuwa akipigania, muda hii yote amekuwa akijaribu na hajaweza, na saizi Mungu amefungua njia. God ako na sababu. In this 2022, God has answer for all Kenyans. Hata kama ni miaka 5 tutaishi, at least tutaona changes. At least wacha tuone changes, then people will talk, say at least huyu mzee amekuja na changes, imefanya nini? Imebadilika. And I know, kuna ule mtu ukiona mtu mwenye ana fight na achoki, just know this guy is going to change something. I think that is the thing I can talk.
Thank you very much, Eliza. We appreciate it. Your message is home. I believe those that are following are getting it clearly, and it is overdue. It's overdue that Kenya critically looked at the elections and made right decisions. Let me address something on the comment section before we proceed. 777, I spoke to you very clearly. I said, if you want to discuss Roots Party with their manifesto, book a show with me. All right? You would have asked me for my address if you don't have it. Other than going to say, umefukuzwa. Hakuna mtu amekufukuza hapa, tunakuambia debate the topic that is on. Don't bring a new topic in the midst of the discussion. So umeenda huko kulia kwamba umefukuzwa. Nani amekufukuza? Wewe enda utengeneze whatever sera zako vizuri. I can give you an exclusive show where you will discuss what you want to discuss. But you can't come and determine which debate we should have. Have some little respect, please. Thank you. Kabla Bantu Warrior, wacha tuangalie vile soko inakaa.
Partners for grants for those things. Kama huna capacity utalewaje? You know, it's not every job which can be performed by every person. You are the cream de la cream. Please give direction to your county. Let us not be afraid to offer leadership in our spheres of influence. Hata ukiambiwa iko wevu ya nani, if you think they're not qualified, please stand up. Can the real Merus stand up? And I know you are there. Let us give this country good leaders, like I said, starting from MCA, and the transformation we deserve will begin with the counties. It will be national. We are looking for a national revolution, but it will be a county at a time, a ward at a time.
Bernard,
yes.
Women leaders, kiongozi ya wamama, kuliendaje tena wanauawa na pesa? They were leaders. Walikuwa wamechaguliwa viongozi MCS na viongozi ya kina mama ya UDA. What happened? See what is going wrong, Bernard. Ona vile wanafanya wamama. Hiyo mama amefinyiwa chini, amepona ama atakufa. Why give out money like that? Kama watu wamekuja, si unajua vile walikuja. Patia kiongozi yao pesa huko ndani. Hii mtu anataka kuua wamama. Ebu ona hiyo mama amelaliwa, atapona wapi na hiyo? Pole Bernard.
Sorry, state of affairs. Eliza, unaenda?
Mi nauliza Bernard,
Yes.
hao wamama ni wale women ama tu ni watu walichukuliwa kutoka kule? Ukiangalia tofauti Martha Karua akimiti wa mama na uangalia hao wamama wenye ndio hao unatuonesha hapo wanang'ang'ana, ni wamama ama tu ni watu walirokotwa na kuletwa hapo kwa wamama?
Hao ndo tuliambiwa ndio wako kwa ballot.
We just imagine, angalia Martha Karua akimiti hao wamama wa maendeleo, wanakaa wamama. Hawa ni watu gani hawa? Hata zile nguo zenye walikuwa wamefaa huko ndani walizitoa pale nje, hakuna tena kuonekana walikuwa kule. This thing is just, let me want to show pia mimi as UDA I have women, but there is no women there because now the time Azimio walichukua Martha Karua wakaona wamama kweli wameingia in UDA, there is no woman. Yani hata saa hizi tuseme wapatie Waiguru waende akae mahali na wamama, hawezi fikisha hiyo kiwango yenye Martha Karua anafikisha saa hii. Martha Karua ni mama, hata umutukane huwezi sikia amesimama mahali anatoa maneno matamshi mbaya kwa mdomo yake. So why ndio unaona Sifuna alisimama dada time akiuliza why Ruto saa hizi anaficha Gachagua, hataki Gachagua asimame aongee. Even yesterday hakumpatia time aongee because he knows akifika pale ile statement yenye anafaa kwenda kuongea anasahau, anaanza kuongea maneno zingine. So ndio unaona wanasema mbona anamficha. So atamficha mpaka siku gani? Naenda anafaa kuwe first person to ongea ndio akaribishe the president. He has to have the words of talking. Then I welcome. Then tofautisha Martha Karua at this time. Even Mother Karua, just remember, tofautisha Mother Karua and our deputy ambayo ni William Ruto. Hebu kumbuka wakati deputy huwa anasimama aongee kwa meeting yake, wakati anataka kukaribisha Uhuru, ye uongea maneno ile nye president angekuja kuongea, yeye tayari anakuwa alishamaliza kuongea. Sasa president akikuja hapo tu anarudia the same thing yenye deputy yake aliongea. Tofautisha Martha Karua, just imagine ona wakati yeye anataka welcome baba. Few words she talks ana welcome baba. Hawezi kuongea maneno yenye baba atakuja kuongea. That is the protocol people they need to follow. So ukienda Kashagwa is very rude. Ukienda Ruto is very rude. All the same, the face the same. Ni watu wa hasira. Kenya haitaki mtu wa hasira. Unataka mtu uongeleshe watu na upendo na kupembeleza. Wewe ukitaka kwenda mahali kwa mtu na uone mtu huyu kwake ni mkali, wewe unafaa urudi chini, unyenyekee. Vile Martha Karua anasema tunanyenyekea, nimekuja kwa unyenyekevu. Sasa hii unyenyekevu, Kenya Kwanza wako na unyenyekevu. Ukienda kwa mikutano yao, each and time, these people, I don't know, even sometimes mimi sitakangi kusikia maneno yao wanaongea, I don't listen. Mi utafuta mahali Azimio wameenda because they talk the real thing. And then ukiona watu wa UDA wanakuja hapa, they just kuja hapa na maneno ya just, Ruto, deputy, Ruto. These people that are talking about him, they don't know him. They just see him in the television each and every day. But you have never met him face to face, which kind of this person he is. Ingia teramuka pale Jua Kali, kuja mpaka pale Tarbo, ingia pale mali panaitwa Kosaje, angalia, I think Bernard unapitanga hizo njia, just see Tarbo the way it is. That sokoni ya kitambo is still the same mpaka saa hizi, no changes. So watu wanakuja kutuambia vitu gani ya they can lead Kenya first, tengeneza kwako ndio uende usimame kwa wengine utengeneze. So hii kitu mimi nakasirika sana na watu wa Kenya Kwanza kuongeza plus na Waluya wenye wanatoka Kakamega, Mudavadi na kina Wetangula wote. Ingekuwa ni uwezo wangu hawa ni kuwashika kwa lori na kwenda kuwatupa River Nzoia na kuwasahau. I raise my case.
Elizabeth, kuwa mpole. Asante lakini. Well, thank you very much for that submission. Let's continue with the conversation. Thank you, the people in the comment sections who are doing a great work. Please, let's keep it clear. Let's keep it sober. Lakini watazamaji wote tusichoke kukaribishana. Keep inviting guys. Let's keep our numbers high. As many people get right information, the country goes better. The propaganda out there is very much, enormous. So many people can be deceived. So let's ask as many people to tune in and be able to follow the channel and be able to understand what is happening. We have a lot of people who watch this without entering the comment section or even in the studio. We need to increase that number by invitations. So endelea kushare kwa WhatsApp group, share kwa Facebook groups. Call somebody, wake them up, tell them we are on, we are discussing, so that we all get the right information at the right time, even as we await to change our leaders. But remember, we will not have a better country with bad leadership. The state of a country is determined by the quality of leaders at all levels. I have given this example before. Go to Kakamega County. Then after there, go to Busia County. Survey. All of those governors, they had 10 years in office. They worked 10 years on the same budget. But Kakamega is transformed, but Busia is not. Kisumu is transformed, but Siaya is not. Okay? We have changes, positive changes in Kisii somehow, okay? But Homa Bay has remained the same. So what is the problem? The quality of the leaders. You can't put in somebody who is incompetent and expect to see excellence. Kenyans, wake up. This opportunity we have, let's use it properly. Thank you very much. Nitamleta Bantu kabla ya Roberto. Roberto amefika akafanya knock knock. Subiri hapo hapo tunakuja kwako. Bantu.
Asante sana bwana Bennett, nashukuru sana. Nilikuwa nimechukua pause kwenda kutia msosi kidogo, nimerudi tena. Nimeona kwenye nyuma huko watu wanaongea, wengine wana support vile wanaongea, wengine they want to know who I am. Mi ni mtu wa kawaida tu, lakini nimetembea sana na nimeondoka more than 35 to 40 years now, na naenda nikirudi. Na sisi ndio wale tulipokuwa tuko 70s and 80s, tuko primary. Once upon a time I was a young man. Nimepitia yote hao vijana wanaongea. Once upon a time I was a young man. Hayo yote wanaongea sasa, wanataka si vitu vizuri kwa sasa. Earthquake. Sahii narudi kwa earthquake. Bomas of Kenya. Ma-DVD. Earthquake. Na maziwa lala naye wanaongea earthquake. Sasa hata mi siwezi kuelewa ni vipi watu kama hawa, these are the leaders, we call them leaders, politicians. We want them to be president, to lead our country. Na mtu unaongea earthquake, alafu ile earthquake inakuja inakutingisha wewe mwenyewe, alafu unaambia wananchi msiniaibishe. Sasa hiyo earthquake, hiyo ndio earthquake gani? Hiyo ni earthquake gani ambayo unaambia wananchi sasa msiniaibishe? Na ulikuwa umesimama umevaa makoti mazuri, unacheka, unaonesha paka meno ya mwisho 24 teeth unaonesha, unaongea habari ya earthquake. Na sasa earthquake unaambia wananchi wa sehemu yako ya Vihiga huko msiniaibishe. Hawa ndio viongozi tunataka wawe viongozi wa hii nchi. Pole sana bwana Bena, lakini saa ingine ukweli lazima uzungumze, bora nisikosee watu. Polisi wetu wa Kenya sio watu kuwakachifu. Mimi na sapoti sana Sister Eliza, na msapoti Mama Selina kama kawaida, Queen, Mama Africa. Time ya wanawake kuongoza nchi yetu imefika, na ilikuwa iko tangu zamani, lakini hawakupatiwa nafasi. We are tired of men leading us, wanakuwa wengi sana, wanakuwa corrupted. Hivi sasa ni time ya wanawake watuongoze, na wao waingie katika serikali. Mimi siku zote wanasupport wanawake. Bibi yangu mimi naosha vyombo na nafua mpaka leo, na naenda dukani, natuma naenda dukani kununua chakula. Mimi nasupport sana wanawake. Kwa hivyo wanawake ni wakarimu. Wanawake instinct yao ni kulinda nyumba, na kulinda nyumba wanawake watalinda nchi. Baba anaongea vitu vitatu: ujinga, ugonjwa na umaskini. Hizo ndizo vitu ambavyo baba anaongea ni important, ni issue ambayo tunataka hivi sasa sisi tu focus nazo. Sister Eliza ameeleza kulingamana na huyo mtu, anamjua kule anakotoka. Many of them hawajui. Mumeona wale wanawake. Sante sana bwana Bernard, clip umeonesha. The women are used and abused, which is not right. Kuoneshwa klipu kama zile, ulimwengu mzima watu wanaona wanawake wa UDA wanapigania shilingi 5 na shilingi 10. Used and abused. Wananchi, tuamkeni. Tunashukuru baba na tunashukuru mama KARUA. Tumekuwa na bahati kupata hawa viongozi wawili in the right time. Wataweka nchi yetu sawasawa. Kuna diaspora wengi sana ambao wengine ni madaktari. Mimi nawabeba kila siku, nawapeleka doctors, nurses, CEOs, entrepreneurs. watu wenye ujuzi wa kila aina, architects wako university na wajua wengi, sio Uingereza, sio mainland Europe, America, Canada. Wakikuta nchi iko na amani na maendeleo, baba na Martha Karua wakiweka, mtaona ajabu vile ndege ya Kenya Airways itakavyoteremka hapo, na watu wenye ujuzi kutoka nje watakuja huko, sio kuwekewa kama hivi watu viongozi ambao watakuja taharibu nchi. Kuna diaspora wengi sana wenye ujuzi watakuja. Sina mengi sana Bernard, mimi uchukua nafasi kidogo tu. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Bantu Warrior. I won't talk much on that. It's important that we value our country and support values that are better for the country. Naona watu wa comments wako na wamekuwa wakali leo. They want to deconstruct everything that is being said, some of them. But it's good that we look at it holistically. Nimesema watu wa Roots party, I don't know, is it party Roots or Roots party? Nitawapatia show mkitaka. Namba yangu na share hapo mkitoanga sadaka, okay? Use that number, give me a call. I'm going to give you a show, okay? Show tuta broadcast, lakini kwa exclusively ya masuala yenu ya Wajakoya and his party. Lakini mkitaka hijack debate yetu mtuingize ndani ya hiyo debate yenu, hiyo hautaweza, hiyo ni ngumu sana. Tafadhali. Thank you. Roberto, namna gani?
Yes, jambo Bernard, nashukuru. Nafurahi sana, nakuja na furaha nyingi sana because I am now beginning to see more women in the studio. Inaonekana hii mother effect inasukuma kina mama kabisa, na ninafurahia sana because you see when you have women discussing who have now been given a seat on the high table, more women will come up, will be able to hold a conversation, sober conversations, and we can push the country forward. Nashukuru sana kumuona Eliza ambaye sijamuona before. Sasa nimefurahi sana. Mama Selina hapa ndio anatuongoza akiwa ni kigogo. Kigogo kabisa huyu. Now, let me go straight to the topics of the day. And there's this gentleman called, let me call him a gentleman, though he does not deserve to be called a gentleman. He's called Gachagua. And as a whole, I'll put it together with the DP campaigns in Nyandarua, as well as the uniform Gachagua thing. You see, this gentleman, in as much as we are maintaining that we give him the microphone, this gentleman, according to me, he has started, he's going mad. And the things he's saying, I listened keenly to his speech in Nyandarua. He other than just talking about the uniforms, of which in my mind, he's just thinking of how he can do some tendering and get some money. And also that he does not like the blue color because the blue color signifies Azimio. But there are things that this gentleman is talking. And you know, some of the things that are coming out of script is because they are in his heart. And for me, it portends some danger ahead. There are things that he has mentioned, like trying to incite the security forces and telling them that Karanja Kibichu and Matiang'i have misappropriated their money. You know, we do not have in the government, we don't have an account with at the treasury where you can, as a PS or a CS, you just go and pluck money there. If it was that way, then things would have gone haywire a long time ago. For me, that is a very bad message is sending to our security forces, and telling them that they should, avoid taking orders from their superiors until after the elections and their jobs will be secure. You see, already they want to incite insubordination. They want to cause animosity between the Ministry of Interior and their subordinates. That is not a very good thing. We might continue praising him when he gets the mic, but this man has no good for this country. Some of the things are inciting. Then he goes ahead to talk about mtu wa kitendawili kupewa pesa. Some people, ile kitu ambaye Azimio wamesema tunataka tuondoe ujinga. And some people will want to believe, because previously, what was the problem between Raila Odinga and Central Kenya? Central Kenya had been made to believe that Raila did not have anything good for them, and it stuck there. Now, when you start telling them that Raila has eaten your money, of course, some of us who are well enlightened and we read a lot, we will not believe it. But talk about the people in the villages. They will start believing that their money has been taken to bond, which is a very bad thing. And then he now degenerates to something else and starts now even bringing in the wife of the Azimio candidate, that anasema bwana yake akiingia atafunga makanisa. What kind of talk is that? This gentleman is so poisonous and toxic and should not be allowed anywhere near the top leadership of this country. Huyu mtu ni sumu. And if there is any right thinking person in this Kenya who can listen to him, forget about just watching just take your phone and listen to this man keenly. You'll realize that this gentleman, I highly doubt. We understand that he went to Nairobi University, and I don't expect a graduate to talk in such a manner. This gentleman is talking like a tout. The bar talk that ile watu wanaongeanga kwa bar huko. That is the quality of his campaigns. It is so bad. It does not augur well for this country and their supporters. I don't know what they see in this man, because when you support this kind of fellow, it tells you the quality of your thinking. It puts you at a level that is not does not resonate with any kind of development. So this gentleman, for me, I think that he has a problem. Look at the other side, Martha Karua. Martha Karua, you can hold a conversation with this lady, disagree to agree. You don't have to agree with anything that she says, but you can understand her. But you look at Rigathi, I highly doubt. And let me say that anybody who went through the Nairobi University or the University of Nairobi should feel ashamed that this is one of the alumni of Nairobi University. Because for me, I doubt this man sat for any exams. One of the simple subjects that are in any course in a university is psychology. And you look at this gentleman, for sure, I feel so bad about it, because you can imagine anybody coming out from outside the country and looks at our presidential candidates, you feel ashamed totally. It is so bad that this man, whereas we want him to continue having the mic, he has now bordered into incitement, trying to radicalize. He is doing all manner of things that a leader should not do. So I'll leave it at that on that regard, because he's really irritating. And now, going to Kalonzo. Kalonzo is doing something good, and we now need to show support, because if you look at the previous, the latest opinion polls, these opinion polls were done before Kalonzo came in. And with Kalonzo on board and having hit the ground running, the gap between Azimio and KK should be much wider. However, we should not feel comfortable, and we need to continue talking to as many people as we can, and make them see sense so that they can join the Azimio. We hope that Kalonzo can continue adding the numbers. He had given us a lot of help, but I think I've learned something with Kalonzo having alitutesa sana karibu miezi mbili, lakini maybe I've learned something about that. I've not looked at it from the negative point of view, because moving from Kalonzo, you now see where Ford, ANC and Ford Kenya are. And Kalonzo he was stubborn but clever, because you look at what ANC and Ford Kenya are doing and where they are in relation to their amorphous group called Kenya Kwanza, which we don't believe is in existence. Mudavadi has relegated himself to, I think, a village elder, not even an MCA. Because when you get to a level where you are pleading in darkness, not even during the day, in darkness, that please vote for me, vote for my party, that shows the level of confidence, your level of confidence. It has gone down. You don't believe in yourself. And one thing that we all know is that when your level of confidence is that low, you are not bound to succeed in anything totally that you try to do. Whether you are doing some farming, whether you are trying to do some hawking, if you're confident, you will not even resonate well with the partners of what you are doing. And that is where Mudavadi has he has relegated himself to be. And likewise, if you look at the man from Roma, Wetangula, they have also become like chiefs. Not that chiefs are not important people, but they're in that level where you don't take them serious. You only take them seriously because of administrative issues. And even to crown it all, if you go to social media and look at what is going on in Western, they have a rally tomorrow at Buhungu Stadium, and the preparation was being done by Oscar Sudi. So what that does tell you, that UDA can come to your home and start doing preparations of some ritual at home. That is where ANC and Ford Kenya have lost it totally. Because when you pair somebody like Kaluale, who is a doctor, organizing for a rally tomorrow, and Sudi is the one overseeing what is supposed to, how the event is supposed to take place, it tells you that I think Bernard, you will have to talk to your kingsman, because you can't allow somebody to come to your house and start spreading the bed. Now, what will happen? What? Bernard, mnatuletea aibu bwana. Hii sasa itabidi tukusomee ili upeleke message.
Hao sio viongozi wetu. Hao wanajidai kuwa viongozi wetu. Those people were bought. And as far as the Luo community is concerned, we donated them for free. We are not even asking for dowry. Let them go. But them coming back and saying they are our leaders, we don't know them. We replaced them at Buhungu 2, at Woli, the patron of the Luo elders, okay, appointed for us weekly for Paranya, ambaye atakuwa na mfuko wa pesa wa Kenya. So forget Mudavadi and Weta and the rest of the kina Malala laaniwa na Tuoli. Hiyo laana ijakuwa lifted, so he cannot become anything. The same with Khalwale, mpaka waende kuona mzee, matambiko yafanywe, mzee akikubali ndio awafungue. Saa hii hao wewe usituingize hapo, wacha wako chini, ndio sababu wako chini ya Sudi. Can you imagine that a senior lawyer like Khalwale, I mean a doctor like Khalwale, a senior lawyer like Wetangula, and a senior seasoned politician like Mudavadi are now working under Sudi orders. Can you just picture that? Then come and tell me that those people are okay.
Ni makosa sana Bernard. Wacha niwachie hapo. We will continue sharing and ideas, and we'll see how we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Na tuendelee kukaribishana. Tukiendelea mbele, tulisema leo tulikuwa tunatoa sadaka. Wale ambao mjatoa sadaka, nataka kuona sadaka yenu. Masaa yangu ndio hiyo imeanza kukatika. I need to be organizing myself for the church service. So mnitafutie nani Wekesa. Wale wanaweza tafutia mimi Wekesa, tafutia mimi Richi Makiadi, ili mimi na mimi nikatuke. Eliza, unasemaje?
Unipe namba nikutumie sadaka, kwa sisi toangi sadaka. Huku hakuna kanisa.
Okay.
Pia Mama Selina, mimi natafuta namba ya Mama Selina.
Namba ya Mama Selina nitaipata kwangu kwa ruhusa yake.
Nataka kuongea na Mama Selina sana, nimekuwa nikitafuta namba yake.
Sawa sawa. So namba ya sadaka ndio hiyo na share kwa private chat. On the side of the screen there is comments, there is banners, brand, then there is private chat.
Nimeona.
Yeah, then I'm sharing it also on the public comments so that everybody can participate. So naomba nani huyu atanisaidia kutafuta Wekesa. Osewe ndio nitapatia hiyo kazi. Nitafutie Wekesa na Makiadi ili mimi nianze kung'atuka.
No problem. Give me Wekesa. I have some issue. I think I misplaced his number.
By the way, you didn't find each other yesterday?
No. But Nani, I don't know how Nani learned about it. He's the one who assisted.
I gave him your number so that he can contact you, because nilikuwa kwa church service, so it was very difficult to navigate, and I was also streaming. So.
Oh, okay. Please do it again.
Sawa. So let me organize that. To later on, I think Eliza, you can continue submitting. But utaniachia namba yako hapa kwa private chat. Eliza, umeona ile namba nimesema yatoa sadaka?
Yenye naisha na 85.
Yes. So I want you to give me your number there so that I will give it to Mama Selina and give Mama Selina yours, ndio muanze kuongea.
Bernard, just as a matter of interest.
Yes.
I hope you are conversant with the new names you see on display and why.
I understand only that.
So now an indirect question. Hapa
Yes.
ni safe,
We cannot say it is all safe. Like for the past 2 weeks I've been using VPN.
Okay.
It is only today that I have to, because there are some videos I cannot download on VPN. But
Okay.
They have just gone underground. They will resurface. We blocked some of them. They are very angry. So keep your guards on. See, I think walienda kufanya Photoshop na kuedit story ya Kashagwa. So hawajakuja.
Okay, for now we are safe.
Yeah. Sawa. So let's you can make your submission, Ose.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. Good evening, everyone. Bantu, Roberto, Sally. Sally. CHEB.
Hiyo ingine inatosha. Sema Sally.
Asante.
Sally, sawa.
The issue regarding, just to pick up, I want to pick up on what Roberto was talking about, Western. I think there is something which is not very clear to most of us. You see, we are treating this, you know, the DP had referred to these parties as village parties. But if you look at what is happening, you realize that Ford Kenya and ANC, they are not treated in the same village concept like the Moses Kurias, the Kiunjuris, and the others. It's a bit difficult to understand what's going on. So all we can say is that the terms of the deal, or the terms of the relation, we are not sure. For Roberto to say what he's saying, he's assuming that he understands the terms of engagement. Not exactly. Not exactly, because remember, already the moving to Kenya Kwanza for ANC was a done deal. That was concluded. It was not hanging on what is yet to come. No. And that is why at one point Gachagua did say that their terms of coming on board had already been agreed and they know it. So if you see, for example, UDA doing what they are doing in Western, it simply tells you that that was not part of the engagement, that that was what? No. And in any case, you have come of late to realize that UDA is really going on this on its own. I think the idea of KK is just a PR kind of thing. The truth of the matter is that all those parties are on their own. And you only need to listen to the Kabogos to realize exactly what's going on. You realize how they have boycotted any functions organized by Gachagua. It is only ANC and Anc-Fordk who you will see in Gachagua functions. Ask yourself. And if you realize in Meru, for example, you realize that Gachagua was on a very long, many days tour there, and the Kindikis were not even on board. So the terms of engagement are not clear unless you know the TORs. What is happening in Western may not be out of what was agreed. And no wonder you can see the complaints are coming at night. They are not coming in broad daylight because they may be answered to be told, look, what are you complaining about? This is the way it is. So anyway, that is it. But in any case, I'm confident that ANC is headed back to Azimio because Baba has a big heart, and Mudavadi can just be the prodigal son. It's not. Oh God. Well, anyway, that is it. So don't be surprised when Sudi campaigns for Alwale, campaigns for those who are the TORs of that arrangement. Now, if you will extend it further, you will realize what's happening for KK in Coast. Aisha Jumwa and Kingi. Aisha Jumwa insists there is nothing like PA. Everything there is UDA. And you've never heard the boss the DP contradicting. The same thing happens more or less. You can see again in the UDA, the KK house in Nakuru, Kiika Kimani and the Bahati MP. What about in Kisii? You are all aware of the Magara issue and the defection. So I think KK is operating on very, very, different terms of engagement, which are not clear to all of us. But I think the parties, since they are all complaining just silently, they seem to be in the know. Now, I listened to the DP, I think he was in Nyandarua. Okay, I think I'll bring that. I thought it was on the topics, but maybe I can just talk about it. I listened to the DP was in Nyandarua, and he was really mocking some of the points which are put forward by Azimio. And as I had said earlier, they keep talking about mambo iko lazima records ziangaliwe, lazima watu waangalie records. Anasema Azimio people have no record to sell to the people. Now, I was again today I was at pains, and it made me go deeper into what in that meeting, he specifically referred to the construction of roads and electricity connection. Those were his pet achievements that he was bringing forward in that meeting. Now, I remember not long ago, you remember the issue of wananchi, they cannot eat roads. And they were clapping and cheering in a rally that was attended by the MDVDs. Now, he really talked a lot about the issue of roads. But it is in the same meeting, the wananchi were told they cannot eat roads. Yet you want to get the achievement of the very many thousands of roads that have been done. But what again took my attention was to do the issue of electricity. No, for whatever reason, I took my time and did some research. I'm very well aware of these electricity connections that the DP keeps talking about. Now, if you bother to check what exactly how this thing was done, you will be at pains exactly what he calls a record. Now, to begin with, how are the connections arrived at? Now, when the government started this program of the so-called last miles and rural electrification project, it turned out that they had decided as a policy to engage local contractors to do these connectivities. Now, it turned out that there was a lot of, if you had this term referred to tenderpreneuring, a lot of tenderpreneuring took place. And by the time those programs were coming into force, the same people who ended up with the money for rural electrification had the contractors. You will be surprised that the connections were done by what we refer to as local contractors. So all of a sudden, there were very many local contractors doing these connectivities, the connections. Now, through those connections, these people are like mandated that in 1 month, you must come back and give a record of how many homes you have connected. Remember, you are a proxy contractor. Then you are supposed to take figures back to the program to say how many connections have been done. Because next week, the DP is coming to visit the area and you want to announce to the Kenyan public how many connections have been done. Now, that is how the connections were being obtained. Never mind that some of the connections have never even seen electricity. But on record, connections have been done. And the contractors were paid. You are all aware of sometimes the county government will give road construction work to a contractor, a private contractor. After some time, a government official is sent there to go and give a report how the road has been done, and they'll return back a completion certificate. Yet no road has been done. If you are aware of the place in Western Kenya, a road which I think at one point the DP had gone there to open a road which was never done. But on records, on the results and the findings, on reporting back to the government, the road is done. Now, how many of these fake connections are in place? Then secondly, around the same rural electrification and last mile, you are aware of the huge number of transformers. 90% of the transformers applied.
Wanose, what you are saying is factual, but I don't know where it's going in relation to
it's going to this
our debate because the
DP today.
Ngoja kwanza, sikilizanga kwanza nikiongea ndio ujibu. Ukijibu kama hujasikia kile nimesema, sasa itakuwa unaanza kutuchanganya. Sawa. Kuna watu wanalia tumewafukuza kwa sababu walikuja kubadilisha topic. Sasa sijui kama wewe pia uko mmoja wao, kwa sababu mimi nataka we give value to the debate by putting meat in the title. Ili mtu akiclick watch, he will get exactly what he was looking for, other than for him to run into other informations that may not be related to the topic. If you've been on YouTube, you notice there are people who do titles for viewers. Okay, unasikia kwamba Malala ahamia Azimio, hiyo ndio title. Then you because it is it's sensational, you want to hear how that has happened, because you know that Malala go UDA. Okay, then you click on it only to find it's either a clip that was many years ago, or is just doing that to work on your emotions. I don't want us to be in that category of broadcast, that the title reads one thing, the discussion is another thing. Tunaelewana? So if you are using an example, let it be an example, be brief about it, and let's get back to the topic. That's my advice. Thank you.
It's just that I started with the last one. I'm on topic. Now, in Nyandarua, I told you in the beginning, the DP concentrated on the roads, that the achievements. Yeah, he started saying that Azimio hawana record ya kusell to wananchi. He referred to how he has a record on roads, a record on the technical colleges, and a record on electricity. You can see it on it is the last topic on your screen. Now we are together. The last topic on the DP.
Sorry, carry on. There are things I'm responding to, please.
Okay, now I'll go on. So I was basically trying to understand what this record he wants to sell to Kenyans is all about. And I think I've done that as far as the electricity connection is concerned. Now, the other record that I would like to talk about, there is something, you are all aware of the Gulana-Kulalu irrigation project. It was also in the Jubilee government, Ruto record. A white elephant. If there is a white, maybe this is a white what? Is there anything whiter than white? Now, that is Gulana-Kulalu. Then the other record that you'll talk about, in that Nyandarua meeting, the DP talked quite at length about SGR. Now, SGR, you were all aware of the scandal that it was. Now, just as at the risk of repeating myself, the issue of the dams, I have some clips on the dams, how the ones which were supposed to be done in 3 months and to be done in 6 months. That is a record. Now, the other record that was also very disturbing is the one on sugar. You are all aware of the scandals which involved using the existing sugar factories' names, because normally when there's a shortage of sugar, the government normally authorizes as a policy the sugar factories to import sugar using their brands. They did import sugar using the names of the existing factories, the Mumias and the Sony Sugar, and sold them under Sony Sugar brand, yet they were imported. Now, the issue of the stadiums, you are all aware of them. The issue of the laptops, you are aware. The issue of title deeds, they did in the beginning, they did quite a number at the coast, but it all fizzled out. Then, of course, the NYS, the Eurobond scandals, which all contributed to the serious debt problem that the country currently is going through. Now, if that is a record which can be sold for somebody who wants to be a president, it is difficult to understand how this record narrative is supposed to help KK to get votes from Kenyans. And of course, never mind the unemployment rate, which is record rocket high, and of course the bad living standards. I don't want to, I can go further. There are the legal imports of maize, the hustler jet. Well, I think I'll just stop there for now. I'll continue with the list later on. But for me, if we are to elect a president on records, surely that record simply knocks the DP out.
So, thank you, Jose. And you need to do what? Lift your camera so that we see your face properly. Tukikutafuta kwa ID tunajua ni nani tumekutana naye. Asante sana. Wacha kujificha chini ya nini. And Eliza, you are breaking the law. No hiding behind the curtain. Hiyo ndio sheria mpya. And then I just confirm for me, Eliza, if you can get me. This number haina code. Is it Kenyan ama ni ya dunia ingine? Confirm so that
Yeah, ni ya Kenya.
Okay. So
Kenya.
it will. Okay, sawa. Thank you. Naomba sasa, let me just do the handing over. It's almost 2 a.m. in Nairobi. I need to prepare for morning service at daybreak. So Roba, mkono yako umeinua, unataka kunipigia kura?
No, nataka kukaribisha kwanza Makiadi, alafu I just wanted to comment on what Jose is was saying. Jose, you know, we all know the record of the DP, and for me, what stands out in terms of record, because we are talking about an economic revolution. What stands out for me is corruption and nothing else. All the other details we are well aware of. And if you are to talk about a record for which we can use to choose our next president, it is corruption. So if we could stick to corruption, that should be our main selling point, because with eradication of corruption, we are halfway done. We have the funds. Then from there we can go to industrialization and the rest. So he has no record on corruption. So we will leave it at that. Let us not go into if we go into detail of what he has done. This guy probably even the chicken that he's selling, he may have stolen it. We cannot even trust him. Asante.
On Nani, Roberto, my issue was on what he said is his record. He himself gave those reasons.
Ngoja kwanza, Jose. Kwanza umerudisha kamera wapi? Nyanyua kamera vizuri tukuone sura yako, na ukiongea unainua mkono uchaguliwe. Ukianza kuvunja sheria na wewe ni mzee hapa, tutakuachilia Jakindube ya kudiscipline. Now, this is I wanted to say this. Keep ameuliza hapa mara na mara, okay? Kama kuna yeyote anayeweza kumpeleka kwa chicken farm ya William Ruto, okay? Kama iko wapi? Nani anafanya kazi huko? Analipwanga mshahara pesa ngapi? Okay? Unajua hii maswala tu atuambia niko na elfu 200 ya kuku, inazaanga mayai kila asubuhi, mayai milioni kadhaa. Hiyo haitoshi, okay? So tupeleke kwa farm.
Wapi KFC ya Ruto? Wapi branding? Wapi factory kwa kaunti ngapi? Unajua imefika Uganda, imefika Tanzania. You know, these are questions to ask. Amefika bilionea aje?
Sawa, thank you. Eliza alikuwa anataka kutuambia kule iko. Eliza sema.
Mambo. Wacha nikwambie mimi ndio natoka Tarbo kwenyewe. Kwa Sugoi. Mtu mwenye anaweza kuwa analipwa pesa mingi sana kwa Sugoi mwenye anafanya kazi ya mkono huko ni kazi ya kulipwa, yani mshahara analipwa 4,500 pale kwa kuku. Alafu ule daktari mwenye anafanya pale kozi ni Muhindi, at least pesa yake iko juu because yeye ndo anaangalia is from another country, so yeye analipwa at least juu kiasi. Lakini hao watu wetu hapo nyumbani pale Jua Kali hapo Kosache, hao ni watu 3,000, 4,500. Hiyo ndio pesa yenye wakale wanalipwa.
Na ni wangapi?
Wako wengi because pale kwa boma yake kuna hiyo ndio yenye alianzia, alafu pale kwa Saje kuna achari aliweka pale.
Lakini ni 200, 300 ama ni watu wangapi?
Ni kubwa, ako na wafanyakazi wengi lakini mshahara ni kidogo.
No, wakuku wa biashara
approximately wakuku peke yake.
Wakuku wakati nilienda mimi nishaenda mpaka kwa hiyo malipa kuku yake, nilipata huko watu wenye walikuwa huko sana walikuwa wafiki 10.
Na hiyo ni billion
Yeah, nilishaenda mpaka pale, nikapata maaskari, nikaingia, nikaangalia ako na hiyo ya kuchinja kuku nyama pale kwa Saje, alafu yenye huko nyumbani ni ya kulea kuku zenye zinataga mayai.
Na ni watu 10 peke yake.
Pale nyumbani ako na watu like 20. Alafu sasa kuna wale wenye watu wa mkono wa everyday. So unajua watu wa mkono, anything you give a Kalenjin so long as it's money, because these people they like this thing of Udranga. Wako very low, they don't know how to bargain. But hao ndio wanaimba mdomo Arabu Ruto. Lakini wananyanyaswa. But jaribu sema jina yao huko watakuua.
Na watu wa kukata miti hapo.
Kukata miti si ni wewe ndio utaenda kukata.
Utanisaidia.
There is cheap labor. Cheap labor for cutting trees.
Unajua huko miti ni nyingi, kuna ile zilikuwa za forest ziko nyingi sana.
Tukate alafu tupande ndio akitoka.
Sasa wacha nikwambie. Mjamaa huyu yeye anaishi akipiga makelele. Watu wake wenyewe watarbu. Hata mimi mwenye ninaongea mwenyewe, mimi sinanga title deed ya shamba. Ni nini ameisaidia? Sinanga.
Lakini hata
corruption tu, mashamba mingi ndiye amechukua shamba mingi. Sasa wale watu wenye wamchui ndio wanamuimbia, lakini mimi mwenye ninamjua vizuri sana tangu nimjua akikuwa kijana wa KANU, namjua mpaka akuja akuwe mbunge, mimi ninamjua na and I know. Hata wale watu wenye wanamsurround pale kina Kibet, wakina Sudi, wote nawajua. And these people first of all, yeye hapendi mtu mwenye ni mwerefu. Ukikuwa mwerefu huwezi kaa naye because yeye ndiye ako juu. Anasunguka na wale watu wenye hajashika kitabu. Mtu kama Faruka hajashika kitabu, mtu kama Sudi hajashika. Sasa hao ndio anawacontrol. Go there anakimbia, go there anakimbia. Lakini wewe aenda huko ukuwe mwerefu, unajua maneno mengi, haki ya Mungu hautakaa hapo.
Basi ukweli ndio huo, ama anayepinga akuja na exhibit. Naomba hivi tafadhali. Leo tulikuwa tunatoa sadaka, wala mjituma sadaka, mtume sadaka. I'm signing out.
By the way, Bernard, najaribu kutuma inakataa, imagine. Lakini ndang'ang'ana.
Toa plus.
Nitume kwa gani? Kwa sababu nimeweka till number ama 85.
Till number kama uko foreign, till number yezi fanya, unatumia hiyo the number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kama uko na majuu tumia Wise, ama kama uko US tumia Cash App.
Mimi siko US. Siko US.
Usiseme country, lakini unaweza sema continent.
Okay.
Kama uko Europe utatumia Wise. Wise itakusaidia. Yeah. Hata uko Uarabu Wise itasaidia. Tunaweka credit card. na inaingiana very safe and secure. Ilikuwa inaitwa TransferWise, ina connect direct na M-Pesa. Bernard, kabla uondoke, nataka kukusalamia tu, alafu tutaendelea nayo mkururo. Sadaka itakuja. Hiyo suti yako ni kali sana. Usivae mara mbili, hata Sunday pia. Weka mpaka tukipata elections.
Asante. Ya inauguration iko inawekwa tu marashi. Hiyo ya Kasarani. Hiyo haijaguzwa, haiwezi kutumia kwa show. Tutaanza kutumia kwa show. Unajua zile siku 10 za celebration. Julius alishatoa mbuzi 3. Tutaongeza mbuzi. 10 days of celebration. So na kila siku new suit.
Mimi nitakuwa kwa hiyo siku ya mbuzi. Nitapanda ndege tu kula mbuzi ya our 5th.
Hiyo mbuzi ya Marsabit ulishakula?
Hata weki chumvi. Hiyo mbuzi inakuanga
safi sana. Unalia, Murkomen analia, watu independent watulize. Murkomen analia sana.
Acha nikwambie kitu moja, niko na mtu huko Elgeyo Marakwet. Aliambia usiongee mambo ya local politics, wewe kuja uuze sera zako na uende. Do not talk about our MPs. Aliambia hivyo kwa all the constituencies. Unajua alikuja kuchokora vitu. Vile alifanya huko na
vile analia,
anasema nini? Vile ilifanyika Nandi walifanya huko Elgeyo Marakwet, na ameambiwa usikuje kuongea mambo ya local politics hapa. Independents wanakuja na ni wengi, na Tolgos atamkanyaga. Ngoja muone.
Nakwambia.
I want to mention something on that.
Order, you guys, you're taking control where you shouldn't. Thank you very much. The standing orders are you lift your hand. Okay? Then the chairman will pick you. Then you speak. You don't speak randomly. Tutatengeneza kelele. So sai naomba hivi. Si nimesalimiwa na Kip. Kuna mwingine ako na salamu zangu. Mimi ngatuka Bwana Makiadi, endelea tafadhali. Thank you very much. Just housekeeping.
Okay, go ahead.
Keep Julius, Timothy na Jakindube alikuwa mahali. Hawajaongea. Hao wengine wameongea. Aswa Roberto asikusumbue. Ako karibu na wewe.
Nimekuwa nikiwaona hapa Roberto kuanzia sijui saa ngapi ya usiku nimewaona na Ose.
Yes.
Kuna kitu tu
Roberto hawajaongea.
Kuna kitu tu nataka unifanyie Bernard kabla utoke juu najua hatutaweza kucheza video. Nataka tu niambie prediction yako ya hii mkutano ya KKA Kakamega kesho, unaona itakuwa namna gani kabla uondoke?
Ya Buhungu kesho, Sudi ndio amebeba pesa, Malala wamenyenyekea. Of course they are going to mobilize, watabeba watu from all section to prove that they have numbers. But it will still backfire like the women meeting that was it in Bomas? At the end of the day, kila mtu atakuja malipo. And I believe, you remember time ile Malala alikuwa akiambia mambo yetu tutafanya, wacha wageni wakuje, wageni wakishaenda tutaonana baadaye. It is the same thing. There will be crowds for hire. They don't have a following. Then the people coming, they know wamekuja job, wakimaliza job watalipwa na waende. That's all. In fact the grip on the ground hawana kabisa. The little support that was remaining imeisha. That's why Mudavadi analia tu ile, analia kabisa. Ukiona mzee analia in the Luhya community, unasema when you come in a home state and you find women are crying, that is not news. But when you find elderly people holding their head and crying, that's a serious matter. So when you see Mudavadi crying and begging, you notice the ground is gone. They can't sell anything. They can't have anything. It's going to be the usual hired crowds. And the undoing of William Ruto is that one. Depending on hired crowds for the rest of your political career. You can do that initially. Lakini kama unafanya hiyo kama ndio merchandise yako, then you don't build a political capacity. And this is historical in the sense that the tail end of Moi's presidency, he was very unpopular. So he's the one who came up with these issues. Tulikuwa tunachukuliwa hapa Jericho, tunakusanya pamoja tuende Nyayo Stadium kwa sababu ni Madaraka Day na hakuna mtu huko. Okay? So wengine tulikuwa tunalazimishwa, wengine wanalipwa ndo waende. So that's what Ruto, I think that was, alikuwa mtu wa mkono then. So akajifunza hiyo story ya kubeba watu, kurundika mahali na kuwaongelesha. That is not how to build political capacity. Political capacity is how many people can you influence without undue pressure. Undue pressure ni ile incentive. Like right now, if Raila says midnight tukutane Uhuru Park, hata saa hii akisema by 4 AM tukue Uhuru Park, tutakuwa tumejaa na tujalipwa na kuna mtu ametuita because we are addicts as far as following is concerned. So he needs to work so hard. And so Malala has destroyed his political career by buying crowds. He was doing very well. The same with Halwale. He had an organic following. He has sold it by buying into the buying crowds approach. So all of them are buried. They have sold their birthright. I don't think they will get it back. By the time 2027 comes, they will be nowhere as far as determining the direction of the Luya leadership is concerned. Oparanya, Kinasifuna, all these people you see, Natembea, they will have overtaken and replaced them completely in such a way that nobody will remember they were ever in politics. That is my take.
Okay, sawa. Mimi sijui ni kwa nini niko na feeling kesho watu watapigana kwa hiyo podium. Sitaki kuitwa a prophet of doom, lakini ninaona candidates wa UDA na candidates wa ANC, there will be trouble tomorrow. But that's just my prediction. I don't want to say that I support violence. But looking at the trajectory that the Kenya Kwanza politics is heading towards, we are going to have a lot of trouble in Western Kenya. That's just my take. So, Bernard, asante sana kwa kuhold studio. I know it's too late for you, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So, we ukienda, I don't think kuna mtu ako na swali kwako sahi. Roberto, hiyo swali yako ni yangu ama ni ya Bernard? Because Bernard anataka kwenda kupumzika sahi.
Watu hapa juu ni wakora.
Ni ya Bernard.
Okay, sawa. Go ahead.
Bernard, I intend to send you a video which we can play tomorrow. And the video is got to do with the deputy president. He had invited some journalists to his farm. And to my surprise, he said that he imported 5,000 birds from India. You see, what surprised me is that I don't see why he could not give the local hatcheries a chance or give the local hatcheries a business. Why was he importing 5,000 birds from India? That is not being patriotic.
Roberto, did you mute yourself or you finished the statement?
Sorry, it's muted. Yeah, so for me, that was not being patriotic, and these are some of the things our Azimio propaganda machine should be doing, should be taking and running away with it and displaying this man as unpatriotic, and he does not want to give Kenyan people opportunities and businesses.
Yeah, that's part of self-interest. I will say
that is self-interest.
Okay, tamatisha ndio ni respond.
Nitaachia hapo, nataka uende upumzike, alafu mambo yako tutaangalia kesho.
Yeah, my response is that's part of the fodder. You know, the Azimio brigade is made of seasoned politicians. And like in journalism, if you want to release a dossier, you don't release the worst You begin with a mild one, okay? He will come and deny. Then you bring a more serious one. You must have like 6, like 9 of them, okay? So you produce them to the degree they deny. If they deny the less one, you bring a more convincing one. Wakikataa, unaongezea chumvi, then it becomes worse. So there is a build-up, okay, on the politics. As we go towards the election, when now all the gloves will be off, ndio utasikia yale hujawahi sikia. So all that is it will come into play eventually. I perceive. You see, like there is these videos that are coming in Kikuyu, okay, in terms of news. Then they have some episodes and this and that. So that is part of the build-up. It will reach a place when it will be very difficult for UDA and team to campaign in certain places. Sign introduction to, and my take, I would keep on insisting, if there is any problem with the UDA and Kenya Kwanza campaign, it is the making of the deputy president himself. It's not even the making of Azimio or the people. He's the one who messed it by failing to organize his 2022 elections without the script of Jubilee 2013 and Jubilee 2017. Angekaa chini achore plan vizuri na kuwe well advised, he will be a force to reckon with in these elections. But because he slept, akafikiria atatumia tu uongo kama kawaida na Wakenya watabuy into it. So this campaign is weighing very heavy on him. Na itamshinda. Saa hizi sasa tunaona imemshinda, is chasing the shadows. He will reach a place hatakuwa na la kusema kwa sababu kuna chochote cha kusema. Everything is against him and he can't overturn it. So let's wait and see, and see the build-up. It's going to rain heavily, I believe. So asanteni sana, tuonane baadaye when we meet again. Thank you very much. I salute you guys. Let's keep on subscribing, keep on inviting guys, keep on ensuring that Mutembei TV is watched by all. God bless you.
Asante Bernard. Now there's one thing I want to do right now. I know najua mkururu tunaanzia kwa Kip tunaenda kushoto namna hiyo kwa Julius, but I want to give Eliza a minute. Eliza, wewe nimekusikia kitambo sana ukiongea ukisema unatoka Turbo. Nataka unieleze a few minutes tu, dakika 2 ama 3, tueleze what happened to Okwaro. Unajua Okwaro?
Yeah.
2017. Hebu nieleze, unajua nimekuwa nikijaribu kutafuta the real story hapa. Hebu eleza wasikizaji wetu na watazamaji wetu leo, panelist hapa pia, what happened to Okwaro na ni kwa nini hakuingia bungeni? Hebu tupatie hiyo information kidogo.
Sasa nitawaambia hivi ya kwamba Okwaro amekuwa mzaliwa wa Uasin Gishu. Most of the people, you know, hata wale wa Kikuyu kuna wengine wazaliwa Uasin Gishu, wameishi hapo, kila kitu yao ni Uasin Gishu. So that time Okwaro alisimama ubunge na akasimama kwa kiti ya Jubilee. Na amesaidia watoto wengi kule. But wakati walifanya nomination akapita. So the time alipita, wale wakaona Okwaro alipitishwa kwa Jubilee. Wakarudi baadaye, wakaongea wakasema, unajua Mkale, don't trust Mkale, let me tell you. Atacheka na wewe lakini akifika kule kando anasema huyu si wa kwetu. Huyu anatoka kwa wajomba. Unajua sasa Wakale huo wanaita sometimes maybe kuna Mluya ameoleka kwa Wakale wanaita mama. Huyu ametoka kwa wajomba. Tusimpatie kura. Atapeleka hizi pesa ataenda kutengeneza kule kwao. Na huyu mtu anatoka Uasin Gishu. So hiyo ndio kitu walimfanya, yani ile ukabila iko ndani yake. So waliona wakimpatia because ni Mluya ataenda kusaidia Waluya, hata saidia Wakale. Hivyo ndio sasa walikuwa na hiyo mentality.
Na sasa ili happen namna gani mpaka nasikia walichagua independent candidate?
Walichagua mama anaitwa Janet ambaye anatoka pale kwetu, jirani wetu Kipkaren. Sasa huyo ndio wakampigia wakasema wache tupee huyu independent kwa sababu ni Mkale wetu.
Na sasa mnataka
Okwara alikuwa akijua wakati yako kwa debe, alikuwa tu anajua sasa, kwa sababu alipita nomination, alikuwa anajua tu atapita. At the end wakati
alikuwa anajua ni mtu wa Jubilee.
Ni mtu wa Jubilee atapita. So at the end wakati amefika kwa debe, wakati ya kura yenyewe, akajiona wale wanandi wameenda kupigia nani, Mama Janet. Yeye akabaki pale. Sasa na unajua Okwara anajua kuongea Kinandi yote fluent. Akasikia tu kwa nini tumpatie huyo, yeye ni Mluya na tutampatia hata tufanyie sisi kazi. Ya kwamba wanasahau ya kwamba huyu mtu ni Mluya na amewasaidia watoto wengi wanaingishwa polytechnic, na but alikuwa anawasomesha na hakukuwa anafanya kazi yoyote ya ubunge ama nini. Lakini sasa hiyo ukabila ndio bado iko ndani ya watu wetu huko nyumbani. Na ndio hata kama Mudavadi anatembea na hawa, hiyo kitu ukabila bado tu iko pale. Hakuna kitu ingine. Hata saa hizi wakisema ati vita inatokezea, watapiga tu wale Waluo, watawaambie nyinyi amuku tupigia kura. That is the thing.
Wacha nikuulize maneno ya Okwaro inafanya kwa the reason why nimekuuliza maneno ya Okwaro ni kwa sababu ya huyu jamaa anaitwa Mishra. Na mimi naona ile story ya Okwaro ndio inaendelea upande wa Mishra. Sijui kama Mishra pia.
Mishra wakale wamekataa maneno ya UDA kwa upande ya Mishra. Wale watu wa Kesesi wameongea na wakasema hawawezi kupigia UDA kwa mbunge, watapigia Mishra because Mishra ametengeneza Kesesi na amesaidia watoto wa Kesesi wengi. Watoto wa Kesesi wengi wameenda kusoma nje, amewapeleka wengine India, vitu mingi amefanya. So wale wamekataa story ya UDA, wamemwambia watapatia senator, watapea UDA, governor, president, lakini upande wa MP they don't want to suffer for 5 years.
Na nikuulize swali, shida ya kwa sababu niliona Ruto alienda huko, alipitia huko, I think ilikuwa Uasin Gishu na alikuwa anaambia wananchi wa hiyo area ya Kesesu wasijaribu kupigia Mishra. Shida ya Ruto na Mishra ni nini?
So nile nimekwambia this thing ya ukabila iko ndani hapo.
Hapana, shida ya Mishra ni kwamba amekataa kukuja UDA na nabaki Jubilee.
But walimkataa kwa UDA. They did not want him. Walisema aende asimame Punjab.
But Mishra is running as an independent, if I'm not wrong. Is he running as
an independent? Yeah. But at the first time alikuwa kwa Jubilee.
Lakini the strange thing hapo Keses wanampenda sana. Anapatianga watu madawa.
Madawa. St. Luke's.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa basi. So Kip, let me give you, unless kuna mtu ana swali kwa Eliza. Eliza, you have very very good information. Hiyo siasa ya politics ya local huwa tunaipenda saa nyingine hapa. Inatupatia a good picture of what is happening on the ground. Alex akona swali kwako nadhani. Alex, karibu.
No, leo nimeongea na Mishra na Rono. Kuna jamaa alikuja hapa, journalist wa wapi anaitwa Rono. You remember the guy? I spoke with him extensively. Akaniambia, but sikuamini, but tukaongea na Mishra tena. 90% of people in Keses are voting in Mishra. Ruto apende asipende. Because the guy has done a job that no MP has done in our Singishu. He will win on independent ticket, and it's bringing a problem because if they have to vote him because of his development record, it means there will be a wave of other independent candidates. That is bringing chills in Uasin Gishu, in Kerio, and in Nandi. That is what it was saying, that the moment you accept Mishra, you will accept other independents who are chased from UDA. You know, these people wanted to stand on UDA, but wakakatasho. You remember the problem of, you know, the Nandi MP. Alikatasho mpaka kanyanganywa certificate after he won overwhelmingly. So I think the people there have made their decision that they are going to vote those independent candidates. However, Murkomen na the other guy you saw the other day, Namandago wakisema a vote for independent is a vote for Azimio. But it's not catching any trend. Those people are saying it's okay. So Mishra is winning by 90%.
Okay, thank you for the information. Eliza, dakika moja ongezea kenye unasema alafu tuende kwa
Even
TPR.
Governor Buseki is winning. Even Buseki is winning and is independent.
Sasa unataka kusema Buseki atashinda koti moja?
Buseki atashinda koti moja. Koti moja ana kitu gani? Atamshinda mzuri sana. Koti moja Buseki bisi kwa ground kule nyumbani ndio kusema. Mimi ninatoka Uasin Gishu. Ninakwambia Mnandi saa hizi kuna wale wawezi kuongea, wakiongea watachomwa. Wanaokaa naye hapa kwa roho. Siku ya kura ndiye anajua kwenye anaenda kupiga kura yake. So Buseki anashinda vizuri sana asubuhi na mapema, independent inachukua huko. So ndio unaona hao watu wanalia, utupee watu wa mrengo wetu, mrengo wetu, mrengo wetu. Murkomen huko analia, utupee watu wa mrengo wetu, mrengo wetu. Nandi huko watu wanalia, hata governor Nandi huko anasimama independent.
So hata kijana anaitwa Karori ako na chance ya kushinda kwa sababu anasema walimwibia kura.
Independent watu watapiga independent. Sasa hii watu wanasemanga unaangalia kwa ground mtu mwenye atakufanyia kazi. Huko nyumbani wakale wanasema koti moja hawamjui. Buseki ako na mali, anasaidia vijana wengi. Watu wanafuata mali. Sasa wewe unataka
Aya, sawa, keep.
By the way, nimekosa kusalimia Alex, mimi huwa nakuwa kwa comment huku chini na kusalimia. Yani wewe ungekuwa kwa hii studio, wewe Mama Selina, mimi huwa silali. Sasa umekuja nimetaka kulala lakini nitalala tu.
Alex nikwambia uko na mafans huko, inatakana usimame representative wa watu ya diaspora pia wewe.
Mimi nitasimamia, but wacha niseme the mistake that UDA made, and I think it was the greatest gain that we made from the Kalenjin nation, is Lintura Mitika ama Mintuki, something like that. Ile wakati aliambia Mishra enda Punjab, you know, they thought, they thought that was true. The Kalenjins thought that he was going to be deported, and the children who had gone to India to be educated, especially medicine, nursing, and pharmacy. It doesn't take you to India to do science, social science, or all these liberal arts. When he takes you to India, he pays all your school fees for nursing, pharmacy, and medicine. How can you import somebody who has taken over 200 to 300 children in his constituency, paid by himself to do those courses? How do you even talk about that go to Punjab? I think that was the greatest mistake. And then the man went back and told them, I've worked for you. You can find somebody else who will carry on. The locals said, capital N-O, you will be our MP until our children come back, because they foresaw what happens when he goes. So I think that was the greatest mistake they made. Now, other constituencies opened their eyes and started asking who has worked like the Keses MP. So the comparative Nini started now to see who is working as hard as Keses. Now, they initiated a debate, and that debate has taken root, and people are comparing. Keses amefanya kazi, nani Mishra amefanya kazi, Ketera amefanya kazi, huyu amefanya kazi, and that was the greatest undoing of UDA. They started a narrative that became a formative and formidable force that they cannot sweep away. So independent candidates are going to win in Uasin Gishu, Nandi, and Marakwet. Thank you.
Asante sana. So keep karibu sana, na ninaona kuna mtu hapa kwa comment section anaambia Eliza iko mtu anasema Eliza, stop lying, Buzeki is a KO and my neighbor, we are not going to vote him in. Karibu Kip.
there's some truth to what that comment is saying. There's something in Eldoret. There's something about Koti Moja. Koti Moja has very powerful friends. Unajua, there's something people need to understand about Ruto. Ruto, why many people are going independent is the reason that kama una pesa, Ruto is not going to make you stand. So there's about, okay, this is allegedly about 200 million Kenya shillings that was given to Ruto directly by certain specific, and I cannot specify, billionaires in Uasin Gishu to make Koti Moja become governor. So there's that aspect. Na hiyo pesa itamwago. So Buseki, although they say he's a billionaire and he sold his milk company legally by the okay, Mama Selina.
Sorry, Keith.
No, it's okay.
You know what about Busegi? One, Busegi comes from Elgeyo Marakwet. Elgeyo. The Koti Moja ni Munandi. Now Eldoret.
Who is Koti Moja?
Na ya diaspora yote watapigia Busegi. Busegi ni son-in-law ya Central. So ukitoa kura ya Elgeyo Marakwet and Keyos, upakishe kura ya Wanandi peke yake, haiwezi fanya kitu. Actually, I was talking with my sister in Eldoret, na mambo ya Eldoret ni mbaya sana. Ukikumbuka chusi, wakati governor alikuwa na launch, wakiongea, people were not responding. One, Keyos, ni kama vile umesema mambo ya Misra na mambo ya Nandi. Keyos are really very, very, very mad about Mandago. So, hiyo vita yenye iko Eldoret si rahisi. Buseki can come in easily kwa sababu ya diaspora. Siku ile Mandago alichukua kura, unakumbuka baba alimsaidia. ODM ilipiti apeane viti ya kansala karibu 3. Uruma sijui wapi na wapi ndiye alipatiwa kura na diaspora. Otherwise, Buseki angechukua the other time. So today is opposite. Alafu pia kuna watu wakalenjin wengi sana wamenyamaza wa baba Azimio. Watu wenye wameenda shida kwa sababu ya mahindi Eldoret na shida mingi. So wamenyamaza tu. So because Buseki amesimama independent, wanapunish. Otherwise, Koti Moja ni sawa, lakini amekuwa victim ya UDM. Yeye Koti Moja ni mtu ya KANU. Hakukuwa mtu ya ODM, lakini alitoka KANU akaenda UDA. Otherwise, is also mgeni kwa UDA, lakini hiyo si shida. Kura ya Wanandi peke yake iwezi patia Koti Moja kura. Thanks.
Yes, the only problem with that, Mama Selina, I don't know, Lisa mnaweza nisaidia na hapo. There's a word in, I understand ile word mnaongea, ile word iko kwa Eldoret. Actually, it's in Eldoret itself. Hapo ndio watu wa diaspora wanakuanga. The Luyas, the Luos, the Kikuyus. Waezi votia Mkale kabisa.
Ona kid.
Yeah.
Saizi nimekuambia Wanandi, mtoto akitaka kwenda shule anauza shamba, na wameuzia hizi makabila zingine zote, Waluya, wakabila gani wote. Saizi walirudi vile waliwatoa 92 waliwarudisha huko, na ninakwambia kuanzia Turbo kuingia mpaka Eldoret ndani, makabila wenye wako huko watapigia Buseki kura, na Buseki anapita asubuhi na mapema.
Siniyo kutoka hapo town ukienda juu, ukienda na hiyo barabara ya kwenda Trans Nzoia. Hiyo ni constitution gani? Inaitwaje hiyo? Moibel. Sasa ukiona Moibel
walifanya hivi. waligawanya, walikuja wote, hakuna constituency iko ya diaspora. Moiben inakuja mpaka town, Keses inakuja mpaka town, Tarbo inakuja mpaka town. So hakuna constituency ya
Tarbo inafika Huruma. Mama Selina inafika Huruma Tarbo.
Sasa Moiben ndio nasema Moiben, Anapkoi na Keses. That is all KU. Let's just be realistic. Hizi zingine sasa ndio ni Anandi. Alafu hapo katikati Eldoret itself yenye imeshika county imeshika sub county zote ndio Eldoret yenyewe, na kuna ward moja hapo ndio tunasema hiyo ndio ya diaspora.
Iko Langas, iko Huruma, iko ward karibu 4 hapo town. Iko Langas, iko Huruma.
4
ni ward 4.
Siko 4
na Munyaka
na diaspora.
Munyaka.
Kuna Munyeki.
Munyaka.
Kuna Munyaka.
Si ni hizo peke yake. Okay, sawa.
Hiyo ni
sasa wacha nikwambie kitu. Sasa hiyo unaona ward yenye itapigia koti moja kura. Unaona hii Tarbo yetu hii, Tarbo uingie Tarbo ni Tarbo, alafu kuna Tapsagoi ward, kuna Nyengilel ward.
Kapseret.
Huko.
Kwa nini gavana mnaweka kwa ward? Gavana anapigiwa kura na hiyo constituency siote.
Watapigiwa tu kwa sababu nini zote zinaenda huko.
Sio nasema Keses, Anapkoi na Moiben ni KU, most of them.
Yes.
Alafu hizi zingine mbili Tarbo na ingine itwaje? Nimesahau, lakini hiyo ndio naweza wapatia Wanandi. That's what I'm saying. Even though
kuna Kiblombe. Kuna Kiblombe.
Aya, keep.
Kuna Siwa.
Okay, sawa. Let's move forward sasa. Sasa ingia kwa mada ya leo.
Okay.
Kasuti, ngoja tu dakika moja. Wacha Kipa afanye submission yake. Nitakupatia nafasi. Keep move forward.
And I'm not feeling too well. Acha nitatoka ni after submission, lakini nimependa hii. Unajua tu akale tuko very less hapa.
Na kuna mwingine pia anaitwa XK hapa anasema mko na too much news, inaitwa nini, nauseating disinformation. Hata yeye anasema najua wasingishu politics sana. XK ingia, tunataka ukuje hapa utufunze pia sisi tujue.
Okay, topic ya leo. Kalonzo, me, I'm still not with him. Amekuja, it's fine. I just think it's going to be a problem once he gets into government. We have to be careful about him. Mimi, I'm not going to talk about him. He's in. But I think I had a conversation today with Alex. And just thinking of Kalonzo, ODM has to be very careful. We are only going to have 58 ODM MPs because we've split it up, and if Kalonzo is going to be a problem, it's going to be issues, because if Ruto forms a formidable opposition, there's going to be a lot of these bills, a lot of these things that we are seeing in the Azimio agenda that will be very difficult to go through. So I cannot talk about Kalonzo because of that. I'm just scared he's going to do that. KARUA moves to MURANGA-NYERI. That is a no-brainer. The woman is gaining votes every day. But the reason I've also come today is also to say that the job is not done, Azimio people. Hatujafika. There's still problems in Western that we need to stop ignoring. That is the Trans Nzoia and the Bungoma factor. I'll keep singing that every day. Kisii and Nyamira are not completely locked. We need to look at that. The coastal region, Kilifi, Kwale, Tana River, and Lamu now are not completely locked. So we need to talk about this thing. They are scary, but we also have to make sure that the population needs to go to the ballot box. And make sure that our leaders go and campaign there properly. So those are the things I wanted to mention. I mean, there are good things we're talking about today about me and Eliza and Mama Selina talking about Rift Valley being a bit shaky. It's good, makes us feel warm inside and nice, but there are areas we need to fix. Kuna mabandages huko tunafaa kutengeneza, there's some erosion. So nitaacha hapo alafu nisikize one or two more people. Alafu Eliza, mimi ningependa urudi comment tena, na feel kama niko nyumbani.
Hang around, nangojea XK akuje, nitawapatia nafasi muongee UG politics because UG is unajua UG ni stronghold ya UDA, na kama UG watu wa kutoka UG wanasema kwamba it's a bit shaky, I really feel good. Ninasikia roho yangu inachemka. Kama William Ruto, kama Raila Odinga atakuwa competitive kwa Uasin Gishu, then it means Kenya Kwanza Alliance and UDA is in trouble. Na hiyo ndio politics nataka kusikia saa hii.
UG is the next Nakuru. UG is the next Nakuru, by the way.
Yeah.
It is the next Nakuru because I think if you understand one thing about UG, if Ruto was a brilliant leader, brilliant deputy president, angetupatia capital city, angetupatia city of Eldoret. That should have been the next city after Nakuru.
So,
but he's been here for 10 years.
Fanya namna hii, keep. Just hang around, usiende kulala. Nangojea XK amesema anakuja in a minute.
Okay, nitangoja. Nikisikia mgonjwa kidogo, you'll have to...
Sawa. Kose 1 minute, nataka kuingia kwa Julius Papa, amengoja sana hapa.
Yeah, just to add on what Kip is saying, I was thinking that the earlier sentiments are as far as the ground is concerned, but at the top, from some of the insights I've gotten, Baba, even in the past election, he performed very well in Uasin Gishu, and I expect that to maybe just maintain himself or improve. But unajua maji inachafuka huku chini, where the governors and the MPs are concerned. So I think up there, it may still be sustained the current level or improve. That's my view.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's something you wanted to know. So this guy called Kotimoja is the UDA aspirant for governor in Uasin Gishu. I think ulikuwa umeuliza hiyo swali, labda uko na hiyo habari.
Is that the name?
I think ni jina ya kubandikwa, but wanamuita Kotimoja. It's a famous name. Mama Selina, kwa nini wanamuita Kotimoja?
Walifanya aje? Huyu mtu alikuwa ya KANU, amesimama na KANU like 3 times. Walimuita Kotimoja maskini, like watu ya UDA walikuwa nasema hiyo chama ya Kotimoja. So raia wakachukua hiyo kama ni yake Kotimoja kwa sababu walimdharau. Actually, it's not a real UDA. Ni vile tu watu walimwambia simama na UDA. Otherwise yeye mpaka mwisho alikuwa mtu ya KANU. He was a strong supporter of KANU.
Mama Selina ama Eliza.
Kotimoja ni ile loki yake kwa sababu walikuwa nasema ati mtu ya Kotimoja anataka kusimama. Unajua vile hiyo watu kina Kositany, those people walikuwa nataka kusimama. Kina Kapseret MB, huyu Sudi. So walimunickname kumudharau na kuita Kotimoja.
Na Mama Selina, ngoja kidogo. Mama Selina ama Eliza, na nickname ya Mandago nimesahau kidogo. Hata yeye ana nickname. He has a specific nickname and it's very funny. Ni ya Kizungu.
Weka politics kwa roho, si kwa kifua.
Haya, sawa.
The other way around, sorry.
Hiyo itatafutwa. Julius Papa, pole sana kwa kukuweka on the sidelines. Karibu.
Asante, I'm okay. Unajua hata hizo what we are discussing here is helpful. This is we are team here and we share things, because I cannot, siwezi jua mambo yote. As unaona kama my sister hapa Eliza ametuletea some information we didn't have. So it hurts only someone who's selfish. Sina binafsi, nafurahia. Kwanza nataka kuwasalimia. Kasuti, imekuwa muda mrefu hatujaonana. Kasuti, Eliza, Alex, wote nawasalimia habari ya asubuhi. Lakini Well, mimi nataka kuongea maneno ya Kalonzo. Only Kalonzo nimalizie. Kusema ukweli, Kip ameongea kuhusu Kalonzo, and I'm always even last week I talked about it. Unajua baya Kalonzo, ameingia, of course amerudi Azimio, but he's not campaigning for Azimio, he's campaigning for Wiper. That's my big problem. Hata nani Martha Karua, she's not campaigning for NAC, she's campaigning for Azimio. So I really don't understand mbona Kalonzo anatukozesha kupumzika, because we thought that he will come back and support Azimio, because all of us we are talking mimi niko ODM, mimi mtu ODM, but we don't talk about ODM anymore. We are talking about Azimio because Azimio was registered as a party, a coalition party. So when I go there and start campaigning for ODM or for Jubilee or something like that, and it doesn't make any sense, because of course unajua baya Kalonzo is already, his mindset is already in 2027, which is unajua Waswahili walisema fimbo iliyo mbali haiwezi kuwa nyoka. We are now in at first we have to win this election, so we will start thinking about 2027. How can you start thinking about 2027 na hujui kama tutashinda? We have to fight to win this 2022 election. After winning this 2022 election, then we think about 2027. That's where Bwana Kalonzo is doing very wrong, and I don't like it. Because sasa, it's like, hata sijui I don't have a word to explain. Surely I'm so disappointed. But I'm disappointed because kitu ilinikazisha, kuna alienda Narok. In Narok, kwanza my constituency now sasa inaitwa Kilgoris. Kuna vijana watatu. Kuna kijana moja anaitwa Oibo wa ODM. Kuna kijana wa pili anaitwa Tall ndiye ako Wiper. Alafu kuna kijana wa pili watatu anaitwa Sabaya ambaye anawania kwa Jubilee. So wakati Kalonzo alienda Narok, in fact he just invited, because there are three guys for MP for Kilgoris constituency. So Kalonzo only invited Troll because he's in the Wiper ticket. I was very disappointed, because I thought for him, if he could have even invited the three of them, because they are together there. Wote watatu walikuwa hapo, so angewa invite wote watatu because we are in the same coalition. Wakati baba aliendaga huko alikuwa na invite wote wale wanagombania wote in all parties. Anawasimamisha, wanatoa at least even introduction. But Musyoka never gave them that. I was very disappointed. I felt so bad because that one is ni binafsi ingine. Jagindu Bey anatuambiaga hiyo binafsi hiyo. It's so sad for a person, a seasoned politician like Alonso to do something like that in a coalition, But anyway, I think let me now talk again a little bit about the UDA. UDA, which is led by Mheshimiwa the DP. Unajua ni miti imeteleza, kusema ukweli miti zinateleza. Miti imeteleza. I before some time back niliwaambia niko na interest na 3 counties. Let us say 4. Migori County, Kisii County, Sotik County, Sotik inaitwa Bomet County, and also Kajiado County. Bomet County, my sister is married in Bomet County. Kuna watoto wa my sister wengi sana. And I always talk to them, like, people down there, the DP is pressing people too hard. Yani, like, kama if you are not with me, kama uko na Ruto, you are not, uko UDA. So watu pale chini, there are many people who are vile Mama Selina anasemanga, kuna watu wale wako naitwa silent voters, wale wamenyamaza na watapatia baba kura, and trust me there is a lot of votes, silent votes kutoka kwa wakale. So let's not put off ati baba atakosa votes nyingi kwa wakale, even though Rift Valley, unajua siku hizi watu wana combine Rift Valley, anasema Rift Valley ni ya Ruto. Rift Valley iko na counties mingi, amba kuna counties ambazo ni za baba na pia kuna za Ruto, na the same time baba kuna silent voters wa Kale. So the DP, unajua DP naye shida yake ni ile he doesn't stand for what he believes in. Anaenda tena anaanza kujiuma vidole, anaongea hii, kesho anajiuma vidole. But I'm very happy because mwenye alichoose Gachagua is a very good man. Alisema vizuri, polisi uniform ya blue ni ya wamama wa kanisa ya PCA. So you know, he was right. Hizo polisi hawajasoma, number one. Number two, wako na uniform ya mama wa PCA. So it's good for us because you know sometimes, you know, saa zingine unajua mtu anajaribu kujimbia shimo, anaingia yeye mwenyewe. So it's doing us good. That one, sitaki mtu aongea sema ati aliongea vibaya. Hajaongea vibaya, ameongea vizuri. And let him keep on saying like that, ndio tupate 2-3 every day. Akiongea tunapata 500 ama 600. That's good. And keep wacha kuwa mgonjwa. Be strong, you are man bwana. Na miti hujaanza contract ya kukata. You told us that you need that contract.
Sivyo, na hii uze nilingolea meno leo bana. So sasa naongea funny bana. So najikaza, wewe endelea na mambo ya Kalonzo, tutapigana tu. Ni sawa. Mtani upset.
Hapana, Kalonzo siwezi mwachilia. Kalonzo hapana, tabia yake imekuwa mbaya, na yeye ni mzee. He should behave like a mzee. So unajua tena Waswahili wanasema kizuri cha jiuza, kibaya cha jitembeza. The way now the UDA, unajua now UDA sasa ile vita sasa ndio inaanza kujitokeza, because unajua nani Mudavadi aliuza the hearts of the Luyas. He sold it with cash. Ruto bought it with cash. So Mudavadi doesn't have to go there and cry at his due at UDA. Aya ndi mwenyewe alipatia pesa, hakupatia Waluya. So he doesn't have to complain. Actually hizo nini anapiga usiku, hizo kilio ya usiku, that is a crocodile tears. Yeye mwenyewe alipewa pesa na nani, walinunuliwa wakauza Waluya. But now Waluya wamejua waliuza, wataki kusikia story. So like, if you are, I mean, we don't have to sympathize with them. Mtu kama anafanya kitu kama, let wacha wavune chenye amepanda, lakini najua mfuko iko sawa, it's okay, but politically amekuwa dwarf. Anyway, kwa sasa wacha nimalizie hapo, kwa sababu naona tuko wengi, at least we share as we go ahead. Thank you, Makiadi.
Sawa, Julius, Roberto wako na swali kwako. Ngoja tu namna hiyo. Roberto, go ahead.
Julius, do you believe that Kalonzo will add to the vote basket of Azimio?
But is not is the
no. Do you believe he will add to the vote basket of Azimio?
Let me. I want to explain, so I will answer. You know, the reason.
I want to yes or no. I don't want a long answer.
Not the percentage that you could have brought if he came straight to the team.
No. Do you believe he has added, yes or no?
He will add.
Okay then. Now, what I can say is this. In as much as we may not approve of all Kalonzo's actions, he has added to our vote basket. And whatever you have said prior to this was that we need to win first then we think about 2027. So let's win first, and let's give him a break. He will come to realize the bigger picture. The most important thing is that we have him. That is my take.
But your focus, Robert, is on presidential only. Your focus is on presidential only. You need to think about the MPs. Alisema anataka soldiers. Raila said specifically he needs soldiers as equip President Mabusu. And you guys want to take him into presidency of Mabusu.
Okay.
That's what we're concerned about.
Let me say something here. You know, the debate about Kalonzo, Roba is right, Julius is right, Kip, you are right. But then I need you to listen to what Martha Karua said today. Go check what Martha Karua said about Azimio candidates. You should read that before, you know, we go to that discussion, because Martha Karua said in a month's time they'll have made a decision on who is going to run as an Azimio candidate. If we have a region where we have strong candidates, all of them coming from the same party, they know. Martha Karua said they are going to choose one candidate. So in kitu ambayo anajua. What we are doing right now is just some infighting. People are trying to show how famous or how vile wamekamata ground, but at the last moment tutakuwa na candidate mmoja. So tuachane na hiyo, kwa sababu already people wanajua mahali tunaelekea, and already there's a plan in the pipeline to address that issue. But
Makiadi, let me tell you, know, I'm talking this through experience. I'm a voter in Kitengela. Actually, I'm a voter in Kitengela. So you know what happened 2017 election? The ODM could have taken the seat of Kajiado East constituency. But because of Wiper had a candidate and the ODM had a candidate, so they splitted the vote. Ndio huyu mama akaingia anaitwa Tobiko. Tobiko won in a very little margin. The Wiper had almost 60,000 votes, and ODM has almost 80,000 votes. So because of that split, that's why we lost that seat. So I'm talking about this because I have experience of last election. That's why I'm talking about this. Thank you.
Okay. Alex, 1 minute.
No, Julius, this debate could have stopped long time ago. Had you listened to what Martha Karua said? And I repeat what Makiadi is saying. Martha Karua told us in 1 month's time, we in Azimio are going to sit down and come up with a candidate that will vie from these places that are so-called battleground. And the reason you are seeing Raila and also Uhuru coming to Kisii on Monday is for the same reason. He sent Mbadi was unsuccessful. My friend Simbarati and Ongwai are not seeing eye to eye. They have said parallel presidential campaign and everything parallel to a point that UDA already mepita katikati. So they have taken Kisii as a case study of what might happen in the whole country, and they are serious now. They are not coming for development in Kisii. They are coming to clean that house. If you are Wiper and you are only 10%, ship out. Ongeri, ship out. All these people are going to be put out and put only, because I think that has already been agreed. But you know, Kalonzo will always be Kalonzo, and he will agitate for something. In Kisii, we have agreed to give him the women rep. Okay, so he must take all these people out. So the women rep of Kisii, Toto, Donya, is from Wiper, no question. And we are going to put the ODM Janet Ongera out, even before election. Janet Ongera knows she's not going anywhere. So ungesikia kitu Makiadi amesema, we could have stopped this debate about Kalonzo, because every time we bring that debate, it degenerates. Inakuwa pepo mbaya. Kalonzo kwa debate ni pepo mbaya. Tuachane naye.
All right. Thank you so much, Alex, for kunipatia backup. Eliza ulikuwa umeongea, lakini nitakupatia dakika 2 utoe tu maoni yako, and then we go to Fred Kasuti. 2 minutes. Najua umesikia mengi. Hebu tuambie ile kitu
Aiwa, mimi maneno yangu tu ni UDA. Kachagwa sio deputy. Yeye sio deputy, yeye ni sijui nitamweka kwa kiatu gani, because wewe unataka ukue deputy then unasimama unaongea kitu yenye hata mtoto wa nasari hawezi akaongea kitu kaa hivi. Imagine mtu usimame uanze kusema mbele ya polisi wanafaa nguo ya kanisa. Hiyo ni kusema nini kweli? Kweli hao watu wa UDA ni nini wamekula? Wamekula nini? Omi UDA by the way, wacha wanajikata lakini hakuna mali wanaenda. Imagine hata hii strong.
Liz, nikusaidie kidogo.
Yep.
Ambia Abuya amevaa nguo ya PCA ya kitambaa ya kichwa. Abuya ndiye amevaa blue hapo.
Hey. Robert.
Alex, wewe si Gachagua, wacha kuongea hivyo.
So, Gachagua nilimwona leo ni kama walikuwa wamempatia karatasi. At least akisimama asome hiyo maneno yenye wamemwandikia. Lakini ni kama alifika huko macho ikafungana akaanza kuongea maneno inatoka kando. Because every time huwa namuona, hata yesterday, the time, not the other day, on Friday, the time walikuwa Nyayo House, nini Nyayo, Gachagua hakupatia time ya kuongea, because the time yeye huongea, akisimama, ni huyu mtu wa kitendawili, ni huyu mtu tu wa kitendawili tu. So kama leo amekuwa akiongea akisema, ati pesa za ya vijana, wamekata nusu, wamepatia mtu wa kitendawili. Wamepatia mtu wa kitendawili. Mbona hao wasiseme pesa yenye hao wamekuwa wakikula, pesa yao yenye hao wamekuwa wakiiba, wasiseme wanaipelekanga watu, wanapatianga nani? Kwa sababu hao ni wezi. Hao ni kitu yenye tunawajua, ni wezi kabisa. Hao watu si watu wa kusema unawapatia kiti. Imagine kama mimi ningekuwa ni mtu mwenye wanasema unashika kiboko huko kwetu Wasingishu. Ungeshika uchape watu. Unapatia mtu kitu yenye unajua. Yenye nyinyi wenyewe mnajua tu kabisa, lakini mnajaribu kuforce kitu. So Wasingishu kuna watu wenye wamenyamasia kura zao. Hizo kura zao zitaingia. Watu mtashangaa, tutakuwa hapa na mtashangaa kura yenye kutoka Wasingishu ikikuwa Azimio, mtashangaa. Wasingishu watu wanajua baba huyu deputy ni mtu wa kupiga kifua. And you cannot talk. Ukiongea wewe, kwa nini umeongea maneno ya Ruto? Kwa nini? Usiongee maneno ya Ruto. Hata hakuna mtu Ruto anasaidia huko nyumbani kwetu huko, lakini utapata watu usijaribu kuongea, kwa sababu ukiongea wewe ni mbaya. Ukiongea vita ikianza nyumba yako ndio itaanza nayo. So hiyo maneno ya UDA watu wachunge sana vile watapiga kura. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye mimi ninatangaza. Watu wachunge vile watapiga kura. Hata kama ni kuenda kwa mkutano wa UDA, waende wakule pesa, lakini kura wapige kwa baba, tuone baba akibadilisha inji, at least tuishi na maisha ingine tofauti wakiwa na Martha Karua. Mimi muda yangu wote nimekuwa nikiona baba, na by the way, hao watu watafanya kazi. Watafanya kazi. At least Kenya ita change. Kenya will be another different one. Because hata sisi wenye tuko huku nje tuende nyumbani tukae, tutafute na huko kwetu. Mimi hata hiyo maisha yenye watu wanasema ya biashara ati bottom sijua. Mimi nimekuwa nimeishi South Sudan, nimeishi Turkana, nimekuja nimesunguka saizi niko sijui wapi. Yaani mimi maisha yangu sijaiishi Kenya nikaenjoy Kenya, because nothing nitafanya huko. Nilijenga nyumba ya kuku, nikajaribu kuuza kuku. Hiyo kuku yenyewe unauza huko, watu wamekimbia kwa Ruto kwenda kununua kuku. Wewe utanunua kuku gani? Utanunuliwa na nani? Nilinunua hata mpaka na cages nikaweka, lakini si kupata mtu wa kununulia kwa sababu Ruto ameweka kuku huko. Yeah? So watu Wasingishu waangalie, wasiangalie ati mtu wetu. Mimi imagine mimi mali mtu anasema fact ndio nafuata. Siwezi fuata ati kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Hata kwa nyumba yetu tumegawana. Kuna watu wa Ruto na kuna watu wa Azimio.
Elisa, niko na swali tu moja. Na huyu MP msafi sana anaitwa Chepkut. Unajua Chepkut?
Anatoka hapa.
Anapkoi. Anavanga suti safi sana.
Ninakwambia huyu anapo iko dry girls.
Yeah.
Dry girls.
Hujui Chepkut?
Sasa dry girls huko mimi huko mimi hata siingiangi kule ndani sana kwa sababu huko ni kama unaenda Elgeyo. Si ndio?
Uko Kaptagat sasa.
Yeah. So watu wasingishu kabisa kipu wakale wengine. Unajua kuna mkale mmoja huwa anaongea hapa anaitwa ako huko sijui Amerika, huyo anaitwa sijui nani hapa. Anapenda kuvaa t-shirt ya yellow. Huwa nikikuwa kwa comment huwa namuona.
Anaitwa Cheraisi.
Huyo. Mara mingi nimekuwa nikijaribu niingie hapa ndani nimwambie kitu.
Huyo alikuwa senator alikuwa anataka kuwa senator wa Baringo.
Something is like this. Yeah. Watu kama umetoka nje na umeenda umeishi na different people, you have to learn from those people. Usibaki kuwa tu na mentality tu mimi ni mkale unabaki kuwa mkale. It's like Sudan. Mimi nimebaki kuwa mdinga unakuwa tu ni mdinga. Uko kwa nje ya wenyewe unataka kuleta ile ukorofi ya kwenu unapeleka wapi? Kwa nje ya wenyewe. So hiyo ndio kitu yenye nafanya sisi wakale tunaanguka mtihani because we just yani tuko na ile mentality kwa sababu kama ni keep tu. Hata kama anakufanyia vibaya ni keep tu. Wewe hutaki kujua. So tutoe hiyo mentality yetu to focus because watoto wetu saizi wana change. Watoto wetu wana change. Saizi watoto wetu wanachanganya. Wenye wanaoa kuna mwenye ameoa Mkikuyu, mwenye ameoa Mluya, mwenye ameoa nini. So saizi tunachanganyisha. So ile mentality yenye tuko naye ile ati sisi ni watu wakale lugha moja lazima vitu zetu ziingie pale. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunajiumiza. Saizi wakale wanalia about mahindi, wanalia mahindi. Hiyo mahindi nani ndiye alileta hiyo shida yote? Saizi sieni hakuna. Sieni ni shilingi 7,000 kitu yenye watu walikuwa wakinunua 2,000. Saizi 1,500, saizi ni 7,000. Nani ndiye alileta hiyo shida yote? Na wakale wako na mashamba yaka karibu 300, mtu mmoja ako na karibu 400. Saizi hakuna mtu analima. Nani alileta hiyo shida? Why don't you us open our eyes and see? Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, mimi nataka kulala.
Sawa Eliza, thank you for information. Lakini mimi naona saa nyingine mnaonea Ruto sana kwa sababu walifungua kiwanda ya fertilizer Eldoret na nyinyi ndio mmekataa kununua hiyo fertilizer. Sasa ukisema
unajua inatoka pesa ngapi? Kama wanasema si hao ndio wanasimama kwa gari juu wanasema vitu imekuwa. Unajua inatoka pesa ngapi hiyo? 7,000.
Hiyo yenye inatengenezewa Eldoret.
7,000. Sasa wewe unasema yeye anapanda kwa gari juu.
Inanunuliwa down ni 3,000.
So alafu mfuko ile ya 12
Imagine moja tu. Na inaendanga kwa shamba yake direct. Inaenda kwa shamba ya Ruto direct.
Unajua ni mtu ako na mashamba ngapi? Unajua ako na mashamba ngapi?
Unaweza hesabu kweli. Ako na castle.
Ako na shamba mingi. Alafu uongeza watu wake mkono kina Faruku mwenye mimi ninamjua, mwenye alikuwa anakanyaganga miguu chini. Corruption imetumaliza.
Haya, sawa. Na ningependa kupose swali kwa panelist hapa. Unajua kila wakati mimi naona mnalaumu Deputy President wa UDA Gachagua. Do you think William Ruto did not know that Azimio will nominate Martha Karua to be the deputy presidential candidate? Kasuti, unafikiria William Ruto hakuwa anajua Raila Odinga atachagua Martha Karua na yeye akaamua kubaki na Gachagua? Kasuti, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Richi. Acha niwasalimie tu kiholse. Alex, jambo, nimekuona. Roba, kila mtu hapo nimeona. Wewe sisi hatujui vitu hii ya virusungu nilikuambia wewe uachane. Wewe weka tu kienyeji ndio itakuwa rahisi kujulikana. Kienyeji, weke tu kienyeji. Hiyo virusungu hatutaki. So wacha nianze na kienyeji hapa. Kienyeji, acha nikuambie kitu kuhusu Western. Zile kaunti zinafaa kukupea wasiwasi ni kaunti 2 tu. Kaunti moja ni Kakamega huko there is a very serious battle there, na kaunti nyingine ni Vihiga. Sawa sawa. Bungoma na Trans Nzoia, my friend, hiyo forget about it. Na Busia. Why am I saying so? Mimi natoka Bungoma, nashika huku upande mwingine nashika Busia, upande huu wa juu nashika Uasin Gishu, upande ule mwingine nashika wapi? Trans Nzoia. So I think I might be in good position to tell you why am I saying Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Busia achana nazo. Kwa nini nakwambia hivyo? Kuna operation fukuza Ford Kenya. Take it to the bank. Operation fukuza Ford Kenya. And if you are vying in Ford Kenya ticket, you don't stand a chance. In those 3 counties, you don't stand a chance. Take it to the bank. Kitu cha pili, you don't know Wangamati what he has done. Wangamati has done a work which is beyond even imagination. I think nilisema hapa wakati mmoja nikawaambia, wewe mnaona tu huyo Wangamati akinyamaza hivyo, but Wangamati is the only governor who started this program of scholarship. Wachana na basari. Watu wanapiga mdomo na basari. Is in only Bungoma. We are taking our children outside the country to study, my friend. So unakuja hapo kuniambia Wangamati. Wangamati is untouchable, is unevocable. Let me use that word. So Lusaka with his brother Weta, just weka tu kwa kaburi la sahau, my friend. Ukiingia ukule chini uweke Otuoma pale na kina Rafael Wanjala huko. By the way, I don't know utapitia wapi, sijui. So hizo kaunti mbili ukiingia Trans Nzoia ukuchukue na Tembea umweke pale the way now Trans Nzoia hatuendi na popularity ya mtu ama na chama, tunaenda kulingana na mtu na ground inasema nini. Enda uongee vibaya kuhusu na Tembea ndio utajua ujui. Enda tu. So Trans Nzoia is out of equation, Bungoma is out of equation, Busia is out of equation. Zile kaunti zinatupewa wasiwazi ni hapa kwa Mudavadi, Vihiga na Kakamega. Hapo ndipo watu hawajaamua vizuri ni wapi wanataka kwenda. Kwa sababu ukiona Veterinary Barasa ameshikana kona na nani huyu tunamuita Malala. Na huwezi Malala is not somebody you can push away easily like that. Ni kijana mdogo ambaye anajua kumanuva. Kijana mdogo anajua propaganda. Na kijana mdogo ambaye anakimbia huku anauma, akiona kimeumana ana switch. Mnashtukia as long as yapate kile kitu anataka. So si mtu wa kupusha away vile mnavyofikiria. Sijui huyo anasema nini, Richard utaniambia huyo mtu huyo anataja jina yangu hapo. Sijui anasema nini, yeye haisomeki vizuri. So
anasema Vihiga wamemaliza ANC. Anasema Vihiga wamemaliza ANC.
So Vihiga ANC unajua sasa bado liko hapo in between now. Kama wamemaliza hapo utaniambia bado liko in between UDA na ODM. Unaona? So bado pia hapo kuna ile kosi. Hata nilikuwa naona ile wakati Mudavadi alikuwa anaongea akisema ya kwamba akiongea na Kimaragoli akisema ati kwani mnaweza fikiria watu wa Sogoi wanaweza chakua ANC, mbunge wa ANC. Walikuwa wanamwambia hapa kwake kwenyewe alikuwa anaongea mpaka Kimaragoli, lakini I think kuna mbunge ama governor aspirants ambaye ni wa UDA. Wao nao sibia nao unachua tu
Nisamee natoroka, najua tulikuwa nataka kufanya.
Mimi nimemalizana na wewe. Bora withdraw hiyo statement ya kusema ati Bungoma Trans Nzoia inakupea wasiwasi. Hiyo withdraw alafu uende, sina shida nayo.
No. Hiyo bado na wasiwasi. No. Wewe uko backwards. Nafikiri mimi bado Bukusu ananiambia kitu moja, Maragoli ananiambia kitu kingine. Bukusu anasema Bungoma ina shida, Maragoli anasema sasa ati unajua uko Western mko confused kwanza. Kuja ongea na mimi.
Unafaa kusikia kwa Bukusu kwa sababu Bukusu is of Luya.
Si nyinyi mnaanza sasa, mbona unapigia Kakamega kelele? Na huko nyumbani kwako Bungoma ndio una shida. Unaangalia anyway, Kasutu ende kulala.
Sawa ndugu yangu.
Tutapigana.
Alafu Mandako. Wacha niongee siasa ya Eldoret kidogo. Mandako he is one of the beneficiaries of algorithm method. Kama hakungekuwa na hiyo algorithm method, hangepita Poseki, hiyo take it to the bank. Kama haingekuwa hiyo algorithm method. Na this time round, kura za Poseki haziibwi ama hazipelekwi mahali popote. Kura za Poseki zinalindwa, kulindwa zitalindwa. And I'm telling you, you will see what Poseki will do in Uasin Gishu. Na wacha nikwambie,
you assume
kama
money.
Humiliation wacha nikwambie kitu. Kama kuna kitu Ruto, kama kuna mahali amepangiwa kupikwa below the bell, mahali amepangwa kupikwa kichapo kila hajawahi ona ni Uasin Gishu. Hiyo gavana
mimi nimepoteza ama ni Kasuti anapotea?
Hata mimi nilifikiria
Kasuti amepotea.
Kama amehang Sawa, kitu nitakupatia dakika moja ama mbili umalizie juu naona unasema you want to go.
Yeah. Ningependa kusema asante sana everybody. Lazima tuangalie these constituencies that are causing problems, and I like the debate I've had with Kasuti. That is what we need to talk about. So, we are comfortable with Western, but it looks like every community from Western we talk to, it looks like the whole place is not locked yet. These are the conversations we need to be having. Same thing we've had with Julius Upper. I did not know about Martha Karua thing, which is good. That keeps me calm now. At least I'm relaxed. But thank you very much. And Eliza, I'd like to see you more on the campaign. Unatuachanga hapa peke yetu na Mama Selina kila siku. So ukuje utusaidie tafadhali. Tukue flank kidogo. Yeah? Make us proud. Yeah? Tuna Mnandi pale, mimi ni Kipsigis. Don't know what you are, but yeah. Tukue mix kidogo. Be nice. Thank you very much.
Hii tabia ya kukaa kama kuku kila wakati unatoroka mapema. Kwani wewe ni kuku?
In Dutch keep means chicken. So mimi ni kuku.
Haya.
All right. Good night.
Sawa Kip, tutaonana. Kasuti amerudi, sijui kama ulikuwa unataka ongea na yeye lakini it's okay. Kasuti, karibu umalizie submission yako ndio to move forward.
Acha nimwambie good night Kasuti. Tutaonana kesho.
Kienyeji pole. Sasa wewe uko kijana mdogo unang'oa meno inaisha baba, utakulaje hizi mifupa bwana? Utavunja aje mifupa? Wewe kijana mdogo hivi unaanza kung'oa meno inaisha, mifupa utakulaje bwana? Na umri wa kukula mifupa ndio umefika. Pole lakini utakuwa tu sawa. So
wezi fundisha kugaa kunyonya mayai. So Yeah, I'll still suck on eggs, bana. All right, good night.
Okay. Thank you. Sasa unaona, we are targeting to pit William Ruto below the belt in Uasin Gishu. Hiyo ni kichapo amewekewa, na hiyo ni lazima iende through. Na nikirudi upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu pia nakuanga na kofia ingine ya huko Central, ya huko Laikipia. My friend, umeniuliza swali, kwani Ruto hakuwa anajua baba atachukua Martha Karua? Mimi niliwaambia hapa na nitazidi kuambia, if there is a genius politician in our country, ule amebaki is very slow na hawezi akamake move kama hana surety. Hiyo story ya Martha Karua ilianza kitambo. That's why uliona Ruto akataski mtu anaitwa Moses Kuria, Kavoko, hiyo timu yote kina Mwangi Kionjuri. You remember one time hao watu wote wakajiita Friends of Uhuru. I don't know, kuna mtu aliona hiyo kitu. Friends of Uhuru ile siku walifanya Martha Karua kuwa the spokesperson of Mount Kenya. Hapo ndipo kitumbua kiliingia mchanga, kwa sababu kitumbua kilipoingia, wakati walisema tu Martha Karua she's a spokesperson of Mount Kenya, hapo nilijua tu Uhuru hashafunga, kwa sababu ile shida ilikuwa na Uhuru ni kwamba Martha Karua alikuwa nje, hawakuwa wanasikizana na Martha Karua kutoka tu ile wakati wa Kibaki. So wakati tu aliwin alitask this the other gentlemen, na wakaona ya kwamba wakaleta msukosuko Jubilee ikatingizika kidogo, akaambia Murathe tingiza hiyo Jubilee. Murathe akatingiza Jubilee. When the check up comes, wale watu wamejishikilia vizuri, wanga wanadondoka. So hiyo check up ilipokuja, hawa majamaa wakadondoka. Walipodondoka kulifanyika nini? Wakaenda wakatuletea Martha Karua. Walipoleta Martha Karua, wakaingiza Martha Karua ndani, wao nao wakadondoka tena. Wakajipata wako nje. So walikuwa wanajua, na hata ulisikia in one occasion Moses Kuria akisema ya kwamba alikuwa anatamani sana Martha Karua aingie Kenya kwanza, but kwa sababu ni mtu mzima na amefanya uamuzi wa kwenda upande ule mwingine, ana respect hiyo uamuzi na bado anamheshimu. So alikuwa anajua, kwa sababu alikuwa ametumana soldiers wake kwenda kutongoza Martha Karua, but kijana mwepesi Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta alikuwa ashajua, na akasaidiwa na mzee mwenye anaona mbali, anaona kesho kutwa. Story ikawa imeisha, akapigiwa ya chini na akafungwa. So the more you give Kashaku microphone is the more we get Ponga points. So na nimeona hata saa zingine hii the more mnapea huyo evangelist, unajua hata kile kinachokataliwa duniani hata mbinguni kinakataliwa. Sasa unaona they agree in agreement that kwamba that these are the Kenya Kwisha people. Na ujue mtu amesimama kwa madhabahu and then unasema is listening from above. Sasa inamaanisha nini? Kinachokataliwa duniani hata mbinguni kimekataliwa. So wataendelea tu kuchanganyikiwa. Hii ni wakati ule wa Musa. Mungu aliambia Musa, chukua mavumbi.
Are you sure it wasn't a video game? A video game? Sure it was not a video game?
Sikiza nikwambie maandiko sasa. Mungu aliambia Musa, chukua mavumbi.
Kasuti.
Kwa maadui zako kutakuwa kiza.
Kasuti. Nataka kuongea na Osea, tuliongea maneno jana na ukauliza the same question.
Because I watched it and I saw as if it is played. No, I watched it.
There is a mix.
It cuts, it repeats.
No,
it cuts, it repeats.
No, it's the same. It's real. Lakini kuna mix wametengeneza. There is a mix.
Yeah, there is a mix. That's what I noticed.
It is. Hosea is real. Wacha nikuambie mtu wangu. Wacha nikwambie nimalizie kwa kusema Mungu akaambia Musa, chukua vumbi, rusha juu angani. Kwa maadui zako kutakuwa giza na kwako kutakuwa na mwangaza. Hivyo ndivyo kulifanyika kwa hiyo uwanja wa Nyayo. Sisi tuliingia Nyayo, tukatengeneza madhabahu mazuri, tukahubiria watu injili mzuri ya ukombozi. Wewe nao unataka kuja kwa same madhabahu kuleta divisive gospel. Wewe unafikiria Mungu ni mjinga? Atakuaibishia tu hapo kwa hiyo madhabahu. Na hata kabla hajatoka kwa hiyo madhabahu, do you know what happened? Baada ya kutoka ndani kusema Kenya kuisha, wamama wanafuana nguo, wanatoana nguo nje ya Nyayo Stadium kwa 50 bob. Wanatoana nguo. What a shame is that, my friend? Ama hujaona hiyo? Hata hiyo utasema ni video game ya wamama kutoana nguo nje ya stadium. Sawa, wacha nimalizie hapo, nitaongea vibaya. Wacha nimalizie hapo sasa.
Iko Kasuti, iko jamaa anaitwa Anderson Natse, anakuuliza 2013 na 2017, uliza Kasuti, ni county gani Western ilipatia Jubilee kura mingi sana? 2013 2017. Uko muted Kasuti. Uko muted.
Bungoma.
Okay.
Anasema 2013 2017 wale watu ile county ilipeana kura na hata kwanza si ati kupeana, because algorithm method ilianza 2013. We know that one. Ilikuwa ni Bungoma. Hapo ndipo kinanga Ndindi Madhi walizaliwa. We know what happened. So we are taking back. We are claiming our rights back.
Okay.
Mwambie hivyo.
I think the reason why ameuliza hivyo ni kwa sababu unasema mahali uko na shida nao si Bungoma na Trans Nzoia. Watu wengi hapa wamekuja wanasema maoni yao ni Trans Nzoia na Bungoma. But at least wewe unasema wewe ni mtu wa ground. So kama unaamini Bungoma na Trans Nzoia iko safe, that's good. That's good information. At least. Unataka kuongea kitu Kasuti? Naona microphone yako iko switched off.
Mimi nimesema hivyo kwa sababu niko na uhakika kitu kimoja. You cannot compare the competitors of George Natembea, watu kama Chris Wamalwa na Natembea. You cannot compare those two people, those individuals, kwa sababu hao ndio wanakuja kama wenye wako front runners. Na umesikia nikikwambia in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia operation fukuza Fort Kenya. Wewe unasikia tukisema tawe means what? It means you people, you don't understand that word. Ama hamjui hiyo uzito wa hiyo jina. Ukisikia Mbukusu wamekuambia tawe, it's a very strong word. Take it to the bank. Fort Kenya tawe. Ukienda Bungoma, Busia, Fort Kenya tawe. So hiyo inamaanisha nini? Hiyo it's locked. Na ukiangalia Bungoma, Lusaka hawezi akapishana na yeye ndiye alituleta hii Wilbaronomics. Ama ukumbuki Lusaka ndiye alikuja na Wilbaronomics? So do you think we can accept again to go in Wilbaronomics? Anakuja kutununulia wheelbarrow. Sisi sasa wewe unakuja kununulia watu wa Bungoma wheelbarrow. Tufanyie nini wheelbarrow? Tunaweza pepa miwa na wheelbarrow tupeleke Nzoia. Tunaweza lima na wheelbarrow. Tunaweza toa mahindi kwa shamba na wheelbarrow. My friend, hiyo Lusaka has stand any chance. So angefumilia na arudi huko akae huko juu. ajipendekeze kwa rais vile alikuwa amejipendekeza kwake, asimsaliti, lakini sasa ashamsaliti. Hiyo mambo yake pia kaburi ya sahau. Kalas, mwenye hajui ajue kuanzia saa hii.
Sawa Kasuti, thank you so much for your information. Kings, ulikuja ukidrop, unakuja una drop. Sijui kama uko na shida na mitambo yako, ndio nikupatie nafasi uongee kabla nilete Guru. Naona ukiingia una drop na ulikuwa hapa mapema sana.
Baba niko, asante sana Richie. Niko job kidogo, so unajua zile zenye clients anakuja kitoka, so ndo manake, lakini ningependa kuingilia hii mjadala. Nimeona few days ago, nimekuwa busy, but what I could see online ilikuwa hizo slip of the tongues, hizo zilikuwa Kenya Kwisha, Azimio kwa rallies, hizo ndo niligasp from those rallies. Na kwa sasa naona leo Kenya ilikuwa nataka kusema tu hiyo vile Gachagua, the Kenya Kwanza have lost it, because enyewe hata niliona one of the comments from a lady in Twitter. Msichana mwenyewe alikuwa anasema sasa, that comment was like, sasa huyu deputy president anitoa wapi? Because whatever he was talking about was in terms of the color of police uniforms, and I had to ask my friend, do we really do police really vote? Because ni kama is selling sera zake kwa wrong audience. He keeps on talking about the uniforms, Azimio, and the other time I left when they were talking about Ngoza Mitumba. Unaona? So I think for me, vile maliniko sahi, na like they've lost agenda. It's just about kicks of the dying horse. And then now most of the guys from Kenya Kwanza wanakuwa na maasira, and there's internal wrangles. Unaona pale Western, Mudavadi akifika huko anajaribu kuambia watu wa huko waachane na Kenya, UDA in their region, wachague their Amani National ANC, So sina chochote cha kusema, but just to be attending here and then listening to all of you guys. Thank you.
Asante sana Kings, na karibu sana. Ukipata nafasi unakaribishwa, as long as unapata link hapo, you'll be welcome to speak. Guru, kama unanisikia, karibu.
Habari yenu? Kwa salama? Asante sana kwa kunialika hapa kwa hii mjadala, na nikiangalia leo tunaongea mambo ya kupea mtu anaitwa Gachagua microphone. Hii ndio imekuwa kitu ya muhimu sana, sababu tukiwa na Gachagua hakuna haja ya kampeni kubwa sana. Wale wako kwa mlengo ya Azimio, sababu kila siku anaongea, wananchi wanaenda wakidhibitisha kwamba hapa jamaa alitupa mbao. Leo ama ni jana alitusi PCA Women Guild, na unajua ukitusi kina mama wao wanakupatia adhabu. Ni kama alisema uniform ya police ni kama it's ugly. In fact, that is to use the word in another way. The implication ni kwamba hiyo uniform haifai. Kwa hivyo inafaa kuachiwa watu wanaitwa Women Guild. Sasa unashindwa hasa sababu yake kuleta mambo ya kanisa ama ya kina mama ni mimi. Lakini pia ujue kwamba huyo ni mtu ambaye amezoea kutumia kifua na matamshi ya chuki, kejeli na haya yote. Sasa ni kama wamechukulia kwamba sasa watakuwa wakiita mother mwanamke mmoja, one woman, kama ni njia ya kujaribu kupambana na ile mother effect kwa siasa. Lakini nina habari mbaya kwao. Wakiendelea na hiyo, wanaongezea huyo mama kura hata zaidi. Mimi nasema kwamba Mungu naye hufanya kazi yake na njia nyingi sana. God works in mysterious ways. Ndio ukaona mama akiomba na ile that emotion ile kubwa, ile ya hali ya juu, na akiomba anasema anaombea Kenya kwisha, na anachanganyikiwa kwa sababu kweli ni kwamba the Holy Spirit did not want to sanctify an otherwise rotten outfit ambayo nia yake kwa nchi si dhabiti. Kwa hivyo akatumia hiyo mama na ikaweka ile matamshi kwa mdomo yake, na basi ikatoka namna hiyo. Na unajua ikishatoka imetoka. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wakapata kwamba ile ni si Kenya kwanza, ile ni Kenya kuisha. Tutaendelea kuuliza Gachagua apatiwe microphone kwa sababu huyo ndio tu atatoa ile uhakika ya Kenya kuisha kwa raia wa Kenya. Pili ni kusema kwamba wale waliteswa na huyu jamaa wakati alikuwa Molo, alikuwa huko Lengoruone, huko Kilimuru, wameanza kuongea. Na hawa ni watu sasa wako katika umri wa miaka 40, 45 kwenda juu. Nao watu wanaongea kivyao na wenzao na wale hata wandogo kwamba huyu jamaa njia zake ni za kugandamisha wananchi. Nadhani itakuwa ngumu sana kwake kuenda kufanya siasa pali tofauti, hasa huko mkoa wa Rift Valley. Amejaribu kupenya juzi Mlima Kenya na he had a not very good experience in some of those zones. Sasa ile inasaidia baba pale kwa mlima ni kwamba watu wameanza kuona ile siasa ni kama ya mama na Gachagua, na inaonekana kwamba wengi wanaendelea kuegemea upande wa mama, na sijui, na nimeona mtu anaitwa deputy president anajaribu sasa kupigana na hiyo na kusema kwamba wao si wanaangalia masilahi ya mama moja, wao wanaangalia masilahi ya mama mboga ambao ni wengi, na watapatia kina mama nusu ya cabinet na mambo kama haya. Lakini unfortunately he is not good in keeping promises, and therefore it is very hard to believe what he is saying, kwa sababu hata ukikumbuka pale mbeleni alikuwa amesema atapatia kina mama hiyo kiti ya deputy president. Pia zile viti amepeana so far, zile za pale juu ni wanaume tubu. Kwa hivyo nadhani itakuwa kupigana na mother effect itakuwa ngumu sana sana kwa mlima, sababu pia watu wanaangalia the long term leadership of the community. Hawaangalii tu uchaguzi ambao unakuja, wanaangalia na kujiuliza kwamba Uhuru akishastaafu ni nani ataachwa akiwa kama the kingpin ama queenpin, na nadhani hiyo kiti ni kama saa hii inaelekea polepole ikipatiwa huyo mama. Wacha nigusie kidogo juu ya hii mambo ingine ya kuwa walienda huko campaign jana. Ukiangalia zile theme zile wanaongelea ni kama wamepotea njia. You know, when you start kitu tunaita reactive politics, mnaenda kujibu your opponents. You are not having your own initiative of the topics that you are going to talk about. Mnaenda kureact. Basi unaona hawa sasa ni kuanza wameanza kupoteza. Jana juzi walikuwa wameingilia mtumba, hiyo ni kama inaelekea ikififia, kwa sababu sidhani ilichukua space kubwa, na pia ilifungua watu macho, na ni mzuri hiyo debate iliingia ili Wakenya wajue Kenya inataka kuendekea wapi. Ni kuendelea kununua nguo mzee ama ni kujitengenezea nguo zake. Wakenya wamerefuka, Wakenya wamesoma, na nadhani waliona hiyo sasa haingii sana, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia hata wale wengi labda wako kwa hiyo hawangepatia hata baba kura pale mbele, hata pale mbele. Kwa hivyo hakuna kura ati unaweza sema ya hao watu ilipotea. Sijui tunaelekea tu polepole na siku sina baki chache, 56 hivi, 55. Na kwa hizo siku nimeona Martha kama jana alikuwa Murang'a na Nyeri, na anapenya polepole kwa sababu sasa anatumia local leadership, na hiyo ndio ya muhimu sana. Ni muhimu kuliko hata ile political rallies ambazo watu vijana wanaenda kurukaruka, wengine hata wana kura. Anaeleza watu mambo na wao wanamwambia. Hawa ndio sasa wanaenda kwa nyumba wakisawishi wale wako upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu debate lazima iwe iko kwamba ni nani mnaona anaweza kutuangalilia maneno yetu na njia nzuri. Pia nikimalizia, ningetaka kuuliza wale wako hapa, kwa sababu imesemekana kwamba kulingana na zile opinion polls kwamba makamu wa rais amepenya ngome mbili ambazo zilikuwa za raia peke yake. Wanasema sana sana wakiongea ni kwamba amepenya Western Kenya na pia amepenya Coast Province. Hizo ndizo area mbili ambazo zilikuwa za mzee na ambazo sana sana watu wanasema atajipatia kura zaidi ya zile hata zilikuwa za hapo zamani za wakati walikuwa na uhuru. Sijui hapo ukweli iko wapi? Kwa sababu ni ya muhimu kwamba baba aweke kura yake ile yalikuwa nayo, ili akiongezewa 30% pale kwa mlima basi apite. Hiyo tu, asante.
Asante sana Guru. Kuna jambo ambalo nilikuwa nataka nikuulize, kwa sababu wakati tunaongea maneno ya mtu ku make inroads kwa opponents wake, we also have to look at the other side. I don't know if you know, Osea is here, I can even confirm. We were looking at the numbers, the performance of Raila Odinga in 2017 in the larger Mount Kenya region. Osea, the numbers were 87,000? The whole of Mount Kenya region, right? You're muted, Osea. Your mic is off.
I'll give you just the totals in a short while, in a second.
Yeah, as Osea looks for the numbers. So, Guru, the numbers for Raila Odinga was about 87,000. I remember. I have that. I still have that number. And in some areas, Raila Odinga only managed to get 2,000 votes. Like I remember in Nyandarua, we looked here, Nyandarua County. I think he got about 1,000 votes. There's another region, I think he got 4,000 votes. I don't know if it was like Laikipia or which county. So I'm looking at the performance of Raila in 2017 in Mount Kenya region. The performance was dismal, very bad, very, very bad. There are some regions he got 0.8% of the total casted vote, 0.8%. It was not even 1%. So in a situation whereby Uhuru Kenyatta has about 400,000 votes, Raila Odinga has 0.8% of the total votes in that region. So as much as we say that William Ruto has gained in the coast, I think the election of Kenya is won with the 25% vote win in the counties. I think 25 counties, 25% of the votes in the 25 counties, and also the majority, 50 plus 1, the majority votes. So let's be honest. If William Ruto does not get the 97% that Uhuru Kenyatta got in 2017, if he does not get the turnout that William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta got in the mountain region in 2017, if he gets anything less than 80% of the turnout, total turnout votes that will be cast on that day, he is roasted early in the morning. The other thing that I think is also of importance right now to look at is Raila Odinga had nobody to campaign for him in Mount Kenya region. In fact, kama ungeonekana na Raila Odinga Mount Kenya region in 2017, that was reason enough for you to lose your seat. Either ukue MCA, ukue MP, ukue senator ama governor. Hakuna mtu ambaye alikuwa anataka kujiassociate na Raila Odinga. But look at the people that are campaigning right now for Raila Odinga. The likes of Sabina Chege, the governors, Lee Kinyanjui, the people that are in the Kikuyu nation at large, the diaspora Kikuyu nation at large, Governor Nderito Moreithi, who is the chairman of the Azimio, I think Azimio, whatever leadership, and then you go to Nyeri County, you have MPs that are running on Jubilee that are still selling Raila Odinga. So I think as much as we would say that William Ruto has gained, which are we are giving our opinion from the political political polling polls the polls that we've been receiving. I would also want to look at how much William Ruto will lose in the mountain region. And that is why I think when Martha Karua walks or combs that area, it gives the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and UDA a hard time because they have to maintain the numbers. It is for them to lose. If they don't maintain the numbers in Mount Kenya region, then this election is over early in the morning. Osea, sijui kama mpata hiyo number. I just want to. So as Osea looks for the total presidential vote in 2017, Roba, I want to give you a minute to make a comment before I go to inawezekana. Naona inawezekana kwa job and najua kiwa job saa ingine time inakatika.
Before you move to somebody else,
Yeah.
That issue ambayo nime raise, when you hear the arguments that are padded around, is that for Raila to make it through, he has to ring-fence the areas that he got the 44%, so that in the worst case scenario, you are to get 10% or 20% in mountain, you scale up and get the victory. So any slip up in those areas where he had a foothold, where he was commanding, can also be fatal on his side. And as I said, what is being said is that Ruto has managed to enter some parts of Western where Baba was commanding last time and the parts of Coast Province. It's just what is being said, and I just wanted to know whether that is the truth. Because even if let's assume that Mount Kenya, which is not his region, were to give him just 10% because of those who understand politics, would he still make it? That is very crucial. That it is made firm that the areas that voted for him last time have to vote him in and give him the 44% as we go to the next elections.
Yeah, my issue here is when you look at whatever inroads William Ruto has made. Let's take a county, for example, Lamu. For example, let's say, because when I look at my numbers here, it says that the opinion polls are putting William Ruto ahead of Raila Odinga in Lamu, right? So I'm looking at, I don't know, because so you have the numbers. I needed at least to answer that question with the figures. You are muted.
What I can give you is that the turnout was 84% for the presidential, isn't it? And then
Where are you talking about specifically?
Central.
Okay.
Central, of course. Remember, as for IEBC, Nakuru is not part of Central, and is it Laikipia? Those ones. Central is just Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Muranga, and Kiambu. Muranga and Kiambu. So performance was like this. I give you the total figures first.
No, I actually wanted us to just have the overall whatever.
The overall is the ones that went to Uhuru are 3,260,000.
That's from Mount Kenya, right?
Yeah, the one I've just said listed.
Okay.
And Raila got 171,959.
So, Guru, you can see the difference. So you said 3.8, is it?
3.2.
3.2.
Yeah.
And Raila 171. So I'm trying to calculate the percentage. That is 3.3. 100 divided by 3.3 million. That's about what? 1%? Roughly. That's about
it's about just less than 5%.
So Guru,
Raila got less than 5%.
Less than 5% in the whole of the mountain region. Yeah. Less than. Yeah. So for all those votes that were cast on that day, if 95% people were voting, 95% of the total votes were cast.
Okay, you can say 5.3.
5.3%. Yeah. So look at that performance. And the total votes, Osea, is 100, and you said 142.
So the total votes in the place?
No, for Raila Odinga. Just 100.
171.
171. Yeah. So look at that performance, Guru, and you tell me here, if we are talking about 2022 today, and Raila Odinga has people, in 2017, Raila Odinga could not even, campaign in Mount Kenya region because the ground was very hostile for him, against him. But right now...
And Makiadi, that 171, all 70,000 came from Kiambu alone. The rest were the 2,000, the 1,000.
Yeah, and because the dynamics of Kiambu is a very cosmopolitan county. There are so many other people that would vote for Raila Odinga in Kiambu as compared to the counties like Nyeri and so on and so forth. So tell me, Guru, now that I know sometimes you have that forum of Mount Kenya, you've been there and you can tell me, do you think Raila has made inroads according to you?
That's a fact. But what I was talking about here is that it's true even without, even before Mother came, there are those in the region who had made up their mind that if they are faced with two candidates, Raila and Ruto, they would vote for Raila, and especially people who went through the Nyayo era, the peoples in their 45s, 50s. However, this has increased with mother, but that was beside the point. What I'm saying is that the Mount Kenya vote that may be above 25% will be an addition or should be an addition to what Raila was getting from the other zones to make it a Nasirapo lead. And that is why I'm bringing in the issue of Western Kenya and the Coast Province, because that is where this challenge lies. Because if Ruto chips away those parts that were formerly Railas, then there could be an evening out.
Okay.
You see.
So Guru, let me answer you.
Don't lean so much on the Mount Kenya vote, because Mount Kenya vote is more of an addition. Should be taken more as an addition, you know.
Okay. So I know you are worried, but my answer would be in this manner. There are so many other dynamics that we look at. Of course, Raila Odinga cannot prevent William Ruto from, campaigning in these regions that he calls his strongholds. And of course, there are people who will change their mind. You know, when governors like Kingi move to the other side, of course, they move with their supporters, a few of them, if not many. When you have Mutua moving to the other side, he has his supporters also moving to the other side, not many or few. We don't know that. But the thing I want you to understand is this. When you take the number of votes that Raila Odinga would lose by these other people moving to the other side, or William Ruto gaining traction in this so-called stronghold for Raila Odinga, I'll give you a county like Lamu, for example. Let's say the opinion polls are giving William Ruto a head start in Lamu County, but you look at the number of voters there. I think Osea will give us the number. Lamu has about, if I'm not wrong, about 40 or 50. Is it 40,000?
79. It's about 79,000. Is it?
Osea, you're muted. Osea, you're muted. Osea, you're still muted. You're still muted, Osea.
Okay, mainly the coast, I hear the areas where he has made inroads is Kilifi and Kwale and Lamu. I think those are the main areas.
Yeah,
and Tana River maybe.
Okay, but I'm looking, Osea, I don't know what's wrong with your microphone. Osea, there's something wrong with your microphone because we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can read it just now.
Give us those two counties that Guru is talking about.
Lamu and?
No, not Lamu. Kilifi. I think people are worried about Kilifi and Kwale.
And Kwale.
The two counties. Just the registered voters.
Yeah, Kilifi registered as at before the cleanup. I don't know what the cleanup figures are. It was Kilifi is 582,000. And the other one is Kwale. Is it? Kwale is 320,000.
320,000.
And of course, the leading one, is Mombasa, 654,000.
Yeah. So, Guru, I was looking at the opinion polls. I think maybe we might even get the true picture from the opinion polls. The opinion polls that were released recently were still giving Raila a good percentage of those votes. Of course, we don't know how much inroad William Ruto has made, but still Raila commands a huge following in Kilifi, in Kwale County, in Mombasa County, in Taita Taveta County. The only place that the opinion polls were saying there's a problem is this where Godana. Where is the Godana? Is the governor? What we call that county?
You know, the main issue here is if if William Ruto can chip away 5% out of the 45%, which Raila gets, it goes to about 40%. It will then mean he has to do considerably well in Mount Kenya to try to even out the vote, so that he's ahead of the pack.
Yeah, but also you're forgetting the dynamics are like this. Even if William Ruto chips 5% to get let's say 20-25% of those counties, he still has to maintain over 80% of the votes in mountain region. 85, I think. He still has to have a good chance at the presidency. He still has to maintain the numbers that Uhuru Kenyatta had. And from what we are seeing and from what we are hearing, he's not doing that. Yes, Robert.
Let me give you the opinion.
Just a minute.
Just a minute. You know, that I've been listening to you guys, and I think I have a different opinion, because in costs, for example, in fact, I will speak of costs specifically. Number one, Lamu County. The opinion polls can give you can put William Ruto ahead of ahead of Raila Odinga. But you know, Lamu County, majority of the voters are in Mpeketoni. Mpeketoni people are almost 80%, call it 90% Kikuyu. And these are people who are settled by the Jomo Senior. And they have a lot of respect for Uhuru Kenyatta. And their majority are elderly. They are farmers, the settlement farmers. I don't think they would betray Uhuru's cause or Azimio's cause. And then come to Kilifi County. Kilifi County, what I can say is that I have done I have a home in Malindi, and I'm in Mombasa at the moment. You have Kilifi County. The battle is between the votes of at the governance level, and but when it comes to presidential, nothing much has changed in terms of that is what it is on the ground. As in, nothing much has changed, and there is also that assumption that you are saying that William Ruto has chipped into the vote basket of Baba. You know, in my opinion, there is no way William Ruto will get more than what Uhuru got in these counties, including Kwale. William Ruto
But
is...
the opinion is going... Just a minute. But the opinion is that...
William Ruto has presented a picture that is so much ahead, and his crowds are normally bought. And the opinion polls also have been skewed towards UDA. So, in my opinion, what is on the ground is extremely different.
You see, Roberto, what we have is not that, in fact, in none of the coastal counties has Ruto overtaken Raila. No, he has not. It's just that, you know, last time, the president didn't even get the 25%. What has happened is that he has improved. He has improved, and now, if I can give you the polls as in Lamu, is that now he can get 25%. It's not that he has overtaken Raila. No, he's still down. It's only that he has done better than, according to opinion, than what Uhuru did.
Yeah, Guru. Let me give you another scenario here. Leave alone the cost where you're saying William Ruto has made inroads. I want you to look at the performance of Raila Odinga, specifically in the counties that William Ruto is supposed to be saying are his strongholds: Uasin Gishu, Nakuru County, I think Bomet or something. There are those counties that Raila Odinga is performing even very well than he performed in 2013 and 2017. He's even
Correct.
gaining more. He's gaining. You look at the competition between Raila Odinga and William Ruto in Uasin Gishu County. I don't know if you have those polls, Ose.
I have the Uasin Gishu.
Yeah, give
And
us
you know,
that number.
of all the North Rift and South Rift, for whatever reason I don't understand, but Uasin Gishu is where Raila has done the best this time round.
What are
He
the
has over
numbers?
30% in terms of than what he had during the previous
So you
election.
see what you are saying. What you are saying, Guru. Your concern should not most necessarily mean that Raila is losing ground in the coast. It should be. You should be at least relieved that Raila is performing even better than he did in 2013 and 2017 in the so-called William Ruto stronghold. Like Uasin Gishu, you've heard there are two people who are here from Uasin Gishu, and
I think I think there is no dispute that he could also have harvested some votes in Ruto's backyard, but you can also imagine that when you are hunting, you are safer when you keep what you have first, and then you add. And then if there is any addition like the ones you are talking about, because they are still not bankable now. But when you go to places like Kwale, it's like Infuria has really managed to chip quite something. And then when you go to Kilifi, there is also that feeling that some part of those people, they feel maybe Mzee betrayed them or something like that.
Yeah, but let's do this. I know this discussion of numbers and losing here, losing there cannot end today. What I would like us to do is let's wait for the cleaned register. The cleaned register from IEBC, where we have the real figures of the voters from every region, and then we can analyze that. Because from what I understand, like in the so-called the former Nyanza province, the number of registered voters, the newly registered voters, is very high. So there are so many other dynamics that we can look at when we get the register. I don't know when IBC is planning to publish that, but when we get that register, then we can go into the details of the pollings and the pollings and the percentages and see where we stand. Inawezekana.
I think they are given a date of 20th.
Yeah,
IBC
let's wait for.
Given a date.
Yeah, let's wait for that register. Then, Guru, we can do the math and see if we are losing track or we are on the right track. Inawezekana, karibu.
Yes, asante sana Richie Makiadi and the panelists. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys and I like the way the conversation is going on, and I think it's a very mature conversation and a very good one. But ningependa like to add or to just spice up things on the way you guys are talking. Have you guys considered the way there was this register, and Makiadi, you've mentioned that the register is being reviewed and it's being cleaned up? According to me, and this is my personal opinion, I think these were perceived results. They were not like the real results, according to me. And I think this cleaning, and William Ruto mentioned one time, ile wakati alikuwa na meet the AU guys, he was saying that more than 1 million voters have been removed from the register. This is coming out to be the new reality, that more than 1 million voters will have been removed. So this one, when you look at it carefully, it tells you something, that these have been the voters that have been wamekuanga wakiongezwa katika hiyo voter register, na wamekuwa wakivote passively, like kuna watu wanaongezwa like and they vote to give Uhuru Kenyatta the votes in 2013 and 2017. So for those people ambao wanajaribu kusema like the votes zenye Uhuru alipata and this is what Ruto is likely to get, he's likely to get the same votes. So ukiangalia like strictly, utapata Uhuru aliongezewa votes ndiye akashinda, and that's according to me. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on this panel. So I think Raila has been.
I think you did it very well, because you said that's your own opinion. I mean, that's your own opinion. So we agree with that.
Yes, Raila has been winning, amekuwa akiwin with a big margin according to me again. And Ruto, I don't think he's anywhere close to hii yenye wanasema ame close gap na Raila Bungoma, huko Trans Nzoia, huko Coast. I think bado anamshindia na mbali sana. And na tukijaribu kucompare na hizi opinion polls, why do we have different results kwa hizi opinion polls? Kuna hii statistic Kenya ilikuwa inapatia Raila 55%, hii Info-Track inapatia Raila 44, is it 44%, na inapatia Ruto 30 something percent. As in, for me, I don't believe in these opinion polls. And then if you look at it, unapata kuna hii hawa undecided voters. These undecided voters ni wale zile opinion polls ikiwa kitambo walikuwa wanasema Ruto alikuwa ana lead na 70% huko mbele, but sasa hiyo wameanza kupunguka. Inamaanisha these silent voters, these undecided voters wamekata kusema they are supporting Raila silently. So mi sikuwa na kitu ya kusema hapo, but nilikuwa tu nataka we think on that level, ama we try to think in that manner, like is Ruto hawezi fikia Raila if we look at it. Thank you.
Okay, nikiongeza kidogo tu Makiadi, nikiongeza ya kwamba unajua for the last 4 years vile bwana inawezekana amesema Ruto was running against Ruto. Nobody, I mean all the opinion polls were putting him high up there because he was running against himself. But now Raila came to the scene 2-3 months ago, and you can see what kind of changes have the political scene has undergone. So we cannot, Raila's pollings have been from scratch and not even the 44% that he used to have. So these are all gimmicks za siasa, but mambo itajulikana tarehe 9.
Okay, I don't want us to go so much into numbers because I think we'll be losing the focus here. But Guru, there's something that I wanted to mention here. Actually, I just was circling around what somebody has reminded us here.
And
you know,
Richie,
you cannot...
just a clarification on what Inaweza was saying.
Hold on, Osea. Let me just finish. I'll give you a minute. Just a minute. So, Guru, what I was saying is this. If you take 5% of, let's say, a county like Lamu and give it to William Ruto, and take a 5% of Kiambu and give it to Raila Odinga, that is the kind of comparison that I was trying to bring out today. So, as much as we admit that somebody might gain a certain percentage in a certain region, but also, you know, the chunk of the voters in Mount Kenya region cannot be compared to counties in the coast. And I'm not saying that because we know the numbers. For example, you know, Kiambu has over 1 million voters. So if you take 5% of my votes in Lamu County and I take 5% of your votes in Kiambu County, you can see the numbers. You can relate the numbers that we are talking about here. I would rather perform very well. Of course, it's good. It's a good thing to ring fence your compound, to ring fence your house, just to make sure that it's safe. But also, the little gains that I would make in Kiambu, Nyeri County, you know, Muranga, those are vote-rich counties. And I believe from what I'm seeing and from what I'm listening to and hearing people saying on the ground, I think Raila Odinga is making it. He's making it. Though gradually, but he's still making progress there, which is a good thing. Of course, we will have to go back and try to, you know, cover our area also from invasion, but you cannot prevent people from voting the person they want in that manner. So, Ose, just 1 minute before we move on. Inawezekana you didn't have hold on, Guru. Inawezekana you didn't have anything to say about today's topics.
No, I just wanted to comment kwa hiyo topic mlikuwa mnaongea about. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Ose, 1 minute, and then Guru 1 minute, and then we go to Julia.
It is about what the DP was trying to say. You see, the 1.1 million votes that IEBC release talked about, the duplicates, the IDs, the deaths, and what have you, I think that was part of their report that came from the auditors. But you realize that when he met the ambassadors and the diplomats, the DP was talking about his voters being transferred away from his strongholds. So there are two different things. In fact, that's why people were saying that unless he's party to what happens at the IBC, how did he know that people are transferring? You know, that's why there was a question mark also. Where did he get that from? And he doesn't work for IBC.
I agree with you totally, because before even the IBC has released the report, William Ruto had already come out to state the figures, and he said these are his supporters. So I'd be very careful to make any comments right now. Let's wait for that report by IEBC to tell us who was transferred where and which criteria was used, who are the dead voters, before even we start debating about these numbers that William Ruto was peddling. Karibu Guru, 1 minute, then we go to Julia.
You know, one of the one of the things that are used to disadvantage a candidate who is not very popular in an area. Take Mount Kenya, the way Raila was not popular as such, is that even the votes that he is given are actually misplaced, or they are counted for the opponent. It is most likely that the 117,000 or so votes you are talking about, maybe another 50,000 was lost in between across the region. But that is beside the point. What I wanted to make here is that when you talk about 1 million votes that are mostly from your strongholds, then it could mean that the deputy president knows more than what we know about those votes, about those who are cleaned up from the register. And I believe that maybe with fairness, he knows that he will not get an edge, in the sense that if these votes are the ones that were passively voting, or they are the ones that were being added to in the previous elections, then he knows he is at a disadvantaged position. I believe that, like I've told you, one of the ways in which a candidate, especially a presidential candidate, loses out is when you don't even have agents in an area where you are obviously not expecting votes. Other things happen, and those things that happen, they are the ones that disadvantage you the more. And I think that is what exactly could have been happening in the past general elections, because you can imagine an area where you have no agents, you are not expecting any major votes there, but the people there are speaking one language, right from the returning officer to the agents and the rest. What can they conspire to bring out? So I think as IBC is tightening the loose ends, I think Ruto could be finding that the room to play mischief is no longer there, especially in parts of Mount Kenya, and that could be worrying him a lot, because even if he were to lose even 5% of that through that way, through not being able to fiddle with the votes, then he is at a disadvantaged position. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you put it well. I think there are areas that are called hostile grounds, where your agent cannot even be allowed to come close to the ballot boxes, and your agent is supposed to confirm that the vote that is being given to your opponent or is being counted on your side is your vote. So those things have been there, but I believe if you have a friendlier, especially if you have candidates who are affiliated to your party, sometimes it gives you an edge, because kama mimi niko na mbunge kwa polling station ya Ose, say, na there's a president, there's a vote of the president, and I have an MP there, then that MP hawezi kubali kura yake ihesabiwe kando na ya president iende pande ingine. They basically act as a double agent. So the agents that the MPs will send to these polling stations basically will do the work for you, because they'll still protect your vote, as compared to where you go to a ground whereby you don't have even agents that are allowed into there, or if they are allowed there, they're intimidated. Like I saw in the 2017 election, I saw there were polling stations where even agents were thrown out, and the
Or
ballot
even bought
boxes,
out.
yeah,
Or even bought out.
or even they were bought, exactly.
Yeah,
And then
bought out.
the ballot boxes, you see the ballot, but instead of the agent accompanying the ballot boxes to the constituency, what do you call that? The county counting centers or the county tally centers, the agents wanaingia kwa gari tofauti, ballot boxes zinaingizwa kwa gari tofauti, wanaambiwa tukutane mbele. So you tell me, Guru, what happens between the polling station and the county county polling centers where the ballot boxes are going to be open? You don't know what is happening in between, because agent wako anaweza kuwa amelipwa anaende akiendanga, and the boxes are going to another direction. You don't know if they will be stuffed or what happens. So that's a very important thing, and that is why I think most likely Raila Odinga lost a lot of votes in 2017 because of that. I hope this time they have wako na mipango kamili, because last time they really messed, beginning from their tallying center, which was a parallel tallying center in ilivunjwa even before the election, and the guys, the expatriates that they had built, they had brought in, were actually deported. The offices, computers and everything were vandalized. The offices were broken into, everything was destroyed. The expatriates were put on a plane and deported back to their country. So I hope they have better plans this time around. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makiadi, asante. Nice to see Selena, although I don't see her. Hi Jose Kuseo. Hi Roberto. Roberto has been bullying me, Makiadi, on the chat. I tell.
Hi, Julia.
Hi Roberto.
Julia, before you start, I just wanted to mention something that Makiadi has said, and this is just a small opinion. Central Kenya, a good number of the candidates for MP are riding on a wave. It's not that they are willingly in UDA, because if you look at the campaigns, most of the MPs are not active in the presidential campaign. And there is every likelihood that they will be fighting for their positions and not for presidency when come the day when voting will be done. Therefore, protection of the presidential vote might not be their priority as such. Okay, Julia, I'm not bullying you. Karibu sana. We ni mtu wangu tu, sijali.
You see, Makiadi, he just started. Okay. I also want to agree with Roberto, but on this side, we have UDA candidates in Mount Kenya. I want to surprise Ruto that now they are no longer committed to his winning. They are only they are trying what it will take them for them to have a seat in parliament, because it is very clear now that their man is not going to win presidency. And I also want to prepare Ruto. Because I don't want him to go into a depression, that once these UDA candidates win their seats in parliament, they'll go to the side of the government. They'll be voting. Ni wale wenye mtakuwa mkisema ati walipewa pesa. They'll be voting for government agendas in parliament. They'll not stand with him again. So he got to believe Mutahi Ngunyi that Kikuyus, you can only rent them, you cannot buy them. He got, when Mutahi Ngunyi kept talking about tyranny of numbers, Mutahi Ngunyi talked about registration of voters. And then he said, if you want to see the side that has numbers, look at the numbers of people registered. And those things came to pass, whether it was rigging or whatever he said came to pass. And now that takes me about what you people are saying. I want to agree with you people that if you don't have strong agents in the polling stations, you are likely to be disadvantaged. So I want to agree that I really believe that maybe Raila could have had more votes in Mount Kenya region than were actually posted, because people get compromised either through bribing or intimidation. But I also want to insist here, this one happened countrywide. I don't think any agents would have dared to be in Kisumu to stand for Uhuru. It even started in Kibera. Even in Kibera, there were issues that agents of Uhuru Kenyatta were bullied and intimidated. So when it came to rigging and dead people voting and absent voters voting, this one happened countrywide. We can't come here and say that people in Nyanza and Western didn't do that. Kenyans do that. It's a fact. But the difference is who succeeds in doing it, who is more smarter in doing that. And even, I think I want to repeat this, even in this election, you are not expecting accuracy. I think I told Roberto here that you should be suspecting that dead people will vote and absent voters will vote in all areas, in Western, in Kisii, in Nyanza. Let us not say that these people do, this one don't do. No, they all do it. So if you are looking at the voters, I think now you need to look at the registered number of voters, and that is how you can know who is ahead. And I think I want to agree with Makiadi. There's something that people in Nyanza really registered so much. I think the increase in the number of registered voters was more in Western Province and more in Nyanza, because I think they got this message of tyranny of numbers. Many times the election is won at the registration of voters. It's not even at the voting day, because how many voters are registered in that polling station? So they will not have 101 voters, 1% for people voting. They will have something like 98% voting. And really, I don't believe people vote at 98%. I don't think so. I think that's a lie. I think even these places you hear that the percentage of people who voted was so high, I don't believe it. Whether in Mount Kenya or anywhere, I don't believe it. I think that is when the dead people voted and the absentee voters voted. And this one happens countrywide. So if your people don't register, it means you are disadvantaged. Now, the next thing, if they don't turn out to vote again, and you don't mobilize them to vote, then another disadvantage comes in. But this time, I want to believe that the intimidation of the agents for Baba will not happen in Mount Kenya region. It will not happen again now. Because now in Mount Kenya region, there are people who are boldly supporting Baba. We have Jubilee candidates. They are going to be there with their agents, and they know what I'm saying. They know what happens. They are aware of it. So they aren't going to allow it to happen. Another thing, Makiadi, votes are not counted at the constituency level. So you don't have to worry about that the ballots were transported. No, they are counted at the top polling station. So even if the boxes are carried to Nyeri or wherever after that, that won't make a difference. They are counted at the polling station and the data is sent to IBC directly. So there's nothing you can do about that. So that is the point where rigging can occur. How would it occur? That at 6, about 5:30 or
Julia,
around 6?
Julia,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting you. I have a question for you.
Yes.
So the ballots are counted at the
polling station.
The polling station.
Yes.
You know what happens after the ballots are counted, right?
Yes.
What happens?
So when they are counted, let me tell you when they are counted, because I've been there. When they are counted, the number is entered and posted to IBC. So it's already electronically entered and posted. So even if you decide to carry those ballots to Nyeri or wherever and put more ballots, that one cannot change anything.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking you this, there's this guy that I was watching on TV. he gave his view about the tallying process and the transmission of the number of votes. He said, I think he's called Okido or Oido. I can't remember the name very well, but he's a governance expert. He normally appears on most stations on TV. He said he was sitting in a constituency tallying center, if I'm not wrong, and he said the ballots were still being counted. That is what he said. The ballots were still being counted in the polling station, and he saw the number already appearing on the screen even before the ballots were fully counted.
Okay, I don't know if he was at the constituency polling. If it was at the constituency center. How come he was in the two places at the same time?
Hold on, I didn't get that clear. He was in a constituency polling center, constituency tallying center, and he said the numbers were being counted. I can't remember the way he put it. But
they were being relayed. They were being relayed, and they could see from a national, I think, a national TV or something.
Yeah, but they were still doing the tallying. I can't remember the statement.
No,
very well.
no.
I'll give you the.
There's no way you could be seeing the two things. What happens, Makiadi? It's very hard to change that. It's like you are in. Let's say you are in your polling station. You count. You have 600 votes for Baba and 200 for Uhuru or whoever. That number you sign. It is filled in a document.
Oh, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy.
It is filled in a document. And the agent sent, and they take a screenshot. They don't fill the numbers. They take a screenshot and post to IBC. And this one goes even to Nairobi. It does not only go to the constituency tallying center, it goes to Nairobi. So there's no way you can manipulate constituency and not manipulate Nairobi. So that screenshot goes to Nairobi. You see that?
Yeah, what I'll do for you, Julia, I will find the statement itself. But what he was saying is, before even the agents confirmed the figures that they had down there, the figures were already relaying from the national tally.
Yes, that is the point where rigging can occur. That point that you have made your numbers, and somebody, somebody is already sending figures. That one now is where rigging can occur.
Here. Read that statement. The final numbers were being relayed while the counting was still going on. That is what he said. That was what I was looking for.
Okay, yeah. So I agree. That is at the polling station. That is at the polling station. You know those I don't know, they are called what forms, or say you got to help us there. Those forms.
34A. Is it?
Yes, 34A can be manipulated depending on the agents you are having there. They can, like this can happen, Makiadi. Like, let's say you are in Nyeri, and let's say a place where Ruto is more popular, and maybe Baba has 200 votes, and Ruto has 600 votes. They can even feel that Baba has 50 votes. You see what they do? 50 votes, and then you know the agency have been compromised. They'll feel, you know why they'll do that? Because that form, whatever form is saying, if questions are asked and the numbers are asked, this Tomotomo polling station brought this, but the forms do not indicate that. So they got to be sure that the forms, what is in the forms, is the same as what was taken to IBC. So the real rigging, this is my take, and that is what I really think happens. The real rigging happens at the polling station. That's where the numbers are manipulated. That's where really the numbers are manipulated. And if that will happen even this year, that is what may happen. So I was thinking that however much we don't trust IBC, this is my take, that our agents, we should make sure that we really have now agents on the ground. That's what Roberto was saying, that people should even volunteer. People, you see, if all of you are there, they weren't gonna do that. They can't change it. If they take a picture of what you all of you sign, they can't change that. But if we let go and say this is our opponent's stronghold and there's nothing we can do about it, then he's gonna get away with it. That is how they do. That's when dead people vote, absent people vote, and all that stuff.
But Julia, you are looking at it just from the opponent's stronghold. There are those incidences that happened not in the opponent's stronghold, but in your own stronghold where your numbers are reduced. And we did the math here with the Kinaosea here. You should have seen a gap of almost 50,000 Osea, right? From the presidential ballots.
It was actually 70,000.
70,000. So 70,000 people voted for all the other seats except for the presidency. How does that happen? 70,000.
Okay, that is the point where I'm saying at the polling station, you find people, maybe there are 700 registered voters and it's around 6. And only there are about 100 people who have not appeared to vote. Yeah. So if you're trying to manipulate, the votes, you won't have time to allocate the members of parliament. Look at this, Koseo. These people voted for 600 people voted for MP, MCA, and the president, and 100 people are either dead or absent. And we need our man to win. You don't have time to allocate the votes to the MPs. So they just do check 100, check. And you see, check 100, and then they won't do 100, they will do check 80 more, and then they stuff in the ballot boxes. So the president has 80 votes more. So it's like there was such a high percentage. So when you do the mathematics, you are like, how did these people vote for the president and did not vote for the MPs? That is what they do. So those questions you are asking, that's the way they can be answered. That somebody stuffed the ballots for the president only because he was looking at the numbers and he made sure the voters were not 100%. He was very careful. So by the time you people do all the mathematics, it is 10 years later, like you are doing now. You see what you are doing? It is 10 years later when you are doing all the mathematics. But meanwhile, this guy won. So I think that is.
You remember the Supreme Court asked that question?
Yeah, even the Supreme Court asked that question because the numbers are not adding. So I think for us to stop this kind of nonsense, I think Kenyans got to be proactive. That and also we have now to go for integrity, which I think is a long journey in this country. Because even us, as we talk here, we are pro Raila. I believe there are people who tried to rig for Raila in many places in Kenya. So when we talk about integrity, we may not pin down Ruto alone. We may not claim that he's a guilty one alone. I think we have a long way to go. And I think the task that we have on August 9 is just to protect our votes first, because we still don't know how much or how best IBC will perform. Then I want to talk about the 1 million thing Ruto was talking about. Now, Ruto is just a Kenyan and he knows what they were doing. And my question is, I want to ask, like Inawezekana or somebody else who asked here, that how does he know about these numbers? Hizo numbers ametoa wapi? Amejuaje Makiadi? How is he getting that information? You see, how come
he said he gets information from NSIS. So
it's because he knows how the game goes. You see.
No, yes, insiders. They are insiders inside the IBC structure. You believe that he is naive enough not to have people there working for him?
No, he spends money to buy them. Remember that.
Yeah, he's gonna buy them. So Makiadi, what I'm afraid of so much is not even the staffing of having to staff 80 votes more. If we have our agents and real serious agents spread around the country, that one may not happen.
But Julia, you're talking about agents, but somebody said here he was in a polling station and they were still counting the votes, but they found out that the results were already relayed even before. It's here. I was in a station in the last election, but we were surprised to find out that the figures were already posted while we hadn't even finished counting.
Okay, I don't want to comment about that because I'm not sure how true that is.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly, that is a bit challenging for the reason that know the posted results are per polling station.
Yeah.
So in a constituency, there will be several polling stations.
No, but the thing is, this is the same thing that I was telling you. The Owido guy was saying.
I still don't want to believe that, Makiadi. I think these people are not saying that. You know why? Because there is not the numbers that are posted. It is a screenshot of the signed document that is posted.
But you see, Julia, right now,
Yeah.
do you know the number of polling centers or polling stations that do not have connection? Do you know? You want me to surprise you?
I know there are so many. I'm
How
aware
many?
of
How
that.
many? Give me the figure. Just guess.
I don't know, but I know there are so many.
1,600.
Exactly. You know how I can do the math here on the side. So we have 1,600. We say the polling station has a minimum of 800, if I'm not wrong. Every polling station. Guru, I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, even crucial is that there are some that were not actually officially designated as polling stations. That's now another thing. When you go to the yeah, you find maybe in a constituency they say that there are 1,650 polling stations, but you find there are another 20 or that somewhere which are not really within the official, but they bring results.
So I have my calculator out here. Jose, there's a mic with the feedback. Let me see. So let me use my calculator here for a minute. So we said 1,600. Let's do the math here. 1,600, and then every polling station has a minimum of 800. So Julia, we are looking at 1.28 million votes that will not be relayed unless the IEBC does something between now and the election day. We are looking at 1.28 million votes that will not be relayed electronically. I mean, vote results transmission that will not happen unless the IEBC comes up with a remedy for that situation. So you're looking at results that can make somebody the president or lose the presidency. 1.28 million.
Do you know their proposed remedy? Do you know their proposed remedy for that? You move to your next neighboring polling station who have coverage. So that movement, Julia, Makiadi was talking about.
Okay, but you're not moving, Mr. Kuse. You're not moving with ballots here. Pay attention.
No,
you count the votes. You're not moving with the ballots. You count the votes.
The ballots
and you
are
sign the
eventually
document.
taken.
Hold on.
Eventually taken to the central constituency level.
The what?
And in the event somebody requests a recount, what happens? And they have been moved. You have to do a recount. At the polling.
Okay, but before you move, I could say before you move, you count the votes, you sign the documents, you take a picture, and even your agents take that picture.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
When you have done that, you see, I'm saying the only solution here is to have strong agents. Once you have taken the picture of what all of you have signed, now you, Makiadi, go with your ballots and interfere with the numbers. We shall have a case because all of us already have a record what we found. That is what I'm saying.
Julia, let me make this simple for you. Hold on, guys.
Julia, you are being too righteous.
Yeah.
You are very well. You are very well aware.
Guru, hold on, Guru. I'll give you a minute to speak about that, Guru. So Julia, like Guru says, you make it look very simple. Look, you take a picture as an agent, right? And the other agent takes a picture. Probably we are in Julia's stronghold. So I take a picture, you take your picture. So we feel like this thing is over right now. So the IEBC requires, like Osea told you, you go to the nearest where there's a connection, and that's where it's going to be sent to the National Tallying Center. So whatever you have as a copy as an agent does not even hold any legal what? It cannot even be admitted anywhere in a court of law.
Because they go to the next station with the original. You have a copy.
Exactly.
They go with the original. You have a copy.
Okay, they go with the original, but they're not counting the votes again. Are they counting the votes again? No. No more counting.
That's now
there is a dispute. They can be recounted again. Remember,
yes, they can be recounted.
No. You cannot open a ballot box unless the court gives an order. You understand me?
Thank you. You cannot open a ballot box unless the court...
Exactly. So hold on, Roberto. I'll give you time. Give me a minute. Julia, you cannot open any ballot box, hata kama ni MCA, bila idhini ya koti. Now, what I'm saying is this. Before you go and post that thing, you have your copy. That is you as an agent. The copy that is recognized by the IEBC and the National Tallying Center, ni ile itatumwa na ofisa wao, whether the polling or whatever official kwa polling station or county, that is the legitimate. So you don't know what that person is going to send after you leave him or you leave her. Kwa sababu, let's say we are moving from Lokichar to Lokichogio. That's where internet tunaenda kupata. That's 2 kilometers or 20 kilometers, let's say. Tuingie magari tofauti, whatever happens in between, we don't know. And that is why we are saying here, hata ukuwe na agent strong, if they want to steal the vote, they steal votes.
Let's see this. I'm still talking about the agents. Now, me, Makiadi, we counted the votes, 600 votes for my man, okay? And they are going to be read in the constituency. I can see on the screen. I see it is not 600, it's 500. What am I supposed to do about that?
You tell us, what will you do? And there are 57,000 of them.
You can do, let me tell you, Julia, you can do nothing.
Nothing.
You can do nothing except that the candidate now goes to court.
Exactly.
And that information starts coming out.
I am saying this. We cannot say we can do nothing. It is high time Kenyans start doing something about it.
But you see,
because if you let go, that will be the habit.
Julia, let me ask you. If you approach after that and you are given some 5,000 and don't forget
now
about
you
this.
See what I talked about.
Yes, that's exactly the meaning. Forget about this certificate or this nini you are carrying around. Bring it later.
No, you see,
Shika yako kwenda zako.
Okay, hold on, Kose, hold on, Julia. Roberto, 1 minute before we go on. 1 minute, you go ahead.
You know, Makiadi, you're the one who started this conversation or this controversy. But I want you to go back to 2017. And Raila Odinga knew very well that in as much as he had the votes to win the election, he knew that these discrepancies would come up. And especially during the tallying of the votes. And that is why NASA went to court to ensure that the votes that will be counted at the polling station shall be final and cannot be altered. Not even Chebukati could do that. Now, you have talked about very many scenarios and how things can change, but I can assure you one thing: that victory of the votes being counted at the polling station was a very, very big victory for Kenyans. That is the only reason that Raila was able to convince the court to overturn the result of 2017 on first round. And how did he do this? He had particular agents in particular areas which were strongholds of Jubilee. And all he needed to prove to the court was that there was discrepancy in what was transmitted via what was signed by the agents, he had a few from what were you calling them? From what? 34A or 33?
34A.
Yes. Any small discrepancy between what was being transmitted as an image and those forms was enough to convince the judges that this election was not verifiable. So wewe Makiadi, wacha hii siasa unaanza kuleta.
Yes, Roberto, thank you so much, Roberto. Makiadi, may I say something? Thank you so much. That is what I'm saying. And that is what we shall depend on. So you cannot tell me, Makiadi and Kuseo, that we count votes here because Kuseo is going to transmit them in Muranga, that something that he has a right to change. He will change and we shall go to court. Why? Because I have a record of what we paid, we signed and what we counted. So I am telling you this, what Roberto is saying, the biggest achievement we made in this thing, the electoral, is that the votes are counted at the tallying center. So you want to change, change there. And you want to change, let dead people vote when we are there.
You are muted again, Julia. You're muted.
You want to change, let the dead voters vote before we signed. Let the absent voters vote before we sign. Because you want to change that thing after that, it will go to the Supreme Court. That's my take. So me, I'm saying this.
Are you aware of the KARUA case?
No.
They did a
I hear
recount in
about
court.
Mother Karua case, and
They
let me
had
tell
to
you
do a recount
something.
in court.
I don't even believe Mother Karua won. I think she was wasting her time going to the court. She didn't have enough votes to win in Kirinyaga. I want to stand by that. I think she was wasting her time. I'm telling you, she was.
Now let's move the debate forward, because I
Okay,
can see.
so I want to conclude by saying this, that let Baba have strong agents, even in Mount Kenya region. Let Baba not say that Mount Kenya region doesn't support him and that these people can get away with it. No, this time we cannot allow them to get away with it. And even the rest of the country, the only place I think it will be a challenge for Baba, I think, is North Rift. That one will be a big challenge even now, that to have agents there that will stand for him. But for the rest of the country, let Baba have in strong agents. That is one thing that is going to prevent rigging. But me, my biggest fear, Makiadi, is when it comes to the server and the internet and hacking. That is my biggest fear, because anything now can be done there. By the time you got the Supreme Court, the damage is done. So me, that is my biggest fear about the hacking and all blah, 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 blah. So I hope that that doesn't go. Strong agents, I mean, I mean that people who cannot be compromised, people who have integrity, people who will sign documents and stand by those documents, not people who will be compromised. So that is my biggest fear, Makiadi, is the hacking thing. That's my biggest fear, the hacking. I don't know how you're going to do that. I hope we can depend on Chebukati. Now, I want to leave that debate and go to what you people posted here. Unfortunately, I don't find so much interesting stuff. DP Ruto comes in Nyandarua. I think DP Ruto is trying to change the narrative of the Mother Karua wave. I mean, in Mount Kenya region, I think he's having an uphill task. And I think that what's happening now is that when you lie to people, it reaches a time that you no longer know what to lie about. That is what is happening with KKA camp. They no longer know they don't know what to lie about. And I think DP Ruto is one man who is wishing the elections are held tomorrow. The more time he has to go towards 9th, I think the more depressive it is for him, because the more he has to look for how to convince Kenyans. Unfortunately, he began with his Nahasra narrative 5 years ago. He went bottoms up, he stopped bottoms up thing. I don't even know what he's singing today. That is why he called these women and came up with something about women. And I think it's all it was a disappointment. So I really don't know what DP Ruto is going to tell Kenyans going forward. But I like what Mother Karua is doing. I like how Baba is taking over even Mount Kenya region. And you people, Guru was talking about 25%. I think, Guru, we should bet with you so that you buy me something on 10th. Because me, I think Baba is votes will tend to 50%. So you people remind Guru on 10th what I said. Baba's votes will tend to 50% in Mount Kenya region, because you see people now are now so courageous.
How much? We are witnesses.
At least I can talk about above 40% of Mount Kenya region. 40%.
And the bet amount?
The bet.
I'm there, I see.
$100. Guru.
Guru, you have heard, eh? Less than 40, unapata $100 from Julia.
Yes. Less from me.
Guru, umeweka kidole, si tuko mashahidi hapa.
Ya nini hiyo?
Julia anasema, tell Guru what you said.
I'm saying, I heard you saying that Baba may get 20-something% in Mount Kenya region. Me, I'm saying Baba will get more than 40% in Mount Kenya region.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you agree with me?
Do you agree?
I don't dispute your statement, but unajua kura bado siko kwa mfuko. Although what I can tell for certain is that it won't be less than 25%. That I like working from very realistic points, because the fact of the matter is that deep in the rural areas, this man and penetrated very much and excited quite a huge part of our population. But nevertheless, people are changing, and they are changing fast. Could be 30%, 30, 40, yeah, 30, 40.
Yes, 30, 40. That's a good estimate now. Because I think what is happening in Guru, I think you can agree with me. Kuna watu, like you are saying, they have this thing, Makiadi. I mean, it's a long time thing. They don't like Baba. For nothing. Not for any good reason. Hawana. But now, it's coming to a realization that, kumbe, huyu mzee hata si mbaya. There are those who have made up their minds, we are voting for this mzee. But there are those who had already made up their mind they cannot vote for Ruto. I think it's about 20%. They have made up my mind, we cannot vote for Ruto, come rain, come sunshine. But now, this other percentage is coming in that all these things, hii ilikuwa uongo. So I think the percentage is increasing, you know. I know people who didn't want me to talk against anything against Ruto just 2 months ago. Those people now are walking around campaigning for Baba and Mother. They just change. They are changing. So I'll not be surprised. Another thing that may happen, Guru, I don't know what you think about it, is that Ruto supporters are no longer, they lack enthusiasm towards voting because they are feeling he may not win. So the most likely thing, they may not come out to vote. So if I don't know what the number we have in Mount Kenya region. You said Mount Kenya region has, I mean, if you count the Upper Eastern and Central, how many votes are there? How many registered voters before it's cleaned? Do we have?
It should be over 5 million, I think.
No, it is that Central by itself is touching around 2.73 million. Then you go to Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi block. They bring in Meru brings 800,000. Embu brings 340 or thereabouts. And therefore, generally, you have 1.2 million in that block of Meru. Then you add it to this other one on this other side, which is about 3 million, call it about 3 million. So you see the vote now that is domiciled within those counties around there. But of course, you know, there are Kikuyus across the country. So if we are talking here ethnically.
Okay,
therefore,
if you're not talking ethnically, just Mount
Guru,
Kenya region.
If you central, the one Julia is referring to,
yeah, Mount Kenya region
does not include Nakuru. And
no,
the
Mount
total
Kenya
vote
region.
before the IBC cleanup was 3,154,000.
Okay, have you included?
Before the cleanup.
Have you included Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and Embu?
Yes. All of them. The only ones which are not there is like Kipia is not there. The Nakuru is not there. Okay. They are in Rift Valley side.
You are correct. You are correct. That's why I'm saying that vote. The vote is sometimes, I think, for me, is exaggerated in the media. I think it was a political gimmick or whatever it is, because when you hear people talk, you would think that you will find 6 million votes within Central, which is not true.
They add the diaspora. They normally add the diaspora.
That is the diaspora. So if we don't include the diaspora, I think
it is
we may have only about 3 million voters for that region, because they don't have, those who are backing Ruto no longer feel like there's a big reason to vote for Ruto. Hawaoni your reason ikiwa kujia sana. You know, when you go to a battle and you feel like this is a losing battle, I mean, so they would rather, because they don't want to vote for Raila, they will not vote even for Raila. They'll just stay in their homes. So I think...
Let me tell you, Julia, you are very correct. What is happening now, there is what we call cognitive dissonance within a section of voters in our region, because first and foremost, their stand is that they cannot wake up and go and vote Baba. That's a fact, whether whichever way or the other. That is very deep in them. On the other hand, they because quite a number have gone to school, they see that their man stands a slimmer chance of winning than it was some 6 months ago. So there is also that discouragement. In fact, some of them are turning to anger because they had become almost fanatical. So when they hear somebody within the region saying you vote the other way, some of them become very annoyed. You know, that kind of thing. So you can see that what will happen is that some of these people will not turn up to vote. Because one, they see that unlike them before 6 months ago, and they could see like their person is handed for victory, now it is no longer assured. Because even within families, you find a family of 7 people. 4 are categorically saying they will vote Baba. Then 3 are saying they will vote Ruto. So because they are clever and they know that the winning of the candidature of Ruto or even Uhuru was anchored on undefined vote in the region. So they know for a fact that it is their candidate who is at a disadvantage. And that makes some of them very annoyed. In fact, it has become, in some quarters, difficult to pick up these debates, especially in public, because some of them had reached at a fanatical level. And therefore, and these are mainly the youths. These, youths who are between 18 to around 26, they are the most volatile in that region. But I can also assure you that people who are above 45, quite a huge chunk of them had already made up their mind, even before Mother was picked, that they would not vote for this man. The reason being they observed his character, and they served during Moi era, and they see characteristics of him in this Ruto, and therefore they had made up their mind. You can even put it at about 20%. So that is a situation obtaining. So there is also the demographic. There is a demographic issue of the voting in Mount Kenya, where the much younger voters, some of them don't have votes anyway. They are very excited about this candidature of the deputy president, but they will not assist him because they don't have votes. Some of them are people who are quickly discouraged. They don't fight their battle to the end. So they have votes, but they will not go to vote. Others are just after money. Once they don't see anything they will get personally, how they will benefit, they don't. So these are the issues. And that's why Julia is correct when he puts it at 30-40, because the category of people who vote in Raila, mostly in central Kenya, are people who are mature, people who have gone through life, they have seen life, they have seen our leaders, they know our history, and they would not want to be reminded of what happened in the 1990s.
Yes, Guru. So my conclusion is, which now may Gurumates disagree, I will not be surprised if Baba has more votes in Mount Kenya region than Ruto, because of that frustration of his supporters, or the frustration of the Ruto supporters. They are getting so frustrated, they are getting so miserable that they thought this guy was getting it, and they can see him losing miserably, so they may not even come out to vote on his side. So come 10, all of you need to buy me something for that prophecy. Thank you, Makian.
Okay, thank you, Julia. I don't want to comment anything. You've exhausted that point, and I think it's clear now where we stand. Jakendu Bey, pole sana kwa kukuweka for a long time. Tulikuwa na siasa maradufu hapa, lakini karibu useme lako pia.
Asante sana Makiadi Luambo Lwanzo okene okanga penijo. Jana habari zenu wote. Habari zenu wote, hamjambo?
Tumesalimika.
Makiadi, jana ulinani na Tokoma Bakamarade Pamba, nilifurahi sana. Ulinishtua, nilikuwa nimelala na nikafurahi sana na Tokoma Bakamarade Pamba. Asante sana. Mimi ni shabiki wa Luambo kamili na nimewahi mara nyingi kuhudhuria ile nani yake face to face wakati alikuwa mzima. Nataka kuzungumzia mjadala, sijui kama nitazungumzia mjadala wa leo, lakini mimi kuna kitu kimoja ambacho nataka kusema. Julia, nataka kuunga mkono kusema kwamba watu watapiga kura nyingi kutoka mlima, lakini mimi nataka kuchallenge watu wa mlima kwamba sielewi kwa nini watu kutoka mlima, watu wa Central wanaweza kusema kwamba ni kama wanasema eti kumbe Raila sio mbaya. Hiyo kitu inanishangaza sana, kwa sababu sioni ni kwa nini hakuna kitu chochote ambacho mtu anaweza kusema Raila amefanyia watu wa Central vibaya, yani kitu kibaya hakuna. So hii inatokana na ile kitu ambacho watu wanapenda kusema hapa, eti siasa. Kwa hiyo unaweza kusema porojo, unaweza kusema uongo juu ya ndugu yako, kwa sababu Mkenya yote ni ndugu yako. Kwa nini unasema uongo au porojo juu ya mwenzako? Kwa sababu hizo porojo hazifanyi kazi kwa sisi wa Afrika, haifanyi. Porojo haifanyi, kwa sababu ukianza kusema porojo juu ya mwenzako, vitu ambavyo unajua ni za uongo, mwishowe hiyo uongo itakuja kukula, kwa sababu yale mauongo yote watu walisema juu ya Raila, wale watu ambao walisema uongo, unaona kama hiyo uongo sasa inawakula, kwa sababu wamerealize hii uongo huwezi kuimaintain. Unajua ukweli unaweza kumaintain siku zote, lakini uongo huwezi kumaintain. Na unaona watu wa UDA kwa kusema uongo, mumeona mara ngapi wanastukia mwingine anasema azimio, kwa sababu ni waongo. Unajua uongo ukisema ni makosa, ni vigumu sana kumaintain. Mulimsikia governor mmemuona governor wa kule kwao na Martha Karua, azimio bado iko kwa mdomo yake, hata Watengula, hata kwa sababu uongo uwezi. Wanajaribu kudanganya kwamba wako kwa UDA, lakini hawako kwa UDA. Uko kwa UDA na mwili, lakini roho, ile ukweli wako iko upande mwingine. So ndio maana hiyo uongo wanasahau. Na unaona hiyo mtu ambaye ako na hiyo ni Ruto. Ruto anasema uongo kila siku, mpaka sasa hizo uongo zimeanza kumtoka. Watu wameanza kuona huyu mbona anasema hivi, mbona anasema lakini mimi nataka kuhakikishia Julia, mimi nataka kuambia kwamba kitu moja mimi nimeona watu wengi hawafuatilii, ni kwamba watu hawajaona kitu. Kuna wazee wale wanaitwa wazee wa Mlima Kenya, wale wanasema wazee wa Kikuyu. Unajua wameenda round the whole of Kenya kuzungumza na hao watu wa diaspora. Watu wengi wamesahau hiyo, na wakati walimaliza hiyo round yao, hiyo round walikuwa wanaenda wakimuombea Raila kura, na baada ya kumaliza hiyo round yao walikuja wakasema kwamba wanamuomba Raila achague. Katika hao viongozi wote wale wa kutoka Central, wao wanaona Martha Karua ndio wanamuomba Raila amchague. Raila amechagua yule ambao waliomba wamchague. Sasa unataka kuniambia Mlima Kenya bado Raila atapata tu 35 sijui 40 hiyo? Mimi sidhani. Mimi kwa maoni yangu watu watashtuka sana kwamba Raila atapata kura ngapi. Itakuwa watu wengi watashtuka kwa sababu Raila hakuna kitu chochote ameshafanyia watu wa Mlima. Yeye wakati wote ametetea watu wa Mlima, hata kama wakati hawampigii kura, yeye kura ameichukua kama ni mashindano tu ya kupiga kura, na sisi wote ni Wakenya. Na watu wa Mlima wanatakiwa wasisahau kitu ambacho Raila amewafanyia hata wao tu wenyewe. Manake mtu kama anasema Kibaki tosha, watu wengine wote walikataa. Hata baba yake alisema Kenyatta. Sasa kitu ambacho mtu anaweza kusema eti ni wana ubaya, mimi sioni kabisa hiyo. Mtu anaposema eti Raila ati kuna ubaya, hiyo ni excuse ambayo ni uongo mtupu. Haifai kabisa kabisa, haifai. Na mimi hii kitu nataka kuambia vijana wadogo wote na hii inatakiwa sisi kama Wakenya, kuna vitu vingine vinatakiwa tuzitumie kama mila zetu. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba watu wa Mlima na watu wa kutoka Lake Victoria wanatakiwa wafanye kazi pamoja siku zote. Hawa wasiwahi kutengana, kwa sababu wakitengana huwa inaleta vurugu. Hii kitu nimeona kwa muda mrefu. Wakati wote wanapofanya kazi pamoja, nchi inakaa tulivu, nchi inafanya kazi vizuri, hata mambo ya hizi kupora inakuwa hakuna. Kwa hiyo inatakikana hiyo kitu Wakenya wajue. Hao wanaweza sio kwamba ni kaka unaweza kusema hawa ni kaka zetu sisi wana Kenya, kwa sababu ukiangalia katika historia ya Kenya hawa walikuwa kuna mambo mengi sana walifanya wawili, na walikuwa kiongozi wa kupigania hasa uhuru. Kuna mambo mengi sana walifanya pamoja. Kwa hiyo na wakati wote wanapokuwa pamoja, nchi inatulia na watu wanaweza wakazungumza vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho tunatakiwa tuwe na zile vitu tunaita miko, zile vitu ambavyo hatufanyi kama wana Kenya. Tunajua hii tukifanya itatuletea vurugu kama wana Kenya. Sio kusema hiyo, kwa sababu ukijua kuna miko, mambo fulani amfanyi Kenya, hiyo itatuongoza, itatufanya tuwe na undugu zaidi, na hiyo undugu ndio inaleta kufanya kazi pamoja, na umoja ni nguvu siku zote. Mimi huambia watu umoja ni nguvu, kwa sababu sahihi vile Wakenya wanaangalia umoja ni nguvu. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Na mimi naweza kusema kwamba mimi nimefurahi sana na Martha Karua. Nafurahi na huyu mama sana 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 sana. Nafurahi na mama amechukua nafasi yake kama makamu wa rais kabisa, na kila mtu anamrecognize kama makamu wa rais. Ni jambo la ajabu sana. Wakati mwingine hapa juzi Martha Karua walikuwa watu walikuwa wanamjua kwamba ni mtu ambaye ni straightforward, mtu ni tough, lakini mimi nawaambia kwamba saa zingine ingredients ukiweka, hata kama unapika ukiweka viungo fulani, inafanya chakula inakuwa tamu kuliko ukipika hii peke yake na hii nyingine peke yake. Haikuwa tamu vile zimewekwa, vile umeweka hizo viungo. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwamba kiungo cha Raila na Martha Karua imewapatia umaarufu, imewapatia nguvu, imetupatia sisi wote wa Kenya matumaini na mwelekeo ambao ni mzuri. kwa sababu ukijua kwamba wale watu ambao wanaweza kuwa kwamba wanalinda pesa zetu, wanalinda masilahi zetu, wanalinda haki zetu, ni watu ambao sio wafisadi, ni watu ambao hawawezi, si watu wa kutishika. Hata ukienda kulala unalala bila kushtuliwa, kwa sababu unajua haki yako, kwa sababu kitu inaitwa corruption inafanya unakuwa una haki. Mkiwa na corruption, mnyonge hana haki tena. Sisi wana Kenya hatuna haki tena kama tukikubali corruption kuwa katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi ninafurahia sana tiketi hizi mbili, hii tiketi ya Azimio la Umoja. Hiyo Azimio ni jambo la muhimu, na hiyo ndio itatupigia, hiyo ndio tunaweza kusema ngazi ambayo itatufanya tuwe na tufanye maendeleo ambayo yatatuletea uchumi kwa muda mrefu, tukiwa na hiyo umoja. Kwa sababu mimi nasema ni kwamba wakati huu tunataka uchumi wetu uendelee, lakini jambo la muhimu kabisa ni lazima tujenge vile vile taifa. Kujenga taifa ni kuleta mwafaka, kuleta masikilizano, kufanya tuwe wamoja, kufanya serikali yetu iwe na uso wa Kenya. Ndio kusema sisi wa Kenya wote tujione kama wa Kenya. Unaona, hiyo ndio maana nasema Azimio la Umoja ni vizuri. Na Martha Karua, mama huyu Martha Karua, mimi nampongeza sana kwamba anafanya nani nzuri sana. Nimefuatiliza zile kampeni zake, zile mikutano alikuwa nayo. Kuna interview nyingine alikuwa amefanyiwa na msichana moja wa Spice, nafikiri ni Spice. Nafikiri ni mambo ya, nafikiri ni sehemu ya either KTN, kitu kama hiyo. Alijibu maswali vizuri sana, na akazidi kuomba wa Kenya kwamba wawapigie kura na watatufanyia kazi vile inatakikana, kwa sababu wanaona kwamba Kenya hatufai kuwa katika ile liga ambayo tuko. Inatakiwa tupigane vita na hizi vitu vitatu: magonjwa, ujinga na umasikini. Mimi nataka kuambia tena, nataka kurudia hii kitu. Kusoma bila kuelimika ni jambo ambalo halifai. Kuna watu wengi wamesoma lakini hawana elimu. Yani wao kukosa elimu ni kwamba unaweza kuwa umesoma na wewe unaona wewe ni bora kuliko wenzako. Hiyo haifai hata kidogo. Kwa sababu nishawapatia mfano. Kwa sababu kama Wajakoya, nilimsikia vile anasema, vile alisaidiwa na baba ya Raila, vile Raila amemsaidia. Sasa saa zingine unajiuliza, sasa yeye kuja na hiyo sijui bangi, sijui hizo vitu anakuja nazo. Unajua watu hawajui. Mimi nasema watu wengi wamesoma lakini hawajui, kwa sababu ukija na hiyo mambo ya bangi vile anavyokuja nayo yeye binafsi, vile anafikiria, hiyo ni kama kujipiga kifua. Haitafua dafu, haiwezi hata kidogo, haitafua dafu. Watu wanasema ni kwamba ukitaka, kuna vitu vingine ukitaka lazima ulobi. Wazungu wanasema kulobi. Sasa vitu kama hizo ukija nazo, lobi kwanza, ndio manake uje kwa system. Ndio siku nyingine ukitaka upresident uko na mahali unashikilia. Mtu kama Ekuru Court anajiona yeye amesoma, yeye ni bora kuliko watu wengine. Na kama yeye kweli amesoma, Mbona haelewi basi? Mbona haelewi nchi inaelekea namna gani? Hao ukitaka hata Yesu Kristo alipokuja hapa duniani alikuwa mwana wa Mungu, lakini alikunja mikono ya shati zake akaenda kukaa kufanya kazi ile alitumwa kule kwa mashimo, kule kwa walevi. Alisema alikuja, na hawa wanajifanya kwamba yeye amesoma. Yeye anazungumza kama watu wengine wote ni wajinga, yeah? Anataka tu vurugu kwamba yeye ndiye anajua sheria. Anaenda kushtaki sasa, ameenda kushtaki Raila eti Raila afai kugombania upresident kwa sababu sijui Azimio sio corporate. Jamani, nawaambia tuacheni fujo. Tuacheni fujo. Tukitaka nchi yetu iendelee, tuache fujo. Watu kama hao ni watu wanakuleta fujo. Makiadi, mimi nataka kuwajulisha kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana na Martha Karua. Kuna kitu watu hawakusikiliza, na mimi hiyo kitu nasema, katika system yetu ya sheria ya Kenya, watu ambao nasema weakest link ni mahakama ya Kenya. Mahakama ya Kenya ni weakest link kwa sababu hata wakati wa Maraga alisema kwamba election haikufanyika vizuri, hawakufanya mtu kupata adhabu ya kuharibu hiyo election kwa sababu ilitugharimu pesa. Lakini huwezi kusema eti Minister of Education kuna mtu amefanya corruption alafu anaachwa tu kwamba ni Minister of Education. Minister of Education ni jina, watu ndio wako pale, inatakiwa watu wabike. Kwa hiyo mtu kama amepatikana amefanya vibaya anatakiwa adhibiwe. Kama wakati wa ile wakati walisema kwamba election haikufanyika vizuri, wangepatiwa watu adhabu. Saa hii ungekuwa unaona watu wanakwenda kufanya hiyo hawezi kufanya upuzi kwa sababu wale wengine wameadhibiwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Jakendi Bey, for explaining it exhaustively. Nafikiria Guru wako na comment ya kuongezea kwa ile kitu umesema. Guru.
Ndio, ni kwa sababu nimesikia ametanja mtu anaitwa Wajakoya. In the last one day kumekuwa na Charity Ngilu na Moses Kuria. Wamesema kwamba hiyo tiketi imeanza kupenya hasa kwa vijana. Huwezi jua ni sababu ya zile maneno anaongea ama ni ile product anataka kuwaletea, lakini kuna uwezekano kwamba kuna vijana wanafutiwa, na ikawa kwamba wengine wanaweza kuona kama ile kura anaweza pata itaweza kufanya tuende uchaguzi mara ya pili. I don't know whether Jakedube knows that amesema kwanza mtu aingie kwa system ili uanze kujaribu kuleta marekebisho, lakini unajua mimi sikubaliani na hayo kwa sababu saa zingine unaanza nje ukiingia ndani, because the moment you accumulate the critical mass, that critical mass can elevate you to a higher position where you can now fight better for what you stand for. Unakumbuka kitu inaitwa NCEC, ilikuwa tu fugufugu ya kupigania katiba ambayo ilikuwa inaongozwa na Kifudha Kibwana. Ilianza huku nje, lakini mwishowe hao watu wote wengi walienda kwa siasa. So Jakedube usiangalie ukaona kwamba mtu kama Nyanjakoya ni mtu yuko nje sana. Ile ya muhimu ni kwamba ukubaliane na yeye ama usikubaliane na yeye, kuna maneno anaongea pale na inafutia hasa vijana, na uwezi jua kutoka hapo itaelekea upande gani. Unajua vijana wetu wanafutiwa haraka sana. Nadhani wacha nisimamia hapo.
Yaani ukikubali mimi naweza kukwambia hivi. Mimi nasema hivyo kwa sababu nimeona watu ambao wamekuja na hivyo na mwishowe hiyo inakuja tu hivyo kwamba watu wana nani, alafu mwishowe inazimwa, kwa sababu sahihi huwezi kusema kwamba utaleta bangi vile anasema na serikali haikubaliani naye hivyo kabla ya serikali haijakubaliana naye. Ndio maana nakwambia kuna vitu vingine inatakiwa you lobby, you make sure kwamba watu wenu wameelezewa vizuri, kwa sababu mimi nimemsikiliza interview zake zote, kwa sababu nilimsikiliza akielezea kwamba hiyo bangi, hiyo aina ya bangi hiyo ambayo anataka ni hiyo sio ambayo inatumiwa kwa kuvutwa. Unasikia? Hiyo hata ukivuta haina effect hiyo ambayo anaisema hiyo ukivuta inafanya ile inaitwa detoxing kwa mwili wako. Kwa hiyo lakini kuna mbinu watu wanatumia kwamba mtu ataambiwa apande bangi hiyo, lakini katikati ya shamba yake kule katikati anapanda ile ambayo watu wana ile ya kuvutwa. Kwa hiyo ukiona unaona ni bangi tu ile ya kawaida, kumbe pale ndani hivi ako na zile ya kuvuta. So ili succeed ni lazima kuwe na agricultural officers ambao watakuwa wana inspect hizo mashamba from time to time. Kama zamani mimi nikiwa mtoto tulikuwa na our agricultural officers ambao walikuwa wanakuja wanaangalia ng'ombe, wanaangalia na mbuzi, wanaangalia hata mashamba zile watu wanalima, walikuwa wanaonyesha watu hata namna ya kulima. Lakini sasa watu wameachwa tu kiolela. Hizo vitu zote zilikwisha kwa sababu ya corruption. Maana corruption ndio huwa hizo vitu, badala ya kuzifanya kuzimodify ziwe vizuri, zilikwisha tu hivyo. Kulikuwa na watu wa kutengeneza barabara 24 hours, yani siku zote walikuweko. PWD walikuweko, walikuwa na angalia barabara, walikuwa wako. Kama gari ikiwa barabarani wanaweza kuja wakaitoa. Sasa magari zinaachwa tu mpaka inaua watu, kwa sababu gari imebakwa hapo. Mtu anakuja kupita hapo usiku, haijawekewa alama yoyote, mtu anakuja anaingia nyuma ya gari. Ukienda sehemu nyingi, ukienda huko sehemu ya Webuye, huko sehemu wale wanatumia hizo matrakta, unakuta usiku trakta imekwama na imewachwa hapo kwa barabara, mtu anakuja anaingia tu kwa hiyo na hawajaweka hata alama. Ni sehemu nyingi sana.
Yangu ilikuwa kukuambia kwamba unajua sasa ni kama he has been able to put on the table the debate about the future of that crop that he's talking about and alternative means of earning, like rearing snakes, and the ideas that we have never broached in the country. So what I'm saying, maybe even his purpose is not to win, but you can also imagine by the end of these campaigns, the debate that he has put on the table, on the national table, how long it is going to resonate, because he has taken the higher ground of juxtaposing his campaigns with the seeking for power. So I think the debate is sparking, is not going away anytime soon, particularly because the what he is advocating is not that it is not being done in other countries. The question is, how fast are we going to accept what he is saying? That is what the issue is here. Or are we going to accept it at all? Otherwise, he is within his right to bring on the table the ideas that he has, which he has collected elsewhere in the world. It is for Kenyans to buy or to reject, to modify, adapt
Sijakataa. Mimi
or
kitu
reject.
nasema tu, mimi kitu nakwambia style ambayo anakuja nayo ni rahisi hiyo kitu kukataliwa, hata debate ikiwa hivyo. Nishaona vitu kama hiyo. Mtu sometimes unaweza kuja na jambo nzuri sana, lakini inategemea style ile umekuja nayo. Style hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa nzuri tu, ukija nayo kwa style fulani utakuta inakataliwa, na yet ni kitu kizuri. Sisemi ni kitu mbaya, mimi sisemi hivyo, nasema tu style, kwa sababu vile anakuja nayo, kuna watu ambao Wakenya wengi tu wanaogopa kwamba hiyo inaweza kufanya watoto, sijui watu wavute bangi. Wengi sana wanaogopa. Hata ukiweka kura saa hii watu wapigie hiyo mambo ya bangi, utakuta imeshindwa kabisa. So ndio mimi nasema approach kitu kama hiyo inatakiwa approach ambayo kama mimi nasema ni approach ambayo inatakiwa inatoka ndani, ambayo watu wote unawaconvince. Ni kama tu mgeni ukienda mahali, ni lazima kwanza ujue. Hata Yesu alipokuja aliishi kwanza na watu wakamzoea, ndio maana aliweza kupatana nao. So hiyo tu ndio nasema, sipingi ati kitu anachosema.
Lakini unajua sio idea yote ulimwenguni inakubalika mara moja. Unakumbuka kwamba kuna wengi sana walikuwa wanapigana na ugatuzi wakati Raila ali introduce hiyo idea, alipigwa zaidi. Kwa hivyo sometimes the idea has to generate controversy so that people can start examining it now logically. So I don't think there is any formula of introducing a new idea in a society, as long as finally people start sobering up and starts looking at the idea in a more logical manner. So I think he is within his right and he is within his course. He knows what he is doing. I believe he is a very intelligent man. And he knows what he is driving at. His is not about winning these elections. It's about putting some ideas on the table and kind of jogging the minds of the society that the world is moving in this direction, and maybe it is time we started considering some of those things.
Okay, Guru, thank you, Jakendube. I would also want us to move the debate forward because I see Saimo has been waiting on the side for a while. So Saimo, sitaki uchangie hiyo mada yenye imeongewa sana, but there's some topics hapa naona zinapita. Kama uko na kitu ya kusema juu yake, would really appreciate. Karibu.
Nimewasalimia nyote kwa jina ya Yesu Kristo. Nimefurahi, nimekuwa nikisikiza kwa muda kidogo, and I do have something to say. Sijasikiza mjadala yote, so I don't know whether I may repeat some of the things that you guys have already said, but I'll say what I think. Mahali nimepata mahali ya kwanza, mahali nimesikia, I wanted to correct or rather air my opinion as far as Mother KARUA, our incoming deputy president, is concerned, and her gubernatorial seat for Kirinyaga seat. I heard my sister Julia say that he definitely lost that seat, and I want to say to Julia, if she is listening, and the panel, if you listen to the arguments zenye alikuwa nazo kwa koti, you realize she had a case, alikuwa na kesi, and Martha Karua is not somebody who is just not going there in the court to present something for ambaye hana grounds. And alifuatana na hiyo kesi, he went to court, the lower court. He went to the she went to the up to the Supreme Court. She went to the appeal court, and finally he went to the East African Court, EACJ. I'm just gonna go to the conclusion that at the end of the hearing, the three benches, the three judges at the bench, they concluded with one voice, wote watatu, they agreed that Martha Karua's case, she was not given the right hearing by the right the courts, the Supreme Court, the appellate court, and they say that she had an infringement of her right for a proper trial. Ukienda kwa hiyo kesi, if you go in the archives, if you look,
Amepotea, atarudi tu. Roba, kuna kitu ulikuwa unataka kusema? Go ahead.
Niko na jambo mbili nilikuwa nataka kuchangia. You know, what Jakendube has said is very true. I hope Guru is not going to run away. I wanted him to hear, because what Jakendube was saying is very true. Because if you listened to the speech of Aibu Rais in Nyandarua, it is some of the things that are so irritating and are plain lies. And now they have reached, UDA has reached a stage where they are now selling fear, because you cannot believe. I don't know, Makiadi, did you listen to that speech of that guy in full?
Yeah,
about
I
15
did.
minutes.
No, I listened
You
to
know when
about 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Yeah, you know when he went to the extent of saying that ule mtu wa kitendawili akiingia ati mtavaa vinyasa. What are you in the colonial period? Surely. You know, you know, those are the kind of things that they
Was that
have.
Gachagua, Roberto? Gachagua said that?
Yes. And then he goes ahead and says, bibi ya ule mtu wa kitendawili alisema bwana yake akiingia ati bwana yake akiingia mambo ya matoleo ya kanisani itasimamishwa, makanisa zitafunga. And you know, he knows very well that the Mount Kenya region have got a lot of respect for the church and whom they worship. So, you know, when you try to sell this kind of fear to those people, and a good number of those people, especially wale akina mama, tusema wakina mama na wazee, hawana internet, unaona? Sasa, you know, they might start thinking that this man is going to make us wear shorts. This man is going to close our churches and the way they love their church, you know? So this guy, he has gone to a level, and now even more so, what made me even feel worse about his speech is that while in Nyandarua, he tells the Nyandarua people that, you know what, this place is so backward, it's not like any other place. So what William Ruto is going to do is going to make sure that he goes to Nairobi and gets market for your potatoes. He's making them feel like they are so poor and desperate. Yet that is not true, because I have been to Nyahururu, Nyandarua area, and in fact the first time I went there is where I saw very nice roads, especially the one that comes all the way to NYANDARUA and joins the other side of Mount Kenya. Those are roads which were never there in those in the 90s. The first time I went there. Now I can imagine what is there right now is even better. And this man tells them like they are so backward, and that is why they have been suffering because of bad leadership, and that is now the deputy president, once he becomes president, is going to get the market for their produce, especially potatoes. That is what he focused on. Now you can imagine that kind of message. Uongo kama hiyo ndio hatuhitaji kabisa hivi.
You know, Roba, you are taking it face value. I think Julia should try to expound on the meaning of that line. You'll be forced to wear kinyasa. There's a meaning. Julia, I think ungepata hii nafasi uambie Roberto what that line means, because it's not the way unaichukulia kuvaa kinyasa.
I don't know what that thing has been there for some time, Roba. I don't know what story they are bringing back. I don't know whether they are talking about looking at Luos. The Luos used to wear kinyasas, ama what used to happen? What is it?
No, there's a meaning to that. I don't want to preempt. I don't want to say what I'm not sure of, but I'll find somebody. I'll find somebody who will give me the true meaning.
There, like...
Because I also had, there was a time that Waititu used the same. If you guys followed what Waititu used to say, he used to say the same statement. There's a statement that there's a meaning that comes with that word in the Kikuyu nation. I don't want to
is this a clear statement? I think it's a clear statement. Okay, Makiadi, I want to discourage you from saying this in the national TV. I think it's not a good thing, because we may start speaking like Kuria.
No. It's not the way you think, Guru.
I think this could have something to do with the tribulations that the Kikuyu were taken through during the colonial time, and more so when you look at the area pictures that we have of people wearing shorts. So I don't know whether it has to do with the prison conditions and the clothing that were used then, because I don't see it post independence. I think it has a symbolic meaning for that old generation. However, let me also put it this way. For a long time, Raila Amolo Odinga has been demonized in Mount Kenya, and the figure created of him is that of devil incarnate, a person who can oppress, destructive, and generally somebody you cannot trust. So I think in Rigathi's estimation, he still thinks that there's a population within central Kenya that need to be reminded of those symbolisms of what they have done over the years, so as to evoke a similar reaction like that which has always been evoked in the past elections to win the vote, because it had become that the person who insults Raila more gets more votes. So I think for me, he is leaving behind time, because also people have since come to understand through the social media, through other platforms, that all that was said in the past is not true. And I think he is using the old tactics, those of the 2013 and going backwards, that kind of thing. And I don't think it is going to work. Because today Kenyans are aware that we are governed by a constitution, You don't just wake up and order people to be jailed or their properties just taken away or mistreated. Kenyans have come a long way, and I think those the frightening ones about a person, I don't think they are going to work. They can't work.
Yeah, so what I have very many friends, you know, from the Mount Kenya region, and when you see Mount Kenya politicians, those ones, the likes of Waititu and Gachagua, trying to use the Mogwe Kira Kenyatha Julia, it's said like that. It tries to impact the issue of colonialism, oppression that people used to pass through. So when they say that when Raila Odinga takes over power or becomes the president, people will put on the short pants, it means that they are going to be oppressed, and that is like what Guru is saying here. It's trying to evoke emotions. It's trying to tell people, hey, this thing is about life and death. It's about our livelihoods and our survival. It has been done like that for a long time. You know, Waitito used to do that in 2017 with the other people, and it went to 2017, 2013. And I think this is where the mentality of Gachagua is. But let me ask you people here. Do you think this is something I asked previously earlier when I came on? Do you think William Ruto did not know that Raila Odinga is going to pick Martha Karua as a deputy presidential running mate? Do you think he was not aware of that?
I think he saw it come, but
No.
do you think I think he saw it come,
No.
Guru, but because I think there's a time that the Kafogos and the others had met and said that they were talking about Mother Karua and they were saying she would form the best running mate. Do you remember that when they met? Actually, she stood out. She for the last 2 years or something, she has been standing out like somebody who can make a good running mate. But what the challenge was, it had been kind of hard to trust mothers' decisions. And when I was saying, I just want to talk, I think Simo, I didn't mean that mother did not have good reasons to contest her election and all that. She had good, reasonable reasons because there were a lot of irregularities in that election. But when it came to the numbers that she would have gotten, when if the election was fair, I don't think she would have beaten Waiguru because of that fear of her decisions. Naona hiyo kumwogopa. See, they don't think she's a good leader. Is some kind of phobia. So I think Ruto saw it come, but he didn't think it was going to happen because I think, Baba working with mother, even that day, do you remember that day we saw Baba and Baba coming from Kenya's meeting? It was like a miracle, you know, because mother herself did not even come to Jacaranda. She didn't come to Jacaranda, and she's posted something that she was relaxing in her home. So then later we see her with Baba in her Kenya's meeting. To me, it was like a miracle. So I thought he saw it come, but
no.
My opinion is maybe my opinion on that whether Baba, whether William Ruto saw it coming. William Ruto, he saw it coming, but he wanted to prevent Baba from picking Martha. That is why he was him and his brigade was so animated and trying to portray Kalonzo as somebody who is being mistreated, and also kumpigia debe Kalonzo pia, so that Baba picks Kalonzo. In that way, he would have a free ride in the Mount Kenya voters. So I think he knew, he suspected, in as much as he was not sure, because Kalonzo was putting up a really spirited fight for that position.
No.
It was a 50-50 thing for William Ruto. He suspected so because he knew very well that him and Martha would not be compatible, absolutely, on principle. So I think he knew about it.
Let me give you my take. Do I go ahead?
Yeah, just go ahead.
I think if you retrace very backwards from where mother is coming from, there are politicians who started surrounding her, one of them being Moses Kuria. And they reached a point where they started saying they are coming together because the community seem apparently heading, in a direction they could not understand because there was no outstanding leader at that time. They reached a point of appointing her as the spokesperson of the group. Now, if you know how crafty Kenyan politics are, maybe they knew that this is one of the potential persons who was being, considered as an opponent, and it's possible that the likes of Moses had been sent to ring fence her and, mark her out, like what happened with Stephen Kalonzo and, it's called Moi's son. He was detailed to keep to mark him out and make sure he doesn't fall on the other side. So Moses Kuria seems to have had a mission around mother, and either to lure her into going to Kenya Kwisha and be a running mate, or make it impossible for her to go to the other side. But that flopped. And this was not out of the bruise. It is that the Kikuyu elders, Council of Elders, from as way back as 2-3 years ago, started saying they were shopping seriously for a person who could replace one Muigai Kenyatta as the next person who could stand in politically for the community. And several names were floated out, the likes of Kabogo, the likes of Peter Kenneth, the likes of Peter Munya, and so on and so forth, including the name of one Mother Wangari Karua. So, and Kiojori. So the field went narrowing down on this lady, and for obvious reasons, that she looked to be more acceptable across the board, especially across the Mount Kenya communities. She has earned her respect, and particularly going back to the 2007 elections, and something that many Kenyans may not know is that Mother earned her place in that elections, in that the Kikuyu community, by its nature, they admire courageous leadership, people who can stand in times of even crisis. And even Uhuru's elevation did not just come like that. It came as a result of his having stepped in at a time when the community seemed to be rudderless in a situation where they felt vulnerable. So apart from Kenyatta, the other person who has ever stood out at a time when the community was not sure is Mother. That is why, whichever way you looked around, Peter Kenneth, Peter Munya, Kionjori, and the rest, what stood out or who stood out was Mother. So there was always that underlying factor that she is a highly respected personality within the Kikuyu community particularly, and therefore what she lacked was just that structure to get to her position. Because you see, you must also have a structure. Her party is weak, but in sense, her personality resonates with the population there in Mount Kenya. So I believe the deputy president knew from very wrong that she could be the running mate, and tried to get her on his side, which failed through proxies, and maybe also ring-fence her so that she is left in between and becomes politically neutralized. But it has failed because one mother is one person who thinks for herself. Even in a group, she'll assess and see what it is. And that's why even when you look at Oka, she was kind of left on her own. And she even did not meet her wants. In fact, she said Oka is gone, even before Kalonzo declared, or the others, because she could see. So it is only that Ruto did not have an answer, because the answer now would be to pick Waiguru or to pick Alice Wahome. I don't know who else.
Guru,
So,
my analysis is this, Guru.
yes.
Like I was saying, I think the moment Raila Odinga had a meeting with Martha Karua, when they had personal meeting, face-to-face meeting with Martha Karua, I think that is the point when the election was decided. And the way I look at it is this. Martha Karua, when they had a face-to-face conversation with the Raila Odinga, she was promised that slot, the DP slot. Now, from what we had between that and when she was appointed, all we had was Kenya Kwanza campaigning for Kalonzo Musyoka to be appointed as a deputy presidential candidate, right? So the story went on. Now, before William Ruto decided to settle on Gachagua, we all had that there was a vote. There was a vote that was done, and the winner was Kindiki. But then I think when I look at the whole story, I think William Ruto decided to lose this election. He decided not to win this election. He decided to win this election by choosing Gachagua. And that is why I think you will not see William Ruto even complaining about Gachagua speaking anything or, denying anything that Gachagua has done, because he has already decided to lose this election. I think the ticket that William Ruto and Gachagua present is not a very attractive ticket, and William Ruto knows that. But people try to say that it's because of the money that Gachagua had invested in the party, in the UDA party. I would not really think about it in that line, because I think if we were to go with what people are saying, that consolidation of the votes, there was who you've mentioned, this lady, what's her name? The governor. Alice. There's Alice Wahome. There is the Jubilee governor for Kirinyaga. What's her name?
Waiguru.
There's Waiguru, and I believe there are so many other, options that William Ruto would have picked on. People with good, clean records. People who've never been.
You remember at one time he had said he would give that position to a woman.
Yeah, that is in 2019 or 2018. But
okay,
when
who do you think he meant when he said that? That was earlier, before even we thought about Azimio. So do you think
I'm thinking of Sabina Chege. I'm thinking of Sabina Chege because I watched the debate between Sabina Chege, Kipchumba Murkomen, and Mutula Kilonzo, and it looks like the DP had invested a lot of effort to try and reach out to Sabina Chege. Even Kipchumba Murkomen said it in that debate. He said, the efforts that we've tried, that the DP has put in, to try and convince Sabina Chege to join them. So I think the DP was even trying to reach out for Sabina Chege, but Sabina Chege felt maybe that is not, Sabina Chege has her own instinct, and maybe other factors decided for her to join, to stick with Raila Odinga. But when the DP realized that he has no stronger candidate from the mountain region, he decided to lose that election. That is what I feel.
So you think that he was trying to counter Mother? He saw Mother deputy presidency coming, So running mate come in, so he was trying to counter that with Sabina Chege.
No, the Sabina Chege issue has been going on for a long time. Remember, even there was a time Sabina Chege was supposed to fly to, I think, Narok. And there was pictures coming from the airport where the chairman of UDA, Mudhama, taking pictures. Sijui kama mnakumbuka yo. There are pictures that, and people are saying that Sabina Chege has decided to move to UDA. Even the UDA fellows send the pictures all over the internet. Yeah. So they tried so hard. They tried so hard to gather to pull Sabina Chege to their side. And the reason why they tried to do that is because they knew Martha Karua would never come to work with William Ruto. And that is how the 2022 election was decided. With Martha Karua moving to Raila Odinga, this election was finished. So what does William Ruto do? Because he knows that his ticket is not competitive, he goes for the worst candidate between the two. At least people are saying, everybody is agreeing that Kindiki Kithure would have given some energy and some, civility to that ticket. But how do you get two people filled with bile and put them on the same ticket? I think William Ruto decided long ago that he does not want to be the president of Kenya, and that is why he decided to settle on Rigathi Gachagua. So what Rigathi Gachagua is doing is what he's been instructed to do. He's not like every time we come.
I don't think he has been instructed. He can't help it. He can't
exactly
help it.
And that is his job. That is his job. They can't
He
help
can't help talking like that. You see, huwa anaongea hata akiwa Nyamakema Nairobi, he switches to Kikuyu. He can't help it.
But Julia, what I'm saying, what I think I'm saying is this guy already decided that he's going to lose this election, and he took the worst candidate of the two. You can even hata wewe ukiulizwa why do you think he decided not to pick Kindiki?
No, let me chip in. You are aware that
you guys have hijacked my contribution. I'm calling you out for hijacking my. No, continue, Guru.
I thought you had finished, Roberto.
I was saying.
We are chatting now. We are not contributing.
Yes,
we are chatting.
We are in an open.
No, I wanted. There's something I wanted to finish on that guy, but I want Guru to finish first.
Okay.
Okay, you are aware that Kipruto Arap Kirwa left the Kenya Kwisha the other day. In fact, he rubber stamped the fact that there was a demand put on the table that if you don't refund my 2.8 billion, then you refund. That was the name. You refund my money, 2.8 billion, and I walk away. So he gave no opportunity to the appointing authority. Either way, the party would have had a dent, and that's it. So unfortunately, he put up a strong defense that you see, I've been the face of UDA in the media. The so-called Kindiki has not been as feasible. I have the experience of the provincial administration. I know how the systems work. Perhaps that's why you hear him talk so much about the police and the DOs and whatever. So basically, what came down was that give me my money, 2.8 billion, which I've invested in the party. I've been investing in this seat. I've been investing in this party, and that's it. Ruto was left with no option but to do it.
Guru, unajua ni kwa nini napinga hiyo statement. It's if you put 2.8 billion on the side and the presidency on that side, on the left side, and ask Ruto to pick one of the two, which one do you think Ruto would go for?
But Makiadi,
money.
No. Ruto is a billionaire, bana. That guy has a lot of money.
Makiadi, if I think I want to agree with Guru. I think Gachagua held him hostage. It was not a matter of refunding his money. It was a matter of a rebellion by Gachagua. Angefanya aje? Ebu imagine Gachagua ameanza kusema leta pesa yangu hadharani.
but you know,
Okay,
and even if and he also said
the real story that we know, Julia, the real story that we know is that the MPs that were present there voted, and they voted overwhelmingly for Kindiki Kithure. Only 3 MPs, from what I heard, I mean, from what we are reading from the media, only 3 MPs sided with Gachagua. But then, true?
Okay.
Only 3 MPs. Yeah.
You know, he gave him no opportunity because according to KARUA, he told him, give me my 2.8 billion, I walk away.
Yes, walking away means what, Makiadi? Walking away means what? Kenya, who is the candidate? Huyu tumepoteza.
So was there option there?
But I think I don't think Gachagua holds as much clout in Mount Kenya as William Ruto. I mean,
but can you
imagine the damage?
Can you imagine if he got his money and now came rubbishing and talking ill of the same? Don't take it that he has no name, but he was a key figure who has walked away and now starts talking aggressively.
The reason why I still don't buy that story of give me the 2.8 billion is because Gachagua had already cleared with the IEBC to run for the MP position. That's why I still don't buy that story, because Gachagua was ready to run for the MP of Madira. In fact, he had already been cleared, I think, if I'm not wrong. But then you guys want to tell me here that he told the DP, if you don't give me 2.8 billion, then I'm walking away and I'll destroy this party. I don't think that story bites.
No.
I think
he would have destroyed that party.
I want to look
okay,
at it
Roberto, let's give you a minute. Then we go to Simon also. Let's give you a minute, Roberto.
Okay, I want to give it look at it from a different perspective, and my perspective is there is more than meets in the eye in this chemistry between William Ruto and Gachagua. What do you think they have in common? It is corruption. There is something to do with the money that Gachagua has got over William Ruto. That is no doubt. That is what I believe, and I'm not afraid to say it on this TV, because these are birds of the same feather. The way their relationship started way back in 2017, it is not about politics only. There is more than meets the eye. It is either corruption or it's business. And there is no way William Ruto would have forsaken this man. Because if William Ruto was mindful of his ambition, he would have dumped him.
Hao jamaa hata university walikuwa pamoja.
I think I agree with you, because you see, this country is a very funny one. Sometimes you use somebody as a conduit to get whatever you want. Yes. Could it be the case? Could it be that there is a...
Because you see, have you ever listened to or watched the interviews that Gachagua has had on TV? And the way he defends William Ruto, it is not about, there is, if you look at the way Jubilee MPs would come on TV and defend Uhuru Kenyatta and his record, those hardliners, Uhuru's hardliners, is so different from the way Gachagua defends William Ruto on TV. Those people, there's something that keeps them together. It is not just politics alone or money. The money that we had was being spent.
Let's do this. I want to give Simon an opportunity because alitoka kabla kumaliza, but we will still come back to this. Simon, maliza submission yako kwanza, and if you have anything to say about that ticket, you are welcome to do so.
I'm having some issue with my phone. Let me raise my hand when I'm ready.
Okay.
Can I finish?
Nataka kusema kitu kidogo hapo. Nataka kusema Ruto na Gachagua walikuwa hata buddies kwa university, walikuwa pamoja. So si ati imeanza 2017. Hawa jamaa wanajuana kwa muda mrefu.
Which university? Which university? Which university?
Si Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Hii juzi Ruto si ameingia university juzi?
Hapana, nani alikuwa tu miaka 2 mbele yake?
Alikuwa wakati wa Moi, hata Gachagua alipewa kazi na Moi.
Okay.
Hata wakati alipokuwa student alikuwa anatembea na Moi. Huyu Gachagua. So ni watu ambao wameanza mbali, na hata Martha alimtetea baba wakati watu wote walikuwa wamemkimbia, na yeye saa hiyo ndio alikuwa bado ndio amechipuka, ndio amemaliza masomo. Martha huyu.
Let me finish by saying, have you ever had Gachagua even encourage? Because Gachagua is somebody who tries to endear himself to the Kikuyu community. And the funny thing is that he has totally avoided something that we all get scared of talking about. He has totally avoided that core community that is in Uasin Gishu, that place called Kiambaa. He has always portrayed himself as a very Mujamungu fellow. Even the other day that he went there to Uasin Gishu, he never thought of going to that place. But that place is a vote-rich place that is inhabited by the Kikuyu community. Ask yourself why. For me, I would say, hypothetically speaking, some of the things that were happening in 2007, there were people who had logistics on how things were going about there. It might look like a security issue, but the man was an administrator. Are you forgetting that he was in the Rift Valley, more especially during the clashes? And it so happens that he is now friends with the DP. Me, I see it in a very different perspective other than the money. I'll leave it at that. Tafakari.
Okay, Julius, hebu tupatie mahusia yako kuhusiana na hii mada tunaongea juu yake.
Asante sana Makiadi. Unajua bila nani amesema ndege ziko they flock in the same whatever. Hao watu kuna, I think for me, hata mimi vile naona ni kwamba there is something that Gachagua knows that Ruto did, and Gachagua is holding the key. Unaona ni kama kuna kitu Ruto alifanya na Gachagua ndiye anajua. Gachagua is the only person who knows better than anybody else. Hata ile pesa alikuwa na nini, I think that's my opinion. I stand to be corrected. Ile pesa alikuwa na nini, alipelekwa nayo kotini ya corruption. I think it's connected to these two fellows. That's why actually two of them, they are like a conjoined twins. And that, I think the truth is Gachagua forced himself to be named a DP. He forced it. Actually, he forced Ruto. Mnasemaga Ruto anakuwa kichwa ngumu, lakini alipata kichwa ngumu ingine akamlazimisha So my opinion, I think there is something that and it's obviously ni corruption, ni pesa ya corruption, because it seems deals zote za Ruto as unajua, because ya kuficha pesa, maybe alikuwa na channel through Gachagua. And even I remember the other time Alex alikuwa anatuambia governor wa Kisii vile alichannels some money to Gachagua's account, something like that. So if you try to collect those information, unaona ni kwamba there is definitely Gachagua is a conduit of DP Ruto's corruption deals. That's my take.
Let me just take this to the next level. Let me ask you guys, because mimi nimekuja na reason number 1, nikasema I knew that UDA, and it's in the public that UDA was trying to reach out to Sabina Chege. Everyone knows that. And in 2018 or 2019, William Ruto promised to have a female candidate for the deputy president. Now it comes to naming the female deputy president, akakosa mtu wa kuname. The lady from Kirinyaga, Waigoro, already registered as a governor. He has lost Wangoi Ngirishi. So there's no competition huko, mambo ya Kirinyaga ikaisha namna hiyo. Wahome akaonekana, hata hakuna mtu aliongea mambo yoyote ya Wahome. And there was a time I think he was in Muranga and he mentioned specifically Wahome, and everybody thought maybe Wahome. You remember there's even an interview where people are saying we wish you the best. They told Wahome we wish you the best if you are nominated, because she was being considered as one of those people that would be basically nominated by DP. So Wahome just fell out of line, and then now the DP is here with two options. He has Rigathi Gachagua and he has Kindiki, and everybody votes for Kindiki because Kindiki is a sober guy. Kindiki has a clean record. He's level-minded. He comes from Mount Kenya East, right? And because Ruto already has support from the mountain region, the populous Kikuyu region, Ruto still decides he does not care about the potential backlash from Mount Kenya East, and still decides to go with Rigathi Gachagua, who comes from a region where Ruto enjoys massive support. So from where I stand, I believe when Martha Karua was promised that position by Raila Odinga, it went to William Ruto. I don't know, maybe through his NSIS, whatever he calls it. And he knew that this would be a ticket that cannot be beaten. And what does William Ruto do? Because William Ruto now is the proud guy that says, I've never, even your supporters wake mmesikia wanakujanga hapa wanasema William Ruto has never lost an election. So William Ruto decides, you know what? I'm not going to lose this election on a flat playing ground. I'll do what? I'll decide to find somebody who can help me lose this election. And who does he take? He takes Rigathi Gachagua. So what is the work of Rigathi Gachagua? Rigathi Gachagua is specifically doing what William Ruto intended him to do, even without being instructed. He's out there bashing police officers, anatukana wamama wa kanisa. Kura zinaenda kila siku. Nyinyi mnasema apewe microphone, but I think at the back of William Ruto, he has a backup strategy. What is his backup strategy? His backup strategy is to make sure that he wins as many MP positions as possible, governors, senators, so that he can have a stronghold on the parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate. And so Gachagua is doing what William Ruto intended him to do, to make him lose the votes, because he knows that he's not going to win this presidency unless somebody can convince otherwise.
Yes, Makiadi. How are you saying make him lose the votes? What about if he loses the members of parliament? I mean, you see, there's this thing, Makiadi.
But Julia, the members of parliament wamemwambia wataki kuje kucampaign. You saw that hata Kipchumba, the governor wa Uasin Gishu alimwambia wewe campaign mpaka Naivasha. Did you hear that?
Okay, they said that. There's something that goes.
Naivasha, then urudi mpaka pande hiyo
Okay, there's something that goes with voters. Even you have voted. When you got to vote, unaanzia wapi? Saa zingine utaki kufikiria. Let me tell you something. I think 2 or 3 times I have voted for an MCA whose name I could not remember after 2 seconds. And I think at one time I also voted for an MP whom I didn't care whom it was. Because nimeenda kupiga kura, and okay, my target is to have my president win, period. So I start voting, starting with Jubilee, and then I don't care who the others are. I just check Jubilee. You see, I just check to the MCA. And if you ask me after 2 minutes, ulipigia MCA nani, nakwambia, or if you show me that MCA 2 months later, I'll be like, did I really vote for this person? So if you are saying he doesn't care about what happens in Mount Kenya, with UDA, he cares, because kuna danger. There's a danger. There's really a danger right now. If people decide to flip and follow Baba, they can decide to vote for Jubilee, and he may lose his MPs. So don't tell me that William Ruto is okay with the mountain or whichever side of Kenya voting for Baba hoping that he'll get the MPs. No, he'll fight to the end. He'll fight to the end. And with Gachagua, I want to agree with Julius. Gachagua is holding Ruto hostage. William Ruto got his match. He got his match. Ameshikwa koo hivi. Amemwambia, ebu nijaribu, try me. Try me.
Ni
You
sawa.
see what you have never seen.
Okay, Guru, ngoja nitakupatia dakika. Let me challenge Julian kupatia dakika Guru utajibu hii. So, because everyone agrees here that Gachagua forced William Ruto to pick him as his deputy, do you know, unaweza nilazimisha because you have something, you have that on me, na niseme ni sawa, wacha tuanguke pamoja. Do you ever think about that? That you can decide to force William Ruto to run with Gachagua, and then William Ruto decides, you know what, okay, kwa sababu umenilazimisha, wacha tuanguke pamoja. But
Okay,
then,
I think it's,
hold on, Julia, just a minute. But then he goes
Yeah.
out and makes sure that all the UDA MPs in his strongholds and the regions that he has massive support are elected to parliament, so that he has numbers. Go
Okay,
ahead.
how does he make sure? How does he make sure UDMPs get elected without Gachagua participating? It is Gachagua who is saying, wacha tuanguke pamoja. Si Ruto. Ni Gachagua ameamua, tunaanguka pamoja. It is not Ruto. It is Gachagua who is saying, I cannot spend all my money. I cannot back you like this. Alafu unaenda kuchukua sijui kidhiki kindule sijui what. You will not do this. Tunaanguka pamoja. It is Gachagua who is saying that now. It is not Ruto.
Makiadi.
Guru,
Makiadi.
ngoja Guru
Makiadi.
Roberto.
Just a minute, eh?
Hold on,
Makiadi.
hold on. Roba, ngoja Guru aongee juu nimemweka kando. Guru, 1 minute.
You know, there's a one that has been coming up very much about this man, that he's a mobilizer. Rightfully or wrongly, that is what the media has been saying, and is part of the reason why it's said that he was taken. But I disagree myself up to some point. But also the fact that he's held, it's a blackmail kind of a ticket. I think I can go with that one. But what you have brought is quite interesting, that from Ruto's side, Rigathi could be the fall guy, what we call the fall guy. So finally, if they don't succeed, you say, you see now, I told you that we would have taken somebody else, but you see now, we have even lost the ground that we had before. But I would also not want to go that direction very much, because I don't think there is any person who has invested in that position more than Ruto has. You know, he spent money, he spent effort, and time. Is actually, I think you will go down in history as somebody who has really worked to get that position. So I would want to lean more on the fact that he was left with no option. And he knew that whichever way he takes is damned, because you can imagine somebody telling you, you give me my 2.8 billion because you have refused to give me the seat, and you give me, I walk away. Okay? So whether he gave him the money, he was to walk away anyway. So he gave him no option. Why? Because he has a self-belief that he had come out strongly as a person who is acceptable in the rural areas, particularly as a person who is a fighter for the rights of the people of Mount Kenya. If you hear him even now, he just talks about milk, coffee, sijui guaranteed minimum returns and all that. And he thinks that he is having a self-worth that may be beyond what the actual reality is. So, acting on that gut, Gachagua went for the jugura, that you either give me the seat, I walk away, but my money must be returned. Because if we are to go by Kirua's narration, he gave that demand and disappeared for 8 hours. Now,
so he disappeared. He left them in Karen, right? And he disappeared.
Yes, he disappeared. So it means they have to call him back to ask him, sasa hapa unasemaje? Meaning he could not move an inch without calling him back. because
and
you know,
apologize to him. They had to call
you
him
know,
back and apologize to him.
Makiadi, you may take this to be very easy thing, but you can imagine that there is no honor among thieves. So we can go to hunting with you, we get money, but we disagree on who gets what percentage and kill each other. The two of us would rather die and the money goes with the third person. So I am I am seeing a situation here where people disagree.
Guru just put it. You are seeing a situation where there are two thieves who almost killed each other.
Yeah, let me bring Roberto in here. But as Roba comes in, I still want to ask Guru, because I'll come back to you. I still want to ask Guru, why would somebody be picked as a deputy presidential running mate on the basis that he is a grassroots mobilizer, knowing very well that he's going to mobilize where his president enjoys massive support? Karibu Roberto, you'll answer me that.
No, I'll be very brief, because I realize Simon is waiting too long. Anyway, I want you to look at, try and look at the Ruto ticket, 2013, 2017, and look at Ruto-Rigathi ticket. You know, there is no doubt that William Ruto alishikwa sehemu nyeti, because the kind of chemistry that was there with Ruto 2013 and 2017.
Now, Roba, you are spoiling it.
Just a minute. Even the chemistry in the public forum, the podiums, these guys could joke around, could talk. They were jelly. Look at the meetings that like today. Did you see how the body language of William Ruto? He was seated very far away, and it's like he was not amused. He was just looking at a guy far away there talking a lot of shit. And look at the many other meetings. The body language tells you it all. There's political fatigue. There's somebody who looks like he's fed up with this guy, but he can't complain. He has just have to finish the race with this guy. So there is something more, and Ruto is just stuck there with this guy. It's his body, and he prepared the bed, so he must lie on it. Tafakari.
Simon, karibu.
Thank you so much. I have a real issue with my phone, but I'll try. Now, before this hot issue of Gachagua goes away, I kind of want to lean towards Juria's side, towards Guru's side, that nobody, I don't know, since 2018, if Makiadi, you can do your math and try to figure out how much money this guy has spent. We are talking to a tune of maybe 50, 60 billion. You, as being a Shagwa, coming with your 2-3 billion is absolutely nothing. Let's talk in our language. Let's talk in our language. If we talk in our language, if you're talking about you come with 60,000 and somebody else has got 2-3, what is it? It's absolutely nothing. So there's no way, I totally disagree, there's no way Ruto planned to lose the elections through Gachagua. There's no way. And I'll tell you why personally I think Ruto selected Gachagua. Number one, Ruto, as we all know, is a one-man show. It does not matter how the rest of the members of parliament think. He will listen, but he's going to do what he wants. He will do what William Samoei Ruto wants. That's number one. So he's a man who is absolutely arrogant. He is a man who, if you look at him, he is the dominating species. He has to dominate. And if you think about the countries where we have got something like drug cartels, the main king of that cartel he has to do something very serious to annoy everybody, and everybody has to be also fear him. What do? You being the head of the cartel, you kill somebody in front of everybody. Maybe shoot them or hang them or cut their sehemu nyeti. That way, everybody fears you. This is the point that Ruto uses. I don't care you. What he said, he got 160 MPs. I don't care what you say. Even even if there is only 3, I will do something totally different. So whenever you are thinking mkiwa na huko mkiongea maneno yangu, I will go my way. That is the arrogance that he has. He has pride, he has arrogance, and he has to overrule everybody who speaks. So hii maneno ya kusema ati he did this to lose, no, he never want to lose. Remember, again, this man has got, I don't think we have seen anybody in the Kenyan history mwenye ako na kiu ya kuwa in power like him. He's not gonna plan to lose. You don't forget, this man, kesi yake, I don't know how much you follow in the news, how much it keeps popping that he is still being sought by ICC. The International Criminal Court is still looking for him. He has to get this power. Hata saa hii, he can see he is losing, but he doesn't want to believe. Because he still think, kuna siku ataamuka, and this tide yenye imeletwa na mama yetu Mother KARUA is gonna somehow sink. And that is why when kakitu kadogo kakifanyika, they're all celebrating like something big has happened. For example, the Mituba issue. So you think they think that now we're gonna poke this ship and we're gonna let it sink. Now it doesn't work like that. So ile point nilikuwa nimeongelea juu before I left the scene was about my sister Julia, who I very, very highly admire. And I also think Julia, she is somebody who should not be here. Because Julia, the way you articulate your point, you should be somewhere in the MP woman lep league around there. That's where you belong. We are wasting a very important reader, but I know a day is coming and God is gonna put you there. You have very, very, very well articulated idea.
So you're saying all of us, we are wasting time here. We don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to say that what she said today, I cannot disagree with it for a minute, because she normally very well rehearsed and very well investigated her point. I was saying,
we are seeing.
Papa, you will get your time. Matiagi, the main guy hasn't complained. Well, it was a problem, man. You get yours. I was saying that if you follow the case of our mother KARUA, she will investigate on what she's doing and have a very clear vision of what she wants to do. So when she was going after her case with Waiguru, she had evidence after evidence. And whenever mother loses a case, if she loses a case, she loses and she agrees if actually she lost the way it is clearly that she has lost. Now, when she went to the ACC, all the judges on the bench, Justice Charles, Monica Nyakoya, all the 3 judges that were leading, they agreed that she has been robbed her constitutional right, her rights of her trial, and that is why the final court of East Africa, which actually, if you look at it, is supposed to be bigger than the Supreme Court. It is said that although the Kenyan courts have refused, we get you, we understand you, and they did their research, and there was video evidence, there was paper evidence, there was audio evidence. How do you explain when it came to the solving this case, adjudicating this case, all of them disappear? How can you explain that? So Julia and anybody else who thinks from that line, just know that there's no way that you can say that she has lost and the evidence that she has provided has disappeared. Those two cannot be on the same page. So basically, you have to know that she actually won. And remember, at the time that she was winning, she was not system friendly. We have to agree Kenya there's a system. We all know that. If it is not if you are not friendly to the system, you can lose easily. That is what people like Ruto don't understand. And that is what Baba did not understand for a long time. Now he does. You can have all your votes and everything is working, but the system, there's the owners, tumeambiwa vizuri sana. There's the owners of Kenya. Remember what Kimemia said? The deep state is deeper than you think. It's actually deep. Mimi nakumbuka, I remember, I come from Kipipiri, and my own friend, we grew up, defeated Kemunya when he started his campaign the first time. Guess what? Zile vitu Kinaguru walikuwa naongelea hapa, wanasema these things it can be changed. What you have been saying, that at the polling station, those things, they can be changed. Hata kama ulikuwa na vote mingi, and that's a problem we are still having. You still gonna lose. So my friend lost and Kemunya got in because he was on the side of Kibaki. And this is exactly what happened to KARUA. He was not friendly to the system. There's no way she couldn't win. I have more points, but let me stop right there because Julius Papa is gonna finish me.
Okay.
Makian, you ask me a question. Let me answer.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Simon, are you talking about alikuwa anaitwa Ng'ang'a ndiye alishindana na nani, by the way, anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Ng'ang'a. Na Kimunya. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? I forgot the name. Please remind me.
The Kamau.
Ni Kamau ama ni Ng'ang'a?
John Kamau.
John Kamau. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually won. But zilienda tu zote. I still remember because it was very painful. I spent my dollars to help that guy and he never won, even though everybody wanted him.
Okay. Guru alikuwa anataka kujibu swali hapa, lakini Guru, kabla hata ujibu hiyo swali, there's something else I want to point out that Simon has said here. And one thing Simon has said here clearly, and I agree with him, William Ruto has spent more money than Gachagua claims to be owed. If you guys are telling us about 2.8 billion, I can tell you since 2018, the money that William Ruto has spent, I think if the 2.8 billion was the one that was supposed to hold him hostage, I don't think William Ruto would have stood there and be threatened by 2.8 billion. And then number two,
I don't think it's 2.8 billion. It's what we can also take what the direction of Roberto, that those people have so much in common. Like Jaribu kuongea, it's like somebody said two thieves who are about to kill each other.
Okay, I was pointing to 0.8 billion because that is what most of you said here, but now you have shifted goalposts. It's okay. And the other thing I wanted to say that Simon has pointed here, which is very important. Simon, sikuwa nataka kuongea lakini kwa sababu umesema, I'll second you. To win an election, you must have the system. Whatever they call it, the system must be behind you. Hata hizi story tunasikia hapa ati za kura zinabebwa inaenda inatupwa nini inapatikana, the results is a different one from the one that was signed. All these things, they have somebody who is in charge, and that person must be friendly to the system for you to win an election. Guru, karibu.
You asked why why the deputy president would pick Gachagua to go at the campaign where apparently he is very popular. There is a few that was given the other day by one of the professors. I don't think I will mention him here, that why the deputy president picked Gachagua is that he's acutely aware that while he has the support of that region, Mount Kenya region, he was also vulnerable, that he has a strong president who is still respected in the area and who could flip over the votes that he has. So he kind of said he needed somebody who can ring fence the votes, and that person could only be Rigathi, because this is a man who has no boundaries. You are aware that there is no boundaries that he subscribes to, including even saying that the Kikuus will wear shorts and all manner of things, including organizing whatever kind of engineering on the ground, because he knows the administration very well. You can imagine they have managed to scare off the president from going to directly campaign. In fact, this did not just come like that. It is a well orchestrated political maneuver that you stand the risk if you dare and go there directly. These are things that are deep, and of course, it's not that the scaring is in the sense that they will do anything to him, but they put poison that is so deep in the community that he stands the risk of being humiliated if he appears there talking about Raila Amolo Odinga, because this is a man who has known the system. He knows how the system works. He knows the dirty tricks carried over from the Moi era. He knows what to do. He knows how to advise the MPs where he doesn't want any other political alternative other than the one he has being perpetuated. Therefore, basically, he was taken to ring fence what they already have, not to increase the popularity, no, to make sure that this other force represented by the sitting president does not chip away what they already have. I think, and when they looked at Kindiki, I don't think you'd have that capacity. You have noticed that very clearly that Rigathi is very much on the side of administration, and if you listen to him very much in his political rallies, he's always referring to the police, to the DOs, to the commissioners and the rest, because that is what he knows. He knows what they did. In fact, the two guys are good students of the late President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. I'm not surprised somebody saying here, his is total dominance. I agree with you completely, the person who saying that, because look at what he is doing to Musalia. He wants to annihilate the man completely, even from his village. You will not have even an MCA there. So you can see also how he has dealt ruthlessly with the small parties of the TSPs and the Chamacha Kazi. Kind of, you either join him on his own terms or take a walk. Look at what he has done to even the so-called Mount Kenya area that he thinks he'll get the votes. Has he pronounced anything that he'll give in return? No. Therefore, this is a man who is very well grounded in terms of total political dominance. You either come with him, he either buys you out. If he doesn't buy you out, he'll coerce you. The only problem here is that he made a match in Rigathi. In fact, somebody was saying these are guys who can, if they are not well monitored after, if they get the power, it is possible you one of the days you go and find they have completely annihilated each other if they are left in a room.
Guru, I agree with you. One of these fine days, they box each other in public.
So I agree with you. I think if we have ever had a good student of the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, not even a son, Gideon, can come close to that. It is one William Samoei Ruto. his ideas, his operations, his dealings, his patterns, everything. He runs on the script of one Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. He knows everybody has a price. He knows which buttons to touch. He knows what to do. And you may think you have won him. You have won. I pity Rigathi. He may think he has won, but I think the battle could just have begun. I believe this is a person, if he is not careful, within even 6 months, an orchestration can be done to get him off the political plate through a vote of no confidence. And especially if the main principal gets enough votes and then get the person he wants, because he wants somebody he can dominate. Simple and clear.
Can I mention something?
I don't know who was supposed to be next. Was it
It's
Roberto?
just something. It's just a
Okay,
30 seconds.
okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to agree 100% with Bwanaguru, that Ruto is a clone of Moi. He is a total duplicate. But this one class that he missed the class of patience. If you remember Moi during the Kenyatta days, what he did, Moi wanted the power, but he did not come out to fight for it. He behaved like he was supposed to behave, like he was supposed to be seen, not to be heard. So that class of patience, or that chapter, either he skipped or he missed that class. That's all I wanted to say.
Julius, Papa.
Simon, the government of Kenyatta and the government of Uhuru Kenyatta is different. Trust me. The Kenyatta, you cannot do what Ruto is doing now. At that time of Kenyatta, ungelete shida ungejipata umenyongwa.
Yeah,
so,
but let me.
So the reason why Ruto is doing this is because he studied Uhuru. Anajua Uhuru in and out. That's the mileage that he's getting. He understands that Uhuru is a very polite person.
And the constitution. And the constitution.
Not only even the constitution, Uhuru person as a person, Uhuru is a very polite person. Sio mtu wa maasira, he's a very polite person. Now, Ruto alimsoma in and out. That's why actually he's doing whatever he's doing, because he understands that Uhuru is a very polite person, so he can do whatever he wants.
I want to say something to you, Mr. Julius Papa. Yes, it is true he has studied the current president, our current president, Uhuru Kenyatta, but he meets that class of patience, because lack of patience, Uhuru, in his heart, he was ready to deliver this seat, like he said. Kumi kwako, he meant it from the heart. If you listen to the man clearly, he listened to it. So lack of patience is the problem that he has, and there is a similarity between the President Kenyatta, the father, and this one. The similarity is you needed not to go in front. You cannot be more bigger than the master. And let me also remind you that if you ever come across a liver that is quiet, that place is really thick. That is what Ruto is fighting out now. His silent doesn't mean he doesn't know how to move. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing. It doesn't mean that he is so soft like he looks or like he talks. He can be Ruto, and right now he's being Ruto. Like you're saying is soft, and I agree, but he can be very Ruto.
So I think we've had a very extensive discussion about this, but this is one thing that I think you guys and everybody that is listening to us should go and think about, because the way you said, Simon and Julius Papa, everything you said about Ruto, being a copycat of Moi, I agree with you, and I think William Ruto plays the politics of boogeyman. you look for somebody to be attacking, you know, somebody to throw all your mad at. If something goes wrong on your side, you blame that person. And I think that thing has gone down is political students. You know, all the guys that campaign with William Ruto have really learned from that tactic. And Rigathi Gachagua even offers a better person. You know, Rigathi Gachagua is still doing that right now. He's trying to revive the narrative of Raila Odinga being responsible for all the woes and the bad things happening in Mount Kenya. Although it's not something that we can say is selling right now, but I don't know how long it will propel them, you know, looking at the tide that actually Martha Karua is bringing right now. But I still believe that down deep in my heart, that William Ruto knows and knew very well that when Martha Karua is appointed the deputy president, he would lose the election. And what he's doing right now at his own time is trying to find a way to pull out of this contest unofficially and then blame it on somebody, because I don't think he's a man that can stand losing an election. And Rigathi Gachagua right now might seem like a person who has hold, you know, whatever you're saying, kumshika, sitaki niseme hiyo jina ingine, lakini after everything settles down, he's the person that will be blamed for the loss of you know, UDA and Kenya Kwanza in this coming election. You might not agree with me right now, but William Ruto is looking for somebody that he will do what? He will blame for this election, for the loss of this election, and that person is definitely Rigathi Gachagua. Unless something happens right now, between right now and the election date, that might cause maybe him to get a different person for that position, which I don't think is possible, because the only thing that would put Rigathi Gachagua out of the contest is maybe a case being revived somewhere of maybe money laundering or corruption. But all the cases that Rigathi Gachagua has have been pushed to September. I don't know how significant that was. I don't know if they knew that he's going to be one on the ticket of the presidency. But that's the only thing that would stop Rigathi Gachagua. Otherwise, wako naye wanaenda mpaka kwa ballot paper, and I know they are going to lose. And William Ruto will start blaming Rigathi Gachagua, kusema yeye ndiye amefanya akaanguka, na what he can do right now to keep himself afloat until the next election would be to have a strong team in parliament, both in the Senate and in the National Assembly and down kule mashinani kwa counties, with governors and MCAs.
Makiadi, let me interrupt you a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, today is a Sunday, right? The fireworks will start today. And tomorrow, as we the next show, because I'm telling you today in Western, it will be a fireworks. And just wait and see. And from today, things are going to be very hard for Kenya Kwanza. Trust me.
Okay. Mise, umekuja tukikaribia kufunga show, lakini kwa sababu wewe ni member, exclusive member, unaitangwa nini Julia? Wale wanakuanga na zile kadi za golden members, nitakupatia nafasi uongee ndio at least tukaribie kufunga. We've been here, tumeongoja leo.
Mbona ni Julia unauliza?
Unajua Julia pia yeye ako na hiyo kadi ya golden whatever. Wanapatikananga hii masaa hapa. Wanakuaga hapa mpaka show inafungwa. But it's good Julius, nimekuona leo. Saa ingine huwa anakuja lakini anatoroka. Roberto kawaida, Guru huwa anajoin once in a while, but it's okay. Najua leo ni weekend, so we appreciate. Mise, kuna mada inapita hapa mbele yako, sijui kama kuna kitu mpya unaweza tuambia before tufanye closing ya show.
Yeah. Asante sana.
Makiadi, kuna wale wa golden na wale wa platinum. Mimi na Mise ni golden. Mimi na wewe tuko platinum.
Nimekubali. Mise, karibu.
Asante sana. You know, Roba lazima anisalimie akiona tu bora tu Julia, but Julius, Julia hapa ndio kusema kama lazima tumuulize ruhusa, but nataka kushukuru kwa nafasi hii na asante sana bwana Makiadi, Simon, Julius, Julia, Robert and Guru na Makiadi, mzuri sana kuonana. Nimekimbia sana, nilikuwa function mahali nikasema lazima hata mimi nikuje nichangie katika hali ya kufungia. Mimi ningependa kusema kwamba kuanzia hii wiki mic ya Rigathi tutatoa, tunachukua hiyo mic kwa sababu sana sasa ashafanya ile kazi ilikuwa inatakikana, ile ya ku unajua no good name is bad name and no bad name is good name. So sasa ashafanya hiyo kazi, kwa hivyo kuanzia hiyo wiki ingine kuna kamati ambayo imekaa na mtaona Rigathi akiwa katika backbench na kuongea, lakini ningependa kutofautiana na wewe Bwana Makiadi katika yale matamshi yako ambayo umeyasema mwisho kwamba Bwana Ruto anatafuta yule ambaye atakuja kusema kwamba yeye ndiye aliharibu. Sioni kwamba hiyo ndio hoja kubwa kwa sasa, na sioni kwamba atamblame kwa sababu pia yeye akona lawama kama ile ya Rigathi. Kwa hivyo saa zingine mkono wa kushoto huwezi ukalaumu mkono mwingine, kwa sababu wote ngarau tabia ni moja. Kwa hivyo ukisikiza matamshi ya Ruto na matamshi ya Rigathi, naona kana kwamba ni moja. Now katika yale ambao kwa mada ya leo sina mengi ya kuchangia, ila tu ningesema kwamba mimi siamini Kalonzo sana. Hata kama anaenda pale, mimi sioni kama Kalonzo ako kwa picha kubwa ya Azimio. Anaona kama Kalonzo ile picha unaona ANC inajaribu kuhimiza pale, nafikiri pia ndio lengo la Kalonzo pia kuhimiza watu wake pia waendelee nayo pia at the end of the day wapate kuwa na numbers katika bunge ama serikali ijayo. Sioni kwamba lengo la Kalonzo aswa ni la Azimio, lakini ila yeye binafsi. Labda hiyo ndio ningechangia kwa leo usiku. Najua muda umeenda na nimekuja late, kwa hivyo singependa kuchukua muda mwingi. Asante.
Haya, asante sana. So umechelewa mise, leo debate ilikuwa imeshika moto sana, lakini najua ulikuwa unasikiza huko kwa background Leo tumewangoja na anaitwa nani, Adams. Nilikuwa nafikiria mtakuja masaa yenu. Ndemba leo amenitupia mkono, hajanitumia hata message, sijamuona hapa. Juu ameenda vacation nyingine ama namna gani, lakini yote ni sawa. Ningependa at least saa kama hii tuweze kuchukua at least 1 minute each, mtu apeane closing statement, ndio tuweze kusoma katiba, tufunge na maombi, tukutane siku nyingine kama ya leo. So Guru, nitaanza naye, nawapatia tu dakika 1.5 uweze kutupatia closing statement yako, na nataka unipatie prediction ya siku ya leo, especially najua leo Ruto anaenda na group yake kule Western. So if you can predict what is going to happen, tutakuita na B ikitendeka. Karibu Guru, 1 minute.
Come again?
No, I'm just saying, give us your closing statement, and if you can predict what is going to happen in the political arena today within 1.5 minutes.
Well, I'm not very good in predictions because there are some of these things are especially in the political arena, you wait until you see what happens. But however, you expect heightened activities and scheming by the various parties, and I am not very sure whether the differences that are starting to emerge in Kenya Kwisha will be amplified because, you know, the politicians down there who are contesting with ANC, they feel frightened and may take the matter to a higher level and openly maybe even defy in their statements. So let's wait and see. Thank you.
Julia, karibu.
Asante. Why the things you see happening in Kenya Kwanza is because Kenya Kwanza is a fraud. It's just a scam. It's a bunch of, I need to say, of people who have gathered to do the wrong thing. And in the words of Guru, two people who still together are likely to kill each other. So my prediction is, in the near future, one of these fine days, you'll find Ruto and Gachagua cussing each other out in the open, in public. Just wait and see. It's just a matter of time. That's my prediction. Asante Makiadi. Ngoja kwanza, sijaomba watu wavuke sakafu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya nawaomba, hakuna haja ya kugojea kuona hizi drama ziko Kenya Kwanza. Kama we bado uko Kenya Kwanza kama Sanchez, sitaki ujinyonge. Mimi we bado naona kama ni kijana mchanga, na kuomba uvuke sakafu, uingie upande wa baba, tupige baba kura. Asante Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Julia. Roberto, closing statement, prediction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makiadi. My prediction is that for the day is that on the front, on the lower eastern front, we are going to reap big in terms of galvanizing our stronghold. On the KK side or UDA side, I predict some fallout from especially from the Ford Kenya and ANC. There is likely to be some fallout in terms of members of parliament and MCAs trooping to Azimio. And then lastly, Julia, I am beginning to doubt your recruitment. I thought you had brought Mise to Azimio, but the way he's behaving, I think Mise is a mole.
He's displaying. It's called this, Roberto. It's called displaced aggression. Nakumbuka, I donated him to Lynette.
Yeah, okay. Let me give him that excuse, but I don't trust this guy. This guy could be a mole. We need to keep him on toes. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Julius Papa, your prediction and your closing remarks within 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. You know, at first, let me, Miss, I think I'm the first person started telling Miss to cross over because we needed somebody young, energetic like him to be in our side. Miss, I think you remember that. Okay, again, my prediction. Today, it will be our fireworks in Western, and there will be a very big fallout. And my remarks is about Mrs. spoke something very. I think Makiadi, you remember I talked about it in the morning earlier, but though everybody was against it because we didn't. But we have to speak this truth sometime. You know, I just want to say that as Azimio, we need definitely we are going to win the presidential election. We have to look into MPs and senators. We need more senators and MPs so that the government of Baba can manage to pass legislation. But if we are doing what Kalonzo is doing, definitely we are going to have a problem because he's just doing things for himself. So I think that is my remarks for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you Julius. Mise nitakuskip dakika moja kwanza niende kwa Brandon Maoya. Brandon, umeingia studio kama umechelewa, lakini nitakupatia dakika moja usalimie watazamaji na wasikilizaji na utueleze kama kuna kitu unacho cha kutuambia. Sijui kama anatusikia. Brandon, unanisikia kweli? Huyo ameondoka. George Ochere, uko kwa giza ama ni mimi naona vibaya? George. Haya. Naona hao ni watu wamekuja kutusalimia asubuhi. Ndio mjue tumekaa hapa sana, lakini sawa sawa. So Mise, let me give you your last minute.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Makiadi, you are a very wise moderator. Thank you for making sure that I'm the last. Otherwise, if you would have made a mistake to give Robert the last, to be the last, to make the last remark, it would have hit me more. But Robert, for the first time, I want to agree with you. I'm equally beginning to doubt Julia's recruitment because you can't recruit and refute at the same time. I think Julia, we need to revisit, but my prediction is naona kesho Julia akinirudisha hii donation, I think anaweza change mind. So Julia, let it stay that way. And I also want to say that for me, I was late, but all I can say on behalf is thank you for the good work that all of you put in. And starting next week, Makiadi, if you don't mind, Monday probably, please block Roba for some time until I make amends with Julia. And then when we are good, then you can bring him back. I think is the reason why Julia changed her mind, and things don't look very good on my side when he's available. So please block him. Let's give him a break. Otherwise, at this rate, ni moto wa kuotea mbali sana. Asante sana bwana Makiadi.
Sawa, unajua Mise, mimi siwezi block Roba kwa sababu gani? Hata kabla niingie studio, nikiwa mahali nimekaa naonanga Roba amesha report. So mimi nampataga hapa. Ni ngumu sana niweze kumblock, lakini tutaona hiyo maneno. Roba, takutafuta mapema kabla uingie studio. Unataka kujitetea kabla nisome constitution?
Just before you read the constitution, Mise, the problem with Mise, it does not like appreciating history and age. You can't compete with the likes of Akina Julius Papa, my friend. Can't compete with the likes of Roberto here. Experience is the best teacher. Sasa tulia pia wewe ufike, usio ukawa kama ni William Ruto. Tulia, wakati wako utafika, vile utajua kuendesha hii mambo.
Lakini
unaona vile Julia anapiga smile pale juu, anasikia raha sana eh?
Yeah, lakini
wacha kufinyilia Mise,
lakini unajua Roba yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange ya chayo. Sasa mimi ndio ya chayo sasa mimi kwa hivyo wewe ni ya kale, sasa tunayasahau. Mimi ndio the new kid in the block. So ama namna gani Julia?
Julia, hata usitoe maoni, wewe nyamaza tu namna hiyo. Acha fahali wawili wapigane, nyasi ndio itaumia, sisi tutakuwa tunaangalia tu. Okay, wacha tumalize na kusoma katiba yetu. Kwanza napenda kushukuru watazamaji wetu. We have over 245 people who have stuck with us since we started the show, na tunawashukuru sana kwa kaa pamoja nasi kwa hayo masaa yote, masaa 9 na dakika 51 tukipeperusha show yetu moja kwa moja kutoka kwa studio. Ningeenda kwa comment section pale nimwangalie Sanchez. Asante sana Brian Oyori, Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius ukiwa kule Dallas, Texas. Asante Eunice Ombogi, asante sana kwa kaa nasi. Tom Chwema Mafumbo, asante sana. Kevin Ohango, babu na mjukuu Geoffrey Ruto, asanteni sana. John Osebe, Kevin Ohango nimekutaja vile. Electric Wave, kuna mmoja hapa nasikia anaitwa Electric Wave, sijui ni Electric Wave ya kazi gani, lakini ni sawa sana. Asante kwa kukaa pamoja nasi. Nasikia bado kuna watu wanataka kuingia studio. Oh, huyu ni Roba alikuwa amedrop, acha nimrudishe. Pole sana kwa network. Nani mwingine hapa? President J, asante sana kwa kukaa pamoja nasi. Mary Jones na wengine wote, hatuwezi kuwataja nyinyi wote. Catherine K, asante sana. Na electric Wave, watu ni wengi kweli leo, naona ni weekendi, watu wamekaa pamoja nasi. Mise, umesalimiwa sana, naona kuna watu hapa wanakujua. Asanteni sana nyote kwa kukaa pamoja nasi. Kama vile ilivyo kawaida yetu, nitawakumbusha mwenzangu Ndemba sijui amepotelea wapi leo. Nimemgoja sana, manake mimi nilikuja kwa Bernard aende akapumzike kidogo. Nilikuwa nafikiria Ndemba atakuja masaa yake, lakini hakuweza kufika na hajanieleza, hajanipigia simu ama kuniandikia ujumbe. Basi kama kawaida yake nitawarushia address hii iliyo hapo, Ndemba Lulu Show. Kumbuke kusubscribe kwa show yake, na pia ukiweza uweze kusubscribe kwa show ya Mutembei. Naona tumefika 1,300 na kitu, so endelea kukumbusha wenzako, marafiki zako ya kwamba tuna show kama hii, akuje hapa aweze kujifunza ili aweze kuelewa ni nini kinachoendelea katika political scene yetu. Naona inaniambia an error occurred, lakini walio wote mnajua kuna Ndemba Lulu Show, nenda ukasubscribe pale. Tutasoma katiba kama ilivyo kawaida yetu kabla tufunge na maombi. Na katiba yetu tunasoma sehemu ya 75 ambayo inaongea juu ya conduct.
Makiadi,
yes,
kabla hujaanza kusoma katiba, wakati ile network ilini let down kidogo. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kumalizia kusema sijui Julia kuna mpango gani, manake leo namuona bwana fulani anaingia anasema anamuadmire. Sasa sijui ichamu gani Julia amekuwa nayo, anavutia kweli kweli.
Kamatilia hiyo hapo Julia. Ninajua Julia, nimeona hizo compliment zote, lakini sitaki kuongea juu ya hayo kabla tumalize kusoma katiba. Kwa hivyo wacha tusome 75 ambayo inaongea juu ya conduct of state officers. Number 1, it says a state officer shall behave whether in public or official life, in private life or in association with other persons in a manner that avoids A, any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties, B, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or C, demeaning the office the officer holds. Number 2, a person who contravenes Clause 1, Article 76, 77, or 78(2) shall A, be subject to applicable disciplinary procedure for relevant office, and B, may, in accordance with the disciplinary procedure referred to in paragraph A, be dismissed or otherwise removed from office. Number 3, a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for a contravention of the provision mentioned in Clause 2 is disqualified from holding any other state office. So hiyo ni article 75 ya katiba yetu ambayo inaongea juu ya leadership and integrity, especially when it comes to the conduct of state offices. Na kwa hayo machache nataka tusomewe kipengele vipengele vyetu vitatu vya wimbo wa taifa, ambapo Julia, leo nitakupatia kipengele cha kwanza. Julius Papa, sijui kama uko tayari na kipengele cha pili, alafu Roberto utufungie na kipengele cha tatu. Na Julia, kama uko tayari, unaweza chukua usukani. Kipengele cha kwanza.
Okay, hebu tuombe. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Was not prepared for this.
Ni sawa Julia.
I'm sorry.
Julius, I can take yours.
Sure, Mise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Roberto.
You're on mute.
Yeah, okay. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana nyote kwa
Makiadi, I want you to tell us tomorrow who are state officers.
Yeah, I know there's a very big difference, and there's no difference. There's a big confusion between state officers and public officers, and sometimes I'll come with the full report. Mise pia yochukua homework pia wewe. Sometimes people try to misrepresent that because they are state officers, then they are not public officers, and some say because they are public officers, they are not state officers. But we'll actually talk about that tomorrow. Just remind me, Mise, hiyo kazi nimekupatia ndio kuje mapema. Yeah, so naona tumemaliza show yetu sasa. Ile kitu ninapenda kusema ni kwamba kesho tunaweza kutana majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu, ambapo naona watu wa Kenya wakiamka saizi. It's already morning in Kenya, so asanteni sana viewers from
Leo
Kenya.
hauna wimbo Makiadi?
Nilikuwa nakuja pale. Kuna jamaa amekaa hapa kwa studio nyuma anaitwa John Ochere. Unajua nilimwangalia sana nikamkaribisha tusalimie, lakini Jojo Ochere. Amekaa nyuma pale kwa studio sana, na unajua namwangalia, labda kuna kitu ya maana. Sipendagi kufungia watu nje, saa zingine labda unaweza kuwa na information mpya, lakini inaonekana ni kama hatupati. Roberto, leo sikukuletea nini yoyote leo. Wacha ni mute mic ndio nisipate feedback hapa, nikuchezee kibao kimoja hapa. Kuna kibao kinajulikana kama faux pas, faux pas. Yani ni Kifaransa, lakini ukisoma ni FAUX PAX. Sijui kama ushajua hicho kibao Roberto. Ni kibao ambacho kimechapwa. This song was one of the biggest hits of the early 80s, not just in Congo, then it was known as Zaire, but also all over Africa, particularly in East Africa. It was actually composed by Tabule and delivered soulfully by Mbilia Bel, who was only 21 years old at that time. It came up to be one of the best songs and put Mbilia Bel on the pedestal of Africa's top female singers. In the song, Mbilia Bel plays the part of a woman admonishing another woman not to try and engage in an illicit affair with her husband. So in Lingala, such women are referred to as mbanda, literally meaning a rival. So mbanda ni rival, while the concept of cheating, hiyo kucheat, inaitwa bombanda. Unasikia hii maneno Roba? So kibao chenyewe chaenda namna hii: suka se kuna epai ozali nayo kisango okotuna tuna epai na vandaka batindaka yo nde mission ya mbanda bosana lelo mobali nangai naboya bitumba nasomba dignity na nzoto a. So suka se kuna epai ozali inamaanisha kwamba go back from where you came from, nayo kisango okokutana epai na vandaka. I heard that you are trying to find out where I live, but indaka yo nde mission ya mbanda. I know you are the emissary of my rival, yani ametumwa na yule ambaye ni rival wake. Bosana lelo mobali na ngai, from today forget my husband. Unajua nilikwambia ngai inamaanisha mimi, lelo ni leo ama today, bosana ni sahau. bosana lelo mobile. So from today, forget about my husband. Naboya Bitumba, I refuse to fight. Sitaki kupigana na wewe tena kwa sababu ya bwana yangu. Nasomba dignity na nzoto A, because I value my dignity. So Bilia Bella naambia huyu mtu ambaye ni mbanda anajaribu kumnyang'anya mzee ya kwamba mimi sitapigana na wewe tena, nimechoka kabisa. Kwa hivyo niache mimi na bwanangu tuendelee na maisha yetu. Ndemba na kuona umekaribia, lakini lazima nipatie watu kibao kabla nikuachie studio. Asante sana kwa kuja.
Roberto Mise, show your moves.
Wachia hapo.
Nitawachia hapo kwa sababu ya copyright. Hatutaki kushtakiwa kwa sababu ya copyrights, lakini kibao chenyewe umesikia kinaitwa FAPA, yani Fox Pass. Ukipenda, kama upendi kutamka Kifaransa, unakisoma tu vile kimeandikwa kwa kimombo, yani FAUX PAX, na kimecharazwa na mwanadada mashuhuri ambaye anajulikana kama Bilia Bell. Na kwa hayo machache ningependa kumkaribisha Ndemba, nimwachie studio, nimwambie karibu ndugu yangu. Tumekumiss leo lakini haidhuru, umefika. Karibu sana.
Wala nimekuja tu salamu, manake najua hizi ni masaa za lala salama. Nimekuja, nimeona wale majamaa magwiji wawili wanaopigania fahali mmoja wako hapa. Sasa nikasema wacha nije tu angalau niweze kuleta amani kati ya hawa magwiji wawili.
Kuna mwingine aliingia anaitwa Simon, ameingia kwa hiyo group.
Simon pia.
Kwamba Robali alitoka jana, kwa hivyo usimuite fahari tena.
Yes, si fahari sasa.
Ita yeye sasa moto wa zamani. Sasa ametoka.
Unasikia mzee Alex pale anasema nataka Kenyan music. Tutakuletea Sukuma Binongaro. Ambaye sasa ni lunch time tukula maofisi. Pesa hiyo ni pesa.
Alex anataka Kenyan music. Hapa tulimletea Martin Deto akamchapia kungulu kuangala, lakini hakutosheka. So Alex, tutakuletea kibao hicho.
Yes, you people, where is Deto? Kwa nini mnafukuza Deto?
Alex anataka Embarambamba. So anachezea Embarambamba, hiyo ndio music anataka.
Ati nani Embarambamba?
Ile Embarambamba hata haiwezi chezwa mahali popote bwana. Haina mbele wala nyuma.
Sasa Ndemba, imekuaje leo bwana? Nimekungoja naangalia masaa, naona sasa hii.
Leo kidogo nilienda kwa sherehe fulani, nikabanwa kidogo, lakini sasa ndivyo hivyo. Unajua hii ni ile season ya mambo ya kufaulu ama kufuzu. Sasa kuna mahafala aina mbalimbali kila mahala. So kidogo hivi naambiwa kwamba kuna mahafala unafaa kuelekea kule. So ndio hivyo sasa.
Pemba, itabidi umuambie Alex awache kusema hivyo bwana. Anasema mimi nakaa kama Embarambamba. Hiyo sio mzuri.
Inafaa uende wewe mwenyewe huwezi jua labda shida ilitokea wapi. Wewe unajua you are a result of what happened. So
lakini ulifanya makosa kumuuliza Ndemba, kwa sababu ungeangalia hata ile shati ameivaa.
Nimeona
shati nakuambia kwamba ametoka sherehe fulani.
Nimeona shati lakini unajua Ndemba kwa wakati mwingi sana akija studio na kwanga amejichapilia nguo za aina mbalimbali. Sasa siwezi jua kama alikuwa anatutazama kutoka kwa nyumba ama ametoka kwa sherehe fulani, ndio maana ingebidi nimuulize. So nimeona hiyo designer lakini singeongea
bwana. Kisasawa.
Mbona hii lebo, soma lebo.
Soma lebo.
Naona kuna simba wawili wamekabana koo pale. Sijui kama ni Mise na Roberto pale ama ni nani hao.
Mise and Roberto, you need a handshake.
Alafu sina uhakika kama unajua jaribu kumwangalia kwenye shingo nione kama amevaa zile vitu vya atuoli, lakini sina uhakika bana.
Hivyo vitu sivai bana. Mimi sivai hivyo vitu vya atuoli. Mimi bana, eti kuna mtu anasema ile lunch time si ya sukuma vinongaro. Sijui ni nani bana. Mimi nimeimba tu. Lakini kuna ile kuna nyingi sana. Kuna jamaa tutaleta hapa wale wa Kenya ambao wako na muziki ya kiasili, wanaweza kucheza twisti. Na twisti.
Na muona pale Kikwetu Ventures anasema anataka orchestra lipua. Sijui kama unawajua Roberto, kuna orchestra lipua.
Orchestra lipua.
Dani Darius anasema lunch time ni ya Gabriel Omozo. Alafu kuna nyingine imeimbwa na jamaa anasema taxi driver nikomeleshe gari niende Nakuru nikamuone ana.
Themba taxi driver.
Hiyo haina copyright rights actually, wacha tuchezee hiyo.
Awino Rapemo anasema angependa kusikiza Embakasi ninaenda mola. You know, ananikumbusha
yule msichana kutoka Kisii anaitwa Mora. Unamjua yule msichana kutoka Kisii anaitwa Mora?
Huyo Misi anamjua huyo.
Huyo ndio yeye alikuwa kwenye Embakasi.
Huyo msichana umesema ule na mimi.
Lakini unakumbuka niliwachezea kibao kimoja cha the same group kibao kinajulikana kama Nyakoko Nya. Kwa hivyo sitaki kurudia wimbo wa hao waimbaji kwa haraka vile, kwa sababu wimbo
alafu wachezea kinajulia vunja mifupa kama bado meno iko. Julia mifupa kama bado meno iko.
Hiyo story walileta hapa Themba.
Ukishapoteza muda wako.
Julia hajajua ni mifupa gani inavunjwa. Sasa unataka
hiyo story walileta hapa Themba, akina Roberto hapa wanasema wako na experience ile kali until wakatraumatize jana mwingine hapa anaitwa Daudi. Mnaona ajarudi Daudi?
Daudi ajarudi.
Ninyi watu mlimtraumatize.
Hiyo ni Asamba Mapangala, Kuna jamaa na hii ya Alex ni gani? Hii anaenda riba. Hiyo ni gani tena jamani? Unajua kama unatafuta ni gani?
Alex zile I think Alex anasikizanga zile za kutoka Kenya peke yake. Unajua sisi ni watu ambao tunataka kuvuka mipaka pia. Lakini si mbaya, tutawaletea za kutoka Kenya pale.
Alex
amezoea mmoja anaitwa Kegogi Jazz Band. Hiyo ndio nadhani anapenda sana.
Umesikia hii ajali haina kinga, hiyo pia ni mzuri. Nyinyi mlisikiza nyimbo za Surambala Remi Ongala?
Lakini Alex ako na uchokozi. Anasema mifupa yangu, nani anataka mifupa yangu ivunjwe na nani Alex?
Sasa Julia unauliza majibu. Sasa
die nimesalimika. Yufi na Tieno.
Lakini kuna song ninapenda ya, unakumbuka ile story ya sijui ni Stella, huyu msichana mwenye alienda Japan kurudi ako na bwana kafupi kama nyundo. Unakumbuka hiyo song?
Yeah, inajulikana kama Stella. Ilipigwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Freshly Mwamburi na bandi ya Maroon Commandos pia.
Lakini amebeba
lakini Ndemba kwa huu wimbo ambao umeuliza saa hii, wacha nikupigie kwa mbali
Hii inaitwa Remi sura mbaya Ongala.
Ukiwa na roho mbaya unasikia wimbo Mise. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anajulikana kama Remi Ongala, anasema ukiwa na roho mbaya tutakutambua, tutakujua. Ukiwa na roho mbaya vitu vyako pia vitaenda mbaya. Ukiwa na roho mbaya sisi pia tutakuelewa.
Mbona Roba amekimbia?
Roba ametoroka, sijui kwa sababu amesikia huo wimbo, lakini sikuwa nimemuelekezea huo wimbo.
Mbona Jojo Chere anakuja wakati wa nyimbo lakini wakati wa debate haji.
Huyu George Chere nimemwona kule nyuma kwa muda mrefu sana. Ninamuingiza studio namsalimia haongei, ninamrudisha kule chini. George Chere.
Makiadi mimi nakuanga kila siku as from saa 3.
Oh, unajua nimekusalimia, nimekuingiza studio hapa nikakusalimia, huku itika nikakurudisha nje, lakini ni sawa.
Ni Mike ndio sio.
Remi sura mbaya alikuwa anajiita Remi sura mbaya Ongala, ndiye alisema kifo 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 hauna huruma. Alafu akaimba pia kama muziki ni nini? Muziki kuna hiyo kama muziki ni mbaya, kwa nini inachezwa maredioni so aliimba hiyo pia
kabisa. So alikuwa mwimbaji mmoja hatari sana. Niko na hiyo playlist yake, lakini ako na nyimbo mingi sana. Kifo akina
Awino Rapemo, umemuona si Galame, anaishi Bungoma.
Awino Rapemo nimemtambua.
Kwani wa miaka gani wewe?
Wewe hujasikia? Umemuona si Galame.
Niko na shamba fikiria mimi tu.
Mimi ni wale wa ulikuwa nasikia asubuhi redio ikiimba ya kwamba
kumekucha.
Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha. Kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Elimu ndio msingi maendeleo, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu, umekucha. Ulikuwa ukisikia tu hivyo unajua KBC radio imefunguliwa sasa. Na KBC yuko inafunga saa 4 inafungua saa 11 asubuhi. Emba kuna roho mbaya, kuwa mpole. Ati niko na roho kwa George amekuja wakati wa nyimbo lakini wakati wa debate hakuji.
Naona Awino Rapemo pale anasema yeye ni mtu wa 5th floor. Julia, wewe ndio ulikuwa unatutisha hapa, wewe ndio 5th floor peke yako. Kuna watu pale pia wamekula miaka. Tunakufuata.
Darius anasema kama muziki ni uni, kama muziki ni uni, kwa nini tunacheza wimbo redioni? Kumbuka muziki asili yake wapio? Muziki ni wa nani?
Sasa then but while you are away, watu walishtua mtoto wa mwenyewe akamwambia sijui wako 4th floor. Naye Roberto hapa akatoka. Huyu mtoto akamuuliza, "Kwani we uko generation gani?" Juu Roberto alikuwa na post yeye sijui ako what floor. That person Daudi hajarudi hapa. Daudi alishikwa na mshangao.
Roberto amepotea wakati amesikia hapa maneno ya Remi Ongala. Sijui kama ni roho mbaya imemtorosha ama nini. Kama unatusikia tunakupenda.
Roberto ni roho mbaya imekutorosha?
Roba ametusumbua hapa, mambo mpaka vitu vinaenda chini. Saa Julia changamuka.
Na Alex anasema river ilikuwa gani jamani Makiadi? Mimi hiyo river sijui.
Nitamchezea kama anataka. Ubaya Alex akuje kwa studio akuje kuniambia hapa. Sasa ukienda kwa comment section na wewe ni veteran Alex, nitumie inbox hiyo request nitakutafutia Alex. Wengine wanataka Lewanyika hapa, wengine wanataka Remi Ongala.
Kuna wengine Makiadi ulisikia? Sherie usilie mwana mama.
Sijui mwaka gani.
Najua wanipenda ni maru yeye.
Ni maru,
Sikupenda kukuacha uteseke nyumbani peke. Nida na tabu zinafanya watu
Nenda hauko peke yako. Nenda you are not alone.
Remember it's a musician.
Huyu Njemba
Safari nilionayo ni
Ni
ndefu
ndefu
sana.
sana.
Njemba
Sijui
Sijui
mwaka
mwaka
gani
gani
nitarudi.
nitarudi.
Ndemba inaonekana umetembea na watu wengi leo, lakini
Themba hauko peke yako hivi jioni, hauko peke yako. Yaani vile umeingia.
Penye ametoka ndio mbaya.
Unasikia jamaa soul to soul anasema we should be having breaks and the guys to play us some old music.
Themba ukikuja na high spirits watu wanasema uko na roho mbaya.
Makiadi weke Themba I'm not sober.
Themba nitamtumia hiyo.
I'm not sober.
I'm not sober because I've taken Guinness. I've taken Guinness.
Awino Rapemo nilikupigia le mangelepa juzi, kama sijui kama ulikuwa hapa Motema Mpema Banzo wakati nilikuwa nasema hapa.
Na kuna song ya nini Makiadi nyingine ya kwangu na kwanguzi, unakumbuka hiyo song?
Wewe pangu na mimi paguzi vile imekuwa ni mazoea.
They fight every day. Paka majirani wamezoea.
Nemba inaonekana ati mmetoka safari na Ndusi.
Ati kwani Themba ameanzisha bandi tarehe 10 tutakuja hapa. Bendi tunaanzisha hapa Mtembei band bana. Themba amekunywa dawa ya
Ndusi.
No, it's good to kujipa. Wewe raha jipe mwenyewe. Wewe ukibeba hasira shauri yako, beba yako. Wewe stress ni yako, ulcers ni zako, mwili ni yako.
Maisha ni yako, wewe ndio utazeeka peke yako. Unaona hao nini watu wengine wanakuja kuambia Daudi hapa siji paka wazee siji wanakunywa nini. Sasa walipea mtoto wa mwenyewe stress.
Walifanya nini?
Wakamwambia hao ni mapaka wazee wenye wanajua kukunywa maziwa.
Hapa naona Father Danny Darius anasema kama hujaizimiwa redio na jirani basi ujui shida yenye watu walikuwa wanapitia. Sijui kama Mise umekutana na hiyo. Unaenda kusikiza redio kwa jirani kwa dirisha pale anakuzimia, ama TV unachungulia kwa dirisha pale inazimwa.
Julius weka mbuzi tayari, ngoma haina shida. Julius uli promise watu mbuzi.
Mbuzi ziko ndatoa mbuzi 2.
Julius unaishi Kitengela
Okay, nyumbani kabisa ni Kilgoris, lakini niko na interest Kitengela, so Kitengela ni second home.
Wapi Kisaju?
Kitengela town.
Amesema akona interest Kitengela.
Ati Robert Abuyi ati anaenda kuniombea.
Robert Abuyi amesikia hapa Karoli.
Amesikia lakini Mise ndiye amefukuza Robert.
Weka.
Hiyo ni ile uliambiwa I'm not sober.
Makiadi eka hiyo ngoma.
Alafu Makiadi, unakumbuka ile patia jirani lift? Ewe jirani yangu, mama watoto, lift iliyokupa imekuwa ni maneno.
Kama jirani yangu mjini Kariakoo, mama heshima zote nilizozifanya ndani ya gari kukupa lifti imekuwa ni maneno. Kaenda mbio kwa mke wangu eti mimi ninakupenda. Vipi jirani? Mbona mengine
ukuyasema nambari za simu ulizonipa
yote yajulikane, nia yako nionekane hapa mtaani Kariakoo. Mimi mbaya. Nemba maliza hiyo show twende bwana. Unajua umekuja weekend umemaliza kitu tunaanza.
Soma comment ya Alex. Alex unasemaje? Soma hiyo comment ya Alex. Bring Alex here.
I'm not sober. Engineer Makiadi kini school Julia Gilis moja wakili Mise crate 10.
I'm not sober. Hiyo.
I'm not sober, Onyero.
We nyonga hii show, watu twende tukapumzike basi. Demba.
Makiadi.
Aha.
Makiadi, wacha wale watu wako na hasira waende wakuwe na hasira, but we thank God that we are here. Ukitaka raha tupu, good vibes only, come here. Tunachapa siasa tukimaliza, good vibes only. Yeah, so you have to say good vibes only. And you guys are that generation that Tanga can't lay trap on. I love the chat. No, we really appreciate and we like to give you to make it. Of course, we swing along. If you love music, you will swing along. Kuna bongo, kuna siku ya bongo, kuna siku ya Congolese, kuna siku ya traditional music. I mean, music is music. There's a universal language called music. So if you want to listen, na hata kutakuwa na siku ya gospel, wala anataka kusikia tu Rose Muhando, tutawaambia tu pia mkuje msikize Rose Muhando. Wala nataka tu kusikia anaitwa nani? Mwaipaja, tutakuwekea hiyo. Mkitaka kuwekewa gay music. Yeah, gani ingine?
Bibi ya Kanyari.
Pia ukitaka kuwekewa Bibi ya Kanyari.
Bibi ya Kanyari.
Betty Bayo.
Akona song.
Yofimo Tieno amekwambia Makiadi usimchezee tu nyimbo za break up kila mahali, kila wakati. Saa zingine nafaa unacheza nyimbo ambazo zinaleta pia upendo. Wewe kila wakati unaleta tu nyimbo za
Makiadi anacheza song. Anacheza songs za breakups. No wonder wasichana wamemtoroka hapa.
Mimi nimezoea hiyo ni bomangai na bomayoto bomana you kill me, I kill you, we kill each other. Lakini mtu kama Alex ananiambia yeye ni mtu wa huyo Madilu.
Yeye ni River.
Ndio hiyo sasa hiyo ndio sasa Alex anasema anataka kusikiza.
Hizo ni ngoma. Hiyo sasa ndio ngoma.
Alex amekudanganya ati hiyo ndio anataka kusikiza.
Alex ndio hiyo nimekupigia, lakini wakati mwingine nitakutafsiria tukipata na nafasi.
Naona kuna watu wengi hapa.
Don't read your Evans Nyatuke. Just don't read that.
Hiyo wimbo unajua hata haiku last. Hiyo ni one hit wonder.
Yeah. Sasa mimi naona ni kama watu wanataka tubadilishe hii show iko ya kupiga nyimbo. Hiyo tutaongea, lakini na nyinyi mjue tukikamatwa
vile tutakuwa na
watu wa copyright.
Kuna siku Makiadi vile tutafanya. Kuna siku moja tutaweka tu hiyo siku tunatoka tunakuwa tuna show tu ya kukuja kupiga muziki tu, tunapiga muziki, tunapiga story. I mean ina saa zingine inafaa unakaa hivi you let off kidogo alafu
Then but like now in the US, let me ask you isipokuwa penye umetoka leo, how many times do you meet with people and chat like this?
I mean even the function that I went for, unakuta mko mmebanana sana, si ati ni kitu ambao bado kila kitu ni, so when you come and free like this it becomes a little better.
Temba wacha nikwambie, nyinyi mko US mko afadhali. Unajua mimi kuona Mwafrika na malizaga mwezi mmoja. 1 month sijaiona Mwafrika.
Uko wapi Julius? Japan?
Yeah.
Pole ndugu yangu.
Nakwambia
pole sana.
Huku yani hakuna, it's very hard, very hard, very rare.
Julius, I even teach with Kenyans in the same school. Can you believe it?
Wacha tu.
Not just Africans. I work with, I see Kenyans almost every day from Monday to Friday.
Yeah. So what will happen? This place will take you through the journey. We'll take you through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, then we take you through the 2000s, alafu tuwalete sasa, will be futuristic. Kuna mtu anauliza hapa tupatie country music. I do love country. Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton.
Penda hii ndio ya Alex. Sikia Alex anapenda hii.
Alex, umesikia hiyo song?
Utachapwa na Alex. Ati pend this way. Unajua hata inakuwa pend. Kwa Kisii hakuna B, ni P. Pend.
Why are they bending this way?
No, lakini hapo umetuonea bana. Hapana.
Bend this way.
Inakuwa pend this way.
Oh God.
Alex, pend this way. Thank you so much. Let's acknowledge those guys who are joining us in the comment section. You are keeping the conversation going and you're making it interesting and nice. Always a pleasure to have you on. This is a place where you come. Let off, my friend. Usikubali stress ikumalize. Na usikuje na hasira, usikuje na feelings za hasira. Usiwe ni mtu wa nini. Kuwa just someone ambaye unakuwa kidogo, you let up and you enjoy. This is a place where you just come, and of course as we come towards the end, you know how we do it, and we'll take you through whichever request you'll be having. We'll be trying to bring them on with Makiadi. Everybody here, some of us, we love bongo latest, we love Kenyan music latest, all of those. I mean, music is universal language, so you always find a way of going through. So Awino Rapemo, asante. After Baba 8th August atatengeneza Kenyan economy, then you guys can come back to Kenya. I mean, hata ikitengezwa, wakurudi Kenya atarudi, wakukaa huko atakaa. Kaa wherever you are. Wacheni story mingi ya kusema going back to Kenya.
Ya kuendanga ukirudingi.
Kuhina mkiita mkirudi mkinini. Kwa watu wa Nairobi basi watoke Nairobi waende Ushago kwa sababu economy iko mzuri. I mean, we want Kenya to be good, whether people are coming back or not. Ule anataka kurudi Kenya, rudi. Ule anataka kwenda, ukitaka kwenda ng'ambo, enda. Live your life.
Hata wale wenye wanataka kuenda maombi kama Roberto ameenda kuomba.
Yeah.
I think Roberto is acting up. Na Kikwete amesema atawaripoti kwa pastor kesho. Mmeona hiyo story? Kikwete said he will report.
In life there's no reverse. You can't step on the same river twice. So you are living today. Tomorrow is a different ball game. So live where you are.
We know and then Bawino Rapemo wanasema come and give back to your country, yeah?
You can give back from wherever you are. Watch a story. You don't have to be there to give back. Watch any story mingi. People are giving back. Hata wewe unaishi Nairobi, enda nyumbani Ushago, you give back.
Give what? Yeah?
Yeah, so Awino Rapemo, asante. Josiah OP, asante. Roberta ameenda Sibuo. Hata nisugoi, man. Yofima Tieno, Makiadi, ndo maana tunataka upone. Kwani
anasema ni kama ninaugua, manake zile nyimbo ambao ninawachezea hapa zote ni za hasira, lakini mimi
inakaa ni kama uko na emotional problem.
Emotional distress.
Yes. In fact, I think Makiadi has broken many families here with those songs.
Lakini
Makiadi is the reason Julia and me we are having problems. Anatuchezea tu vitu za break up.
Lakini ukumbuke pia niliweza kuwachezea muziki unaojulikana kama Nyakoko Nya, ambao si muziki ambao ni wa break up ama wa kutatanisha.
Makiadi, story ya Julia tulifikisha wapi?
Ipi yote na
Juliet.
Oh, Juliet sijasikia. Juliet alifanya nikapata maadui wengi sana hapa. Hata sitaki kusikia hiyo story tena. Nilimtetea.
Wacha nikueleze hiyo story. Makiadi fought bravely. I decided to support him. Lakini hiyo vita iliishia vibaya sana.
Mimi nitasema namna hii. Juliet, mahali unasikiza leo, ujue mimi nilikutetea sana hapa, lakini umeniangusha kwa sababu sijaona hata jina yako kwa IBC, na nikutetea sana hapa kwa sababu
lakini Makiadi nani Adams alisema yeye ni jogmate. Sasa wewe ulifanya kazi ya bure na hapa ndio unaona yuko hapa.
Nilifanya kazi yote the donkey work, alafu Adam akakata kamba, lakini ni sawa tu. Malipo ni hapa duniani. Sasa Juliet, mahali yuko ujue mimi nilikutetea, lakini uliniangusha sana, manake sikukuona kwa IBC. At least ningekuona kwa list nyuma ya Wajakoya, ningesema at least huyo ni presidential candidate wako.
Okay, Makiadi, wacha hiyo story ya IBC. What happened between you and Adams and Juliet? I also worked hard to help you. Yani, I also wasted my time. Unataka kuniambia niko napoteza wakati nikikutetea?
No, what I can say is this. I did all the donkey work and kwenda kukata kamba. Unajua kuna wale mandugu ambao unasikianga motema mabe, yani motema mabe, sitaki ni tafsiri kwa Kiswahili. Ndemba anajua na maanisha nini.
Mwewe ama
motema mabe, motema ni roho, mabe ni mbaya. So wewe jishikanishia maneno yote mawili.
Hakuna watu wabaya kama hii dunia. Wanasema wengine wanapanda maua lakini wengine wanachuna. Sasa huyu alipanda maua, wengine wakachuna. Yule anapeana maua ni mtu mwingine hata kuipanda. So
huyo ni jamaa ambaye labda ako na motema mabe, yani motema ni roho, mabe ni mbaya. So shikanisha hizo zote. Alikata kamba kabla yangu, lakini sawa tu.
Ni sawa tu, wacha yaishe yote ya dunia, ni life. Nasema si dunia. Awina anasema Juliet, I remember a submission, yes we do. Dia anasema remittances were leading economical last year. We give back. I mean,
400 plus billion.
Man. Hiyo ni pesa mingi sana kutoka diaspora. So hata tukirudi hawataweza kutoa kuja kupiga toi. So acha tuendelee kutoa tukiwa hapa. Richie, what's the meaning of kuna wimbo hapa na upenda, by the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, there we wept and we remembered Zion. That song comes over Christmas, yeah? So ukianza kusikia hiyo this side unajua Christmas iko karibu, imekaribia.
Ama Makiadi, nataka advice Makiadi, weka nyimbo moja ya Lucky Dube, wherever you are remember me, dedicate to Juliet, atasikiza.
Uweke Juliet wherever you are.
Unajua mlifanya nikakuwa na maadui wengi sana hapa, na nilikuwa na mafans siku hizi hata wataki kunisikia, lakini sawa tu.
Makiadi, unakumbuka ilikuwa nini? Kulikuwa na hii program ilikuwa ya inakuja jioni, wale wanakumbuka KBC ilikuwa inaitwaje hii, ilikuwa inakuja jioni na
Sundowner ama gani?
Sundowner.
Yeah, Sundowner, we used to fall in love several times. Fall in love, fall out of love.
Sundowner ilikuwa nakupa lyrics. Lauko unaandika lyrics. Kutoka hapo.
Unajua kuna jamaa pale alikuwa anajulikana kama Nzao Kalulu, sijui kama unamjua.
Nzao Kalulu, Charles Omuga Kabisae. Kulikuwa na jamaa mwingine wa reggae alikuwa anaitwa Jeff Mwangemi.
What about the blackest man in Black Africa?
Yuko ana show Saturday.
Kumbe nyinyi ni watu wa ART.
Hiyo ni Makiadi.
Wakopeshaji vyombo.
ART wakopeshaji vyombo. ART wakopeshaji vyombo.
You know, I remember, let me give you a story. I remember once there's a lady who wrote me a lyric na song, but I didn't notice it was lyrics. Sasa mimi nikafikiria ni barua imeandikwa vizuri sana. So ilikuwa wimbo ambao unaimbwa sorry, words don't come easily, things don't say, that song. So mimi nikaona wimbo imeandikwa vizuri, nikasema mtu amekaa kaandika hii barua hivi nzuri hivi sana. Sasa siku moja nikakaa nikasikia wimbo, alafu naangalia ile barua bana, yani ni words zilitolewa kwa wimbo, lyrics nikatumia. I felt so stupid. Na vile
And he
nilibuy hiyo lyric
your
nikasema
message.
bana. It was so lyrics because alafu Nation ilikuwa inaandika lyrics watu wanakata. Yeah, those are the days. Remember, you are my age. Naona watu wameanza kuona tuko na miaka ngapi hapa.
Unajua Julia juzi ndiye alijaribu kuniangusha, lakini sasa najua amedhibitisha. Hizo zote
Makeri, I forgive you. Na
hizo zote
I
umesikia. Hata
understand
mimi
you.
nimekuambia nilikuwa nasikiza Sundowner na late night
Yes, kama unajua
Sundowner akina Nzao Kalulu. Nawajua wale. John Obongo Jr. najua huyu, mkumbuki huyo. Kuna jamaa
John Obongo Jr.
Yeah, JOJ.
JOJ.
Alafu jamaa mmoja alikuwa nakumbuka alikuwa anatangaza mpira, alikuwa anaitwa
Jaco Sylvester.
Jaco Sylvester.
Alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Jaco Sylvester manani?
Ali Manga. Hassan Ali Manga.
We know that 21 years old. Tumezeeka kweli, lakini we are aging gracefully. Tunashukuru. Hizo siku ndio tulikuwa tunaenda kwa supermarket na 100 na unarudi na vitu Sasa hii nasikia mafuta lita 2 ni 831 bwana. Niliangalia juzi mtu amepiga picha mpaka nikashtuka.
Hii ni 939.
George, uko Kenya sasa hii?
Niko Kenya, niko Nairobi.
Mafuta lita 2 ile ya sijui inaitwa nini, ile ya maji inaitwa nini? Pesa ngapi sasa hii?
Salad 939.
Hebu sikia Julia. 2 liters mafuta.
Ugali ya unga 155
hapo.
Kilo ngapi?
Kilo 2.
Ngoja mise ngoja. Kilo 2 unasema ni
155 mkate imeingia.
Kilo 2 ya unga ya mahindi.
Ugali 155.
Mkate pale ni 70, maziwa ni 65.
Hey. Wow.
Life is so
mkate
hard.
mkate
ni 70.
75.
Mkate ni 70.
Wachana na mkate, wacheni kula mkate. Mkate kwanza iko na magonjwa mingi. Wachana nayo.
Cassava kama vile Mseveni alisema ama namna gani?
No, the cassavas are not even available. The cassavas, the sweet potatoes are even more expensive. I think so. So I think Salimanga, you're right.
Tunaombea George, tunaombea sana. Ukiona tunapiga siasa hapa kila wakati, tunajua ile kitu watu wanapitia. Hata sisi tulianzia huko. Mimi nilikuwa mkaaji wa hapo Mathare North hapo Nilikuwa naona ndege zikipaa pale juu, nauliza Mungu, kwani mimi si mtoto wa watu kama wale? Siku moja Maulana akanionekania bana.
Makiadi.
That is how God works, Makiadi.
Nakumbuka ndugu msikilizaji.
Makiadi,
wakati umefika kuuliza kweli ndugu yetu.
Wairumburu ama nani?
Wairumburu.
Citizen TV, the radio.
Julius is saying something. Julius, what are you saying?
Okay, I'm trying to also share the we anasema 200 sijui nini. Life is better. I mean, Japan hapa nyama 100 grams is 250 Kenyan shillings. 100 grams. See, 1 kilo, don't mistake. Avocado kale kadogo, unaona kale avocado kanatoshana na hivi. Kale kadogo hivi. Kanatoka 150.
Yeah.
Ile kitu tunaweza kusaidia, tafuta ndege ukuje hapa Amerika. Chakula hakuna mtu hata atakuzia. Unaenda store unaokota na kutoka nayo. Very cheap. Very cheap.
Okay, the difference is Makiadi. Okay, the cost of living is also high here, but the difference is that people here are paid for their work. That's the difference. You paid for your work. You are remunerated for your work, so you can decide to do so many hours. Me, I never used to think like this then, but I just want to share this. When I was newly employed, I had this friend of mine who was working, who could bring stuff from Dubai and afanya biashara. She was outgoing. Then she later got a job to teach in UK. And then when she was going for that interview, akaniambia, Julia, twende interview, kuna ka job. I had, my babies were small. And then I was like, ana watoto. So, sikuenda. She went. She left UK. She got a teaching job. And then later on, I think 4 or 5 years, I had a chance to go to UK for an exchange program. I lived with teachers for 2 weeks, and I went to, I worked in some school. Then after kuona maisha yao ya walimu, nikasikia vibaya sana Themba, nikaona kwani sikuchukua hiyo chance. Sasa nikarudi Kenya, nikaanza kutafuta hiyo agency that recruited her. They had given up on the teachers. They didn't have enough number of teachers who turned up for the interview, so they left Kenya. So looking back, I keep thinking that opportunities come and go. It's true, Julius, maisha, hata hapa America maisha, things are expensive, gas is so expensive, but I still feel that Kenyans are a bit disadvantaged because of resources. Kuna watu wanataka kufanya kazi, hawana kazi. There are people who would like to do more work in Kenya and make more money, but they don't have that opportunity. So I think serikali yetu mpya ikija, I think we shall be writing proposals. That is, we can do that and send to the government.
Yeah, you are right, Julia. Najua shida ya Kenya ni kwamba maisha yanaenda juu lakini hakuna kazi. That is the problem. Hapa hata nikilipa gram moja 1,000, I'm paid, I'm well paid.
Yeah.
Mshahara iko sawa. I cannot complain about it. So like for example insurance nalipa kwa mwezi 33,000 per month.
Yeah.
And the services, nikienda hospitali nalipa insurance na nilipia hata zaidi ya 2 milioni 3. Even though of course huwezi kuwa mgonjwa every time, but at least unajua uko na security. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So mimi ile kitu naomba sana Kenya, baba akiingia angalie maneno ya insurance, because Kenyan people spend a lot of money. Hata wachana na chakula, hospitali ndio inafanyanga watu wanauza shamba, anauza ng'ombe, anauza kila wanapaki wako maskini. So if serikali baba ikiingia angalia maneno ya education na health, definitely Kenya.
Yes, that's the point. If you know that you can walk into the hospital and be treated na upewe dawa na nini without pain, if you know your child can walk to school. Term ikianza unajua mtoto wangu anaenda shule and I will have to cough nothing. You will have money to make a better home. You'll have money to buy enough food in the house. You'll have extra money. Like people in Kenya wake up having nightmares. Unajua wako na nightmares. Ukifikiria mtu anaweza kuwa mgonjwa na ukifikiria mtoto hana school fees, that gives you enough stress. So I think.
Lakini Julia, mimi unajua mimi ni mtu wa imani, sitakai kupigia watu story, lakini mimi ni mtu wa imani. Maombi ni mzuri, maombi inasaidia sana. Tulikuwa tunaomba sana tukiwakesha, tulikuwa tunaomba sana. I think if you are a believer, God will give you what your heart desires. So it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who your parents are. I like the way Lupita Nyong'o said. Haijalishi mahali umetoka, wewe ni mtoto wa nani. You can be who you want. You can be where you want to be. As long as you put your effort in it, pray, na Mungu atakuonekania. Because sisi tulikuwa natembea kutoka Mathare North mpaka town huko, tukienda kusoma. Lakini unajua nyota ya mtu inang'anga tu siku moja. Wakati mwingine kusimama kwa balcony pale Mathare North, unajua unaangalia gai Embakasi, unaangalia airport pande ile, ukiona ndege zinapaa. Mimi nauliza Mungu, kwani mimi si mtoto wa watu kama wale wanaenda na zile ndege? Nauliza hii ndege kwani sitawaipanda siku moja?
You have that dream. If you have that's a good thing, Makiadi. I think we'll have time to talk about it. That's a good, if you have that dream and then you begin doing something about it.
I want, unajua mimi huwa sihubiri hapa, naachia Bernard peke yake hubiri, lakini I want you, if you are a believer, if you are a Christian, challenge God. Challenge God. Uliza Mungu kama wewe si mtoto wa mtu, atakufungulia hiyo njia siku moja hata wewe.
Lakini ukiuliza Mungu lazima pia you have to make a step towards what you're asking.
Sasa nyinyi bana, sisi tulikuwa tunafunga shop.
Nina swali
wewe Ndemba, unajua
mnataka serious hapo bwana, mnaanza sasa kudiscuss.
Ndemba, unajua watu
Ndemba, kama una imani wacha Makoga tuambie.
Sasa ndio namwambia Ndemba, unajua ile kitu
sasa
tunajaribu.
Mmeanza
Ngoja tu kidogo.
Nataka kwanza kuhubiri tena bwana tu.
Hapana, hahubiri.
Nina swali Julia. You mentioned about proposals. I'm looking for people who are good in writing proposals. I have something that I'm doing in line with that. So I'm looking for people who are good in writing proposals.
Where are you looking for them?
Whoever. I mean, I think this over here, if someone knows, it will be a very good opportunity to connect.
Me, I don't know. I can't say I know how to write a proposal, though I've done a few stuff myself. But this is my dream. I have a dream. I'm gonna write a proposal to the Kenyan government when Baba takes over. I'm gonna put up a structure of what I would wish the system of education or how schools should be run. I have a dream that if somebody pays attention to me, that one of these fine days, the Kenyan children will walk to school without paying any school fee, because I know that can be done without increasing the budgetary allocation on education. So Lisa, that is what I was thinking when I was saying that. So, but I'm not an expert in writing a proposal. I just have to figure it out and do something about it.
I know how to write proposals, lakini wewe unatafuta watu wapi? Enda tafuta watu mbali unatafuta. Wewe enda, do you have a website? You don't just sit and decide I'm looking for people. Unaandika website, tunaandika hapa, there are so many people can write proposals for you. Is it a proposal, an academic proposal, or moja ambayo inakuwa funded? Kama inakuwa funded, what are the TORs? We andika hapo, weka website yako, contact zako, people can write proposals, will get in touch with you. Si ati sijui naandika proposal, sijui nini. Cha kutusumbua na story.
Julia, let me say something regarding what you said. I think what you're referring to is a policy review. The Kenyan education iko policy, and I think you are talking about reviewing a policy.
Mise wacha story mingi. Sikia, wachana na mambo Julia amesema. Wewe wacha
hapo hiyo kwa website.
Ngoja. Alex is a proposal writer. You already have people. Just get in touch and then sorry. Get in touch and then you give people.
I need help to write a proposal to Julia.
Kama ni kuproposia Julia, wewe mwambie tu hapa, mwambie mimi na propose. Hiyo ingine ya kuandika.
No, Alex, if you are, I will look for you. That's serious. I've put the website there. So you guys can have a chance and look at it. That's a project that
Alex, go to africancentertoronto.org. Onana na huyo jamaa anataka proposal writers.
My contacts are there as well. So
my friend, in the whole of Canada, you can get people can write proposal. Hiyo inakaa.
I mean, if you read
that, kulipa watu wewe.
If you read that, if you read the contents of that, you will understand why I'm looking what I'm looking for. So I want to give opportunities to people of African.
Must someone be outside the country, or they can be in Kenya?
It doesn't matter where the person is now. We are in a virtual world.
Wait, they can be in Kenya?
Whatever.
Then why don't you open that opportunity to Kenyans?
As long as they are good in what they are doing.
Awesome. Utawalipa ama ni free?
Absolutely, it's remunerated.
Okay. Hatutaki mtu aandike vitu hapa alafu wewe uchukue alafu ukose kuandika.
It's remunerated.
That's a good thing, Lisa. I think what is what Awinora Pema was asking, and someone else, that we need to think about doing something to give. Okay, if we can do something to give back to the country, to impact the country. You know, when we are here, kuna kitu Themba nimeona, when you are here, there are chances ya mtu kukusikiza. When you are here, rather than kama uko Kenya waanze kusema ati mara mimi ni mwalimu sijui nafanya nini, nataka suggest, nobody will listen to you. But here there are chances that someone may, let me use the word may, there are chances may listen to you and you may make a difference, because I think Kenyans, we must try and find a way of doing things different. It is only crazy people that do things in the same way and expect results. So I think when Baba comes in, Kenya needs to do something different. We know, I agree with you. I was telling these people yesterday, then, but after I talked about teaching in South Carolina, so many teachers have applied and they're just texting me, wamechukuliwa, wameapply for visa, mpaka wamekosa nafasi ya interview, wanaenda Kigali, wanaenda Kampala, wanaenda Tanzania. I mean, they have booked their interviews in the other countries in East Africa. I was so pleased to do that. Even today I was talking to somebody, some of them mpaka faces, the bank of faces ikaja, wakasema they are no longer taking teachers this year. So I have this cousin of mine, he was in the bank already and he was not being taken. So I wrote to the human resource officer in our county here, and he replied and interviewed him directly, and they have hired him, and now they're writing to faces to process his documents. I mean, those Kenyans became so aggressive. So I was so pleased. So I think when we have something nice to share with people here, we should share and just make a difference, even in the lives of one person. I mean, their lives.
Kuna kitu mnasema.
Mhm.
I was told that there's no quote like that God helps those who help themselves. Unajua ukishaambiwa opportunity ni hii, sasa ni wewe kujisukumia uipate.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Like right now, Mise has given an opportunity. Some of them will not take it serious and some of them will take it serious. Yule ataichukua serious, at again mwingine ataangalia apuuze, and maybe ile pesa Mise anatoa hapa ni pesa ya maana. So kama uko na nini, ingia kwa hiyo website, you have a phone with you, just get into the website, do whatever it is required, and you never know, unaweza pata hela hapo. Yeah, just like that. Since the moment vile Rapema anasema, kama imekuja hivi, wanasemanga kuna mahali ulisoma kwamba opportunity does not have a face, it has only the back. Ya kwamba unaionanga ikishaenda, you don't see it coming. So unapoipata, grab it, otherwise utaiona tu kama ilishapita. Anyway, you guys, thank you so much. I know we can talk here for a long time. We love to please, but we have to leave. It's always a pleasure to meet all of you. David Olo, Electric Wave, Asanteni Aweno Rapemo, thank you. Kikwetu Ventures, DA, always a pleasure. Josiah, Happy, thank you. And all the rest, we really appreciate you. Of course, like normal, we meet here every single day. Wacha tuje hapa tupige story. Musijali, I mean, we are just reviving your memory. Tukileta nyimbo za kitambo, tunaleta za kisasa, tunaleta, we'll be swinging across, so don't feel left out. We all need each other as Kenyans, and that's the most important thing. And whichever side you go, whichever side you swing, Kenya will remain Kenya. And always tell yourself one thing, that every single day you need to learn something new. You have to learn something new, because every living moment is a learning moment. So curse be the day that you didn't learn anything. Just remember, we have to learn every single day. And when you learn, you become a better person. You only stop learning when you go straight to the grave. Now, I'd said that today we are going to allow me to do something here. And we're going to start going through the Azimio document. Allow me to read for you the manifesto. I tell you something, if you don't read it, you know it. So I want to just read for you the highlights. I won't read for you the preamble, what Baba said, but it is important. If you can read for yourself what Baba wrote and what the forward written by Martha Karua. It's important that you read that, because it gives you very key highlights that that you will really love. So let me go through the highlights before we start going through the 10-point agenda. And one quote from from the document on what Martha said: "We seek office not for self-gratification, but from a deep sense of duty and commitment to our country." That is what Martha said. And you can find that quote. Now, highlights of the Azimio covenant with Kenyans include: 1, achievement of double-digit economic growth rate through 1, manufacturing as the engine of creation of wealth and employment, growing and supporting the MSME, that is micro and small and medium enterprises, including Juakali sectors as drivers for Made in Kenya initiative. Made in Kenya initiative. Creating an enabling environment for climate smart agriculture, for improved livestock farming, and for growth of the blue economy. 3, mainstreaming and harnessing ICT towards a digital economy. And next is improving the ease of doing business by making our country an attractive investment destination to both local and international investors. Number 2 is zero tolerance to corruption. Zero tolerance to corruption. 3, commitment to addressing the high cost of living of all Kenyans. 4, free education for all. 5, universal quality healthcare for all. 6, food security, safety, and nutrition for all. 7, making every Kenyan feel secure and safe at home in communities, rural areas, towns, and cities. 8, provision of sports and recreation facilities for emotional, physical, mental, social, moral growth and development of people. 9, creating an enabling environment that fosters respect for faiths, cultures, and communities. 10, improved comprehensive foreign policy that will promote Kenya's political, social, cultural, and economic interest abroad. 11, promoting good labor relations and protection of rights of workers. And 12, finally, promoting free and independent media as key elements of our democratic governance. Now, the vision, which is something we need to always remember. Our vision for Kenya and the commitments articulated here encompasses 3 things. The first, Utu, in recognition of the inherent value, dignity, and sanctity of life of each and every Kenyan. 2, empowerment in celebration of the hard work of Kenyans and an environment in which their efforts will reap benefits and enable decent standard of living. And the third vision is inclusiveness for all Kenyans across our great republic. All this is possible through economic revolution, social transformation, and good governance. Economic revolution, social transformation, and good governance. So those are the highlights. You have gone through the highlights of the vision, the highlights, and of course you have gone the 3 key commitments around it: Utu, empowerment, and inclusiveness, and economic revolution, social transformation, and good governance. Those are key things that stand in the document. As we come tomorrow, we are going to be going through the agendas, agenda 1, agenda 2, agenda 3, so that we get to understand. So tomorrow we go through agenda 1, Azimio la Ugatuzi. That is the first agenda on the document, Azimio la Ugatuzi. And then, of course, once we're done with all the 10, for the next 10 days, we'll be looking at that. Once we're done, now we'll go to the next part where you are looking at how do you get to achieve, so that you get to understand. This is civic education. And civic education means that you get to understand basically the document. When you're speaking, what are you speaking against? When you're speaking, what are you speaking toward? They say when you're informed, speaking from an informed position is easier and better than speaking from an uninformed position. We want Azimio supporters to be informed. When you're informed, you improve the argument. When you're informed, you don't just speak out of emotions. You speak out of a point of information. It makes your understanding easier, and even you are more persuasive when you know what you're talking about, as opposed to just grappling in the dark. And so this is part of what we do here and what we are going to be doing here in this platform. I think, Makiadi, you had already gone through all the other things. That was the only thing remaining. I don't know what Alex has come here to do while he was busy hitting us down there. Alex, what has brought you back?
No, on a special way, I want to thank Julia. I remember when she came to Mtembei first, and she mentioned that there are teaching opportunities in South Carolina. Mtembei took that opportunity right away, and I think less than a week, they had a very cogent, persuasive interview, which I kept watching over and over. I personally told some of my cousins to watch that, and they have applied. I think one has been successful. So I want to thank Julia on that purpose. We may not agree politically on many things, but I want to acknowledge your efforts to make Kenya a better place. If that is true, what you've said, that many people have applied, they're going to Uganda, Tanzania, and other embassies to seek employment, it was because of you. You are our hero here in Mtembei, and we recognize you because your efforts have created jobs to our people. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, I meant they are going to Uganda for their visa interview because the American embassy now is packed. So,
yeah, that's what I also meant, that
yes.
efforts have made, even our embassies cannot accommodate the response. And from my side too, I think my cousins told other people, and I think more than 100 people were calling me. The only thing I could just forward your interview to them because I knew nothing about it. So you are a better ambassador for those jobs. So thank you, Julia. You are our hero in here, and we say thank you for that.
Thank you too.
Okay, now on that note,
I think, Alex, the better word would be Shiro. Hero is basically for the other gender, so Shiro is better than hero.
Thank you.
I stand corrected.
Thank you so much, Alex, for raising that. And I would want to urge our brothers and sisters who are probably back in Kenya and would want someday to travel. Kindly try and get some of the basic things, for example, a passport, get a driver's license. Some of those documents are your rights within the Constitution. You can get them so that when opportunity come up, it's not when now you want to go start getting, I didn't have a driver's license, I didn't have a passport, I didn't have this. Those are basic documents that you can always get. They say that opportunities happens to the prepared mind. So you need to be prepared so that the opportunity can fall on you. Sometimes some of these things, they come so quick. If at all that is your dream. No, some of them are not dreaming. It is not, everything is not a cup of tea for everybody. But if you want someday to probably even travel, hata kama unataka kwenda Uganda, chukua tu passport, enda hapo Uganda, urudi, igongwe, iwe stamp, at least umetravel.
Yeah, actually, Themba, that is a very good point. Even in immigration, when you are processing, sometimes those who come and seek asylum and so on, the timing of when you got your the passport also comes to question during hearings as to when you got the passport and so many areas. For example, when we are looking at an hearing, when they are looking at something called credibility and implausibility and omission. So they look at the timing of your, and IFA is internal flight alternative. They look at the time that you got your passport and your intention of getting the passport. And sometimes, most of the time, people fail because of the timing when they got their passport. So having the passport handy sometimes can help you in covering other things and other opportunities in the future.
Thanks for raising. And sometimes when you go getting the passport, kama uko na haraka, there are people who will start charging you. But when you get it, when una haraka, we will go apply it, will relax, it will be sent to you. Na itakuja, you will not pay no one. But when sasa unasema, I have to travel right now, there's some people who take advantage of the urgency. And they tell you, I know someone who knows someone, and then you probably will pay slightly more to get it, someone which you're not actually supposed to, you're only supposed to pay the processing fee, which I think is around 4,500 for the normal one. So that is the only thing you're supposed to pay. So when you apply for the passport, when you're not in a hurry, you will even be called for it. But when you're in a hurry, my friend, there'll always be something that someone wants to milk out of you. So try, get your passport documents, even when you don't think of traveling. The way you get an ID, get your ID, get your passport. So, and then try and hata tembea Uganda tu hapo akupigie. I mean, jaribu tembea hata kama ni Tanzania ipigwe stamp. I mean, tembea kidogo. Don't let it expire. It's 10 years, I think. So 10 years, surely 10 years, utakuwa umeenda mahali hapo karibu. Just try, tembea. Yeah, I mean, we are just giving you tips because some of those, like some people, when we send them this thing, Julia, mwingine, how can you be qualified as a teacher? Na una passport. Eh? I mean, why don't you have a passport? A document that is yours by right. So go get a passport, go get traveling documents, because anytime, it's an abomination for you to have graduated as a teacher with a degree and you don't have a passport. That's an abomination. Because once you graduate as a teacher, that's already, you are a universal citizen. Now, universe does not end with the boundaries of Kenya. You can go for work anywhere in this world. So you need to prepare yourself to go anywhere. Ata Tanzania. I mean, wherever the job might call you. So that's how you prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for the opportunity. Saizi Julia ameleta hiyo opportunity, you send to people. Unaona vile watu wamekuja mpaka ikajaa. And there are people who had all the documents. Driving license and the passport. Sasa kuna mwingine bado anatafuta passport. Anyway, I mean, haya ni maoni yangu. They are my personal opinions. Not you don't take me seriously. I'm just giving my personal view. Ukitaka kukaa sawa tu.
I can also ask if in the future, once we are done with this, we can have a session where my team and I can come in and help also give information in terms of the pathway to Canada, how people can come to Canada, and what they need. I mean, that is something that we can come and give that information. This way, people can also benefit from us or from this show by getting that information, because we can give like information for maybe 20 or 15 minutes. I think that would be sufficient enough to help people. Like, I know there are many people in Kenya who are qualified and have what it takes, but they don't have proper information to come to Canada. Canada has certain ways to come in, especially if you have resources and academic qualifications. So I have seen a lot of people being scammed. Maybe based on the number of people that are here, can as well, take this advantage to get that information as well.
Oh yes, Miss, I agree. Then I have been looking up for that thing. I'm working on something for my daughter, through student thing, and I was surprised at how easier it is to migrate to Canada than the US. Then I think you need to give Misa that opportunity. It is a big thing that people don't know. I only learned, okay, some time back then I tried something for Canada. That was many years ago. I applied for permanent residence in Canada, that they were looking for teachers or something. Then before I got selected, the cap was closed. So they refunded my application money. But then I stopped doing that. I think I kind of got discouraged and I stopped. But Misa, I've been looking up that and it's so interesting. I think you can give Misa an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, we had hoped that at some point we'll start a diaspora forum where we just come and chat about opportunities, challenges. I mean, whatever. I mean, just chat and information hub, because we are hoping that Mozambique diaspora platform will be like where you can get advice that you're not paying for, but at least it is from those people who have gone through, because you don't have to go through certain mistakes that people made, while you can easily avoid them. Those people who are probably thinking, you know, we were saying here that sometimes the stories that are told back at home may not necessarily represent what is in the ground. Some people are overpromised, others are underpromised. Some of them come with the weird ideas. But now, if we can have this chat, maybe you never know. Someone might be an opportunity, like what you said. I mean, if someone does not pass through that video, they probably missed an opportunity, and maybe it would have been theirs. And maybe that time when you'll be having that conversation with Miss and others can also gain. It might not be you, it might be a cousin, a brother, a distance, a neighbor. You know, it's sometimes you can say, this is not for me. But usually there's someone who can gain from that. Just pass the information. So we will revive that conversation. We had said that we are going to have that conversation. And now that we are 55 days to an election, wacha tumalize hii kipindi ya siasa. Tukimalizana na siasa, sasa tutakuwa na hizo other conversations. We have so many things online that we want to introduce. So we have because kwa sababu tutakuwa na siasa kila siku, itakuanga sasa ni hold the government of the day in check. We might not have like the way we have it every day. So we only have 55 days to go. After that, now we can introduce the other programming, probably after election. But for now, any opportunity you have, you can always sneak it in as we are coming towards the end, which we did like today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can close it.
Remember, before you close, just one thing. There are people who are asking for contacts. I think if you need to get in touch with anybody here, talk to Bernard. That person has to give Bernard permission to release your number. And then you can reach them for any clarification. Asante Ndemba.
We don't want to
he's asking something about driver's license. I don't know what she's asking about.
If it's official thing, but I think Themba already given the website. If they're asking about Mise and what he has just spoken about, I mean, Mise can give them the website and official everything.
Yeah,
because it's an official thing. It's not a personal number. It's an official thing.
Absolutely. If you want anything to do with immigration, our law firm is JM Law Professional Corporation. So that will be jmlawoffice.ca. I've
put the website down there.
Put the website down there.
jmlawoffice.ca. So, and you can contact us there for any consultation.
Okay. And we'll be having this conversation as often. I mean, Mr. has put for you 2 websites. He's given his website, jmlawoffice.ca. He's given you the other website for proposal writing. Alex here was saying that he writes proposals. Alex, if you have other people you can send on there, mtu anaweza kugain. Wewe ni bazuu bana. Vitu ndogo ndogo kama hizo za Mise. Hizo si vitu wewe utakulia.
Alex, actually, nitakuja kukuona hapo Twin City.
Proposals are not small things, my friend. Do you know that proposal make people rich?
Wewe ni bazuu.
Wachana na Ndemba. Hizi vitu
ndio zina. Time ya kuuza merchandise, yellow t-shirts imeisha. Now you go back to your gig.
Alex, you didn't thank me for playing your song of Bend This Way, you know. I think you should have at least appreciated the fact that I I was able to point it out. Entertain you this way.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Now,
bend this way. You know, now you are lowering your cut because I didn't know you wanted a proposal, right? A proposal about bend this way. That one.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Mr. Thank you. Mr. George Ochere, Julius, Papa. Alex, when did you become a media group?
Hiyo hujawahi jua?
Yani, just like that, you became a media group?
No, you've never known all this time.
Tell me, which are your group of companies?
No, that you are not one of the clients.
Okay, sir. I oblige.
Makiadi knows better and keep.
Okay. So Alex Media Group, Mr. LM, thank you so much. Leo naona umewachiwa nafasi, umekaa karibu na Julia na mzee Roberto alihepa, amekuachia hiyo nafasi. Leo unatawala, hapana shida. Julia, asante sana. Makiadi. We meet again tomorrow. Kama kawaida masaa ni from 9:30. Kuna mtu anauliza kwani Kiswahili kilipotea? Hapana, we will revert back to our Kiswahili moment, so don't you worry. This is a place where we swing. Unajua tuna swing, tunafika mahali unapata tumeswing. We sometimes we just like it that way. Tunakuja tuna stretch kidogo, tuna swing, I mean that's how we wanna do it. But thank you so much. Let's meet again tomorrow, masaa na siku kama ya leo. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. See you.
God bless you.
Hakuna wimbo wa taifa?
Tulibanga kitambo.
Alex.
Hiyo tulimaliza kitambo sana Alex.
Yaani muliomba alafu mmepiga story zote